if they can, and if they do, and you get another game like Jamal gave you in Game 5, then you have something to work with moving forward. The thoughts that, at least I'll speak for myself, that I had about this team, the prospects of how far they can go, the prospects that the organization had before the postseason hit. I mean, look, you don't make the move to fire your head coach with 3 games left as the 4 seed unless you felt like things were trending in a direction that was going to lead to ultimate disappointment. They make the change. They're in good position right now, and they find themselves with the ability to get a closeout in the first round and to really test your mettle in round 2 against OKC. Like, the way that the Nuggets have, I think, bounced back from a lot of doubt, and I think a lot of self-doubt. You know, this is where I give ownership a lot of credit on this. It's certainly not easy for 3 games left in the regular season to fire your head coach and GM and basically send a message everybody's on notice. But you do that in this instance. We all watched the Nuggets this year, and we saw it was the most confusing sort of side-by-side you could get. One, Jokic is having the best season of his life. Jamal is having the best season of his life, statistically. Michael Porter Jr. is having the best season that he's had since year 2. Christian Brown upped his game to a level of being a candidate for most improved player. Like, all these different details. And the Nuggets struggled more than they have outside of, like, Murray injured seasons after the torn ACL. And it just didn't compute. And I think for everybody, you're like, all right, I'm going to try and light a fire and get one final look, real look at what this team is. Because we are heading to an offseason of big changes, and we need to figure out who's coming along for the ride. To the Nuggets' credit, every time it felt like they needed to answer the bell they have so far. The question now with them is this, and this is important, because you need both of these. When they won the championship in 2022, what they had was one thing, was one thing in particular that most, if not all, championship team needs. They need, number one, the ability to come back. And we've seen that from the Nuggets multiple times. They've been down. They're almost more comfortable playing from behind than playing with a lead. And that leads to the second point. Right now, you're a front runner. Right now, you are out ahead of the pack. Are you going to do that thing where you allow them to come back into the series? Are you going to do that thing where it's like you got your foot on your throat and you let them up one more time and then it's ready for a slugfest, the final round of the 12th round of the title fight? Like, or are you just going to finish it right here? And that's one thing they haven't been great at. They get a lead, they don't keep it, whether it's inside of a game or I guess we'll see inside of a series. So for them, I think it's really important to show that they have the ability to finish and get that kind of confidence. For the Avs, it's a completely different story from obviously being down 3-2 as opposed to up, but more than that, the Avs have made move after move this year to totally revamp this team. They did not do that for a 3-year window. Some of these guys are going to be here for the next couple of years and for, hopefully another run. But they made these moves to win now. These were not long-term decisions necessarily. These were decisions of the team, as we saw fit back in January, is not good enough. So we need to flip this, and this to try and give us the proper chance for a championship run. It's what every team dreams of, isn't it? Every fan base dreams of. Don't wait. Go all in. Don't worry about 5 years from now. Worry about the now because the team is good right now. And I don't know what it looks like 5 years from now. They did all that. You have played better than Dallas for most of this series. Dallas has been better than you in, I think, one category, which is when special teams hit the ice, theirs have been way better at capitalizing than what you have been. But it's also like that's a strength of yours that you haven't done up to standard and up to par so far. So can that change? You know, we've seen what it looks like with this team. Their back's up against the wall. That was game 4. They're down 2-1. If they lose game 4, the series is over. And they played the best game in the series. 1-4-0. Everybody clicked. Everybody was working. Everybody was playing well. And then game 5 hits. You get a couple of weird things from the start. A goal 9 seconds in. Puck that's butterflying down off the crossbar, off the back and in, and you're down 2-0. You fight to come back in that game, but you keep taking silly penalties. And we can sit there and we can say, you know what? Well, Dallas is faking them. Bottom line is it doesn't matter. Because once the call is made, it's not being overturned. So you got to go out and make a play afterwards. And they couldn't. But getting on them early, as you did in game 4, that's going to be the key. Don't allow Dallas to play with a lead. If you get them in a position where they have to play catch up, it makes them uncomfortable. Because the second you allow these top-end skaters, your McKinnons, McCarrs, Vals, now Landeskog's back in the mix, now, Lekkonen's, all these different guys. You give them the ability just to play a little bit more free, you can start to bury somebody. And the good news is this game is at home, and you can make something happen in front of the home crowd and really just bring the juice inside that arena with a couple of things that you could get early. But this, in the same way that we kind of felt about, in the same way that we felt, I guess, earlier in the series, before the series started, that the Avs are one of the best teams in the league. They just happen to get match up with another team that's one of the best in the league in the first round. If you can jump to a place where you tie this series up, you take it to a game 7, you make it, a Mario Kart mystery box of what's going to happen in that game, and advance through it, you got to feel like the first test was the hardest one, and now you have the confidence to make it a long way. So all of that's up for grabs tonight, all of it. And to be honest, I feel pretty good about both. The weird part of this series for both of them is I've always felt better about the Avs than the Nuggets. And that's obviously different when you got a team that's up 3-2 and down 3-2. But for tonight specifically, I feel really good about the Avs pushing this to a game 7. And I think it's like a 50-50 proposition on whether this ends tonight with the Nuggets or not. Like, part of me feels as if both series are going 7. And that's terrifying. But it's very simple. Very simple recipe for both teams that we'll get to in just a few minutes on how they win to either close out the series for the Nuggets or to push to a game 7 for the Avs. That we'll get to in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, I wonder what the hell LA is thinking right now. So they do the impossible. They pull off a Luka trade in the middle of the season. And they play against a T-Wolves team that, yes, physically is more gifted than them, but skills-wise is not. The trio of LeBron, Luka, and Austin Reeves is better than any three that you want to put together on Minnesota. And they lose in 5. And all those Lakers fans that were telling you about, hey, JJ Redick, coach of the year, and this is going to be, dominant. And Luka, now paired with LeBron, is going to be huge and blah, blah, blah.
Schematically.
Well, they lose in 5 games, and then you wonder what the future of them looks like. LeBron afterwards is talking about AD. That's what's so funny. They lose that game 5, and then LeBron goes into his version, anyway, of honesty mode and said, my guy AD said what he needed, and then he was gone the following week. Now putting the onus back on the organization for, all my guy AD did was say that we needed this and this and this, and then he was gone.
You like getting nailed by the king?
It's one thing that I mentioned heading into that series. The size was going to be a massive problem for the Lakers because they just don't have it. I mean, the biggest guy on the floor at any given time is probably LeBron, or Jared Vanderbilt, and Vanderbilt's only 6'9". Is it any surprise that Rudy Gobert goes for 27 and 24 yesterday? He's got like 4 inches on anybody else that's on the floor. Julius Randle, 23 points last night at 8 of 16 shooting. Size matters. They did that, by the way, in a game that Ant went 5 of 19 from the floor. And they won 103-96. So out of a series that at least I, hate both of those teams, it is funny watching the Lakers after thinking they were pretty high on their hog all year long after that Luka trade sort of fall apart in 5 games and to lose on their home floor in game 5 to close out the series. The Nuggets have the opportunity to have a team lose in LA to close out a series again. We'll get to the X factor for both of those in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. The place to be tonight is number 38 in Rhino. Berto is hosting an extended pregame show in the Nuggets broadcast. And Mike Sanford is hosting the Double Dipparoo viewing party for both the Nuggets and the Avs. We'll have awesome giveaways, including Nuggets and Avs autographed pictures and a Jamal Murray autographed jersey. That's all thanks to Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. Watch both games with fellow Nuggets and Avs fans at number 38 in Rhino. We'll see you there. So broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. Here's what I wanted to get to for tonight. What do they need most? What is it? Both teams want to win. If the Nuggets want to close out this game or this series in 6 games, if the Avs want to push to a game 7, what do they each need that would push them over the top? And to me, I think both answers are pretty simple. You know, there's a quote from Joker a couple years ago, but it was brought back to his attention yesterday. And you know what? Kreckman and Lindahl had this, Nelly. See if you can find it for me. It was Joker on Jamal Murray. And he was brought back the audio, or at least reminded of a quote from a couple of years ago that he said, this team is at its best when Jamal's the best. Now, the quote there is just sort of classic Joker. I'm not the important thing. I just need to do my job, and then so-and-so. You know what I mean? Like, it's typical Joker answer. It's also very obviously true for this reason. We know how good Joker is. If Jamal is better than him, it's not because Joker's playing poorly. It means that Jamal has elevated his game to the level of what we expect from Nikola Jokic. The key for the Nuggets is simple. Can you get another Jamal game or not? And I'm not saying like 43 points, but can you get the same game where he is staring daggers through the opponent and they are terrified when he touches the basketball? When they won the championship, they had a bread and butter play that we all know about was two-man game, especially at the end. That only works if Jamal is the threat that he was like last night. Jamal has been that guy in moments over the last 2 years, but never really over the course of a full 48. I said yesterday that Jamal Murray in Game 5, that was as good as he's been since Game 3 of the NBA Finals, where he put up a 30-point triple-double. And if you remember, that was one of those weird cases. You win Game 1 on the home floor because you're playing against an 8-seed Miami Heat for your first championship, and you win Game 1, you're like, dude, could anything be better? They're going to roll. They lose Game 2, and then you started to get nervous because maybe you were like me, and you're like, I don't know, maybe the Heat stuff is real. Maybe all this weird things that they've done to people. They beat the 1 seed and Giannis in the first round of the playoffs. They keep breezing through these teams. They somehow come back against the Celtics. They make the NBA Finals. Maybe there just is something about that team where they do whatever's necessary to win. And so a 1-1 series goes back to Game 3 in Miami. And Joker and Jamal both put up 30-point triple-doubles. And they say, nope, enough. And ever since that game, it was done. You felt it. If Jamal gives you that same sort of feeling, don't care what the numbers are, but that same sort of feeling tonight, the series is over. And then you get a long rest, by the way, because I think it depends on what happens in the Houston Golden State series, but they're going to start either the May 5th or 6th. So you get an extended break. Maybe get guys like Russell Westbrook a little bit healthier, a little bit more time to get some training room stuff in. Same thing with Porter. Porter's not going to be 100%, but maybe could feel better with a few days just off, not doing anything. It'd be incredibly important. Are they capable of winning without Jamal doing that? Yeah, they've done it twice earlier in the series. But if they want to be the team that hits their peak, that's what they got to have. It's got to be Jamal doing that. And this was Joker. Was this post-game or just yesterday? Or I don't know. He was in the locker room talking to the media, big media scrum. Here's what he said.
Nicole, you said something like during the 2023 playoffs, something along the lines of when Jamal's your guys' best player, you guys are nearly unbeatable. What do you think about that just now after a night like that to tonight?
I said it.
You said something along these lines. I'm sorry. It's been a long time.
I'm really smart. I'm joking. I mean, it's true. When he's our best player, we are really dangerous.
I said that? Yeah, you did. Because I remember that too. And again, it couldn't be more true. When the Nuggets play that style of game, that sort of game, they are nearly unbeatable. When you have those two rolling at the same time.
I'm really smart.
Texture says, yeah, but remember Jokic and Murray each got 30 in Game 7 against Minnesota. Yeah, nearly unbeatable. The nearly is a part of that. I mean, it took a confluence of circumstances that were unforeseen and almost impossible to predict Game 7 last year against Minnesota. I mean, the team tiring out at the end of the game, not getting help from virtually anybody else on the roster. Yeah, that stuff matters too. But point is, if they do that, they're winning probably 9 of 10 games. And so that's what they need for tonight out of Jamal. Now for the Avs side of things, I think it's simple. You need whatever the necessities are, of course. You need good goaltending. You need McKinnon to play at a top level. You need all this different stuff. Here's what you ask for, and here's the good news, is that this isn't a gigantic ask. You need Cale Makar and Val Nichushkin to be themselves. I'm not asking for them to play above their pay grade. Just play what's expected. And I think at times both of them have, but it just hasn't resulted in numbers. And I think you can do that in sort of one-off game situations where you look at it, it's yeah, he wasn't on the box score for this game, but he was fantastic. And you can play that. But over the course of a series, we're going into Game 6. They have 3 combined points between the two of them. And I think most of that has to do with the inconsistency of the power play. That they haven't been able to capitalize on those opportunities that are presented to them. If you can give me Cale Makar and Val Nichushkin being just themselves of what we've come to know, that will be enough, not just for Game 6, but for Game 7. But it is an absolute necessity to win tonight, not just to keep your season alive. I mean, that part's obvious. But I think to keep the team together. You lose in 6 games, and you can explain things away, right? You can look at Dallas and be yeah, but they're a really good team, and you got a bad draw in the first round, and didn't have home ice, and blah, 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 da, 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 da. You can do all that if you want to. The bottom line is, I just watched an organization that made major moves 3 games left in the regular season with the other professional sports franchise that we own that shares the same building. They view each situation differently. The difference between what the Avs are going through and what the Nuggets, what happened to them at the end of the year, Nelly, the Avs aren't having a coach and a GM getting into a bleep measuring contest, right? There's not some sort of toxicity inside the room. So it's not the same.
No, they're actually the opposite.
Exactly. Everybody's cohesive there. Everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, I agree. Bednar and Chris McFarland, they turned into Oprah during the season. They said, you can get a trade.
Yeah.
You can get a trade. You can get a trade. Everybody except Nathan McKinnon, look under your chairs, and you can get a trade.
But all I know is this. We kind of went through this when Malone got fired. Is that this ownership group is not the kind that has a quick trigger. They will be patient almost to a fault, and they will see things through. How many times in the past did we think, with the Nuggets, 2 years in a row getting swept in the second round and then losing in 5 games in the first? And I know that Jamal was hurt and MPJ was hurt and all that stuff. But would other teams in the NBA have pulled the trigger on a new coach? Yeah, maybe, probably. And they didn't. They stuck through it. That resulted in a championship. And then they made the decision this year, just a few weeks ago, that wasn't good enough. Out of all the professional sports franchises they own, Michael Malone was the only coach there for 10 years. If you just look at the last decade, they've made one coaching change in L.A. They got Sean McVay. He's been there forever. They made a coaching change to hire Malone. He got there. He was there a decade. They made a change to hire Bednar. Bednar's been there almost a decade. Even for the Arsenal over in the Premier League, they made one coaching change in the past 10 years. They don't fire coaches. But there is something about, we just made the decision for one franchise. I need to see something from the other two. Maybe that's the way that they're thinking. I'm not just talking about like front office, head coach, whatever. I'm talking about a lot of different things. The way the team's constructed. They aren't getting rid of McKinnon or McCarr. But as far as everybody else on the roster, are they looking to like shuffle the deck a little bit? Maybe. And they've done a lot of shuffling already. So it's a big game from that perspective.
Well, and one thing I've been wondering, you can tell me if you think this holds any water. The Avs made so many changes to their roster throughout the course of the season that did they just not have enough time to build up all the chemistry that you need to make a deep playoff run because some of these new guys are still figuring out their role? Is that what we're running into? So maybe now guys like Val and Kale aren't lighting up the score sheet because they're trying to figure out where the newer additions from the past few months slot in. Is that anything?
Maybe. They've had time. Maybe not a ton. I think maybe where that can come into play, Nelly, is maybe on the power play. And I think it's different for this reason. When you're playing 5-on-5, you are sort of shuffling through some different line combinations and pairings. I mean, even when they had Mikko here, they would occasionally drop Mikko to the second line to try and give that one a boost. They would do some shuffling there. I think where it might most factor in is on the power play unit, which was the same thing forever. I mean, basically since Landeskog was not let go, but since he was out of the lineup, it was McCarr, McKinnon, Mikko, Val, it was kind of the same through that. But I don't think, I wouldn't put the chemistry thing in there. I think it's been enough time for things to get figured out.
Because I'm just throwing something at the wall to see what sticks because I'm honestly flabbergasted at the way this Avs series has gone. And the fact that we're sitting here before a double Dipparoo Game 6 and we're feeling like the Nuggets might have the better chance to close out the series tonight. And I know the Avs can't close out, but you know what I'm saying? Like with the way the Nuggets have been playing lately, before the game tonight, I honestly feel better about them.
To the Avs credit here, the Avs haven't played poorly in the series. They haven't. Like, I watched some of these Eastern Conference games, and I'm like, I just think that the Avs would drop kick a lot of those teams. They're playing a very good hockey team, and they have played better for most of the series. It's just in very critical moments, Dallas has done something that puts them over the top. The Avs had opportunities in which they didn't. Like, I can take you back very easily, Nelly, just to Game 2. Game 2 of the series between the Avs and the Stars. Or, I'm sorry, Game 3. Game 3 is home ice, return of Gabe, Ball Arena on fire, 6 power play opportunities. You don't score on any, and then you lose 2-1 in overtime. Like, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. 2 third-period leads that you gave up. It's simple execution in critical moments that Dallas has had that you haven't, but for most of this series, you have been the better team. Game 5 was the only time it just looked like, you know what, the Stars are just better. They're just better the entire night.
And I think that's why I have that weird feeling in the pit of my stomach, is because you're right. The Avs have been the better team for the majority of the series, and yet their backs are against the wall. They're one loss away from getting bounced in the first round with a roster that we thought was going to take them to the Stanley Cup Finals about a month ago. And that's why it feels so weird, is not to go all Lincoln Park, but in a lot of these games, they tried so hard and they got so far.
Yeah.
But in the end, it doesn't even matter. And I think that's why I feel so weird about this game tonight.
Here's why I would say I don't feel bad at all. I feel pretty confident. Like I think this is going 7, and I think you're going to have a good shot. If you truly feel like this team is a cup contender, winning 2 games in a row is not asking for the world. If you think they're that good, then they are wholly capable of it. So, with all of that, it's a massive, massive night tonight with both teams going to be running side by side. At 8 o'clock this morning, Adam Schefter will join the show, give us a breakdown of the Broncos roster now, post-free agency, post-draft. This is what you're heading into this season. This is the team that you're going to have. What are his thoughts? He joins us at 8 o'clock. Stick around. I got a stat for you that kind of blew my mind yesterday. Because it's just such a bizarre thing. Jamal Murray is going to be such a hard person to explain 20 years from now. Like when his career is said and done, and then you're looking back to, the Nuggets runs and Jamal Murray's career and where he's stacked up in the league at the current time and where he is kind of in the broader context of NBA history and all that different stuff. He is going to be like sort of an enigma. I saw a stat. I'll just go through the list here. Jamal Murray, according to StatMuse, has more 40-point playoff games than Tatum, Bird, Barkley, Kawhi, Ant, Mitchell, Jokic, Kyrie, Ja, AD, Brown, Embiid, Carmelo, Trae Young, Dame, McGrady, Magic, Duncan, Oscar Robertson, Paul Pierce, Miller, Drexler, and Malone. Huh? And that's the whole thing. That's why we're talking about guys that matter the most. I mean, good Lord. Like, Jamal is... I don't know how many guys are sort of like this. It's kind of... God, if Jamal Murray was sitting across from me, I think I would have daggers stared through my skull and a clenched fist cocked back and ready to fire against my jaw if he heard me talking about this. But I think this is the honest way to assess it. He's got that J.R. Smith quality where when he is good, he is one of the best. And he's got what I think most teams would prefer that are good. Like, here's the quality about Jamal that I think is underrated. For people who get annoyed with Jamal for the quote inconsistencies in his game, that he'll have a 30-point night and then a 12-point night, and that'll kind of vacillate throughout, most of his career, it feels like. One thing that Jamal does that I think is very hard for players of this caliber to do, and I was going to say it's kind of J.R. Smithy, the way that he plays. But it's just like when you're on, good Lord, look the hell out because it's not going to stop. And when you're not, it's really hard to get going. But Jamal's greatest quality that he has, and the highest compliment I think you can pay an athlete, is in the moment that you need to elevate, God, does he elevate, right? Hey, backs are against the wall. We need a big game. Cool, gotcha. Oh, shoot, Nelly. We're down 1 with 5 seconds left in a postseason game. Jamal will hit the shot. Like, he does not shrink away from when the lights are at their brightest, the moment's at its biggest, the pressure's the most intense. He always comes through with something. The problem is when you're up 2-1 in a series, maybe you don't get that. And it's like, well, we got room to spare. And that's kind of the Nuggets as a whole. But I think that's probably the best way to describe it. We've seen guys, and somebody on the opposite end of the floor is a perfect example of this. James Harden has been a stat monster throughout his career. He'll score, 30-some points per game over the course of a regular season. He'll dish out 8 assists per game. He'll find a way to get to the free throw line. He'll make 8 threes. He'll do all this different stuff. And then, Nelly, the playoffs start. And he doesn't do that anymore. And I'll just give you sort of like the context of him in the postseason. and what that looks like throughout the course of his career. Because the James Harden regular season to playoff stat numbers are pretty shocking. So his playoff career stats, and he's been in the league since 2009. So he averages 22, 5, and 6 in 171 games, which those numbers aren't terrible. But when I tell you he shoots 42% from the field in those games, he shoots 34% from 3 in those games, the efficiency drops off. Jamal doesn't. So Jamal, over the course of his career during the postseason, overall numbers are similar. He scores 2 more points a game. He gets 24. He gets 5 boards. He gets 6 assists in 70 career playoff games. So those are similar. But he shoots 46% from the field and 40% from 3. And a texter says, I love how you guys think offense is everything in the playoffs. I don't. But this is the only thing I took issue with the other day when we were talking about this was Jamal played great defense in Game 4, and he did. But he had 13 points. And I'm not just going to excuse away a lack of offense for playing good defense. Like, there's some guys where that's part of it. Like, Christian Brown is not scoring as much. He's expending a lot of energy on the other side playing defense, and I totally get that going against James Harden. I understand. But he also wasn't your second leading scorer throughout the course of the year. Like, guys are asked to do both in the postseason. You have to. And to Jamal's credit, he's done a phenomenal job defensively, I think, in this series. And that Game 5 was just an amazing watch. It was. But it's crazy to see the names on that list, 40-point playoff games, that Jamal is above all-time greats on. By the way, one other story real quick. If you guys remember, a couple years ago, when the college football playoff was still 4 teams, there was an undefeated team, Florida State, that in their second to last game of the season lost their quarterback, Jordan Travis, who was very good, up for like Heisman talks, all that different stuff. He gets hurt, devastating injury. Florida State, despite being undefeated, is left out of the playoff. And then they fall apart the year afterwards. Jordan Travis got drafted in the 5th round last year to the New York Jets. He has just announced his retirement, saying, I can't come back from this leg injury in this rehab. And for me, that really put in perspective what Landeskog has gone through. This happened to Jordan Travis a year and a half ago. Year and a half. And I said, to go through physical therapy, to go through rehab for that extended amount of time is a gruesome mental test. And think about Landeskog doing that for almost 3 years. And then finding himself on the ice in this situation. That is, I don't think there's a higher testament you could have to somebody's mental toughness and grittiness to work your way through that. Because not only is he back on the ice, he's an actual contributor, which I didn't know was possible. I thought he might be just another guy out there that can give you a few minutes, that can play decent enough hockey to get by, and can help you in that way, maybe a bottom 6 sort of forward guy. And instead, he has contributed to the level where you're like, I'm throwing him on the second line, and he is going to be a major cog in that. So, in just reading that story, and it's awful for Jordan Travis, and the point is not, wow, this guy couldn't hack it. That's not it at all. I think most people on earth would be like Jordan Travis, where this is just gruesome, and I can't be myself again. It's a credit to Gabe Landeskog. So get to this a little bit later. Adam Schefter going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. Stay tuned for that. The double Dipparoo, 7:30, more like 7:50 puck drop tonight with the Avs and the Nuggets and Clippers at 8 o'clock. Can obviously hear right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets will be on 92.5, the Avs on 950. Huge games. break them down in just a couple of minutes. Can watch on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. That's a Safeway Twitch feed. And at Safeway, get everything you need to make mom feel special. Mother's Day's around the corner, and Safeway has you covered. Fresh fruits, gorgeous flowers, help mom celebrate. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe today. And don't miss anything from live shows to that Altitude Sports Daily. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. I feel sick. Vic. I'm sick.
Sick about what?
Like, I'm already dreading tonight. I'm dreading it in a way that I'm excited about, and I don't know. I feel sick already. It's 7:00 in the morning, and I'm nervous.
Well,
right
I'm
now.
sick because I'm only going to be able to watch one game. I mean, I'm here.
I know.
I'm working the Nuggets game. I'm going to be running around an arena that's going to be loud as can be. It's going to be next to impossible for me to watch any of the Avs game, and that's not cool. But whatever.
Well,
so do your end. Make sure that you guys handle your end.
I will. You know what? He's in Los Angeles. Oh, you mean like where is he in Los Angeles? I don't know. I don't know where that is. Where are you, Vic? Is that the hotel room?
I'm not going to tell you what. I'm not telling you what hotel.
Oh, I didn't know if it was a hotel room or not. Just looked at that. The door doesn't look like a door in a hotel room. Is all I'm saying.
I'm in the business center.
Oh, you standing on business right now this morning?
I'm standing on business because the business center has an Ethernet.
I like that.
And the Ethernet allows you the best possible connection to the show. See, it's called taking it a step further than what our normal co-host does.
Moser's just rambling with his mic off.
Yeah, it's taking it a step further. It's going on the road with an Ethernet cable, finding the business center with Ethernet.
Okay, we got it. Vic, you're a superstar. Congrats. Very nice job. Texter says, you're scaring me, Brett. I don't mean to scare you, but I'm scared. I'm scared. Like, you have two things happening simultaneously tonight. One, a team has the foot on the throat of their opponent with the chance to kill them in their own building. The other team in LA that just happened to last night, by the way. Lakers eliminated by the Minnesota T-Wolves in 5 games.
Wait, weren't they favored to win the championship?
Yeah, of course they were, Vic. I mean, they had Luke on the roster. And LeBron.
Bro.
And J.J. Redick was a Coach of the Year candidate. Don't you remember?
Oh, man.
So
what happened?
You have the chance to end another team's playoff hopes in their own building in that city tonight. That's one. The other is you're on your home ice with a chance to push to a Game 7, and if you don't win, then you're done this season, and there's a whole bunch of questions in the offseason that need to be answered. So, yeah, I don't mean to scare you. I'm just saying I'm nervous, and I think that's a healthy feeling to have today. Am I wrong, Mark Moser, calling the Avs game tonight?
I'm not really nervous about a lot, to be honest with you.
You're calm.
Yeah, I was driving in today, and there was a sense of calm over me. This is very simple.
You're a better man than I.
Let me try to put it this way. Well, I'm done living my life in fear.
Yeah, right.
Let me put it this way.
He'll be cowering in a fetal position
Shut him
right
off.
after this show.
Shut him off, Mr. Business Center.
You looked like you had to get hit with a trank dart when Gabe was coming back in the lineup.
Yeah.
That was then. This is now.
Oh, okay.
Mr. I'm professional. I'm
Shut him off.
fine.
Shut him off. Shut me off.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
All you've got to do, this is so simple. You know what you got to do? You got to go win a friggin' hockey game.
Yeah.
Which you've done, combined all these guys on the roster and the coaching staff, combined, they've won thousands and thousands and thousands of games in their lifetime.
Yeah.
Go win a hockey game. Simple enough. You're going to have 18,000 plus on your side.
Well, we'll get to the
It's very simple, and they're the better team in my opinion. And let's go.
We'll get to the X factors in a second, but I do find this, especially with the Nuggets, Vic. Here's what I find fascinating about tonight. The Nuggets are a very, very, very good team when things are looking against them, when they're doubted, when things aren't going right, and they have the chance to push things back. They are not very good in this position, which is we have the opportunity to dictate whatever we want to tonight. Are they going to let their foot off the gas, or are they going for the kill?
Outside of the championship season, outside of that, they have been some of the worst front runners I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. They're not good front runners. You give them a lead, they usually blow it, and it gets interesting. You give them an advantage somewhere, and, watch. They're playing the a team with missing 3 starters, it's going to be a close game. This is what they are. You are what you are. The Nuggets are not very good when they have fortune on their side.
Yeah. It's funny that you mentioned that, Vic, because I went straight there in the 6 o'clock hour. I said, do you want to know the main difference between every other Nuggets team during this current iteration of them with this core and the one that won the championship? Is that they were good at both. They were good when they were doubted. They were good when they were down. They were also really, really good when they played with a lead, when they had an advantage in a series. They would put teams away.
The only other instance recently where this came up is a chance to close out a team on game number 6 is when they played in Phoenix on that championship run. They won at home game 5 pretty convincingly. They went back to Phoenix, and they suffocated the Suns from the get-go. The game was over in the first quarter. They did not mess around. Now, perhaps last year's lesson, what happened in Minnesota, where they sort of pranced around in game 6, got blown out of the world, and then lost game 7. Perhaps that'll be a lesson. Maybe that's in the back of their minds. Maybe that's used tonight as motivation. Let's end it.
You know, another thing, too? Maybe they realize they just, how do I put this? They aren't as good as they were 2 years ago. So they don't have the ability to mess around. When they're presented this opportunity, they're like, we need to close it out because maybe we just aren't good enough to mess around for another game 7. Just like they kind of did last year against Minnesota. Like, you win 3 in a row, and you have this prime opportunity in game 6. You don't capitalize on it, and then you push it to a game 7. They're probably thinking, hey, you know what? Who cares, guys? We got game 7 at home. This is in our back pocket. Now we're up 20. We got this. Maybe there is a lesson that they learn from that, and they go, no more risking anything. If we got this opportunity, then we finish it. Boom.
I certainly hope that's the case. I mean, I certainly hope that is the case. We'll find out. I truly don't know what to expect out of Jamal Murray. Is it back-to-back games where he does that? Is this a Joker takeover event? Is it somebody else? Vic, I don't know. It's been very unpredictable to me.
Well, I won't be able to talk to the fellas because they have canceled shoot-around today. They're just going to do a little walkthrough film session, so they won't be able to won't have any access to the media before the game. They're in business mode. They're in work mode. They're getting ready to close this sucker up. Of course, all of Los Angeles, of Los Angeles is in mourning because their favorite team, the favorite son, the Lakers, were eliminated last night. So if you walk around this place, the Clippers don't exist.
Yeah,
I don't know
of course
what to tell
not.
you.
Well, especially for them to lose in 5 after all of that talk before this. Yeah.
Did you go to the Santa Monica Pier?
We're near the Santa Monica Pier, yes.
No, but did you do your thing?
Did you do your thing?
Oh, no, not yesterday because the Lakers were playing yesterday, and I'm going to do it today, yeah. We got in here late enough to where the Lakers were playing, and I didn't want to confuse people with my questioning.
I got you.
Confuse you.
But Moj, to the Avs side of things, what's crazy about this series, for most of it, the Avs have been better. I think for a good portion of it, the Avs have been better. I think this series comes down to executing when it matters most. Dallas has won in that department, so they have a 3-2 lead. If you capitalize on one power play opportunity in game 3, then you win that game. Just one of the 6, then you win.
They gave you. Well, listen, at the end of game 2, they put you on a power play.
Yeah. You do that. You win.
Yeah, prime opportunity to win it late.
Bednar, when we talked to him yesterday, and I'm going to get to a couple of clips in a few minutes, but Bednar yesterday discussed this part of it. 5-on-5, I'm paraphrasing, it's been us.
Yeah.
We've won 5-on-5 hockey. Special teams, it's been Dallas. But oftentimes, special teams is the difference. Can you get the penalty kill when you need it? Can you get the power play goal when you need it? They've done that. You haven't. Small execution problems. So you got you get 2 games left now, potentially. You execute the small things, and I think both games could look like game 4, where you dominate, right?
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt about it. Yeah.
There's no doubt in anybody's mind. Could the Avs win 2 in a row? Of course they could.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, can you capitalize when presented these opportunities, which they did throughout the regular season, especially when they got healthy. But Dallas is too good to not do that. Like, it's funny. I saw Raj talking about this yesterday. If the Avs were playing against some of these Eastern Conference opponents, like I've been watching some of the playoffs from the teams in the East, like they could drop kick those teams, a whole bunch of them. But you get matched up with potentially the next toughest team in the league in the first round. And if you don't do that, then the series looks like it does.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. There are some very good teams in the NHL. I would argue that these two teams are top 6.
Yes. Yep.
Okay? Again, I had the analogy, and maybe it's not incredibly accurate, but you'll get my drift. It's like, okay, hey, Baltimore and Kansas City, you're facing off. You're both. I don't know. Let's say you're both 12 and 5 football teams, and we got you guys facing off in the wild card.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
that's
a tough draw. Whatever.
It's an incredibly tough draw, but you got to do it. Just go win a hockey game. It's not that. Listen, is it the season? Yeah. But you've got the personnel to do it. You've got the experience to do it. You've got everything going your way in that building tonight. Go win a hockey game. Use your legs, shoot the puck, retrieve the puck, score the puck, win a hockey game.
What does history tell us when you're down 3-2 and you don't have home ice? How many teams come back to win a 7-gamer when you're down 3-2?
Not many. It's about, I want to say like 17%, if that. Not even that, maybe. I'd have to look at it again, Vic. I was trying to find it. Stan the man, I can't find his notes.
Yeah. Well, the percentages were in the Nuggets' favor last year in that Minnesota series, and it didn't work out. So I never go with the percentages anymore. I can tell you the Nuggets, all time in these Game 6 situations, in a best of 7, they're 2-4 all time, 2-3 in the Jokic era when Game 6 is on the road. So 2-3. And I'm trying to think, what are the 2 in which they've won on the road in a Game 6? One was in Phoenix. The other one, the bubble. Well, technically a road game. So but it would have been on the road.
To answer your question, Vic, I don't have it for teams that don't have home ice, but just in general, teams trailing 3-2, they force a Game 7 45% of the time. They win the series 21% of the time in NHL history.
Gotcha. So what happens is the series should get extended. The home ice will be plenty of motivation tonight for the Avs to win. It's what happens in Dallas on Saturday.
So just doing the math, 45% of the time those teams force a Game 7, they have a 47% chance in Game 7 to win that. So they're a little bit better if they win Game 6 and go into Game 7.
There you go. So they carry, I guess it would say, ever so slightly, they'll carry momentum from a Game 6 win into a Game 7.
Right.
No matter where the game is played.
So there's X factors I want to get to for each of these teams.
You look tight, Moj. You look tight. You say you're loose, but you look tight.
Oh, emotionally, he looks tight.
Yeah. Doesn't he? Everything about him.
Yeah, I didn't buy your I'm calm thing when you walked in here. I didn't buy that at all.
He is so tight right now.
I didn't know if you meant it like what was the movie Knocked Up? Where the female lead is like the E! Network host, and she gets pregnant. He goes, so when you have this baby, we need you to tighten. Oh, she goes, lose a couple of pounds? I would never ask you to lose weight. In fact, I cannot ask you to lose weight. I'm just asking you to tighten afterwards.
Loosen up, Moj.
Whatever happened to that chick?
I don't know.
I heard she was a bear to work with in Hollywood.
Yeah, I heard. What's her name? Katherine Heigl? Is that her name?
That sounds about right.
Yeah. She was everywhere for a minute.
For a minute, then I heard she was an absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, got to read my.
There's your little E! Network update. How about that?
Got to read my National Enquirer and my TMZ.
So a couple X factors for both of these teams heading into this game. It's not that they're too hard to guess. We kind of know who they are, but I want to get to it in detail in just a little bit. We have Adam Schefter joining the show at 8 o'clock this morning. Stick around.
It's so good that in 2025 we have a place that guys can go to get some things fixed up, turned around, make your life better. Are you dealing with any form of erectile dysfunction? It's probably a touchy subject, right? You don't want to talk about it. Maybe you're frustrated, embarrassed by it a little bit. No big deal, man. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get it taken care of because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. We're talking about a place that's been around for nearly a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men right here in the great state of Colorado. They've got success rates well over 90%. Do yourself a favor. Get yourself fixed up. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900. You got an issue, schedule a consult. You'll be there with a Colorado licensed medical provider, PSA test, all included for $99. And if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. Now, if that doesn't work, you've heard me say it before, your appointment's totally free. But it's going to work, and you're going to have a better life right away. An expert staff is waiting for you. 5 locations from Colorado Springs all the way up to Fort Collins. So, again, give them a call, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You trying to calm me down over here, Nelly?
You were talking about how tight Marcus Moser is and how Vic, and how you're nervous. I'm trying to calm everyone's nerves.
I kind of like.
I'm not nervous.
I kind of like the space I'm in. I like it.
I'm good. I like my space.
No, I'm
It's a
nervous,
cool
but I like to
business
live in this every once in a while. I like to get like some adrenaline going. Adam Schefter at 8 o'clock. You can listen to us anywhere, by the way, on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injured lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
I had some Mexican fusion food last night, and I don't know what the hell fusion means, but my stomach hurts. I don't know what fusion means.
I'm not a big fusion guy. It's like, all
I
right.
don't even know what it means.
Hey, you ever get the taco sushi? It's like, I'll just get tacos or I'll get sushi. I don't need them put together. What are we doing here?
Is that what that means?
Yeah, it's like
Is that
you're
what that
taking
means?
two different styles of foods and putting them together. Like a chicken Alfredo quesadilla. You're like, okay.
It's funny you said that. I felt dumb looking at the menu. I'm looking at the menu going,
What'd you
what the hell
get?
is this? I don't know, like a bowl of a bunch of stuff, and now my stomach hurts. Just a bowl.
What's the deal with fusion food?
Yeah.
Brett Seinfeld over here.
What do you mean? I was just telling you what it was. I wasn't making a joke out of it. I'm like, that's you said fusion. That's what it is. It's two things that they kind of put together. I'm not a fan, though. I don't like it.
Two great tastes that taste great together.
Yeah, but it's
That's a
just,
Reese's peanut butter cup.
chocolate and peanut butter go together.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, bruh.
That's a thing. It's a thing that you do. Anyway, I want to get to the
Well, hold on a second. Just for the audience. Nelly, could you kill that? Yeah, thank you so much, because I've got to clarify something. For those who are newer to the program, and maybe you've been around for a couple of years, and maybe you've heard whispers of our trip to L.A. some years ago. Was that like 6 years ago, something like that?
Yeah.
5 years ago? Vic and his Los Angeles eating situation is it's always a stupid adventure. For God knows what reason. You always make it some sort of idiotic adventure. Traveling and complications and getting sick or whatever. What is with you in LA eating, bro?
Yeah, be better.
I just made a comment about fusion.
Better.
I'm not sure what that is.
Anyway, hang on. I want to get to the X factors for these. These aren't hard things to answer, but I do think it's sort of fun to put these in, hey, what do the Avs need most tonight? And I think it's pretty obvious. You need Kale and you need Val to just be themselves.
Absolutely.
Like, not even asking for them to play above some certain they don't have to. They just have to be who they usually are. And I think that you get the fact that they have 3 combined points in 5 games is not being who they are. Okay? And you can say, Moj, and I'll give you this from Bednar yesterday. You asked this to Bednar, Vic, about Cale Makar specifically.
He's gotten there, in the last handful of games. I thought he was really good. It was a little bit of a slow start for him in the series. Like, listen, he played an incredible game 1. I think it was 12 shot attempts. The problem is his sights were off in that game, and he misses the net more than usual, and that turns into a really tight game. He's getting into the right areas of the ice. He's got, again, last game, he had 3 or 4 shots right from the slot. Ottinger makes some big saves.
So that's a part of it. I want to get to the other part in a minute. But you can say about Cale that, hey, despite having zeros on the box score, he played a really good night. It didn't reflect his night. Like, we all kind of understand there's games in which that happens for guys, where the box score doesn't reflect their actual game.
Correct.
The issue, though, Moj,
there was a game where I thought I'm trying to remember. Again, we're talking about, this is game 6. I thought he was one of the best players on the ice, but he didn't have a point.
But the problem is, at some point, sort of, it is what it is, and 2 points for him in 5 games just isn't who Cale is, right? You need more than that.
That is correct.
So you can take the individual cases of, I thought he played better than what this said tonight, but bottom line is we're 5 games in, and he had 2 points. We need more.
He's the best defenseman, best scoring defenseman on the planet. That's the entire earth, okay? If you got a hockey team somewhere on some sort of exoplanet someplace else in the solar system or the universe or the galaxy or whatever, fine.
He's going to be historically one of the best to ever live.
There's no doubt about it. So, yeah.
Is he lacking confidence? Does he need a dose of early
I don't
confidence?
know. It's just that, listen, Dallas is doing an excellent – here's what Dallas is doing, and they're doing a good job of it. And you've got to get them out of it. And you did a good job of getting them out of it in game number 4. They are pressuring all the way to the blue line very well. They're making correct decisions, and they're active, and they're aggressive, and they're pressuring up top. They're trying to take that shot away from him down the slot or even a couple side steps or whatever the case may be. Go ahead.
Well,
Yes,
here's
Brett.
part 2 with Bednar.
I can't say that he's not playing well. Like game 4, he was absolutely dominant horse in the game and a huge difference maker in the game. Him and Nate. But they're making it tough on those guys. Like that's a lot of times in playoff hockey, it's stars can nullify the other stars, and it's been difficult on them. But I feel like they've been grinding through it, and just got to stay with it again for one more game. Hopefully, they have a game 6 like they did game 4 at home.
Yeah, and it's. I guess when you see it, it's easy to see what they do. And maybe from my perspective, way up top, you can see it developing before it does develop, what the Stars are doing, especially if the Avs want to carry the puck in to the zone A and then carry the puck into the zone down the boards. They pressure with that defenseman. They run the forward at him. They do it. I mean, they're a very responsible team with their system, the Dallas Stars. So I'll give them credit. And they're working their butts off. And they're being incredibly aggressive. They know how deadly Cale Makar is from outside. They know how much his shot, even on net or even not on net, but how much chaos it can cause deep in their zone. That's why they don't let him get it off. Flash, 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 and they chase him. Watch the Stars. They will chase him all over the zone to try to deny. The fact of the matter is he's hitting more sticks and shin pads up high in the zone than he has in a long time.
What scares me about this matchup with Dallas is they're the ultimate counterattack team. Is if you get a little aggressive, as the Avs are apt to do, a defenseman jumps up in the zone, is the odd man rush as it causes the other way, and we saw that in game 4, right? We saw it game 5.
You asked me how 96. Yeah, you asked me how 96 scored that goal.
Yeah.
Well, he cheated out of the zone.
Talking about Mikko, by the way.
Whatever.
Just clarify.
Whatever.
Oh.
He cheated out of the zone, okay? And he could see that his team was forcing the issue. So he went scoot, 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 scoot. Then it became a 2-on-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knew.
Well, bottom line is they need both him and Val just to get on the board. And you can play well without having points, but typically the points are going to reflect your game on the ice, typically.
Okay, so what time will the puck drop tonight?
Well, it probably will not be until 7:50 or 7:52, right around there.
So 7:50. The ball's up in the air here in L.A. probably at around 8:15, 8:20. So they'll be separated by close to 20 to 30 minutes.
You know what you got to do?
Again.
You know what you got to do?
What?
You got to keep them separated.
That's stupid. It is going to be mass chaos again. A conflict diamond night in the Mile High City. With no regard to Denver fans who want to enjoy both teams.
Agreed.
So it's going to be one of those nights.
Agreed.
And that sucks.
Well,
Agreed.
On the other side, Vic, for that later tip, by the way, the Nuggets will be on 92.5, the Avs on AM 950 tonight. Theirs is easy. Can Jamal do that again? Maybe not 43 points, but have that same sort of look, that same sort of instilled fear into the opposing team.
I have a different approach to tonight's game, and it's not Jamal Murray going off.
Okay, well, hang on a second. Just give me a minute on this because Jokic was asked about something he said back during the championship run, which was if Jamal's the best player on the team, then that's the best version of the Nuggets.
Nicole, you said something like during the 2020 playoffs, something along the lines of when Jamal's your guys' best player, you guys are nearly unbeatable. What do you think about that just now after a night like that to tonight?
I said it.
You said something along these lines. I'm sorry, it's been a long time.
I'm really smart. I'm joking. I mean, it's true. When he's our best player, we are really dangerous.
And I think that's true because here's what happens. When Jamal is, quote, your best player for the night, it's not because Jokic wasn't good. It's because Jamal elevated his game to the level of what Jokic is playing at. So you have two guys now at that level. But go ahead, Vic. What do you think?
I think tonight's one of those games where scoring like that, to ask Jamal to do that again, especially on the road, especially against a team that's now painted into a corner, is asking an awful lot. I think the Nuggets tonight should lean on defense. Just lean on that side of the ball and just go like rabid dogs again, just like they did in Game 4. I see the same type of game tonight. I think you should defend as if this is your Game 7. Defend as if you can't lose. And offense will take care of itself. I don't think you want to open it up like they did the other night. Well, the other night was an aberration. It was a high-scoring game. And for the Nuggets in this playoffs, everything's been lower scoring. I think you lean into that tonight because it's going to be very difficult to get loose.
Vic, you and I and Brett were in great admiration of the defensive effort of one Christian Braun as this series has gone on. How much of a tone setter can he be from the get-go tonight? And do other guys, if he's doing his Harden thing and he's got the beard in check and he's flying around with his hair on fire, does that get other guys in the same kind of mode or not?
Well, I'm glad you brought up Harden because here in L.A., by the media, by his fans, maybe even in the locker room, James Harden has been skewered. He's been ridiculed. He has been hammered. Playoff Harden, here we go again. He doesn't perform in the postseason. The pressure gets to him. Every game in this series, he's gotten worse if you look at his numbers. His shooting attempts have gone down. His scoring has gone down. His interest level seems to have gone down. It looks like Brown has gotten to him. This could be a dangerous game if he decides to wake up. So continue what you're doing. Whatever you're doing to him, do it early. Get him out of the game. Once you get him out of the game, you force the other guys to carry him. I don't think they can.
You know, there are a few guys in this league, though, that really take pride in and enjoy defending hard. Like, I got you. It's not an easy thing to do. I wouldn't want to do it. I mean, if I had my choice, I'd rather rain down threes than absolutely sell out on the perimeter on a very good player. But if you got one of those guys who just enjoys defending, enjoys being that guy, well, that's a fortunate thing, man. And maybe CB can be that guy.
Well, here's the other part. I mean, you bring up Harden. And we'll talk about this in more detail in a few minutes, but Harden throughout the course of his career, this is kind of who it's been, or who he's been. I think if any Clippers fans are surprised that Harden is maybe struggling right now, then they haven't done the research on James Harden's career, which is he's the opposite of what Jamal is. Jamal is one guy during the regular season, and typically he's a completely different guy when the postseason hits. All of his numbers take a jump, right? So here's the funny thing. I did this, I looked this up in the 6 o'clock hour. Harden's career in the postseason, he's got 171 career postseason games. He averages 22 points, 5 boards, and 6 assists. He does that on 42.5 from the floor and 34 from 3. So you go to Jamal. In his games, in his career stats in the postseason, he's played in 70 games. He averages 24 points, 5 boards, and 6 assists. So virtually the same, couple points more per game. But he does that on 46% from the floor and 39.5 from 3. It's just Harden is not efficient in the postseason for whatever reason. No, I give
I'll tell you the
Christian Braun
reason.
full credit. Go ahead.
Well, you know the answer. You know why Harden's game goes down in the postseason, because the postseason, the whistle is swallowed. In the postseason, they don't buy all those flops. In the postseason, if a guy gets in your face, they allow it. In the playoffs, half of these things that are happening between him and Brown are going to be called fouls in the regular season.
Sure.
They're going to be whistled. He's going to go to the foul line. Well, he's not afforded that opportunity in the postseason. They don't blow the whistle in the postseason. He's not tough enough to adjust in the postseason. And let me tell you what Jamal Murray is. Say what you want about Jamal Murray. He doesn't flop. Have you ever seen Jamal Murray flop?
I can't recall that I ever have. No.
Ever.
No.
Ever. Jamal Murray in the regular season versus the postseason plays the exact same brand of basketball. He doesn't change his game. He's a playoff riser. He now has as many 40-point games in the playoffs as he has in the regular season. Think about that. He has hit the 40-point mark
in
as many
71
times
games. 71 games.
in the postseason as he has in the regular season in his career. That tells you that man, there is no adjustment to the postseason for him. There's no, well, you got to adjust your game. He plays the same way. And what that way is, there's no easy way out. There's no flopping. Just don't flop.
I feel pretty good about today overall.
Yeah.
I mean, I really do. I don't seem calm to you. One thing.
You look like a man you don't know, like an AI robot
Right.
that is guessing what calm should look like.
Okay. Well, let me tell you what's giving me anxiety. Vic is like he's like in a Bourne movie's clean room. Is all I can think of. Like you know what I mean?
Like the interrogation.
Yeah.
No, I'm actually in Shador Sanders' draft room that they took all the logos down.
Sake.
No,
They
you're
took
not.
all the logos down, and I've rented it.
No, you're not, Vic, because I don't see any legendaries anywhere on the wall.
Well, again, they repainted the walls.
Oh, gotcha.
Wait, what if I was a guy and I'm like, golly, man, I gotta get this report finished. And my computer crapped out. I got to go to the business center, and I've got to get this back to New York here early in the morning. And then I walk in, and Clown Boy is sitting in there going, Jamal don't have to be good. He just got to be okay. I think it's a different kind of game.
Let me tell you something about Clown Boy. Have we had an instant on this show, Nelly, maybe you can help me, where you guys have asked me, hey, restart your system, restart your modem. Have we had one of those yet?
Hey, Bob.
You got
Nelly,
you got a
I'm
pretty
talking
clean
to you.
record. Yes, you got a pretty clean record.
Why do you think that's clean? Why do you think that's clean?
It's so funny, though.
Okay.
No, but you shut them off. Why are we having a clean show, Nelly? Because I took the time to come downstairs to the business office to go right straight into the Ethernet. Not lazy ass Moser who sits next to his bed.
Hey,
Bro. Okay, it looks like I got hit with, 10 pounds of meat all night. Okay, bro. The business center in Winnipeg. Hi, where's your guys' business center? We ain't got no business water.
yeah.
I mean, come on, bro. Come on.
All right, I'll give you that.
Ain't a lot of people lawyering in Winnipeg right about now, man.
All right, you're right.
All
You're
right,
right. My
all right.
apologies. Humble apologies.
The place to be tonight is number 38, and Rhino Alberto is hosting an extended pregame show in the Nuggets broadcast, and Mike Sanford is hosting the Double Dipparoo viewing party for both the Nuggets and Avs. Awesome giveaways, including Nuggets and Avs autographed pictures and a Jamal Murray autographed jersey. That's all thanks to the Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. Watch both games with fellow Nuggets and Avs fans tonight at number 38 in Rhino. We'll see you there. Adam Schefter, 8 o'clock. Stick around. All right, Adam Schefter in 15 minutes. We'll get a look at the Broncos post-free agency, post-draft. He'll talk to us at 8. Double Dipparoo tonight. The Avs and Stars going to be on AM 950. The Nuggets will be on 92.5. Just something quickly here. I want to get to the Lakers loss in a second, but also...
Yeah, we need to revel a little bit. Just a little.
We're going to. I just have a quick question, though.
Those guys are so insufferable, though. I just, they're unbelievable.
They're the worst fans in sports.
No doubt about it.
I'm going to say it right now, and if you're listening to the show as a Lakers fan, first of all, what the hell are you doing? Second of all, you're the worst in sports.
Just quickly here, because we were just talking about Jamal.
Go ahead, laugh.
No, I agree. Know your role, Lakers fans. You suck.
You said this about Jamal, Vic, that Jamal has more or the same amount of 40-point playoff games as he does. More than regular season. Yeah. Jamal has more 40-point playoff games than, according to StatMuse, Tatum, Bird, Barkley, Kawhi, Ant, Mitchell, Jokic, Kyrie, Ja, AD, Brown, Embiid, Carmelo, Trae Young, Dame Lillard, McGrady, Magic, Duncan, Oscar Robertson, Paul Pierce, Miller, Drexler, Malone, all of those different guys. He's got more 40-point playoff games than them.
Wow.
And the first thing I thought when I read that was, how the hell, like 20 years from now, assuming baby Jamal Cale doesn't watch any sort of basketball and she's not into sports or something, like let's say that's the case.
Oh, my God.
Oh, she's going to be. She stands around the house and goes,
my Lord.
let's go Avalanche. She does it like every day.
Good.
She's so cute.
But how do I explain Jamal Murray to her? How do I explain the enigma of this amazing player in the postseason that's capable of this stuff, but also has no all-star appearances? Like, it's just a weird thing to try and explain how good he was capable of being, but never seen that as consistently and all the time, if that makes sense.
You want the truth?
Yeah.
He's not in shape until the playoffs.
Sure.
He's not in shape until the second half of the season. He's not in NBA shape.
It's just,
and I think you've heard coaches mention it. Malone mentioned it. Calvin Booth mentioned it. Conditioning, right? Josh Kroenke has mentioned it. Everybody in the organization sees it. His November and Decembers are terrible. Go back and look at his November and Decembers.
He's always a slow
He doesn't
starter.
come into camp. He doesn't come into a camp, I think, in NBA shape, and it takes some time to get into that shape, which is why he doesn't make All-Star games. But if you got this version, the one we saw the other night, where he looked electric, energized, explosive, did he not?
Yes, it's the. By the way, the quality that Jamal has that rises above all, that I think is arguably, maybe not the, but one of the most important in sports. We just talked about Harden. Harden's numbers take a dip when he gets to the postseason. If your back's against the wall, if you need something, you need a big game because you can't lose this one. You need a big shot because it's going to win or lose you the game. Jamal is as good as anybody in those scenarios.
I choose him.
Yeah.
If I say, look, man, I need somebody just to be an absolute dog tonight and get off.
Because you have to.
I would
that's
choose
the
him
guy.
over Joker. In fact, I was almost surprised they went to Joker late in that game in L.A. I would honestly choose, if you gave me a choice, who do you want taking this shot with the game on the line on this team? I would take Jamal Murray.
Oh, Joker's got a pretty good record at that, too.
I would take Jamal Murray. That's your choice. That's my choice.
You know what? I would have no problem with either one.
Well, I guess
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Well, speaking of AD, we'll get to that momentarily. But I would say that if you want to win, I'd prefer Jamal Murray. But if you need points, just feed it to the big guy on the block, and
I'm talking about one shot to win the game.
Okay,
Yeah.
But the big guy will. Oh, the big guy's also made the one shot to win the game on multiple occasions.
Of course he has. Yeah, there's no denying it. I'm just telling you, the ice in his veins. I've never seen anything like it. He doesn't dwell. He doesn't care. If you say why'd you go 3 for 20, he doesn't care. He's still in his zone.
I wished that the Clippers had called a timeout after his logo 3 the other night. They didn't.
So he could actually.
Well, he just stopped. But that was old Jamal Murray, man. That was the guy, right? Was that not? I mean, he makes that logo 3 from 858 feet, and then he does that. And I'm like he's almost surfing.
So
I'm like, that's my guy right there. I want that. I need that.
Tonight, they're going to ask something else of Jamal Murray. If you're going to win Game 6 and end this series tonight, which is a heavy task, I get it, It's not one of those games that's going to be pretty. It's not going to be the game we saw in Denver the other night. Tonight's going to be a gritty, ugly defensive game. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be low scoring if the Nuggets win. If it's a high-scoring game, I don't like their chances.
Yeah.
If it's a low-scoring game, I do.
Okay.
By the way, Texture says, Jamal Murray starts the season out of shape. Please don't hire Nico Harrison. Yeah, no kidding. But you know what? Speaking of, it's amazing how the media has just kind of turned, national media anyway, and be like, hey, was Nico Harrison onto something with the out-of-shape bad defense Luka in the postseason thing? Because for the Lakers to lose in 5 games to Minnesota, and I mentioned it, I said before the series started, I thought Minnesota was going to win. And I thought it would have more to do with size, and that was obviously a big factor too. I mean, Vic, in a game that you need to win or your season's over, Rudy Gobert goes for 27 and 24. Why? He's 4 inches taller than everybody else that's on the floor for the Lakers, than everybody else. Yeah. And what's amazing is heading into the game, I'm sure you guys saw a snippy J.J. Redick heading into Game 5 when asked about...
He stormed out of the press conference yesterday.
Consulting assistance for maybe substitutions in the second half. So it started there. Then the Lakers couldn't score. Then this quote from LeBron after the game is really weird to me. And Vic, I know you saw the same thing I did. I'm going to run it real quick, and Vic, you go ahead.
Basically from mid-January on, right when AD got injured, you guys started playing a lot of centerless basketball, and that required a lot from you and Doe and Rui and then Vando once he got back. Just from a physical, taxing standpoint, how tough was that for the last 3.5 months to play that style, and do you feel like that caught up at all in this series?
No comment. I never say that because my guy AD said what he needed, and then he was gone the following week. So I got no comment. I put that uniform on every night. I gave everything I had, and that's all that matters.
You know, he's laughing about it, but it's a nervous laughter because a week before the NBA trade deadline, a week before the big deal that happened for Luka, AD went public and said, I'm better at the 4. I need to be playing the 4. I need a big guy next to me. When we won the championship, speaking in AD's terms, they had big guys next to him, and that's what he wanted. And the Lakers instead of zigging, they zagged, and they traded him for Luka with Small. And we all acknowledge, what they got in return for Luka was ridiculous. It was the heist of a lifetime. But we also saw what the Lakers were lacking. They're small. Mm-hmm. They had a trade set with Charlotte for that center, that young center,
Mark
and
Williams,
they reneged on that trade. Yeah, that never happened. So they stayed small, and they got beat up by a bigger team. It is about matchups. I think the Lakers would have beaten a lot of teams in the playoffs, but not that team. Minnesota's too big. And you know what? The Nuggets have the same issues with Minnesota. Minnesota's big at every position. That's a big team.
Yeah.
The team that beat them last year, if you recall, Dallas comes at you with 3 or 4 guys that are 7 foot.
Yeah.
They got shot blockers. They got size.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty amazing to watch how quickly that fell apart. Considering, and look, I bought into it too. I thought put Luka on that team. I mean, Luka just made the NBA Finals last year. It was super weird. I mean, I was fooled.
I don't want to throw any bad karma into the wind. You know me and my universe, right, Vic? Mm-hmm. I know you don't buy into it.
Threads and weaving.
The threads that weave and intertwine and all that sort of thing. But watching those guys lose makes me so happy.
Oh, God, it's just, what is it about it? It's not them per se; it's their fan base.
I think that's probably what it is.
Well, especially this year, after all that stuff. I mean, they thought after they got Luka that a championship was coming. Yeah. If you remember, they celebrated when the Nuggets fired Malone with 3 games left in the season. Wasn't it Gilbert Arenas walked onto his podcast smoking a cigar in a Lakers jersey after Malone got fired, thinking, it's the death of the Nuggets and it's the birth of the Lakers.
And what is Gilbert Arenas doing, for God's sake? Anyway.
Trust me, because I'm being trolled by a lot of Lakers fans on my feed over the last couple of years. I've been trolled. I know what they do. They have one eye on the Lakers, and that's when I tell them all the time, the Nuggets have arrived. We have arrived as a team, as a program, as a franchise, when we're on their minds all the time. guarantee all of Lakers country, nation, lakes, whatever the hell they call themselves, they're going to be rooting against the Nuggets for the rest of this playoff run.
Lakers,
Against
lookers,
them.
Lakers, lockers. Hey, I think it bagged on. It makes my heart swell with joy. But when you look at LeBron in Los Angeles, you know what they've got? They've got one bubble title. That's it. Otherwise, they don't have Jack,
They don't have Jack.
Squad douche.
You know what else?
Jack.
It is a
I have
title, though.
nothing.
It is a title.
Jack.
Yeah, I know. It's a title. It counts.
It's
There's
a,
no
it's,
doubt. But
it's a
but they're
bubble
hype.
title, but it's
they're
squad
hype.
douche.
Let me tell you how
Yeah.
hype. It's not just the fan base. It's the media fan base, too. A bunch of media who just slobber all over the Lakers. I have in front of me the predictions for the Western Conference playoffs. ESPN analysts, 10 analysts were asked, who will win the Lakers-Wolves series? All 10 of them had the Lakers. Most of them had the Lakers in 5 or 6.
Yeah.
It's the
Hysterical.
slobbering over the Lakers.
You know,
Not only by the fans, by the media.
as much
It's
as
guys like, who's that dude that went on ESPN the other day and said Giannis should sign with the Lakers?
Moser.
Yeah. It's everybody involved.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
So we can get back to this in a little bit, but let's make some room. Adam Schefter recaps this new look Broncos roster after free agency and the draft. We'll get to it next. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We are joined by Adam Schefter of ESPN. Adam, always good to talk to you. Now that we have sort of a full scope of the offseason, post-free agency, post-draft, I got a question. Because the Broncos in the first round took Jahdae Barron, who is obviously a great player. It was a good value pick. It's just not something I think Broncos fans are expecting because they were thinking wide receiver, running back, tight end, something skill position-wise. But you look at the Broncos on paper. Are they arguably the best defense on paper in the NFL heading into next year?
Well, first of all, I think his name is pronounced Jahdae Barron, right? Am I
yes.
correct?
Yes.
Jahdae.
Get it right, Brett.
And which I didn't realize until this week, but I was corrected by somebody out at the Broncos. Jahdae, like Jahdae Barron. But anyway, they took Jahdae Barron, and he just bolsters the secondary. And I think really part of the reason that they picked Jahdae Barron in round 1 is because they loved R.J. Harvey that much in round 2. And so they knew that they were going to be trying to get R.J. Harvey. In fact, when I saw them starting to manipulate draft picks in the second and third rounds, as soon as I saw that, I knew right what that was.
Yeah.
I knew right what that was. That was R.J. Harvey all along being in position. And would they take him? Pick 60?
Yeah, 60.
They traded
Yeah,
twice.
Right. I think that they initially went into the draft. I know the way they operate. Like, they thought they could get him somewhere in the third round. And I think they got a little bit nervous about having to wait until the third round. So they did some manipulating, and they wound up getting him at the bottom of 2. Better safe than sorry. That was the running back they wanted. Knowing that was the running back that they wanted, they could go get Jahdae Barron in round 1, bolster the secondary, get the cornerback, and not a deep cornerback draft, and come back and get the running back they wanted anyway.
Yeah, Adam, I agree with you on Harvey. They are absolutely ecstatic over the play of that kid. But I do wonder if there's any urge for the Broncos to move up once Tyler Warren started moving back. And that was a prospect. Were they fishing for a tight end there? Was there any chance at all?
I think that I don't know this, but I think if they moved up, I think they would have gone for Colston Loveland.
Colston.
And and I don't think that it worked out with Colston Loveland going 10. Just never became a feasible, realistic option. And so Denver stayed where it was and took Jahdae Barron.
Sorry, Adam, but it seems like, again, they get the wideout that I don't know if Pat Bryant was their number 1, but this guy is a route-running, sure-handed son of a gun. It just looks to me like none of this has been like crazy, man, we got this superstar kind of guy, but these are all really good pieces that you are building with and putting in the proper place, that they're going about it in a very calculated way that I think is going to pay off for them.
Well, when you have the quarterback that you believe in, you can do a lot of different things and target guys you want. If you don't have the quarterback, you're scrambling all around. And so it just makes everything so much easier, right? And so now you go cornerback and go running back, get a wide receiver. Like, they don't have to do anything. Like, you're just trying to make the team better with the best players available. And that's what I think they were doing. Now, again, I think they loved R.J. Harvey. I think that was a guy they had circled, and clearly they love Jahdae Barron because, by the way, you know what it reminds me of now that I think about it? I hadn't thought of this until just now, but I remember before the draft, I'll tell you the draft. Hold on one second, because I'll tell you. Let me get an answer to this. So I remember talking to Sean before the 2017 NFL draft. So we're talking 8 years ago. And he was telling me, if my memory serves me cool, well, that would this be right? Maybe it's not right. Anyway,
are you looking through your high school yearbook right now? What are we doing?
You sound like me.
This is the NFL record and fact book, right? And it's got every roster and every pick, and it's my quick reference guide. It's my quick reference guide to look down. Oh, it is the same thing. Yep. Okay. So, before the draft 2017, I remember talking to Sean Payton, and I remember him going on and on about this running back from Tennessee, Alvin Kamara, that he loved. He just loved him. And he's like, but I don't know. I don't have to take him in round 1, so I can go elsewhere. Well, what they do in round 1 that year that they loved a late round running back, they took a cornerback in round 1, Marshawn Lattimore. So they took a cornerback in round 1, came back and got Alvin Kamara in round 3. And by the way, that year I told all my friends, take Alvin Kamara in your fantasy draft. He was their last round pick, and that worked out okay for the people that took him. And this year they went cornerback in round 1 again, and they went for the running back that Sean Payton and the Broncos loved. Like, it just feels like 2017, a version of it all over again that I hadn't thought of until just now.
Well, and one thing that was really missing last year from the Broncos offense is, as good as Bo Nix was as a rookie, he just didn't have a running game to work with. They either refused to run the football, or when they tried, it just didn't work out. But I know that this is the 4th time that he selected a running back in the top 100 picks. It's been Reggie Bush, Mark Ingram, Alvin Kamara, and now R.J. Harvey. And I think judging on the past, the record that he has in doing so, you should expect R.J. Harvey's at least going to be a decent guy that can help out that running game.
I'd be surprised if he weren't. If he stays healthy, I expect that R.J. Harvey will be a major productive back for the Denver Broncos.
You know, the story of the draft, though, and I know you guys were following like crazy, as were we, was Shedeur Sanders' slide. And I guess the question is this, Adam. Is this more about teams around the league just didn't view him as a starting quarterback right away in the league, and it was a lot of hype that was built around it that maybe wasn't there? Or did the other things have something to do with the slide?
I think it's all of it. It's funny because I was on the phone with the team yesterday, and that team said to me, I'm not going to name the team, but the team goes, do you know that Shedeur Sanders went almost to the exact slot that we had him rated for on our board?
Wow.
That's nuts. Having said that, Adam, I met your wonderful children when you came to town a few weeks ago.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you, if you're Ulbrecht, if you're the coach in Atlanta who was embarrassed and had to go up there and apologize on behalf of his son, what would you do if your kid did that? If your kid went national and pulled that kind of prank, that punk move, what would you do as a parent?
I would be so furious because I think when, our kids act out of turn, when they don't act the right way, I mean, it's a reflection of you. I've made mistakes as a kid, and I feel like it reflected poorly on my parents, right? It reflected poorly on my parents. And so, if one of my kids did that, well,
yeah.
I mean, look, most children go through something. They get themselves into some situation, right? I remember my son, I guess I could say this, like on my 50th birthday, he got waitlisted at Michigan. And it was a tragedy. He finally got in, and on my 50th birthday, he got waitlisted. My 50th birthday. I don't know if I said
I was
that.
going to say he was 50 when he went to college.
On my 50th birthday, he got waitlisted. He finally got in the spring, and there's a reason I'm telling you that. And then on my 51st birthday, I found out that he was placed on academic probation, and they were sending him home. Okay? Mm-hmm. So I remember him walking in the house, and I was so furious that this kid that we worked so hard with, that worked on his own, had put so much into it, and went to school and squandered that chance to the point where they sent him home. And I remember him walking in. I remember said, Dev, there's a gas station up the street. Like Getty, where we go and get gas when we're out of gas. Here's your choice. You're going to go to the community college now, and you're going to get your grades up, and you're going to go back to Michigan, or wherever you want, or you're going to be working at that Getty gas station the rest of your life. Like, that's up to you, whatever you want to do. And so he went through that. I bring that up because I think most kids face fork in the road moments where they do dumb, stupid things without realizing the consequences. And that's one of those moments that kid did a really dumb, stupid thing. And it reflects poorly on everybody. And I thought Jeff Ulbrich, the father, handled the press conference yesterday that he held about as well as you can handle a moment
Perfectly.
like that.
He did.
Exactly.
I felt for him. Yeah.
Yeah. He took all the
I felt for the
responsibility.
family.
You could see how badly he felt about it. And you either learn from those moments and grow from them, or you don't, and you sit and wallow in less than mediocrity so that kid, I couldn't stand what he did. It was so obnoxious. It was so immature. It was so irresponsible. It was so distasteful. And so if my kid did that, I want to kill him. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to kill him.
Not only that, Adam, but cost him $100,000. I mean, that's a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, by the way, I mean, it's a ton of money. But I got to tell you something. Jeff Ulbrich paid the price without having to be fined.
Correct. That is correct. Absolutely, he did. Yep, no doubt about it. And then the Falcons are just in the drive-by. $250 for us. What do we do? Hey, hey, listen, real quick before we let you go, is there anybody that you saw in this draft? I always worry. I mean, when the Raiders get Ashton Genty, I'm like, oh my God, and then they have a pretty good draft for themselves, and I thought the Chargers did as well. But is there anybody that you thought really sort of stepped it up and maybe had a better draft than anybody could have imagined?
People ask that question, and they ask draft grade, because what you're saying is, without saying it, do we have a draft grade? Somebody that really got and to me, that's like saying on the first day of school, let's grade the students before they take a test, before they turn in a paper. Let's give them a grade. Okay, well, I like the way that student looks. Let's give him an A. I don't like the way that student looks. They'll give him a C. Okay. And then they take the test, and the C student shines, and the A withers. So it doesn't mean anything to me. Like, who knows? We'll see. We'll see in the fall who had a good draft and who didn't. Yeah, you don't know. I mean, we could throw things out there, but I don't put too much stock into it.
Well, one thing I am curious about is, the Jags, they maneuver up to number 2 to start that draft to take Travis Hunter. And I believe, if I saw your report correct, they're basically going to start him off at wideout, where that's going to be his main thing that he starts with, and then kind of work him into defense. Like, are they planning on doing this both ways? I don't know what the frequency is on both positions, but they are planning on using him on both sides.
Correct. They're going to, quote unquote, as it was told to me, onboard him as a wide receiver and also play him some at defensive back.
I just wonder how that process works. How much film room time does he spend on each side? How much practice time does he spend on each side? Because when he was at CU, Adam, he would have like 2 days off of practice where he did nothing just to make sure his body was going to be okay.
Yeah, but he also he's also a film hound. I mean, this guy, Adam, here's what he does. He plays football, watches film.
Why is Vic a bunny?
Oh, my God.
Why is Vic a bunny right now? What are you doing?
What is that?
What does he do?
Hey, when is Aaron Rodgers signing with the Steelers?
Vic, you look great. Like that would have been good on Easter, Vic. Not on May 1st.
Close enough.
Okay.
And it's talking. Okay.
But I want to know about Aaron Rodgers.
That's even better.
No, Adam, please, for the love of God, can you please give us something that the league doesn't have so we can go viral with Vic being a cow right now? Please. Say something crazy. That'll go everywhere.
I just think that we should nickname Vic there Jax.
Yeah, I like it.
Tell us about your love life for Aaron Rodgers, please.
See, by the way, these are fun things that you can do. You don't want to prank call people. You don't want to do dumb things like that, right? Like that's dumb.
Yeah, this is above the fray. This stuff is pure.
Exactly.
This
is good-natured fun that Vic is having with all these various. What else you got?
Your Honor, I'm not a cat.
Yeah.
Oh,
so you guys heard it here first. Adam Schefter reporting that the Chiefs are firing Andy Reid.
Okay.
Make this go everywhere. Adam, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much for the breakdown throughout the course of the year. Hopefully, we will talk to you very soon.
I appreciate it, guys. Really enjoyed it this year, and hope everybody has a nice little summer break here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter, ESPN. Thank you, Adam. Wolf. Yeah. All Conversations with Schefter, brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more.
How do you even do that? How do you even get a filter like that?
Well, this is when you take the extra time to go to the business center of the hotel, you get certain allowances, and this is one of them.
Oh, can you take the filters off? Because I want to ask one question before we go to break. Because I saw this yesterday. So if you guys remember 2 years ago, Florida State was 13-0. Their star quarterback, who was up in Heisman conversations up until the last couple of games of the year where he had the devastating leg injury. They were kept out as an undefeated Power 5 team of the college football playoff because it was still 4. Jordan Travis was then the following year drafted in the 5th round by the Jets. He's announced his retirement from the league already, saying, I tried to come back and rehab this. I just can't. It's over. I'm done. And I say that just to bring up how remarkable the comeback of Landeskog is, where we're talking this was like a year and a half ago. And this isn't taking anything away from Jordan Travis at all. But I'm just saying, the grind of a physical therapy rehab to get yourself right and back into playing shape is such a grueling process that some guys are just like, I can't do it. I'm never going to be the same. And it is what it is. And his injury probably has a lot to do with that too. Like I can't get healthy enough.
Yeah, his was a broken leg,
right,
and his ankle was completely
right. No, it was awful.
His ankle was just completely twisted and the wrong way and so on. I mean, it was really gruesome.
But when I saw that, I was like, man, that was a year and a half ago. Double that length of time was Gabe. And now he's back playing again. I just think putting those things side by side in my head was just like, holy cow.
The thing about Gabe, I don't think we'll be able to respect this because you can't do it during the course of a series. They're in one right now. They're up against it. They're facing elimination. So you can't think this far. But down the line, we'll go back and we'll say to ourselves, how in the hell does he come back midstream in the middle of a playoff series? It's one thing to come back, in the middle of the season and ease in a playoff where it's overwhelmingly intense.
Not
only come back, but move up the ranks of the lineup.
Not only does he feel good and look the part, he played 13-16 in game 1, 14-37 in game 2. Last game, 18-17. Now, his average has been almost 21 minutes per game in his first 69 playoff games.
Wow.
But he's starting to creep right to where he should be, right?
Yeah.
So it's pretty darn awesome. First on the ice yesterday at practice. Look, I look at tonight as a wonderful opportunity. I think it's going to be fun as heck over at Ball Arena. I think it's going to be off the hook.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
All you've got to do, Vic, go win a hockey game. Go win a game.
We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Again, got a watch party in Rhino tonight at number 38. Berto's going to host an extended pregame show in the Nuggets broadcast, along with Mike Sanford hosting the Double Dipparoo viewing party. There's giveaways, Nuggets, Avs autographed pictures, Jamal Murray autographed jersey. That's all thanks to Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. Watch both games with fellow Nuggets and Avs fans tonight at number 38 in Rhino. We'll see you there. Back after this.
I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
Make of this what you will. I just opened up Circa Sportsbook. The Nuggets are 6.5-point dogs tonight in LA for Game 6 and a chance to close things out. All the game props you could imagine, all the live odds when the game starts. That's what Circa Sports does with the best odds in the game. Now, on the other side, the Avs also playing tonight. They are minus 187 on the money line. So a pretty heavy favorite, considering how the series has gone with some of these odds on the Circa Sportsbook. You can find that and so much more. It's the best sportsbook in the game. The best odds. You can't find them anywhere else like what Circa does. So download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. You know, it is weird, Vic, that the Nuggets, who play tonight, 8 o'clock-ish is what we'll call it. It'll be on 92.5. They have margin for error here. If they lose, it's not the end of the world. But I want to see if this team is truly going to be one that you can believe can, if they make the next round, play Oklahoma City to a tough series, possibly win it. It feels like tonight's one of those, well, you got your foot on the throat, finish.
Who do you think, let me ask you this from an Oklahoma City perspective. OKC sitting at home watching. Who would they rather play in the next round? And let's be honest, be objective. Who do you think they'd rather see?
The Nuggets.
I disagree.
Well, you know what? They were 2-2 over the course of the season in that series.
Not only that, they're looking at a Nuggets team that perhaps is finding stride and still has championship pedigree and still has that one guy that you don't know what he's going to do. I think they want the Clippers. I think they can manhandle the Clippers. They can throw numbers at the Clippers. They're not worried about the Clippers. They're a little worried about the Nuggets. And I'm not even going to say they're worried per se because Oklahoma City's stacked, but they would, in my opinion, prefer to play the Clippers.
I think that they think they're beating both, no matter who comes out.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, they think they're beating both. I'm not saying which way. I'm saying who would they prefer? And I don't think they'd prefer Denver.
Vic,
no way.
Vic, I have a problem, though, with Oklahoma City, and here's why. It's not necessarily a problem. I thought Memphis was decent, but they had a crappy end to the regular season to get into the playoff, and then the play-in, and then they won that, and then they're in. Oklahoma City absolutely destroyed the Grizzlies. I mean, toyed with them, made fools of them. So I don't know how good of an opponent Memphis really was for them or how good Oklahoma City really is this postseason because what I saw was utter destruction, total carnage in that series.
Yeah. Well, we're about to find out how good they really are. But you know what is not lost on me, guys? I want you to take a look at the playoff situation right now. And for the second straight year, I'm going to say this because it's truly remarkable. The best division in the NBA remains the Northwest Division, the division in which the Nuggets reside. Because for the second straight year, that division has sent 3 teams to the playoffs, 3 successful teams to the playoffs. And if the Nuggets can get by the Clippers, it'll be the only division in basketball with 3 teams advancing to the next round.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good.
I think you could make the argument. And by the way, the Florida Panthers just smoked the Lightning out of the postseason. Oh, man. 5 games. I think you could make the argument, however good you
What's
think.
great about today is that it's not yesterday.
Is that the Central Division is also the best division in hockey.
Sure.
Got 5 you got 5 teams in. And the top 3 teams inside the division are, in my opinion, are 3 of the 6 best teams in the league. In the entire league.
Yes, sir.
And it's just unfortunate that you have to play each other, in this first round. It's just the way it's drawn up. I don't like it. And what's funny about that, there's been growing sentiment among those in the game of hockey and those around the game of hockey that this format stinks. Nobody really seems to like it.
You bring this up a lot.
Except one guy, and that's the commissioner. He likes it. Everybody else is like, this stinks. Anyway, that's the hand you're dealt, man. You gotta go.
Well, the commissioner works for the owners. If the owners don't like it, it gets changed. What's the problem here?
This guy, Gary Bettman's been around for 33 years, 34 years, 33 years. How long has he been around? A long time. Anyway, that's just the way it is. So yeah, the Northwest is the best in basketball. I would argue that the Central Division is the best in hockey.
Moser, I did want to ask you about Taka in Vancouver. Does that mean Footer's looking for work too?
Yeah, I believe it does. But those guys are good friends. As far as that is concerned, there's a head coach opening in the city of brotherly love.
By the way, it's Tukit.
Oh my God, do we still have that?
The Canucks Tukit?
Oh my God, yeah. So Rick Tocchet, obviously.
Rick Tukit.
Okay. That was just one part of it. But
Bruce Boudreau.
Boudreau
from the Canucks. He was a long-time flyer. He was very popular in that city. The guy can coach. So my guess is Danny Briere will probably target Tocchet and his entire staff to maybe go to the Philly. That's my thought.
Well, he resigned in Vancouver. Why would Vancouver just allow that?
Well, I think it's basically, hey, man, you go your way, I'll go up.
Mutual? Okay,
yeah,
so mutual.
I think it was. I mean, look, Vancouver's in a bad way right now.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody's communicating with anybody. The captain won't return texts from the owner. It's just really it's a mess. I'd want out of there too. If it was me, I'd want to get out too.
I got a question. There is breathing room for the Nuggets. There is not for the Avs. I guarantee you, Avs win, Nuggets lose tonight. Do you take it? You roll the dice.
Absolutely.
Well, of course. You keep both teams alive, yeah.
Okay, but it's at the expense of the Nuggets potentially closing things out. So that's why I'm asking.
There's only one.
I mean, you're giving me an opportunity to get both teams in that way. Sure. I mean, yeah. Okay. I mean, you have to sacrifice in life, Brett.
There's only
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Only one.
You'll learn. You have one child. When you have multiple children, and Mose, you don't know this either. You have one child. When you have multiple children, sometimes you take away from one to give to the other, not for the benefit of that, but for the benefit of the sum.
He's a philosophizer now.
Put your cat filter back on, for God's sake, dude.
No, please don't. I can't focus when you
there's only one possible outcome tonight that is not acceptable.
Yeah, 2 losses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not ready for that. But I
That's
feel
true.
good.
Like it's just like, give me one. And obviously we want the Avs because we don't want them bounced. But I'm sure if I can't get anything else, just give me one, because one is going to keep this thing rolling.
For those of you schedule makers who are there potentially looking forward to Saturday Game 7s, if the Nuggets do lose tonight, their Game 7 on Saturday would start either at 7:30 or 5:30. 7:30 or 5:30 on Saturday night. Those are the 2 start times for the Nuggets.
There are also, I hope Lee Blair is listening right now. I don't know that he is. He's working hard. Lee. But there are 2 openings on ABC. I can't for the life of me think that ABC/ESPN wouldn't take a Game 7 between the Avs and the Stars, national exclusive, right? It's on ABC.
I don't get it. They can just do that to you?
Yeah. They have the right for a Game 7 to say, altitude, get bent, we're taking this game
Moser,
all ourselves.
You're out.
Moser, you're gone. But I can't imagine. I mean, this has got to be, it would be the one that they would want, right? It would be the most hype, theoretically. So I would think that we would get maybe an early start on Saturday, like maybe 1 o'clock Denver time.
Let's hold on the Avs for a second, because if the Nuggets close things out tonight, and God, would you love it for a couple of different reasons. Number one, Vic, you close out tonight, the next series against OKC would start either the 5th or the 6th. Depending on what happens in the Houston Golden State series. If you can give, because I don't know where Russell Westbrook's at health-wise, him a few more days to get healthier with that foot, and I know that MPJ is not going to be healthy by the time the next series starts, but maybe a couple of days of doing nothing could really help out that shoulder, that left shoulder. If they win tonight, I think it's a huge help for those 2 guys in particular to get ready for the toughest team in the Western Conference.
Again, I just hope that the Nuggets can dig deep and look at last year as an example, a model of to take this game seriously. Because last year they didn't. Last year, Game 6 in Minnesota, they got blown out of the water. The game was over by the end of the first quarter. It was over at halftime, if you recall. It was one of the worst performances in Nuggets playoff history. Do you remember that game?
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody remember that game?
Of course we remember the game. You and your rhetorical questions. Yes, we remember that dang game.
Okay, I just wonder, like, when do you cut bait? If you don't have it tonight, if you're not mentally into it tonight, do you just sit starters? I mean,
it's a good question.
How do you do this?
You're saying if it's the midway through the third quarter and you're down 25 points or something like that, do you just say, hey, you know what? Hey, Zeke, go have fun. We're getting ready for Game 7 now. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. You know, I saw Coach Adelman in the gym yesterday here at the hotel, and I was just first of all, I told him, I said, listen, man, I know it doesn't mean anything because coaching is coaching, and I don't know what's going to happen next to you, but you are knocking these press conferences out of the park. I just told him, I said, and ultimately your win-loss record matters, not your press conference. None of that matters. But I'm just telling you. And he said to me, I'm just being honest. And I said, well, you just have to know something. A lot of coaches aren't honest. Yeah. Ask J.J. Redick how ask what they feel about J.J. Redick right now in L.A. A lot of coaches don't have honesty when they address reporters and the media. And whatever you're doing,
really
keep doing
don't give
it. Do you agree with me on this?
Yeah,
I mean, what
absolutely.
do you think about Adelman's approach? I love it.
I mean, it's very straightforward, honest, and refreshing, I suppose.
And it doesn't mean he's going to get the job. It doesn't mean anything. I had to let him know that. I just said it's just so
good on
to
you,
hear
Vic.
somebody.
That's great. Good job, buddy. You're a little pumper-upper, aren't you, bub? A little pumper-upper. Hey, Brett, I got the
facetious with me.
Just real
just
quick,
a little bit.
Just real quick
Yeah.
before you get to that, Moj. I remember Joker said he was asked about Adelman before he coached his first game. And he said he's pretty straightforward in the huddle. He's probably going to say something smart-assy. That's what Joker said. He called him a smart-ass. Like he's going to do that. But that is, I mean, I'm with you, Vic. Like he's conducted himself as if he's been the head coach all year, which is a credit to him.
All right,
No, and as we're working out in the gym, and I had him spot me because I had 4 plates on each side. I said, "All right, spot me right here." And as I was doing those reps, I was telling him how Christian Brown has changed the series.
Brett.
Okay, yep.
Just say it into the mic.
You've been holding your phone for 5 minutes. What?
Lee's listening.
Just say it right into the mic.
Lee?
Shut him off. Okay, so here's basically the scenario. If the Avs win tonight, you got a 1 p.m. Denver time and a 6 p.m. Denver time window with ABC on Saturday. If all these 4 series go 7 games, here's what you have to choose from for a national audience in America. Colorado, Dallas, Minnesota, Vegas, Toronto, Ottawa, and LA, Edmonton. Which 2 series are you taking?
The first 2.
Exactly. Now, if only 2 series go the distance, they got to take those 2 for their windows, period. So the likelihood of the Avs, if they win
So what time
tonight,
would it be, Moj? What time do you
1
think
or
it would
6?
be?
1 or 6?
Okay, if they...
Well, I don't know. I'm not in the ESPN offices. I don't.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now. You better make note of this.
Hey, Vic, the Nuggets just need to win tonight. No worries.
I know. But just make note of this, though. Just, please, I want everyone, if you're driving around town, stop, pull over, and make note of this. Memo. Pull your pencil out, your pad, make note of this. If the NHL, because the Nuggets, we'll know right now what the Nuggets have a Game 7. If the NHL gives me another conflict game on Saturday night, I'm going straight to the NHL office with my pitchfork.
It's not them, bro. It's ABC,
No.
ESPN. It's them.
Well, you say something to them, NHL office.
You know what? If I gave you a pitchfork and a pair of old man glasses, you could look like the dude in American Gothic.
You really could. You've got a
could
weird
pull that
face
off.
today.
Yeah, you could pull that off.
It doesn't.
I'm not a cat. Anyway, all right.
You're live. I'm not a cat.
Jesus Lord Almighty.
Can always get in touch with us. Shop Mazda text line, 1 price, 1 person, 1 hour. Back after this.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Keys to both games coming up here in just a little bit. I've got my thoughts, Vic, and it's pretty straightforward. We'll get to those here in just a few moments as we get ready for a couple of huge matchups tonight. I mean, this is the kind of night, if you're a sports fan, don't you want to live for nights like this where there's a lot on the line for both of your teams?
Well, it really is. If you compound both teams and what's at stake, it's the biggest night of the year, right? Of the seasons. If you look back at Nuggets and Avs seasons, this up until now, this is the biggest night of the year. It can't get any bigger. I suppose it can get bigger if you go to Game 7 for both teams, but right now, an elimination game for one and then a possible opportunity to advance for the other.
It is I guess last year, what were the timelines in the series last year when they were both in round 2? Was it the same sort of thing? Like when
we didn't have conflict nights last year. I don't recall any conflict nights like we're having this
year.
Yeah,
the end of both those series just felt like 4 straight days of disappointments because they were on off over and over again. But it is like I don't know how to put this in a broader context with the Avs because the Nuggets are already there. The Nuggets are going to head into this offseason, whether they win another 8 games in the postseason or they lose the next 2. With 2 major changes already in store, GM and head coach, and possibly things beyond that. The Avs feel like there's a lot of pressure here for like organizationally what they're going to be. Doesn't mean there's going to be massive changes or not, but there does feel like that sort of cloud is sort of hanging over these last couple of games, right?
Yeah.
Like you read the situation in the room, and it's one thing that we brought up after Malone was fired. This ownership group does not make changes with, a happy trigger finger. And I went through all the different teams, major sports franchises that they own. The Rams have had the same coach forever. Malone was there for a decade. Bednar's been here for almost a decade. Even the Arsenal in the Premier League, I think they made 1 coaching change in the last 10 years. They don't do that. But I almost wonder if it's like, do they look at these situations between these two teams? Because their story arcs have been so similar. Like, they have been competitive for championships the exact same sort of time frame, right? When the Avs got good and it came time to like, hey, we're expecting postseasons every year in long playoff runs, was the exact same time that the Nuggets were there. When they won a championship, it was the year apart from each other. And so I almost wonder, is there an added pressure to this because they're like, hey, we made a move on one side. If things don't go the way that we want, maybe we make the move on the other. I don't know. But there is something that I think is in the air surrounding these final 2 games for the Avs, especially in this series.
Well, sure, but I think that in any professional sport, there's always pressure.
Yeah.
When you think you have a team that can win. Yeah, there's pressure.
Of course.
I mean, there's pressure. Like we talk about the Buffalo Bills. When they get to the postseason, is there pressure on the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen?
Well, I said it last year. I was like,
dang right there
if
is.
The Bills got bounced early in that. Like, you don't think McDermott's going to be very close to a chopping block? Like, of course.
There's always pressure when you have a team that's expected to win. I just know how. Part of me, I want to mitigate it by saying it's hard. Winning is I mean, listen, the Avs went 16-4. The Nuggets went 16-4 in back-to-back years. And I don't want to say they made it look easy, but you felt really smooth the entire time, right? Yeah. For both teams.
Well, then, they never trailed in a series.
Right.
And at no point in those series, the closest the Nuggets got was 2-2 Phoenix.
Yeah, not all championships are made
in
equal.
1-1.
They don't always go the same way. I'll go back and tell you. Brett, the Avalanche team that won in 96 was a very good hockey club. And you know what they did in 97, 98, 99, and 2000? They had very good hockey clubs. Hall of Famers.
Yep.
And even added Hall of Famers. I mean, they added a Rob Blake for crying out loud, right? At the deadline in 01. You had Hall of Famers all over the place with those teams. And you went 5 years between championships with one of the best teams constructed in the entire league.
Yeah.
It's friggin' hard to win. It just is. I know that just sounds very mundane and it sounds very simplistic. I get that. But golly, the puck bounces weird ways, doesn't it?
Sure.
I mean, it just does stupid things sometimes. So, I feel very good about tonight.
I do too.
I'm calm right now. I feel good, at least about my side of things. Vic, you handle the calmness down there in L.A. I will handle the calmness here in Denver. I feel really good. The Avs have everything going their way tonight. the adjustments, the building, the better club. Go play your game and win a hockey game, and you're fine.
Well, let's do this, shall we?
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right, so let's start with the earlier game. It says 7:30 on here. That's when coverage is going to start for McGahee, but probably closer to 7:50. It'll be on AM 950. Avs Stars, Game 6 must-win mode.
Do you want reality check a little bit? Do you want me just to hit you with the stuff?
10 pounds of meat? Sure.
The Avs haven't come back from a 3-2 deficit since 2002 against San Jose. Okay.
So were they home there or road?
Home.
Okay, so this would be the first time ever on the road.
Dallas 21-3 when they've got a 3-2 lead in the series.
Wow.
Time to flip the script, though. We like to do that in this program, flip the script. It's very, very easy. You win the special teams battle tonight. You put the puck in the net
agree.
on the power play, and you will win.
Totally agree.
P-U-T-I-N.
Yes. So that's the key for the Avs. How about 8 o'clock start time? Nuggets Clippers on 92.5, Vic.
Well, I think the Nuggets tonight defensively get gritty like they did in Game 4. This is not about being pretty. There's no art involved tonight. There are no 43-point efforts tonight. It's going to be very hard-pressed to come up with anything like that. When you're at home and you're running offensively, I get it. Tonight's about grit. Tonight's about fire. Tonight's about intensity. Tonight's about one of those defensive nights where you get down, you slap the floor as a defensive player, you get in the face, you muck it up. Chaos. I want chaos tonight. That's how the Nuggets win.
Keys to the game brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Did you see In-N-Out Burger trolling the Lakers last night?
I did that. I did see that.
What'd they do?
Well, it's not really In-N-Out, but it's somebody who runs an account, supposedly In-N-Out.
Mm-hmm.
Lakers were in and out of the playoffs. In-N-Out will be open until 1 a.m. for sad Laker fans. Not really In-N-Out, but a parody account, which I find humorous.
That makes it a lot funnier. If the Nuggets can take care of business and move on to the second round,
it would make it a lot
funnier.
It would make it a lot more funny. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when we were doing the postgame show the other night, the fans up there at the Colorado Social were screaming, "Beat LA, beat LA," and it got me to thinking how the Nuggets have just dominated the city of LA in more ways than one. They did it to the Lakers, and now they can do it to the Clippers. And if they can beat LA in this case, a series in which everybody nationally had the Clippers winning the series, right? You understand that, right?
Everybody had the Lakers winning their series, and we saw how that turned out.
And it's just so good. Why is it so satisfying? There's something wrong with me. Why is it so satisfying to beat Los Angeles in anything?
Because they get whatever they want. The city of L.A. gets whatever it wants all the time. It just gets whatever.
I mean, it's not like beating Omaha. It's why? These people have done nothing to me.
You know, football aside, Vic, because we don't have the same, even the Chargers, now that they're in L.A., I'm not like, oh, man, Rams fans and Chargers. I don't, they're a separate entity from the baseball and the basketball. And maybe the hockey's even a separate entity as well. Yeah. It's the baseball and the Lakers fans that drive me insane. It's the Dodgers fans and and again, the Angels, they're trying to glom on. They don't count either. It's Dodgers and Lakers, period.
Do you want to hear a crazy stat? LeBron James, as good as he is at the age of 40, nobody's denying his greatness at 40. LeBron James, last 14 playoff games. Do you know his record in his last 14 playoff games? He's 2-12.
I was going to say, it's a lot of first-round exits.
He's 2-12 in his last 14 playoff games.
Pretty amazing.
Ouch.
Pretty amazing.
Yes. And I mean, you said it, though. He is 40. I mean, he's 40. But, yeah, that's brutal. Especially this year. You get all the hype of the Luka trade to lose in 5 games. I mean, that's going to sting for a while. Because where the hell do you go from there? Like, the question is, like, if the Lakers were the Nuggets and that was their team, so the Nuggets had LeBron, they traded for Luka, and this is how the season ended. What do you want to do with LeBron?
He still plays the game at a high level.
I know. But he's
What do
also...
you mean what I want to do? What do you mean? What does that mean?
Here's what I mean.
You still want him to play, don't you?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
He's still one of the best players on the court at the age of 40. I mean, I would never dismiss the player. He's an amazing player.
Say the stat you just said again, Vic.
In his last 14 playoff games, he's 2-12. That's not a personal stat though. That's a team stat.
I know it's not a personal stat, but that could equate to change, right? That something isn't working here. It could. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, he's been great still.
He's so Hollywood now. They would never ever part company on purpose. Never.
All right, 9 o'clock hour. A lot to break down the final hour before the double Dipparoo tonight. We'll get back at it next. All right, Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline, recapping the weekend that was in the NFL draft. And Leggy, we talked to Adam Schefter earlier. I asked him this question. I want to ask you. On paper, after selecting Jahdae Barron, you've seen what they did in the offseason. The starting lineup defensively for the Broncos, true or false, is the best on paper in the NFL.
Well, I don't have them all in front of me, but it's on the podium for sure. If that makes sense. They have the defensive player of the year, so that's a great place to start. But they are one of the best, one of the 1, 2, or 3 best lineups on paper. But you need Benito to have another big year. You need to be healthy. You need all of that stuff. But yeah, they're definitely. In the advanced metrics, they were number 1 last year by a wide margin, even with some of the bobbles. Surtain's the defensive player of the year, and then Barron makes them better. He's playing in this defense from the moment he walks through the door in a variety of ways, I think. So,
do you think that starts outside, nickel? Like, where does he start doing that?
I think it's really when they get him in the building and they start putting him through the paces, how fast does he learn, and how much can he handle initially? I think their plan is to see how much they can give him, and they hope and believe he'll digest it quickly, and I think he will play in a variety of roles. So I think it would be a mistake to say, at least until I hear differently. Right now, the plan is to work him at a lot of things, but we'll see if that really transpires when he gets on the field.
I also think, Jeff, it's a choice they made because this is where the modern day NFL is gone. I mean, gone are the days when you stick with 4 defensive backs. Most of the time it's 5. Sometimes it's 6. I mean, we see teams flood the field with defensive backs, and he could play at any position in that secondary.
Yeah, and other than Surtain, he's likely a more talented player than the guy who's playing. That's just a fact. The guy is an ultra talented player at a variety of things. So yeah, it's, gone are the days where you just say, okay, we got 4 corners, everything's good, or even 2 corners and everything's good. We saw last year, Riley Moss is hurt for a couple of weeks and the Cleveland Browns look like the heyday Chargers, going up and down the field. So you can't have enough of them. And I know people, in this era of fantasy football, everybody wants offense, everybody wants weapons and all that stuff. But I've said all along, if the Broncos' strategy is to win the division, they'll just be consistently better on offense than Mahomes and the Chiefs. I just think that's a bad strategy over the long term. I think it's a better idea to go the other way, make life difficult on other offenses, and then score as many as you can with the guys you have on offense.
Jeff, they were 3rd in points per game and total points given up. Good stuff. Top 7 in terms of yards per game. So they're already right there. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer here. You said one thing that I completely agree with. Health is big for this team, really big. They only had 1 major injury on the defensive side last year. If you do see it regressing, even with Barron as the first-round pick, what does that look like? Or how is it just, hey, man, they're decimated by guys going down?
Yeah, obviously, if Surtain misses a lot of time, that's a big chunk of the defensive plan, off the table. I think the key for them, though, is, the guys up front, John Franklin Myers, Zach Allen, all those guys, DJ Jones, they have to have the kind of year they had last year. They all played at the top of their abilities. I think almost every defensive lineman they had their best year personally, and most consistently good year personally of their careers. So they need more of that. I think if there was a regression, to me, it would come if they could not win up front or if the two guys they sign in free agency aren't healthy. I mean, Greenlaw's already hurt, and he's not even here yet. So, or he's here, getting healthier, but he's got a thigh injury that's going to keep him out of most of the off-season work, and see you in training camp. So that's the kind of stuff that gets you and pulls you back from where you think you're going to be.
I know you hate these hey, predict the future type of questions, but in your best estimation, the bigger impact on the offense this year will be Evan Ingram or RJ Harvey?
Potentially Harvey. I think, but again, are they going to commit to it? I think it's all great. We spent a ton of time talking about running backs and who fits and who would be good in the draft. But if they don't hand them the ball, it doesn't matter, and coming down the stretch last year, the second half of the season, every week he would say they have to find more in the run game, and then they wouldn't give the guys the ball. And then, Estime's a healthy inactive in the playoff game. So, I think it's more up to them. I think Ingram is a great signing for the money they got him for, and he fits their offense. It's just he's not much of a run after the catch guy. And I think that's the issue. He'll be a high volume target, but it's how much impact will he have after the catch? So I think other players could have more impact. I think Mims is poised for a big year if they just commit from week one and just say he's in the rotation and let him play, because at the end of the year, I thought, Cortland Sutton is their one, but I thought Mims was just the most stressful for the defense at the end of the year. He had real impact, and they need real impact because this year will be very difficult for Bo Nix. Your second year is brutal because a whole bunch of defensive coaches have spent a whole bunch of time just dismantling your game on video. And they want to do nothing more than just to give you tons of things you don't like.
How worried should Bronco fans be about the health of Dre Greenlaw? He's got that quad injury that occurred during off-season conditioning, whatever he was doing. How long is it going to take? Is this going to be a reoccurring issue?
The way it's been explained to me, Vic, is they're not immensely concerned, but it is basically a see you in training camp type injury for practicing in the defense. We will not see him in OTAs or mini camp or any of that. I don't think. I don't think that's the plan right now. So, August, I think. And even then, it may be a slower windup to come in. But the way it's been explained to me is they did not expect him to miss any regular season time with this at all.
It's just not a good sign. The last thing you want is damaged goods for a guy who's coming off injury.
No, I mean, when they sign these two guys, we've always said, if they got them for the contracts they did because they're coming off injuries. They wouldn't have been able to sign these guys at the amounts they did if they had been totally healthy. So they benefited from that, but they also needed they need good fortune moving forward, or it really tempers, the impact of their signing. And they're a little thin at linebacker if Greenlaw isn't going to be healthy all year. They did not really. I thought they would go there with one of the picks at some point, and they didn't really go inside linebacker anywhere.
I know you're a football encyclopedia, and Jeff Legwold is Mr. No Days Off. You're always up to something with your job. But are you going to park your butt on the couch tonight with two screens up and watch the Avs and the Nuggets?
I will do my very best to do that.
What do you mean do your very best? What does that mean?
Well, there's been a couple of news items happen in the last couple days.
Like what?
So I've been chasing a few things. The very tragic.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
That's a terrible thing. But anyway,
Jeff, you're speaking of the Elway Jeff Spurbeck situation. Jeff's the longtime marketing agent for John. They're buddies. I got to know Jeff pretty well when he was in town. He was working with at Seven Sellers, and
right.
I don't have the words for what occurred. Now, the investigation is looming and all that business, but I don't know how much more you've uncovered there. Is there any other new news with that?
Yeah, I don't think anybody, no agency or body of folks I've talked to believes there's anything nefarious going on. It's just such a freak accident of sorts. I mean, it's very common for if someone dies that they have to go through the investigation to see what happened and what occurred. So that's all that's happening now. But what a horrible thing that, they're at an event and enjoying life, and then, a few seconds are all that is the difference between that. And it's just, when you do those stories and some of the people involved, it's just the family, it's a terrible thing.
You're right about that.
Well, Jeff, always good to talk to you. Thank you for the breakdown of the Broncos draft, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, All Conversations with Leggy, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
Just to finish up on that, it's really sad. And guys, we've all been there a billion times. I mean, it could happen to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Scary and sad. Just a bummer.
Reminder to you guys that with the double Dipparoo tonight, the place to be is number 38 in Rhino. Berto is going to host an extended pregame show in the Nuggets broadcast, and Mike Sanford's going to be there. Coach is going to be hosting that double Dipparoo viewing party for both the Nuggets and the Avs. We'll have awesome giveaways, including Nuggets and Avs autographed pictures and a Jamal Murray signed jersey. Thanks to Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. Watch both games with fellow Nuggets and Avs fans tonight at number 38 in Rhino. We'll see you there. And let me tell you something. If you've never been down there, I know I said it's cool before, but they have 1 million TVs, and there's going to be, turn your head, you'll have 4 TVs, probably 2 of them each with games on.
Absolutely. Hey, did you say yesterday that, who were the finalists for the Lindsay Award?
McKinnon and McCarr.
McKinnon and some other dude.
That's voted, I think it was Hellebuck, right?
For the Lindsay? No, I don't think it was Hellebuck.
Okay. This is where the player, okay, this is, I'm sorry, it wasn't him. What I'm getting at.
Kucherov, I think?
Well, yeah, what I'm getting at is that, Hellebuck is a finalist for the Hart Trophy.
Yeah.
Along with Draisaitl and Kucherov, Nathan McKinnon is not a finalist for the Hart Trophy this year. Despite being number 2 in scoring in the National Hockey League.
Insanity. Can you explain that one to me? What is that about?
Well, Leon Draisaitl played 8 fewer games. He had 52 goals, 106 points. It's who's most valuable to his team.
Look, hang on.
I don't know. With all the injuries the Avs have had this year, you'd be hard-pressed to find a guy more valuable to his team than Nathan McKinnon.
If McKinnon didn't win, it would be like, whatever. Okay, fine. Like, do I think he should? Yes. But he didn't win. He won last year. Okay. To not be a finalist is insane. Insane.
Well, Hellebuck, no goalie has won both the Vezina and the Hart since 2002 when Jose Theodore, a former Colorado Avalanche goaltender, did it in Montreal. So he's probably on track to win both this year.
Yeah, what I'm saying is Draisaitl can kick rocks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Draisaitl can get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
McKinnon's a finalist. Him, Kucherov, Hellebuck, cool. Happy with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too. But what's more important to you? Your peers thinking you're one of the best, or a bunch of hockey writers who live in their mom's basement?
So whatever. We can jump back to this in a second. I want to break down these games in more detail as, again, the Avs will be on 9:50 starting at 7:30. The Nuggets on 92.5 starting at 8 o'clock. Break down these games next.
What's up, Denver? This is Gabe Landeskog. Tonight, we've got a double dip.
Landeskog! Yeah! Oh, Captain! My Captain! Welcome back, Cap! Gabe Landeskog!
Hi, this is Christian Brown. Tonight, we got a double Dipparoo.
No good. Rebound tipped out and grabbed by Christian Brown. 6 seconds left for Denver. Christian has it for 3. Yeah! 16-point lead for Denver. 2 seconds left. Inbound Zubats. Knocked out of bounds by CB. You rock him, you chalk him, and then you steal from him. And that's the Kansas way.
What I would give for a double winneroo tonight. What I would give. I need it. Need it like I need air. I need it like Moser needs a breakfast burrito right now.
Today would be a really, really good breakfast burrito day. Really good breakfast burrito day. San Diego.
As long as it's not fusion.
Yeah, how's your tummy doing, by the way?
It's not good today. God, I don't know what was in that bowl. A mix of a lot of stuff in there. Corn, rice, beans, some weird sauces. Just wanted a burrito.
You know, on top of that, speaking of needs, there's something else I need. I need a power play goal tonight. I need the power play to look right. I need you to stay out of the box. Like, I need the little details for the Avs to be in play.
Kale McCarr he's still firing the puck. He is. He's still firing the puck. I think he's got 19 shots on goal. But it needs to get through. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would say just pound and pound and pound and pound.
Hey, give me one of those 48 shots on goal nights.
Pound.
Give me one of them.
Pound town. Pound that puck to the front of the net. And then retrieve. Pound and retrieve. Pound and retrieve. I'm looking forward to it, dudes. It's going to be fun. That building is going to be electric tonight. That crowd's going to be waiting for just anything to get insane tonight. What an opportunity. What a wonderful opportunity to make hundreds of thousands, millions of people happy.
Moj, I'm of this, tell me if I'm off here. Just win the game. I know a lot of people are saying, just score and send them a message.
No, just any way you win, Vic. You take you take the win any way you get it. I'm just saying.
Exactly. Like, the momentum is not going to carry over to Game 7. If you win tonight 8-1, I don't think that carries over. I just don't. I just think you win.
Would make me feel better.
Every game's its own beast. You just win, then you reset.
You know, I need 8-1 because I don't want to have what happened. Was it Game 2s between these teams where they're playing at the same time and both of them were down to the wire and I'm trying to do this thing the entire time? Like, if you give me an 8-1 win, Moj, then I can be like, all right, that's got it. It's handled. Now I can focus on this one or the opposite. Like, give me one or the other. But goodness gracious, there is such a big night. Because if you can close out, here's the other thing, by the way. You close out the game, if you're the Nuggets, you close out this game 6, you head on to the next round, you play against OKC and let the chips fall where they may. You know, I've been thinking about this a lot if they get the win, and I kind of wanted to save it for after the series wraps up. But the decision to fire Malone when they did, to make this move, name Adelman the interim coach, to do all that stuff, like maybe it did light a fire. I mean, the Nuggets were going, win-loss down the stretch, and they found at least, and maybe they would have found it with Malone too, but that extra gear defensively, Vic, where does it seem schematic to you? Does it seem like just a more intense playoff feel is why the defense has gotten better? Like, what is it in your estimation?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You tell me, did the defense look the same in Game 5 as it did in Game 4 to you?
No, but their offense was flowing better.
But you saw a different approach to defense, though. In Game 4, from the very onset, guys were all up in them. Mm-hmm. All like
smooth up in you.
They were like this. Game 4.
That angle.
Okay. This was the game for defense. It was smothered. It was this.
I can count the individual skin cells on your neck.
I can also do something with a boat.
So game 5, game 5 was not as loose, but game 5 was about right here. Regular season defense is back in here. Okay, so it's just a different concept tonight. It's not going to be easy to win here tonight. We all know this.
Yeah.
We all know this, okay? Tonight, if you want to advance, don't rely on being pretty. Don't rely on offense. Don't expect another 43-point outing from your point guard. Those are hard to come by. Tonight, I want, right there.
Okay, right there.
That's exactly what's going to be necessary tonight. It's going to be up close and personal to get by in Game 6.
Okay, sounds good. I know also some people on my side of things have been talking about revenge. You know, you want to go get a piece of this guy and hands with a cross-check on McKinnon's head and all this kind of stuff. The time for that is not right now. The time for that is later. The time right now is to just win.
Yeah.
Just play your game and win a hockey game. It's very, very simple.
That was like during the Blues series, if you remember when they won the Cup. During the Blues series, it was, you know what we need to do? We need to put McDermott in there. And it's now is not the time to bully. No. You don't bully right now. You don't do any of that stuff. You don't put yourself in a deficit out of spite and revenge.
But I am curious as to see, when we've gotten on, who was it that was complaining about the officiating in years gone by? Then they would get calls. Who was that? Golly, it's against the Avs. I'm trying to remember who it was.
John Cooper complained about everything under the sun.
He did. Yeah,
so
absolutely.
that was it. The officiating and too many men was in there.
But if I was the head of officiating for the National Hockey League or even a supervisor, and I saw what went down in game number 5, I'd be like, hey, man, we ain't buying that crap. You don't get to skate into somebody's stick from behind, and it doesn't even touch your face, and you act like you got hit with a howitzer. You don't get to do that anymore.
Well, they've been punking the refs this whole series with calls like that. They have been.
Well, yeah, but
feigning calls.
And what I'm saying, too, is what Coach said yesterday. If you want to call a certain style of game,
then call the game.
Then call the game that way the entire game. Don't let this go, and then you call that.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's all. That's all I'm saying.
I get it, but you know what? If I'm the Avs, err on the side of physicality. Do that first.
Read from the 3797.
It was bleeping Vegas, bleep them.
So thank you for the help in the words, in the capital letters of words. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think when Peter DeBoer was coaching Vegas, he went into full, after being down 2-0, he went into full, that kind of mode. Coach Bednar did not do that.
Mm-mm.
He's very matter-of-fact about it, and he's like, what are you doing? What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Well, yeah, you could tell he was incredibly disappointed by it, but again, go out and be physical. Like, I am going to play so physically that you're daring the ref to make a call.
They're going to play a good game tonight.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it.
You know what? As the show goes on, I don't think this is bluster, Vic. I think Moser actually seems like a calm individual. Calmer than I.
I'm glad you are calm. You know, I'm glad you are. Sometimes when you get to that point of no return, like I was calm when the Nuggets lost game. What was it? Was it game 3?
Game 3.
When they got blown out. Remember how calm I was after that? I was like, okay. You sort of hit that bottom. You bottom out a little bit, brings you down, and now you're all right. Let's go.
Right.
And maybe that's where you're at, Moj.
I feel very calm. Now, when you look at, I feel good. How good would you feel if you were the Ottawa Senators right now? You're still trailing 3-2. Game 6 is on your home ice. But how'd you get there? Well, you were down 3-0, and you've won 2 in a row, including a pasting in game number 5.
Yeah.
And you know the history of Toronto playoff hockey, too. Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
By the way, So I looked at Circa earlier just to see what the odds were. Do either of these surprise you? The Avs are minus 187 on the puck or on the money line. That is, look, it's not a huge favorite, but it's I think the largest number that it's been in this entire series is that minus 187.
They're the biggest favorite tonight on the board, period.
Yeah.
In all of these Game 6, there are 4 Game 6s tonight. Maple Leafs at Sens, Golden Knights are at Minnesota, Avs and Stars, of course, and the Kings and the Oilers. Edmonton now leads that series 3-2. The Kings had a 2-0 series lead. They've lost 3 in a row. Whoa. But the biggest favorite tonight is the Avalanche, as of right this second.
And then, Vic, the Nuggets, would you be surprised to learn that they are 6.5-point dogs on Circa tonight?
Wow. That just goes to show me that everybody thinks the Clippers are going to give it their very best. I mean, this is going to be their best punch. So, hey, the Nuggets were dogs in game 5. What were they dogs in Game 5? What was the number?
I think it was only 1.5, but they were home dogs.
Couple.
Okay. They were home dogs.
They were 5-point dogs in Game 4.
Yep.
Who cares?
For them, I'm just seeing if you thought it was interesting that is, I think, the largest underdog they've been so far in this series too.
Yeah, I'm not surprised one bit.
Okay. So they're both, it seems on both sides. For the Avs who are down 3-2 right now, for the Nuggets who are up 3-2, they're looking for the team that is at the deficit to throw their biggest haymaker of the series and push this to Game 7, which I think in both of these, like incredibly even series. We've been through this. Dallas in the Avs has been close games across the board with a couple of blowouts going each way. A 4-0 win for the Avs, and then that 6-2 game in Game 5. The Nuggets and the Clippers, 3 close games, 1 blowout for the Clip Show, 1 for the Nuggets. Like, they're kind of the same story, just in different games and situations. So, yeah, I think for both of these, neither are going to be easy, but the Avs getting that home crowd tonight, I think, Moj, there is going to be, if they can get an early lead, and that's something that Bednar talked about with us the other day, is the importance of playing with a lead, especially against the Stars.
I've liked our 5-on-5 play in this series. I like the fact that we are getting a lead and playing with the lead until last game. I think that's really important against Dallas because, as you saw in Game 4, like they get the couple bounces and score a couple of goals early, and they can go into this tight defensive shell, make it even more difficult on you than they do through regular play in a tie or in a game when you're leading. And then they've just got a really good counterattack. So as you start to press to try to get back in the game, they can be super opportunistic, and they don't need a lot of chances to score goals.
You get an early lead tonight, Moj, that pop and ball arena is going to explode, and it's going to be really hard to come back from for Dallas.
Absolutely. No, it really is. He laid it out there exactly what the Stars have, a certain way of playing that is most effective for them. And it's them with the lead is when they're most effective. They make it even more difficult on you because they're not really trying to score. They're just taking advantage when you're pressing the issue. Then they'll pop out, as he said. You get an odd man rush, get a little 2-on-1, a little 3-on-2. They'll pop out and sniff the neutral zone a little bit, maybe fly the zone a little early, but they make you pay when they do it, for the most part. But you need to get them, like game number 4, get them out of their comfort zone, make them chase, and they do not feel comfortable playing the game that way at all. At all.
Need it. So, again, the Nuggets will be on 92.5 tonight. The Avs on AM 950. Do you guys know TV-wise with altitude who's on what?
You know, Nelly asked me that question, and I have no clue, to be honest with you. I'm not sure which altitude we're on.
So
one of the hey, we're on one of them altitudes tonight.
One of them altitudes.
The Nuggets are on altitude 2 and TNT.
Okay, gotcha.
So the Avs are on altitude, the main one.
And TBS tonight, I think.
One thing real quick.
Yeah, TBS tonight, I think, too. But I mean, screw that. We got it on altitude.
90 seconds, please.
You want us, right?
90 seconds. The Rockies won yesterday. 2-1. Brenton Doyle homered. Chase Dullander gets the win. So
are you sure?
I am sure. So they avoided that worst start in the history of the MLB thing by getting the win yesterday. So good on them. Way to go. Have you guys seen Aaron Judge this year?
No.
Aaron Judge has only 4 games in which he doesn't have a hit. Aaron Judge is hitting .427 with 10 homers and 32 RBIs already.
He's absolutely pulverizing the baseball all over the yard, yes.
What is he, Joe DiMaggio all of a sudden?
He's hitting .427.
Jesus.
In 31 games. And in 27 of those, he has at least a hit. And in most, multiple.
He's not going to hit 400 for the season.
Well, he's first in average. He's first in homers. He's first in RBIs. He's first in everything. Everything that guy does.
It's them torpedo bats.
At what point are we starting to be like, is this guy even human? Remember, last year was the same story. He had 58 homers and he hit .322.
He'll cool off.
To what, 390?
Maybe.
Good Lord.
Ain't nobody hitting 400 in baseball again. Ain't nobody doing
that. He's the opposite of Ryan McMahon. Did McMahon get a hit yesterday?
Oh, dude, Ryan
he's in one right now.
But he's not just not getting hits. He's not touching the baseball. He's striking out a lot. I think he's hitting like a $137 or something like that.
$147.
$147.
Man, you've been in that world when you get into that whirlpool and how do you get out of it?
Well, Vic, you talk about a lot in golf. It's like you don't have confidence in your swing in golf. Yeah. It's the exact same thing, except the pitch is going 98 miles an hour at you.
Sure.
Like, and it's hard.
And you're guessing. You're flailing.
Totally. Yeah, you're
what
before
does
the pitch
mean?
Before the pitch is thrown, you're just like, I'm swinging. You know what I mean? You've made the decision already because you're like, I need to just try and get a bat on the baseball somehow. Yeah, it's tough. I feel for him because we all know Rymac's a good player, but yeah, he's in the middle of a really rough one right now. Anyway, got a fact checker coming up in just a couple of minutes. I know you guys did the keys earlier. Just one more time, I'll give him a little repeat on what to expect for tonight in a do or die for the Avs and a chance to clinch for the Nuggets. Stick around.
Cruising around yesterday in my ride, and I opened the sunroof, and it felt so good to have that sun coming in. It felt so good on me. Got a sunroof in your rig? You want one this spring and this summer? Get to Silterhorn Motors in Broomfield. Right now, they've got employee pricing for you. You heard me right. Employee pricing. Awesome deals on over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles. Maybe you want the whole top to come off. Well, they got that for you, too. The selection of top brands is absolutely huge. They've got unbelievable value. So do yourself a favor. Shop online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Then get there. Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield. Go see Greg Larson and his staff. They are going to take care of you. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership. Ugh. Do you need some advice, Brett? Do you need Vic some advice on how to unpucker?
I don't think anything you say is going to help me do that. I'm not scared to say it. I'm nervous. I think it's healthy. I think it's healthy to be nervous.
Absolutely.
Tonight.
I think nervous energy can be harnessed in a positive way. I just feel calm and good. I feel good about what I'm about to witness tonight.
You're always more nervous when you know the people involved personally and there's nothing you can do to help them.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, if you're at... I was always more nervous watching my kids' games
I was going to say,
my own games.
My dude, I still to this day can remember playing in the state tournament in high school, and my dad, it's this game's in 15th, 16th innings. Like, it's going that far. And I look over, my dad's shirt is bacon-necked all the way to his chest because he had it pulled over his face for, like, the last 5 innings straight.
So he's freaking on every pitch.
Yeah, but he has no control over it.
Right.
But he's freaking out.
Right.
I always wondered that from a parent's perspective watching your kid play sports. It's got to be just
100%.
death.
Just pure
also,
anxiety.
Should I write a letter to the puck?
Oh, for some puck luck?
Pucks. Pucks. Dear Pucks.
The last few letters you've written.
Yeah. Be careful.
Not a
We
great
got in
hit
trouble.
rate.
Yeah, we actually got the one and only time we've been called into the principal's office on this show. One time in our history was the time that Moser went a little off the rails on a letter to Adam Silver.
Dear Silver Guy.
Now, the difference was that was a funny letter. I like that letter.
It's actually a really good letter.
You've tried to do other letters, and they haven't hit as well, so I'll give you the chance, but go ahead.
Dear Pucks.
And can we have like normal sentences and not these run-on stream of consciousness ridiculous? Let's have like normal sentences here. Let's go.
Dear Pucks, how are you today? Are you ready for a big night? Because we are, period. You owe us.
Wait, hold on. That can't,
friggin' ass weepays.
That can't
you owe
be
us
just one sentence. It can't just be one sentence. I want the punctuation correct. Let's go.
Dear Pucks, period.
Period.
No, comma.
Period.
Comma.
Yeah.
Comma.
Semicolon.
How are you today? Are you excited for tonight? We are.
There's definitely a question mark that needs to be in there earlier.
Yes.
Than that.
I mean, come on, Moj.
You friggin' owe us! Exclamation point. Stop being ass weepays and bouncing weirdly. Do your job and behave well. Also, when Cale Makar shoots you, get through.
Yeah.
Use your eyeballs, use your puck eyes, and get through to the front of the net.
Not a lot of punctuation in that either.
Period.
Jesus. It's like editing one of my kids' papers.
If you do that, comma, then we can be friends again, period. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. Stop goofing around and do what you're supposed to do and not bounce weirdly. Love.
P.S.
P.S.
I'm not asking for the world here. I'm asking for an 8-ball and $2 million.
Hey, Pucks, I'm not asking for the world here. I'm just asking you, don't go straight up in the air and then hit a crossbar and land on my goalie's ass. Okay, that's all I'm asking. I mean, is that too much?
They're due for one of those nights where it's just going in their favor.
No
Come
doubt
on.
about it.
There's
There's no doubt about it. Yeah, it's. I'm looking forward to it. The building is going to be absolutely electric. If you're fortunate enough to be there tonight, get loud like you always do. It's awesome. I think it's going to be really, really fun. And then we'll find out what happens in a Game 7 in Dallas, because obviously Game 7s, anything can happen. In fact, Brett, I loved your little stat earlier today that
I got it back.
I still got it. The odds of winning a Game 7 increased for the team that won Game 6.
According to Hockey Reference, a team trailing 3-2 forces a Game 7 45.1% of the time. They win the series 21.2% of the time.
And that's assuming that they're maybe not even the better team, like the Avs are, in my opinion.
That means if they win Game 6, they have a 47% chance to win Game 7, which is better than the odds for Game 6.
And the Avs have done that before. Game 6, 2001 Stanley Cup Final. Got it done, came home, got it done.
See, but these are the type of games that, as nervous as I am, I get excited about. These are caged animal games. These are Nathan McKinnon, ultra competitor, gets the opportunity to, like, if I don't do everything that's in my tank, then I'm going home.
Absolutely.
I won't allow that to happen sort of feel, right?
Listen, Nathan McKinnon doesn't do things for individual accolades. He does things to win.
Yeah.
Win, win, win.
So he doesn't do things for the heart, which he's not a finalist in?
Yeah, but again, he's not going to go like, oh, I got screwed. He won't say that. I don't even know that he's going to think that. But could there be just a little bit?
Yeah.
Just a little bit of the, hey, man, look, he's going to come out with his hair on fire tonight anyway. You don't think there's a little bit of that maybe built up for tonight's contest?
Sure.
I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be great.
They're going to be on AM 950. Vic, the Nuggets. I know you said this is going to be a game all about defense. Now, let me say one thing. The win tonight could be huge for a couple of reasons, but the main one, I mean, obviously, just to get through to the second round and play against OKC. But you win tonight, Game 1 of that series does not start until either the 5th or the 6th, depending on what happens in the Houston Golden State series, which means it could be some needed rest for guys going through injuries like Russell Westbrook and Michael Porter Jr.
And I think a win tonight also sends a message. You're different.
Yeah.
You should be
totally
feared. A win tonight says, hey, all those people who expected the Nuggets to roll over, all those people that picked the Clippers in this series, not only did we prove you wrong, but we did it in 6 games.
Right.
And we won at their place when then nobody expected us to win at their place. So it sends a message that you never underestimate the heart of a champion.
God, you're so right about that. Again, I kind of wanted to save the Fire Malone, what's the results of that for after the series, because we don't know the results yet, but there has been, I think, at least a boost in whatever you would call it, the effort department or
I don't want to be
being
negative, Brett.
sharp or whatever.
Yeah, I don't want to be negative. But it's my opinion, and I'm not saying this was Michael Malone's fault. I'm just saying that team, before he got fired, was going nowhere. In the regular season and in the postseason.
There felt to be an inevitability of doom coming their way.
That's what it felt like. At least there seems to be a path forward right now, at the very least. Now, maybe if they can get a win tonight, Vic, then it's a very nice path that they can pave for themselves against OKC and who knows who. But there didn't seem to be a path before.
I just exchanged texts with my Altitude pregame producer, Mike Caniglio, and he's asking me what I want to do tonight.
What's up, Mike?
And I told him, I said, here's what I want to do for a live shot. Late in the pregame show, as the game's approaching, I want to do a live shot from the wall. I want the camera. I want to walk down that wall where all those Clippers crazies hang out, and I just want to visit with them before the game, see what kind of contraptions they got working, see what kind of, last game they brought those chicken nuggets things, they brought the horse heads, all that stuff. I just want to walk
What
down
chicken
that
nugget
wall.
things? I didn't see the nuggets.
Yeah, I didn't see those either.
Some props, cartoons. They brought some cartoons with them. They're all watching cartoons. But anyway, I want to visit. I want to see what that's all about.
Do they have
Walk
seat
down the
fillers?
wall. That's a great question.
LA notorious
because,
for seat fillers in their business that they have over
That's
there.
the other thing. I would like to get a firsthand glimpse at how authentic some of these people are.
Yeah.
I want to test the authenticity. Perhaps I'll ask a little trivia about the history of Clippers basketball. Maybe I'll ask him, you ever heard of Bob McAdoo? I'll ask him that question. See how many can answer.
You ever heard of Keith Kloss? Remember Keith Kloss?
Where did the Clippers play before L.A.? I'll ask that one, Adam.
Oh, they will have no idea.
Ask who they lost to in the bubble. If they can't get that right, then they don't know anything. By the way, Vic, you said this is going to be a low-scoring game. What you think of this? Over-under on circa is 212 for the game. So that implies a game that's
Lower.
about... Okay. Gotcha. They're saying
it's
the
lower.
game's about 108 to 102 is what they're guessing, that the Clippers win about 108, 102.
I hope it's
or
lower
104.
because I think the lower the score, the better for the Nuggets. They thrive in chaos, especially in these closeout games where, listen, man, I know just human nature. It's going to be so hard to dig that much deeper knowing that you have a mulligan, right?
Yeah.
When you know you have a mulligan, it's like when you're on that hole and you get a stroke on the guy you're playing against, you get a stroke, and human nature says, I got a stroke. I'll be all right.
I get a pop. Yeah, I'm in
pop here.
Yeah, but then you channel
my...
the last big tournament that you played in where you had that opportunity and you squandered it because that's what happened last year.
Yeah. Now I'm in the lip of the bunker and I short-sighted myself. I'm gonna pound this across the green, chip on short, miss the putt, and tap in for a dub. I've been there, done that. Hey Vic, what I am concerned with is that because there is no shoot around today, you're not going to be able to go and annoy Jamal Murray.
Yeah, I know.
What are you going to do? You've got to do something. You've got to do something where he goes, "What are you doing? What are you talking about?" You got to do something.
I'll find another way to attempt to compliment him, but have him translate it as an
insult. Yeah,
rip. Yeah.
I told you. I think
the good points. Here's what we do. How come you can't get to the free throw line?
That's what I said yesterday. Just do that. Be like, man, it's pretty amazing. You got 43 points with just one free throw. Why can't you get to the line more? You could have got 50.
Have you ever thought about shooting a free throw?
Oh my God!
But it's got to be like that. Like that's an amazing thing. Just think if you got to the line more, you could have had a 50-point game.
Yeah, it's the tone.
I know that's not really your thing. Is to like get to the free throw line
while chewing 8 packs of gum.
Yes, exactly.
While chewing 8. Hey, free throws they are part of your game, or
you score like at an elite level for a goofy looking shot. Let me tell you that. All right,
Lord.
His shot's beautiful. He's got a whose shot I can't see. There's a couple shots. Derek Jones Jr.'s left-hand Cameron Payne look-alike shot that bothers me. You know, it's funny when you
your
watch
shot's
basketball,
especially bad if you're a lefty and it looks ugly.
Yeah,
it's especially
little
bad.
things bother me, like shooting styles, like Cameron Payne's shooting style. If I have to see that in public, I mean, seriously, vomit-inducing. There's certain shots that I can't watch it, can't see it.
Nelly, got a fact checker for us?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Vic, tell Jamal you looked really healthy last game, which is great because you're a slow healer. Go ahead,
the Moser syndrome going on?
Couple times during the show today, Brett, you were talking about the many teams under our vast ownership umbrella, and you said this.
Even for the Arsenal over in the Premier League, they made one coaching change in the past 10 years.
The
Arsenal in the Premier League, I think they made one coaching change in the last 10 years.
Hey, Justin Timberlake in the 2010 film The Social Network. What should Brett do?
Drop the. Just
Arsenal.
It's clean.
It's cleaner, Brett.
Hockey freaks, whatever.
I've got one piece of advice for all you fans out there.
What is this? Yeah, the Nuggets also aren't called the Nuggets, but I say the Nuggets are playing tonight. What's the difference?
If you want to say the Gunners, that's fine. But Arsenal's just Arsenal.
Yeah, but you get those
that's
hockey
the
freaks.
stupidest correction in the world.
If you call it the Stanley Cup Finals, they'll freak you out and say, "No, it's the What do you guys call it?
Stanley Cup Final.
Hey, the Avalanche have made one coaching change in a decade. Oh, actually, it's just Avalanche. Shut up.
Final thoughts for tonight on a night like
I have the
this.
run.
Wasn't towards you.
It's called the run.
Wasn't towards you, by the way, Nelly.
All you sports
freaks
fans,
on text line.
just remember this one thing.
It was a little towards me. That's okay.
Last thing. The good old days are being made right now.
Hopefully. All right. Please. Double Winaroo, please. Please, please, please. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
A double dip of Game 6s on altitude tonight. The Nuggets and Clippers. Denver looking to close out the series on the road. 8 p.m. tip, 7:30 p.m. pregame show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And here at home, the Avs facing elimination for the second straight postseason against the Dallas Stars, looking to exercise those elimination demons this evening. I'll be on the pregame on AM 950 and worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio app starting at 7 p.m. We're expecting like a 7:50 puck drop as we welcome you to the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi, Mike Sanford out there remotely from where?
Downtown Denver, Colorado, Hyatt Regency, and I get to hear the greatest college football coach of all time, Nick Saban. He's in town talking, and I was invited to go to an event. So I'm excited to hear him.
Oh, that'll be fun. Nick Saban in town?
It's kind of a big deal.
All right.
Big deal.
Not bad.
I wore my crimson suit today in honor of his 75 national championships. It felt like.
I feel like you won every other year. Coach, I am a basket of anxiety today. An absolute train wreck of anxiety. I had nightmares. I would call them more anxiety dreams. I had a dream that a version of Matt Duchene, like an alien version of Matt Duchene, scored. I had a dream that Mackenzie Blackwood made a spectacular glove save and then turned around and quite literally shot a puck into his own net. I have not felt like this in a long time, but that's where I am, and I can't get off of the cliff. For the Nuggets, none of that anxiety is here. And I do believe that's the reason why, I've flip-flopped back and forth is I'm living day to day as we have with the Nuggets for months now. Remember when we went 2 months ago and I went, throw out the data, throw out the history. Every Nuggets game from here on out is a new day. And that's the reason why I look at that series and I look at James Harden not being able to perform in the postseason. I go, I know you're 6.5-point dogs, Denver. I think they get it done tonight.
Raj, the theme of today is exercising. And it's not exercising, it's exorcising. And I appreciate Jim Carrey giving us those fine words from Ace Ventura that this room is cleared. And so I'm excited for the opportunity to see these Avs and these Nuggets exercise some demons. I'm exercising my own personal demon. And that is that I have hosted 2 watch parties at number 38 in the Rhino area. And it was the Bills beating the brakes off the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen, though.
And then it was draft night just a week ago, and it was the Nuggets dropping the biggest stinker. The thing about these demons that need to be exercised, and I appreciate Jim Carrey putting it in the universe that we will exercise those demons, is that Jim Carrey said it. The Game 6 of last year for the Denver Nuggets. Do you remember that? You remember Game 6 last year?
I sure do. On the road, had a chance. And
had a chance to close out. What'd you do? You lost by what, 100?
Yeah. Yeah, that was the game. I think it was like 34 points or something crazy like that.
It's as bad as it gets. And so you got the opportunity to exercise that demon. And I'll make it very clear, the Los Angeles Clippers, they are not the Minnesota Timberwolves.
115-70 last year in the semifinal. Whoa!
And it even got a little closer than it was, middle of the third, I mean, it was crazy. But that was Game 6 a year ago. That is the game that set up the home elimination against the T-Wolves. I don't want a Game 7 for the Nuggets. So anybody who's saying, give me the Avs win and I'll trade and make a deal with the devil for a Nuggets loss. No, I don't want that. You know what I want? I want 2 wins, and I want to exercise 3 demons, including the demon of a watch party at number 38. Well, so join me tonight.
That watch party is the place to be tonight. Number 38 in Rhino. Berto's hosting an extended pregame show alongside Coach Mike Sanford, the Nuggets broadcast, and hosting a double Dipparoo viewing party for both the Nuggets and the Avs. A ton of awesome giveaways. Nuggets and Avs autographed pictures, a signed Jamal Murray jersey, and it's all thanks to our friends at Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. Watch both games with fellow Nuggets and Avs fans tonight at number 38 in Rhino. The reason why I feel so confident about the Nuggets is because, well, you've gotten the bad Nikola Jokic game out of the way, which is funny because, well, he dropped a playoff triple-double in that bad game. I don't anticipate that happening in back-to-back contests. And while you say it is better when Nikola's not dropping 35-plus for the Nuggets, I do anticipate a high-scoring, efficient game from Joker. I don't think it's going to be another one of those where he throws up 4 or 5 shots in the first quarter and only hits one of them, and you kind of see him distribute for the rest of the game. It's far more of a crapshoot to bank on Jamal Murray going off again than it is to best player in the world regaining his form. I think he's got a better chance to do that than, say, again, like James Harden's played, 170-something playoff games in his career. He's got 171 playoff games. Over the course of those 171 games, he has made 5 or fewer shots in 76 of them. Like he's just a shell of himself. When the lights get big, this future Hall of Famer, which James Harden is, turns into a replacement level basketball player. And he's going to have to be the guy that staves off elimination for the Clippers this evening. And I don't trust him if I'm a Clipper fan.
Sounds a little bit like James Harden is the equivalent of LeBron James with regards to the last 45 years of LeBron James' playoff run. Would you agree with that? Did you see the record of LeBron James? 2-12 in his last 14 playoff games? Since the bubble in 2020, LeBron James has been a pumpkin. He has been the James Harden. And they lose again last night. But I agree. James Harden is the guy that he does not scare me. You know who does scare me a lot? It's Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard, he terrifies me. He could go off for a 35-point. He is the equivalent of Jamal Murray for the LA Clippers, that he could have a vintage performance himself.
Well, Kawhi's the one. Does he scare you more on the offensive side or defensive, like clamping someone down?
Man, you remember games 1 and 2 when he just, 2 and 3, where he just felt like he was unconscious. That's where I do have a concern about Kawhi Leonard.
Nah, you get 2 of those games from Kawhi, man. You get 2 of those games. The 6.5-point spread, I feel overconfident in the Nuggets tonight as compared to my anxiety with the Avalanche. I cannot find a way to get over this doom and gloom. I wouldn't say it's doom and gloom. I have no idea what to expect because of the puck luck in Game 5. I feel disingenuous by going, well, they've been the better team in the series, which they have, but when it comes down to clutch time, they haven't. In overtime, they were not the better team in both of those overtime periods. When it comes down to special teams, they have not been the better team in special teams. It's probably the main reason why the series isn't already over in favor for the Avs. They can't find a way to gain momentum on the power play. If they don't score on the power play tonight, the series is over. The other thing that I saw, the Tampa Bay Lightning lost last night in 5 games, right? And I think their window has now officially closed. While it was a wonderful window and you win 2 cups and you get to 3 Stanley Cup finals, you find a way to get through there, that has slammed shut. Nikita Kucherov goes through yet another postseason run where he does not score. In all 3 of his Art Ross Trophy seasons, which is the NHL's trophy that's given away to the point leader at the end of the regular season, he has combined for a grand total of 0 goals. 0. So Tampa loses last night. And one of the main reasons why they go out in 5 games is because their best player didn't show up, at least from a goal-scoring scenario. While Cale has shown up in the series, he hasn't been the same guy. We talked about, there's a whole bunch of shot opportunities that he's had. He's just missed the net. Part of Cale Makar is making those shots happen and actually hitting the frame. If he doesn't find the net tonight, I don't think they can win. Your best players have to be at their best or at very, very worst, their baseline versions of themselves to win these types of series. And you saw what happened with Tampa. When you don't have that player performing like that, you get beat by another Stanley Cup-worthy team, like the Florida Panthers, much like the Dallas Stars. While the Stars haven't reached that pinnacle that the Panthers have, they're still that type of team. Coach, are you back? Coach Sanford, going once, going twice.
My man Raj.
Oh my God. Holy smokes, your audio
You know
was
what we just did?
terrible
You
for
want
the
to know
first
what we
10
just
minutes.
did? Alex, Ryan, Emmy, you know what we just did, baby? We exorcised some demons that existed down here in downtown
Your audio
Denver.
demons?
They
That
are
was
no
atrocious.
They are no longer there.
All right.
Those demons are gone. And it is back to great sounding pipes here over in downtown. So here we are, Raj.
Yeah, man. If you didn't hear me there, I was just talking about how Tampa gets ousted in 5 games by Florida. And one of the main reasons why is Nikita Kucherov didn't show up from a goal scoring perspective. That's what happens when your best players don't show up. Nathan McKinnon has. Cale Makar, well, he hasn't. And if Cale continues to be a no-show in terms of point producing in this series, the Avs will go the way of the Bolts.
Raj, how do you feel right now about what Jared Bednar said defending Cale Makar in this playoff series? Because he did. He had his back. Do you believe that Cale Makar is turned into a bit of a milk carton, or do you think that he's done some of the little things well enough to feel like he is Cale Makar?
Well, he's done the little things, but no, he has not been Cale, right? Part of what makes Cale Makar is scoring. If Cale doesn't score 30 goals in this season, and he's still a very good overall defenseman, but he scores, 15 or 17, like the glut of other offensive defensemen do in the league, you know what? He's not a Norris Trophy winner. Part of what makes Cale Makar sensational and generational is the ability to score, the ability to hit the net. So no, I'm not going to bury the guy, but am I going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, Cale's fine? No, he's not. Part of the reason why you have not already won this series and why your backs are against the wall tonight is because Cale isn't scoring at a 30-goal clip. So
Can you win this elimination game tonight without any form of a vintage Cale Makar performance?
No, I think that I don't think you can win the series without Cale. He has to be Norris Trophy winning Cale Makar. Your best players have to be at their best in the postseason. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. We'll take a quick timeout. On the other side, Connor McGahey will join us live from Ball Arena in Avs Morning Skate. Elimination faces the Avs unless they can find a way to win at home. It's a double Dipparoo. Nuggets on 92.5, Avs on AM 950. This is the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and Alex Ryanemi. Pressure's earned, isn't it? From one basket of anxiety to another, we head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline, where we are joined by the voice of your Colorado Avalanche. You can hear him on AM 950 and crystal clear on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app tonight. He is Connor McGahey, live from Ball Arena and Morning Skate. Connor, what's up, dude?
You know, if we have Turnpike Troubadours and Ace Ventura, then we are 1,000% winning the game.
I love it, man. Talk me off of this anxious feeling that I woke up with, that I slept with last night. Is it just all of last year that's coming back to haunt my dreams, or is there something from the first 5 games of this series that I should truly be nervous about?
Well, I'm not sure nervous. I think the anxiety is basically because of the opponent. I'm not sure that you have this feeling with the Winnipeg Jets. I'm not sure you have this feeling with the Minnesota Wild. I think it's because it's the Dallas Stars, because they are an unsavory group, and a team that Colorado has not been able to beat. And Colorado has been right there, and frankly has been the better team. And for whatever reason, the Stars have sold their souls and gotten a lot of bounces. I mean, I was just talking with a couple guys here at the rink about the start of Game 5, which we all felt good about. But you have 2 goals that are 1 in 10,000 bounces that go in to really take the air out of the balloon. And those games, as good as you're playing, are hard to come back from, especially against a team like the Dallas Stars, who really take the joy out of the game of hockey, if we're being honest. And so those whole things all go into the elixir that you're drinking right now. But I think there's a tonic, and I think it's an Avalanche victory in Game 6, and even better odds when that happens to go on to win Game 7.
DMac, let's just have some fun tonight, shall we? Is that okay? We have some fun?
Yeah.
Can we not be gripping the stick too tight or gripping the microphone too tight? But with that, having fun with it, give me a top 3 power ranking of punchable faces on the list for the Dallas Stars. And should you actually have any retribution revenge tonight, or should you just play hockey?
As much as I would like to go full revenge mode, and you can't do that. You have to play hockey because, the best way to get revenge is to win. And that list features, it's definitely a 1A, 1B, 1 situation, right, Coach? I mean, we've all been in that scenario. But I think that Ben, Marchman, and Bischel, I'm not sure if you guys saw what happened in the penalty box at the end of that game with Liam Bischel, and he was put on the Jumbotron, the rookie. He's actually sent off because he had a 2 and a 10, but he's doing the ear to his hand to his ears thing and getting the crowd going. So that was and frankly, he had about 3 or 4 cross checks there that did not get called. The only penalties called were the roughing and the misconduct afterwards. So those are the 3 that come to mind right now. But as they say in Top Gun, the list is long but distinguished.
4 games tonight that could be series clinchers. Obviously, the Avs and the Stars. The early game, the Maple Leafs and Senators. Sens have won 2 straight after being down 3-0. The Golden Knights can close out the Wild. And then the late game, speaking of teams that have won a couple straight, the Kings have lost 3 straight because the Oilers have gotten red hot. What is the most nervous fan base of the teams facing elimination tonight?
Got to be the LA Kings. Because you're up 2-0 in that series, and you think that you have home ice. You've got, this is the team that can beat Edmonton finally. You basically chase their starting goaltender from the net halfway through the series, and Calvin Pickard, former Avs, has come in and, not exactly shined, but been good enough to allow the Oilers to put in the goals on now Vezina finalist Darcy Kemper. And how about that? You look at the goals allowed in the postseason. From the 3 goalies who were nominated for the Vezina, Vasilevsky out, Hellebuck, massive sieve, and then Darcy Kemper went 14 straight games allowing 2 goals or less until the Avalanche put 4 goals on him, second to last game of the regular season, and then now has been leaking goals in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Just goes to show you that they are such a different animal than the regular season, and even some of the regular season greats, can can have different performances inside the postseason. But for me, I think it'd be the LA Kings because they almost see the writing on the wall. They're going back to Edmonton where the Oilers play their best hockey. So if I'm answering that question, it's LA.
Speaking of award season, the Hart Trophy finalists were announced today. Nathan MacKinnon not amongst them.
Which is, I just tweeted this out with the approval of Lee Blair and Mark Rycroft, that the fact that MacKinnon, who led the NHL in scoring for most of the season and played on a team that used 49 different players, the fact that he's not a finalist is frankly unbelievable to me. Now, I don't think the Hart means as much. I think the Ted Lindsay means more because it's voted on by your peers instead of a bunch of writers. That no one really values their opinion. I mean, that's just what players have said in the past. And so for the Ted Lindsay, you have two ads. You have MacKinnon and you have McCarr. And again, that's the NHL Players Association who is voting on that. So should Nathan MacKinnon have been a Hart finalist? Yes, he wasn't, but it may not mean a ton to him. He won it last year, but if you don't think that that's going to put a little extra kerosene on the flame tonight in Game 6, you got another thing coming.
Connor, we obviously hear pucks rattling off of posts and the boards and the glass. Is there anything happening at morning skate that is of note? Players missing, players playing with new guys?
Well, I mean, Coach wanted to have some fun. First player on the ice was Eric Johnson. He forgot to take his skate guards off. He stepped off the bench and fell completely down. And there's probably about 8 or 9 of us who saw the whole thing. No video was captured, but it rests in our memories forever.
Connor, you've been traveling with this team throughout the course of the year, know these guys very well. You know Cale Makar very well. You know Val Nichushkin very well. And those are two players that haven't had the dynamic playoff series thus far. And you would say that most likely the Avs are going to need at least one, if not both of them, to win tonight and to win the series. Have you seen anything from their mentals, either one of them, in terms of just their, where they're at, and can they have the breakout performance that both of them are capable of having tonight?
I wish I could peek inside the brain. I really do. But, they're saying all the right things. And, Cale Makar has the most shot attempts out of anybody in the National Hockey League Stanley Cup playoffs to not score a goal, along with Joel Eriksson Ek of the Minnesota Wild. So he's been doing a lot of things right. He's been defending well. I wouldn't say that Cale Makar has had a bad series. We're just used to him having 3 goals, for example, like he did last year versus Dallas in 6 games. But again, when you're talking about great stories inside the playoffs, you're talking about great performances. And I just feel that with all the bad luck that the Avalanche have had, with all the lack of appearance on the score sheet for Cale Makar, I think that both of those things are due to change. And I just think that if Makar plays a great game tonight, the Avalanche are going to win Game 6. And that's an easy horse to ride in and through Game 7 on Saturday.
Connor, the power play has been, for me, the main reason why the Avs haven't already won this series. And it's not like Dallas has been all that much better in terms of actually producing, right? 17.7% for Colorado, 22.2% are both in the bottom 5 of the 16 teams that, as of last night, were still alive in the postseason. Obviously, a couple of teams have been eliminated since then. But Dallas feels like they gain momentum on the power play, and anytime the Avs go up a man, it feels like it gets sapped out of the team. Fix the power play for me. What do you have to change?
Well, I encourage everybody to watch Altitude tonight because Mark Rycroft has a great illustration of the Avalanche power play. Really insightful, really good stuff. Raj, for you, some X's and O's. If you have the umbrella that is pressured upon, like Dallas does, that automatically creates a 2-on-1 down low in front of the net. The problem is the outside for Dallas is so good at blocking passing lanes and shooting lanes, you can't get the puck towards the front of the net where there is a 2-on-1, and the Avalanche have just not been able to connect it to get it there. It's been a little stale just trying to force it and do the same thing you've done really for 2 months now. But you have to be able to recognize that pressure coming from Dallas and the fact that you do have the odds in front of the Stars net. You just have to have some creativity, which you have in Natchez and McKinnon and Landeskog now to get it there. I would like to see more of a net front presence, and it's not going to be Val Nichushkin to at least start off tonight on the first unit power play. It's still Arturi Lehkonen. But again, despite his size, he's a menace in front. Now it's up to the guys in the perimeter to get it there. And so for me, that's what they have to do to fix the power play is just get the puck towards the front of the net where they do have numbers.
Connor, what is going to be the role of Ball Arena faithful, Avs faithful tonight? Home ice seems like it's playing a little bit more of a role in this series. Not every single game, but certainly in that Game 5, the Dallas Stars' home ice advantage was on full display. What do you think the Avs faithful can bring tonight in terms of keeping the series alive?
The beacons are lit. Gondor calls for aid. And Avs faithful will answer.
My God, Connor McGahey, you can hear him on the call tonight, AM 950, out there at Morning Skate. Connor, appreciate your time, brother.
Love you guys.
All of our guests here on Altitude Sports Radio are brought to you by the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Coach Sanford, Alex Ryanemi hanging out with you guys before a double dipperoo of Game 6s. Nuggets on 92.5, Avs on AM 950. We'll have a watch party. Coach is going to host that out there at number 38. Connor, when it comes to Cale Makar, I do think he's right. He is defending well enough. I think he's defending at an elite level in this series. I think he's snapping pucks just fine. Where it gets me is the offensive zone. When the Avs go low to high and something blows up his stick and goes outside the zone, I don't think he's injured. I've seen a lot of that going like, oh, Cale Makar must be playing through an injury to be this bad. I just think he hasn't been on top of his game. Sometimes you just don't handle the puck well. And while I do believe that he is a mutant version of a human, sometimes it's just not all there. It just can't be there it just can't be lost for 6 games in order for the Avs to move forward, right? He mentioned the 3 goals that he scored against Dallas in the last series. That wasn't even enough to get them through, right? If he doesn't show up in Game 6, man, you're asking a lot out of this team to carry that weight.
You mentioned something yesterday about Peter DeBoer and this style of hockey it's a chip and chase. Mm-hmm. Make Cale Makar turn his back and pursue pucks in his own D zone, which does make him work more fervently on both sides of the ice. I think that does play a role in how Cale Makar is maybe a bit snake bit on the offensive side, and he is becoming more of a defensive. That's a good point. A D man, a real D man. So to the point of Connor, when everybody's looking for the production on offense, his job number 1 is to be a defender. He's a defender first, and he has done an admirable job there. The guy that I want to see have a breakout tonight is Val Nichushkin.
Yeah, he had 9 goals in the postseason last year until he gets suspended, and that was one of the main reasons why the Avs were able to run through Winnipeg in the first round. It was one of the reasons why that they had Dallas kind of feeling like they weren't in control of that series until he wasn't in the series. And then the Stars obviously win in 6 games, and it felt like that Game 6 was just dominated in terms of puck possession, even though it goes to overtime. He is a player that has to have a point tonight in order for you to be successful. Now, Nathan MacKinnon, 5 goals in the series. If he has 2 more, he ties for the most in a single series in Avs history. Joe Sakic had 7. A couple other players did too, but I know Sakic had 7 once upon a time. I do think your top guys. I don't believe this is going to be like hey, Parker Kelly scores a goal tonight, and that's the reason. I firmly believe your Lindsay Trophy finalists and Nichushkin making the money that he's making right now and being the guy that everyone goes, oh, the Avs are a different team when he's in the lineup. Those are the 3 guys you got to look to tonight if you're going to win the game in 4-7.
Yeah,
you're right.
The whole mentality of playoff hockey. Playoff hockey is not finesse, fast skating necessarily. And a lot of those teams that are finesse skating teams are struggling. Or if they're just dynamic skaters, they're struggling right now. the players that I'm looking to for that playoff hockey where you throw volume of pucks in the direction of Ottinger, and then you get bodies at Ottinger. You get bodies near the crease. Those guys like Coyle, Brock Nelson, Jack Drury. And obviously it's
Brock
led by
Nelson
Gabe
might be
Landeskog.
actually, you know what, Coach? That's a player I haven't talked about enough. Brock Nelson, outside of the Game 4 performance where everyone was good. And I'm not going to take that away from the players that were good in Game 4, right? Like, if you play well, you deserve to get your flowers. Outside of Game 4, man, that's a player that I expected to be Lou Lamoriello, hard-nosed, right? That's the guy that he played under in terms of a GM in New York for all those years with the Islanders. I expected him to be a little bit more noticeable from a grit and physicality standpoint and a net front standpoint. I saw it in Game 4 when he and Nichushkin and Landeskog played together. The other games, I haven't been all that impressed, right? You move mountains to go out and get that player. That was one of the players that drastically changed how people viewed the Avs. Oh, wow, they're big now. They're a little bit more intimidating through the middle. They're more defensive. They're more of a net front presence on the offensive side. You move mountains to go get that guy at the postseason. This is when he needs to show up.
Raj, I'm going to throw something at you. Maybe we could hit it on the other end if this is okay with you, if I get your permission. Through 3 games of the Gabe Landeskog return, we've gotten some data. Do we have enough data to say that Gabe Landeskog should be on the top line?
We'll get into that on the other side. You're listening to the Morning Sprint here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Spring is here, and as the weather continues to heat up, the sports action heats up at Circus Sports Colorado. From baseball to basketball to hockey, Circus Sports has it all. Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting. It's sports betting the way you want it to be, the way it should be, with high betting limits and tight money line splits. Also, exceptional customer service treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for playoff futures for next series, hopefully it's both of our favorite teams here being in those next series, or it might be props on your favorite players and more, Circus Sports has got you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. And remember, you must be 21 or older. If you got a gambling problem, make sure you call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The morning sprint ahead of a big-time Game 6 tonight for the Avs and the Nuggets. Nuggets looking to close out the Clippers, and you can watch that game at number 38 in Rhino. Berto is going to be hosting an extended pregame show and the Nuggets broadcast, as well as Coach Mike Sanford hosting the Double Dipparoo viewing party for both the Nuggets and the Avs. Awesome giveaways, including signed Avs and Nuggets pictures, then our grand prize, a signed Jamal Murray Nuggets jersey, all thanks to our friends at Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. Watch both games with fellow Nuggets and Avs fans. Again, tonight at number 38 in Rhino. We're starting around 6 p.m. We're going to have this altitude all hands playoff pregame show where literally all of us are going to hop on and talk a little bit. I'll be live from Ball Arena checking in. This is enjoy these days, even though I've been in an anxiety riddled nightmare this morning. Enjoy these days because the middle of July is coming very, very soon, and we'll be watching a Rockies team that's going to lose 125 games.
Hey, that's the wrong time to call out the Rockies. They just got a dang win for the first time. It felt like in a month
last night, man. Chase Dollander outpitched Chris Sale. Think about that. If he didn't have to come out for that blister,
that's the wildest storyline ever for this team, right?
It's the wildest storyline of the last 2 days, except going into Game 6. Yeah, Dollander outpitches the Cy Young Award-winning lefty Chris Sale and has to get taken out of the game early because of a blister.
And then he takes that it was a split fingernail apparently, which happens with pitchers, which is the wildest thing. If you're that big of a volume, violent thrower of a baseball, yeah, you're going to have some wear and tear on your fingers and your fingernails. But Chase Dollander, I guess he went to a local, he went and got his nails done, got the nail replaced with a fake one, and it didn't apparently hold too well.
You ever gotten a manicure, Coach?
Yes, on vacation. And
a manicure?
It was included with the all-inclusive. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Are we going to go there? Are we toxic masculinity?
I'm not going to do that. I was going to say I've never done a manicure because my fingers are atrocious. It is a habit that I've been trying to kick for probably 5 to 7 years. I bite my fingernails down to the nub.
Oh, that's going to happen today now.
Oh, I'm going to be bleeding by the time that the game is over. Pedicure though, man. Pedicure is that is the way to go.
It changes lives. It really
sure does. I didn't think it was a real thing until I met the wife, and we've gotten a couple now, and I won't look back.
And the only downside of a pedicure is I wish I had more time and more bandwidth, and it was part of my regular routine. Because I'll tell you right now, my winter toes, they're not pretty right now. They are not pretty just because they haven't seen the sun, haven't been in a lot of chlorinated pools, been working out a little bit here and there. So my toes are not something I'm looking forward to showing off.
The term winter toes.
Oh, winter toes. It's kind of like the winter chest that we got to see, live from Circa in the pool. We saw the winter chest.
It's not that bad.
Yeah.
Bag of milk-ish, but it's not that bad for either of us.
It was pretty hairy and pretty pasty, I'll tell you that. Hairy and pasty. That is the winter chest. And
it's not going to get any better today. It's a monsoon out here in Denver. Coach, you're remote today. Remind us why.
Because I'm going to a big fundraising event where Nick Saban is the keynote speaker. And it is to raise scholarship money for underprivileged individuals that are looking to get opportunities in college.
Are you going to be able to ask him about what he thinks about Bo Nix and his ability to take a step forward this year in year 2?
Yeah, there's 2 questions I really want to get from Nick Saban. I'm going to probably be a little uncomfortable. Maybe why I'm wearing my crimson suit today to this event. Try to get in good with old Nicky boy. I'm going to ask him, number one, about Bo Nix and what he remembers from him and what he sees in the player that is Bo Nix as a former rival at Auburn. And number 2, I want to ask him about this Quandarius Campbell because he was recruited by Nick Saban. Originally, he was a safety and grew himself into a defensive end and edge. And Nick Saban coached him, I believe, 4 of his 5 years in his career before he was drafted in the, 5th round, 6th round by the Denver Broncos. So I'm excited to hear about what his take is on Q Campbell.
Q Robinson was selected.
Robinson.
Pick 134 in round 4 by the Broncos this year after Savion Jones, the edge rusher out of LSU at 101. They followed that up with Jeremy Crawshaw, the punter out of Florida. Yeah, it was the more I've slept on the draft, the more I have appreciated them taking Jahdae Barron in the first round. And we're going to get to your question about Gabe Landeskog here, whether or not he has been good enough to be promoted to the top line. He's already moved into the top 6. We'll get into that in just a couple of seconds here. The more I've slept on the draft, the more I wake up and I go, I trust everything that they're doing. The reason why is, even if you give Bo Nix Ashton Genty, even if you give Bo Nix Tyler Warren or Luther Burden III, are you really sure that your offense is going to be better than what Kansas City can put out there? Even though you look at the Kansas City roster and you go, that doesn't scare me. I'm not confident that anyone that you could have added to this team in the offseason or in the draft would have automatically made you go, yeah, you can go toe-to-toe with the Chiefs and beat them in an offensive shootout. So I love the fact that they went, no, we're just going to lean on our defense and have what was a top 3 defense in the league last year be a bona fide number 1 unit.
After the selection of Bo Nix at number 1 in the first round and number 12 overall for the Broncos, I feel like every subsequent pick and every move in the offseason by George Paton and Sean Payton have been with the idea of how do we win this division? Not how do we compete offensively to have the numbers that Patrick Mahomes is going to have. How do we win this division a great defense?
Hold on. How do we win the division versus how do we help Bo Nix?
I think that might be the case. It adds up, Raj. What were all of the significant offseason acquisitions? They were on the defensive side of the ball, right down the middle of your defense. Re-signing DJ Jones, getting Dre Greenlaw, getting Talanoa Hufanga, and then the draft. I mean, think about the pieces that were added to this defense, starting with your first-round draft pick in Jahdae Barron. That is to solidify your strength. And like you said, a run game and defense are a quarterback's best friend. Well, that's what you've addressed in the offseason. And then, of course, the one weapon that you did give Bo Nix was Evan Ingram. And I think it's going to be a net positive. Is it going to be a 17-game revelation? We will find out. But I think that this is all about neutralizing the strengths and advantages of a Patrick Mahomes-led Kansas City Chiefs, of a Justin Herbert-led LA Chargers team. And then I don't forget about those Raiders. They're coming. They have some good young pieces, and Geno Smith isn't exactly the mustache in Gardner Minshew or the ultimate bag of milk that exists in Aiden O'Connell. Truly, I think you and I would right now look better than him in a bikini contest.
Come on, you can't body bag the guy like that. He's a pro athlete.
Facts are facts, Raj. Facts are facts.
Coach, before the break, you asked me something about Gabe Landeskog. What was it?
It was, we have 3 games of data, and the data has been compelling, surprising with Gabe Landeskog since his return in game 3. Do we have enough to go on to say that Gabe Landeskog in playoff hockey should be on that top line, namely with Nathan McKinnon?
So I do believe he has been good enough to be a top line player alongside Nate. I don't think you need to put him up there to unlock McKinnon at 5-on-5 because the Avs have been far and away the better team at 5-on-5. We talked about the 5-on-5 numbers in game 5 when the Avs didn't look all that great, but they basically doubled up Dallas in 5-on-5 opportunities. You lost that game because of special teams and just really, really crappy bounces at the worst time, paired with you playing, I'd call it a C game. But at 5-on-5, you were good enough from a numbers perspective. Speaking of 5-on-5, the Colorado Avalanche, in terms of expected goals at 5-on-5, have the 3rd best line in hockey right now in the playoffs. The number 1 line at an expected goals percentage for at 94.4 is Leon Draisaitl, Connor McDavid, and Zach Hyman, who have gone nuclear over their last 3 games, taking a 3-2 series lead on the LA Kings. They can close them out tonight. Taylor Hall, Jesperi Kotkaniemi, and Andrei Svechnikov of the Carolina Hurricanes are number 2. They trail heavily at 82.8% of the expected goals percentage at 5-on-5. They played 24 and a half minutes together. Carolina ousts their first-round opponent in 5 games in the New Jersey Devils. The 3rd best line in hockey at 5-on-5, Gabe Landeskog, Brock Nelson, Val Nichushkin, who have played 18.2 minutes together and have an expected goals percentage of 81.3. He's been good enough. He's one of the main reasons why they are so good at 5-on-5 as a line there. So my question to you is, do you want to screw up that elite second line just to get him alongside Nate and take the chance that it works? Or do you want to guarantee that that second line, which has been really good 5-on-5, is going to continue that type of trend in game 6?
It's a really good question, and in such a pivotal game that is going to ultimately determine if the season is over or not. And it might even, if you do win this game, it's going to set forth the trajectory potentially of Game 7. Do you want to upset the apple cart at this stage in terms of the lines that are skating together, the chemistry that exists that you've even been able to create over the course of 3 games? I would argue that Gabe Landeskog skating with Nathan MacKinnon to me would be terrifying if I were the Dallas Stars. That would be terrifying. And I love Gabe getting down the middle and cycling through and getting in front of the net and burying your big old Swedish backside right in front of Jake Ottinger. That excites me on the first line.
If you're going to move him
on the first line,
Coach, if you're going to move him to that top line and you want to see him alongside Nathan MacKinnon, I think you need to make a couple big time moves. Part of what hasn't been great at 5-on-5 for the first line, Marty Necas he's been largely a ghost. And that was the book on Necas in Carolina when it got to playoff time was, well, you're really good in the regular season, but what happens when the game gets checked a little bit tighter, when it's way tougher to dance through the middle of the ice like you do? He's one of the fastest players in the league. He hasn't been great on that top line. So if you're going to do that, I would throw MacKinnon, Landeskog, and Drouin together on that top line. I would put Lehkonen alongside Nelson and Nichushkin. And this would be crazy. Do you move Marty Necas down to the third line to play alongside Charlie Coyle and Joel Kiviranta? If you move Gabe up, there are big-time lineup decisions that have to happen. Can you trust Marty to be a responsible second-line player with Nelson and Nichushkin, which it's still a big line. I wouldn't hate that. The conversation of moving Jonathan Drouin up to the top line and seeing if you can unlock Drouin because you have the physical presence of Landeskog next to him, that's another intriguing option. I don't know if they do any of those things tonight, but that's where that conversation kind of ends up for me.
Does it seem like Marty Necas has shrunk a little bit the longer he's been skating with Nathan MacKinnon, a guy that is very clearly, he's a lot. Nathan MacKinnon is a guy that demands a lot. See, Peyton
demands
Manning
the puck.
Demands the puck, and he also demands perfection.
Oh, yeah, you saw him bark at Charlie Coyle.
You saw it. And Charlie Coyle, you know what he did? He took it, and he was like, let's roll. I don't know that Marty Necas is built that way yet. We don't know enough about the player. But do you worry that, or do you wonder if maybe it would be freeing for him to not be on the same line as Nathan MacKinnon, as wild as that sounds?
I mean, it certainly could be. It's tough to play alongside elite players. It really, really is. Some guys thrive and some guys shrink in those types of spotlights. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys listen to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 ahead of 2 Game 6s, the Nuggets and Clippers on 92.5 and the Avs and the Stars on AM 950. Get on out to number 38 in Rhino tonight if you're not going to be inside the building for Game 6 of the Avs and the Stars. Berto's hosting an extended pregame show with the Nuggets broadcast, and Mike Sanford's going to be hosting the double Dipparoo party for both the Nuggets and the Avs. You can win signed Avs and Nuggets pictures, a signed Jamal Murray jersey, all courtesy of our friends at Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila as we roll into hour number 2 on the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass today in the Backus and Schenker studios. Their passion is justice. Coach, I want to bounce around a little bit of what else happened around the leagues, the respected leagues in the playoffs last night. Did you hear this from LeBron after getting booted from the postseason yet again? There's nothing I like more than drinking up LeBron James tears.
Basically from mid-January on, right when AD got injured, you guys started playing a lot of centerless basketball, and that required a lot from you and Doe and Rui and then Vando once he got back. Just from a physical, taxing standpoint, how tough was that for the last 3.5 months to play that style, and do you feel like that caught up at all in this series?
No comment. I'll never say that because my guy AD said what he needed, and then he was gone the following week. So I got no comment. I put that uniform on every night. I gave everything I had, and that's all that matters.
Did he just tell us that he didn't want Luka Doncic on his team in the first place?
That's sure as heck what it sounds like to me.
I'd be so pissed off if I was Luka. Like, what was that?
Well, even more than that, with that comment, clearly, LeBron James loved having his guy, Anthony Davis. He loved having his big, his rim protector. And what he had said at the time, if you rewind to what AD did before the trade deadline, is he said a little bit of what the Zeke Naji and Calvin Booth, Michael Malone situation was, is that I'm not a 5. I'm not a center. I am a 4. Go out and get me a center, get me a 5. And you know what they do? Instead of going out and getting bigger, they get a whole heck of a lot smaller and a little bit more bag of milky in Luka Doncic with no bigs.
Well, that's what you said right after that trade went down. And, I think you and I were both on the same wavelength of, I think this is better for the Lakers in the long term. Like getting Luka there, he is the star to carry them after LeBron finally decides to hang him up. And who knows when he's actually going to do that. He got teary-eyed about playing with Bronny this year. Like maybe this is the offseason that LeBron finally says, all right, I've done my thing. I play with my kid, and now I can go to different business ventures as I get into my 40s. I thought it was a good thing for the Lakers to make that trade for the future. Did it help them in the here and now? I firmly believe that it didn't. Rudy Gobert had 24 rebounds last night. If you watched any of that game, there was no chance that a Laker was coming up with a contested rebound. No chance.
Raj, when you watch Rudy Gobert against, say, the Nuggets and Nikola Jokic, does he scare you as an offensive player? He didn't scare me whatsoever as an offensive player if you have a true big inside of the paint. But against the Lakers, he looked unstoppable offensively because nobody could match his height and verticality in the paint. And that's exactly what happened. So when everybody, including ESPN and the national narrative, was all about Luka Doncic is coming to the Lakers and LeBron, he's going to be resuscitated, in any good performance with the regular season that we saw from Luka Doncic and LeBron James, they're going to win him. They're going to win it. They're going to be coordinated. Didn't happen. It didn't even happen in the first series. You didn't even get out past Game 5. It's honestly, it's embarrassing. And my question is where does LeBron James and the Lakers go now? Where do they go? Where do they go with LeBron James?
You try and bring Giannis in somehow? Somehow?
Giannis, Luka, and LeBron. Jeez,
There's only one basketball. And LeBron he's deferring more often. Like I'd prefer them to do that. Like you're not getting a 5 in Giannis while you're getting a rebounding machine and a guy who can still put up a triple-double kind of whenever he wants. I would welcome that as a Nuggets fan. You want to empty everything that you have, whatever picks they still have remaining in LA to go get Luka and bring that in and get into the second apron with all of those max contracts. Be my guest as a Nugget fan. You want to make them irrelevant in terms of actual basketball talent? Go ahead. Bring Giannis to the LA Lakers. Be my guest.
Yeah, it would be, I don't see a good ending for the LeBron James led did go rogue by getting Luka Doncic. Really had much involvement from LeBron James. And I think that kind of smirk and laugh and kind of silliness from LeBron James when asked the question about playing the style of basketball without a big, it was that he didn't fully sign off on this. And so you're seeing a power struggle that's starting to go in the way of the ownership being the owners and making the decisions for their franchise. Do I think Luka Doncic is capable of winning a title in Los Angeles at some point? Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be while LeBron James, Bronny James are still there. And oh, by the way, how impactful was Bronny James there on the bench this postseason? Did he even get a minute? Did he get a minute?
I have no idea if he actually did. If he got a minute, it was a meaningless minute, Coach. Other things that have happened already in the NBA, obviously OKC sweeps through. Minnesota gets that 4-1 series victory. Golden State had a chance to get rid of Houston, but it was a complete and total blowout last night as the Rockets stay alive 3-2. They now have to go back to Chase Center and win on the road in Game 6 to stay alive and force a Game 7. I think that thing's going all the way. I think somehow Houston's going to find a way and force Game 7, and I think it's going to be a heartbreaker. They win Game 6, they come back home to Houston, and then Steph goes nuclear in Game 7.
That sounds a whole heck of a lot like last year's Nuggets versus Timberwolves scenario.
I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, and that reminds me why tonight is so important. And anybody who thinks that the Nuggets are safe and cushy tonight, like
get it done. Get it
freaking
Don't
done.
Don't mess
get
with
it
this.
Done. Let's have a double winneroo tonight. How freaking awesome will radio be tomorrow if we get the old double winneroo? I need this in my life, Raj. I need it desperately in my life. Do you not too?
At the very least, if we don't get a double winneroo, it'll be 2 Game 7s, or the Avs will have their season ended and the Nuggets will have won that game, and there's some sort of like positivity going around.
Either way,
worst case is a double loseroo, and then you're lucky if I'm even here tomorrow morning.
What's the mindset for the Nuggets have to be tonight? Is it you just got to go get? You know what I think the mindset is tonight? It is the Game 4 iteration of the Nuggets defensively. Game 5 was just brilliance, right? Brilliance offensively, and all of your heat check players were hot at the same time for the first time in what felt like the entire year, right? I think that the Game 4 mentality in Los Angeles, which is just you guard every square inch of that basketball court and you play physical. It's a Christian Brown game. It's a Peyton Watson game, meaning that he's going to have to defend. It's a Russ Westbrook game in fits and starts. Just don't get him too involved in critical moments down the stretch on the offensive side. It's an AG game. You know, Michael Porter Jr. and using his length around the rim, around the tips that keep leading to rebounds offensively and on the defensive glass. It's that type of game that you got to cover every single inch of that court defensively. And if you do that, you're going to win tonight.
Here's David Adelman on what he saw from Games 4 to 5.
Really proud of it, and cool to see the trend of, losing a really tough Game 2, getting embarrassed in Game 3, absolutely bringing it in Game 4, and then really almost, losing it in the fourth quarter. So there's all these ups and downs to it, and you can see, you were talking about it earlier, but the team is connected because they went back and saw the film. They saw where they get better, and that's what you have to do. You have to have extreme honesty in these playoff series because the next game is going to be its own thing, and all you can control is how you can get better, just a little bit better, competitively, schematically, and stay together and give yourself the best opportunity to win a fourth game.
After what was a perfect Game 5, who has the biggest opportunity to get better in Game 6?
Nikola Jokic. I mean,
Nikola Jokic. That's the best. That's the reason why I am so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed when it comes to the Nuggets. And I know I didn't feel that way 2 days ago. Like I'm sure if you guys text in right now, you're gonna light me up. As well you should. I have been living and dying with both of these teams game to game in the postseason. I went into the playoffs wanting to do that and not be the type of guy who is going to be like, all right, this is what should happen. This is what is going to happen. I'm going game to game. My life is over. If they lose, I feel like they're going to win the title the next day if they win. How great does that feel? That the best player on planet Earth has the greatest opportunity for growth going from Game 5 to Game 6. You're not relying upon, oh no, Can I get 2 straight games out of Michael Porter Jr.? Oh no, is playoff Jamal going to hopefully show up out of the blue tonight? And yeah, that happened in game 5, and that's like a historic where were you Jamal Murray game when he decides to hang him up. You're going to go, oh yeah, I remember that first round matchup where he dropped 43 against the Clippers. You're not having to worry about that. You get the bastion of consistency who is like, oh yeah, I can go throw up 32 and 17 and 9 tonight and close out a series.
Yeah, and the number that I want to see the biggest improvement from, obviously is his scoring is he's going to score more points tonight. We know that, but you don't want Nikola Jokic to be a 47-point scoring Nikola Jokic. It just has not equated to a good Nuggets team.
I'm not going to kick that out of bed. You and I don't see eye to eye on that. I'm not kicking 40 points out of bed.
When he's usually that means that he is being relied upon to score, and then he carries so much of the burden, so much of the weight, and by the time the fourth quarter or overtime comes, he's got absolutely nothing left in the tank. I have not liked that iteration of the Nuggets. I want to see the Denver Nuggets version with Nikola Jokic with 16 assists and 28 points. And I don't care. Get 8 rebounds. I don't need the triple double in the boards. Give me Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter Jr. You grab all the boards. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want the assists. If the assist number's high, then that means that everybody is getting into that heat check moment and taking their turns.
Has David Adelman, in your mind, done enough to already have the job?
No.
He's 6-2 in 8 games.
Raj, if you lose these next 2, there's nobody is telling you nobody's saying that David Adelman is your head coach.
It seems like he's pushed all the right buttons so far.
I agree.
The way that he handled Russell Westbrook the way that he handled Russell Westbrook in quarter 3 of game 5 was, for me, I don't know if it's enough to give him the job, but that was one of my aha moments. I went, oh, he's up to the task. This isn't just some dude stepping in and hoping to steer the ship and make sure it doesn't like crash on the shore or scuttle into some rocks. He knows what he's doing.
Coach Mike Sanford, certified fan club member of David Adelman. I am the guy that was the interim coach. I
was going to say certified interim coach
and wants him to get the job, unlike I was able to do. So I'm all for it. But you lose in the first round, you crash out, as the young kids say these days. You're not getting the job, Rosh. You're just not. And I would love for him to get the job. You know what I want to have happen? I want them to win tonight in game 6. And then, yeah, it's pretty clear that this guy's the right guy. They get the rest ahead of the OKC series. And if you play the way that you're capable of playing tonight and you see more of that in-game growth in the series from Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., you see that stuff, then guess what? I feel really good again against Oklahoma City, and something that my take on Oklahoma City and the Nuggets, I want it to come to fruition so bad, but you got to win tonight. I don't want this thing coming game 7 back home.
Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They are injury lawyers. Go to WillHiteWins.com. That is WillHiteWins.com. You can use that app to listen to the Avs game crystal clear on AM 950. All you got to do is open up the app, go to the menu, hit stations, and then switch from 92.5 over to 950. You can listen to both the Avs and the Nuggets right there. Nuggets on 92.5 tonight as they look to close out the Clippers, a 7:30 p.m. pregame show. Avs on AM 950 at home, looking to stay alive against the Dallas Stars. Your pregame show starts at 7 p.m. with yours truly, and we'll have puck drop at 7:50 tonight Mountain Time. NFL Notes is next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes ahead of 2 Game 6s tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. Nuggets and Clippers as Denver looks to close out the series, and the Avs looking to stave off elimination for the second straight year to the Dallas Stars. That game at Ball Arena. Can hear it on AM 950. But to the gridiron we go. KJ, what's first?
This morning on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, Adam Schefter talked about how the Saints drafted a cornerback and running back in the first 3 rounds, respectively, in 2017, just like Sean did in 2025 with the Denver Broncos. The New Orleans Saints went on in 2017 to have a 11-5 season. They won their division and made it to the divisional round of the playoffs before being knocked out of the playoffs by the Minnesota Vikings. We all remember the infamous play in overtime. Below, I have listed for you guys are the 2 full drafts from the 2017 draft of the Saints and then the 2025 draft of the Broncos. And I'll get you guys' early predictions. Are there any signs right now after the draft that the Broncos are ready to turn the corner like some of Sean's teams in the past?
I think the signs are there. If this team had stayed healthy on the defensive side of the ball, I think this team was in a really good position to at least play better in the wild card round of the playoffs.
To make it scary.
Play better. Make it scary. I think when Riley Moss got banged up and then he got forced back into action probably a little prematurely, you had the T. Higgins debacle where T. Higgins went off and they targeted Riley Moss. You add Jahdae Barron, the defense looks completely different. And then if you get, and I keep saying it, if you get a fully healthy, fully geeked up Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga added to the defense that was already there, you have a top defense in the National Football League. Show me one that's better.
Hufanga in the offseason, he actually just had an exclusive with the guys at DNVR and was saying, I wanted to go to Denver. Like, I called Sean Payton and said, do whatever you have to do to get me here. Let's make this thing happen. He would also go on to say, I'll play anywhere. If you want to give me the mic, and I'll run the defense. I love that thought process from him. I love the fact that they drafted a whole bunch of team captains. They bring team leaders in Greenlaw and Hufanga over to the Broncos. They are drafting not only like on-field talent, but on-field character. And I love that. The draft, that 2017 draft from New Orleans was good. Marshawn Lattimore. That's a big green check mark as a corner. Ryan Ramczyk, who just retired, big green check mark as a tackle. Alvin Kamara in the 3rd round, big green check mark as a running back. They also drafted Alex Anzalone and Trey Hendrickson in that their 3rd round in 20.
Trey Hendrickson?
Yep. You forget about that. Trey Hendrickson was a New Orleans Saint for 4 years. He wasn't Trey Hendrickson until his final year in 2020, where he had 13.5 sacks. The 3rd round alone in 2017 for Sean Payton. Alvin Kamara, Alex Anzalone, Trey Hendrickson. That's a hell of a draft.
Those are guys that you go out and buy their jerseys at the team store. All 3 of those guys now. It's unbelievable when you think about it. Yeah, I think
they're the 4th, 5th, and 6th guys drafted that year by the Saints.
You know, the one downside, if you're sitting there thinking there's no way they truly turn the corner and make this thing a run in the postseason, I would say to you this: the offense is good enough. It really is. It's good enough if you stay healthy. Now, the depth, is it there? Definitely not. Do you like the depth at running back right now?
No, I hate it.
Do you like the depth at tight end right now?
No, I hate it.
Do you like the depth at wide receiver right now?
Oh, like yes, I love it. I think the depth at wide receiver is fantastic.
Yeah, you're right. You're good, but
they've got like 6 of the same dude.
I know the depth is it's fairly redundant.
They're the Dallas Stars of wide receiver rooms in the NFL. They're all the same guy.
It's kind of worked out for Dallas Stars, though.
Well, to a certain point, right? To a certain point, it's worked out for the Stars, and then they get to the end, and they don't have enough. They don't have that top-tier punch, and that's where you go, oh, are you sure about the wide receiver room? Yeah, I think they have enough to be consistent and deep and withstand injury, but do they have the guy that's going to get you over the top? The answer to that right now is a firm no.
when we talk about the wide receiver depth, I think that's the position that you're pretty set at. Would you agree? You're not going to do anything most likely between now and unless something happens in season. There's an amazing trade opportunity.
Does signing Amari Cooper do anything for you?
No. But at the running back position, who ends up making the roster from this current running backs crew?
Estime.
Obviously, number one will be RJ Harvey has the most secure job.
Harvey, Estime, McLaughlin?
Who's your third down pass protector?
You hope it's Estime?
That's what you're hoping for.
You know who I'd really love back on the roster right now? Samaje Perine.
He'd be fantastic.
I would love that dude.
He would be great.
Come in, take 15 snaps a game, brother. You might see a touch every other game.
Do you remember when I was so anti Javonte Williams and then he became the third down pass protector, and at the end of the season I say, hey man,
there's a roll. That's a roll.
Re-sign the guy. Just go out and get it. Like, you're not going to spend copious amounts of money, and your salary cap isn't going to take a massive hit, but hey, there's a role for a guy that accepted his role and did it really well down the stretch. Right now there's not that other guy that you have on your roster that is a proven commodity on third downs.
KJ, what's next?
This house is clear.
As we continue to get to know our 2025 Broncos draft picks, today's focus will be on third-round D lineman Savion Jones out of LSU. Nick Kosmider joined Kreckman and Lindahl on yesterday, and he laid out the plan and path for Savion Jones if everything goes according to plan.
If you look at it, I think that John Franklin Myers, they have pretty similar body types and pretty similar size. Now they're going to want Jones to gain some weight. Obviously, that's going to be kind of the priority, because even for a guy that played 4 years of college, he was 4 years at LSU, only 21 years old. He's still kind of growing into his frame a little bit, but you can see some of the similarities in terms of body type and even play style that John Franklin Myers has. I'm really interested with Jones because he should be an upgrade right away over a guy like Jordan Jackson, who played, I think, 25 to 27% of snaps, somewhere in that neighborhood, defensively last year, and a serviceable player. Nice story. It's the former Air Force guy, but again, they're in that spot now where, okay, we're not just trying to replace these frontline guys. We want our reserves coming in to be better, and so maybe he starts in that kind of a role, and then ultimately you hope by year two, if you don't get a thing done with John Franklin Myers, well, Savion Jones is ready to step in and take that spot. That's kind of, I think, what the vision is, and certainly by year three, him being a guy that can be pretty impactful on your defensive line.
Savion Jones, a guy that was listed on draft night as an edge, and I look at him like, why does he look so dang big? He doesn't look like the power forward body type of Nick Bonito or the twitched up, rolling ball of butcher knives that Von Miller is. He looked like a defensive tackle, and that's exactly what he is. And I love hearing Nick Kosmider break that down, because it's a guy that is an upgrade over, I'd say, your bottom level of your interior defensive lineman, not nose tackle. I don't think Savion Jones will ever be in the conversation to play, the role that you have in DJ Jones. But I think he is really good depth for Jonathan Franklin Myers, could potentially bypass him. And you love the fact that Savion's a type of player that has been a pass rusher, has played on the edge in the SEC. Has he been extremely twitched up and extremely, productive as a twitched edge rusher? No, but he has been able to big arm and drive offensive tackles right into the lap of quarterbacks. That's a tremendous gift to have, and you can use him now inside. That was a good draft pick. It was one where I watched the highlight tape and I'm like, gosh, man, is that guy going to
love it originally?
Well, I saw it for what he was listed at, which was edge. And I just didn't see the ultimate explosive athlete that you want as an edge player. And so it's almost like somewhere between his body type, somewhere between Jonathan Franklin Myers and Jonathan Cooper. I think that's where you find Savion Jones, which is, once again, is he the Joker of the defensive line now for Sean Payton?
It feels like they added a bunch of tweeners, right? Like Savion, is he an edge? Is he more interior defensive line when he actually comes into, if he ever gets to being a starter for this team? What is Jahdae Barron? Did you draft him just to be a nickel? Because we know he can play there. That's what he played at Texas. Who was our defensive coordinator guy who we have?
Pete Kwiatkowski.
He was like, yeah, he played the star role for us. He was all over the field. So he can play on the outside as a corner. He can play inside as a corner. But did you draft him to be a nickel? I don't know. I just told you, Talanoa Hufanga told the guys at DNVR, he was like, I'll play Mike. Is Hufanga just a safety? I don't know. He feels like he's more of those kind of a throwback safety, more that Palomalu type of guy.
Yes,
they
he's a
added
roamer.
a bunch of tweeners.
Yeah, he's a roamer, and that's but when you watch Vance Joseph's defense, you're watching. I would say ambiguity is a terrible word, but it's almost a polymorphous defense because it is many different shapes, many different iterations, and it's not like you just that's a 4-3 defense that they play cover to, and that is the field safety, that is the boundary safety, that's the Mike linebacker. These guys play interchangeable parts, and there's really no player that came to the forefront of the National Football League as somebody who fits Vance Joseph's polymorphous defense better than Zach Allen. So you went out and got those types of players now in the secondary. You've got more of those types of players now in the front. And I think it ultimately makes it challenging for offenses because when you don't know where guys are going to line up, you can't necessarily have a game plan to stop particular rushers from becoming part of the pass rush. This is going to be a really good defense, man. Like it already was really good. It's going to be electric good.
KJ, keep it going.
This house is clear.
New York Jets backup quarterback Jordan Travis is retiring from football, having never played a down in the NFL, unfortunately. For those who don't remember, Jordan Travis was the quarterback of the 2023 FSU Seminoles team that was undefeated before he went down towards the end of the season with a gruesome leg injury. Here's his quote from yesterday. Quote, "On November 18th, 2023, my life and career took an unexpected turn. I gave everything I had to the rehab process, but despite my efforts, my leg never responded the way we hoped. After much prayer and consultation with my doctors and medical team, I have been medically advised to retire from the game I love so deeply." End quote. Coach, from your experience, can you remember a player having the game, just kind of taken away from him before he was able to fully enjoy the fruits of his labor?
Yeah, Jay Ajayi was a running back. I mean, it wasn't quite, he did enjoy the fruits of his labor in the NFL, but he was a guy that he had some pre-existing conditions in his knee, which was bone on bone, even when I got to Boise State and I was his offensive play caller. But he was so dang tough, but he got to the point where it was just, the pain was too much and he had to retire. I think it was just his fourth year in the NFL, which candidly, that happens at the running back position, but he was such a dynamic player, and I thought could have been such a superstar in the NFL. And when I saw him recently at the Fiesta Bowl, we had an alumni football event between all the Boise State alums before the game against the Penn State Nittany Lions and Tyler Warren and that whole crew. There was an overall sadness, just because it's tough when it gets taken away from you and you're still in your late 20s, early 30s.
Jordan Travis was, that junior and senior year
awesome.
That he had 3,200 yards through the air, 24 touchdowns, 5 interceptions as a junior. Before he gets injured, he had nearly 2,800 yards through the air, 20 touchdowns to just 2 interceptions. And that was the Florida State team that got kind of left out at the dance. They weren't allowed in because they went, well, what are you without Jordan Travis? And then what we saw the next year was they were atrocious without that type of guy at quarterback. That's like the worst year-over-year swing I've ever seen in college football. It sucks for that dude. It really, really does.
It's all about the joy of sport and then the agony of sport all happened when Jordan Travis went down, both for him and his career, which is now over, and he never played another football game after that gruesome injury. But also think about the Florida State football program since that moment. It has been in a complete tailspin, and it happened with just a simple injury that happened to a quarterback that was fantastic. So my heart goes out to Jordan Travis and his family, and it's unfortunate, but it's the young man will be on to great things.
But the Seminoles can kick rocks, huh, Coach?
Yeah, I hate them. They can. Yeah. Mike Norvell, that guy. He's not my guy. Not my guy. I really care about what happens to you in your career.
KJ.
This house is clear.
Derek Carr was recently diagnosed with a shoulder injury that required some further testing and reportedly put the start of his 2025 season at risk. Well, Derek Carr wanted to make sure he cleared certain things up, so he stepped up to the podium at Church LV in Las Vegas this past Sunday and delivered a sermon that involved him telling the congregation that it's okay if people stay out of your business.
Yes, I have a shoulder injury, despite what ESPN says, and what some lady on a podcast might think. Okay, I have an MRI report to prove it. The team knows about it. We've been in constant communication. There's nothing wrong. We're figuring it out, and we're going to go forward with that. Is that okay? And I've been dealing with this, and I've been dealing with people lying about me. I've been dealing with them saying this and that, and I'm like, Lord, why do I have to continue to deal with this nonsense? Like, what is going on? And I say that to preface with, you never know what someone's really going through. Some people's voices don't need to be heard right now. I just got to be honest with you. Because not one of our opinions in here matters. Did you know that? The only opinion that matters is that text right there. It is the Word of God. And everything must bow at that.
All right. I get it. But the reason why you have to deal with this and people talking about you is because you've made $200 million since the year 2014. So let's cool it there, Derek.
Yeah, I don't know
it
if
comes
Derek's
with the
my
territory.
pastor.
I'm sorry.
You know, I think that we have other really good candidates to be the official reverend of the morning sprint.
You already have it. You are the reverend of the morning sprint. You've already got the job.
Jameis Winston was the OG rev, man.
Yeah, but they never signed him. And they had opportunities. We could have had the guy, and they never wanted to do it. So you know what? That ship has sailed. It's your job. The Lord is calling you, Sanford.
It doesn't, that doesn't really hit you deep, does it there, KJ? Like you're used to when you go to church. I know what you were trying to do there. You were trying to bring about some more exorcism of the demons that go on with Game 6 tonight by bringing in Pastor Derek Carr, but you can't throw shade at a female podcaster on the stage of a sermon. It just doesn't work out. It's a bad fit.
NFL Notes are brought to you by Colorado's most complete local appliance store. That is Mountain High Appliance. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line in Brandon. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Make sure you guys get on down to number 38 in Rhino tonight if you're not going to be inside the building at Ball Arena for the Avs and the Dallas Stars in Game 6 because Berto's going to be hosting an extended pregame show for the Nuggets broadcast. Mike Sanford's going to be hosting the double Dipparoo viewing party for both the Nuggs and the Avs. We're going to have awesome giveaways, including Nuggets and Avalanche signed player photos. And the grand prize this evening that Coach Sanford will be giving out is a signed Jamal Murray jersey, all thanks to Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. Watch both games with fellow Nuggets and Avs fans tonight at number 38 in Rhino, and we will see you there.
Double Dipparoo tonight, and if your Nuggets and Avs win, I got the perfect plan for you tomorrow. Get up to the mountains, go to Loveland Ski Area where there's tons of fresh snow from that rain that we had down here in the mountains. And if they lose, then I got a great plan for you. Go up to the mountains to Loveland Ski Area to make sure you get away from your problems down here in the metro. So make sure you go out and go to skiloveland.com today because they have the 2025-2026 season pass that's available at the lowest price, and you can use it to ski the remaining 10 days of this season. Yes, 10 days because closing day up at Loveland Ski Area is May 11th. So the sooner you buy your season pass for next year, the more free skiing that you'll get in these remaining days. So visit skiloveland.com to get yours today.
Tonight, we've got a double dip.
Landeskog! Yeah! He scores! Oh, Captain! My Captain! Welcome back, Cap!
Tonight, we got double Dipparoo.
Jokic at the logo, one-on-one with Zubats. 2 seconds left, fade away. Dunk home by Gordon at the horn! You count that basket!
Double dip tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as we wrap things up here on a Thursday. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy hanging out with you guys until PhD takes over from 12 to 3. Thanks for joining us today on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Nuggets and Clippers will be on 92.5 tonight, starting at 7:30 with your pregame show. You can all watch that game at number 38 in Rhino. We're going to have a special version of Berto's Blitz tonight. It'll be an all-hands altitude playoff preview. All of us will be on at some point trying to talk about both of these games. I've got your network pregame for the Avs starting at 7 p.m. on AM 950. Bring you guys up until puck drop. 7:50 is the earliest puck drop of this series between the Avs and the Stars. If not for just getting past the Stars, Coach, I want the Avs to win the series so we can have earlier start times. I'm sick and tired of this 7:52 bull crap.
Amen to that. Gosh dang it. Can we get, so what does, I haven't even looked because I'm so focused on game 6 tonight. What would be waiting for the Colorado Avalanche if you win the series?
What team would be waiting for you?
Yeah.
Winnipeg, assuming that they win over St. Louis. Winnipeg currently has a 3-2 series lead against St. Louis right now. They won last night. Hellebuck let in 3 goals on 19 shots, but he did have a big-time paddle save in the first. They end up winning there. Kyle Connor had 3 points. So you take on the winner of Winnipeg and St. Louis.
Would that change the timing of the games?
I mean, it might, because the other
Is
side of the
Winnipeg
Western,
in the same time zone?
right?
As Dallas?
But you have to look at the other side of the West bracket. Right, because if LA goes through, and either LA or Edmonton are going to go through, and those are
Edmonton Central, all right?
No, Edmonton's West.
Are they really?
I'm almost positive they're Pacific. I'm almost positive they're Pacific.
I don't know, man. You know, you are Johnny Hockey guy.
That's not hockey. That's geography, bro.
Well, you're an honorary Canuck. You're an honorary Canadian. But I don't know, man. I'm going to go with Edmonton time zone. It's mountain.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, you got me.
Thank you.
Got me.
Trying to gaslight me.
The peg is
It's
central.
farther. Edmonton is farther west than Denver is.
That's so weird. It just doesn't feel that way to me. It feels like Calgary is directly north of Denver. Am I right in saying that?
Winnipeg is far. I think you're right in that. Winnipeg is farther east than Denver is. So it does matter who wins these series. If they win, I think they'd likely be like the earlier start times of the Western Conference second round series.
Left to right, we're going Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg.
I think you're right. I think your Canadian geography is kind of spot on right there. All right, I have some stats for you ahead of Game 6 tonight. The Avs have forced Game 7 3 times when trailing 3-2 in the Nathan MacKinnon era. 2019, 2020, and 2023. Tonight, obviously, we have 4 potential series-clinching games tonight. The 4th straight year that we've had such a night where 4 teams can close out in the same evening. Only once in NHL history have all 4 teams on that night forced Game 7. That happened back in 1992 when Pittsburgh, New Jersey, Buffalo, and the Hartford Whalers all staved off elimination. Only Pittsburgh won in Game 7, and the Penguins would go on to win the Cup that year after forcing Game 7 and winning Game 6. They would win 14 of their final 16 games en route to the 1992 Stanley Cup Championship. Famously, Jaromir Jagr, I think Paul Coffey was on that team. Mario Lemieux was on that team as well. Additionally, 3 times have teams forced Game 7 on the same time or on the same day with 3 separate instances. In 2022, Edmonton, Tampa, and Boston, the Oilers won Game 7, then they got swept in the West Final by Colorado as the Avs went on to win a Stanley Cup championship. In 1997, the Stars, the Ducks, and the Sabres all were able to force Game 7 after facing elimination in Game 6. The Ducks and the Sabres won Game 7, but then lost in Round 2 with a combined 1 win between the two teams. And then 1995, Toronto, San Jose, and St. Louis all forced a Game 7 after facing elimination in Game 6. The Sharks won Game 7, then they were swept in Round 2. You have to overcome a lot of like long odds for them to do this. Then you throw in the DeBoer Bednar madness.
Yeah, but man, you know what? You know what's different about this team? And you call me the eternal optimist and looking at the glass being well over half full. You got Nathan frickin' McKinnon. You've got Gabe Landeskog back for the first time in 3 years. Nobody's going to look at Gabe Landeskog and say, hey, you haven't been through that much over the last 3 years to get to the point where you can be on the ice and lead this team. Dude, Gabe Landeskog's going to have something to say about how this team takes the ice tonight, how this team stays connected, either if they take an early lead or they get into an early hole. Gabe Landeskog on the ice gives me a lot of confidence going into it. You've got an incredible lineup of players that you have added for this moment to play playoff hockey. You got bigger, you got stronger, you got more grimy, and now it's time to put it all together. I like the Avs tonight, and I like that similar New York Rangers type of a run because this team is that kind of talented.
Penguins type of a run.
Penguins type of run.
There you go. It's all right. Rangers won the Cup 2 years after that.
Is that the last time the Rangers won one?
Rangers last won the Cup in 1994. It went Pittsburgh 92, Montreal 93, which is the last time a Canadian team has won a Stanley Cup championship, 1993, Patrick Waugh. And then the Rangers won it in 94, the Devils won it in 95, then the Avs moved from Quebec in 1996, and they famously become the first team to win a championship in their first year in a city. In those 3 games that the Avalanche have faced elimination in Game 6 in the Nathan McKinnon era that they've gone on to force a Game 7. McKinnon hasn't really been the best player on the ice. Back in 2018-2019, when they were facing elimination against the San Jose Sharks, again, this is right before Game 7, with the phantom Gabe Landeskog was offside call, and then the Sharks go on to win that series and lose in the Stanley Cup final to the Penguins. JT Compher, 2 goals and 1 assist in that Game 6 victory. Gabe Landeskog would add a goal as well. Nathan McKinnon, no goals and a -2 in that game. Moving on to the 2019-2020 version of the Avs, who forced a Game 7 against the Dallas Stars in the bubble. McKinnon's best Game 6 when facing elimination, and the Avs win that game. 1 goal, 1 assist for 2 points. Rantanen also had 2 points in that Gabe Landeskog. No points, but a +1 in 14 minutes of time on ice in the 2019-2020 Western Conference second round. And then 22-23, obviously against the Seattle Kraken in Game 6. They end up winning that one and then losing at home. Devon Taves had a 3-point night. Arturi Lehkonen had 2 goals in that game. But Nathan McKinnon, in 25 minutes, no goals, no assists, no points.
What do you make of that, Raj?
I think,
do you think that's...
I think it is a little bit of a red herring, but I also believe that it's not a given that Nathan McKinnon is going to produce tonight, which means I need to see Cale Makar step up to the plate.
And I also need to see Val Nichushkin step up to the plate. Or Gabe Landeskog. Give me one of the big fellas that's going to crash into Ottinger's airspace and let them go cook.
In that Game 6 where McKinnon had no points against Seattle despite the Avalanche winning, Makar 2 assists in that game. He and Devon Taves combined for 5 points, famously without Val Nichushkin in that Game 6 and then without Val in Game 7 when they come back home. They've been the better team this series, Coach, so I am anxious. I am nervous. On the other side on the hardwood, do we see a Game 7 with the Nuggets and the Clippers, or does it end tonight?
It has to end tonight. I need it to end tonight. I need the Game 6 of last year on the road against the Minnesota Timberwolves to be a thing of the distant past. This is not the Minnesota Timberwolves. We'll face that challenge down the road in the Western Conference Finals, which I think is going to happen if you're able to get through this series. I really, really do see that happening. The Denver Nuggets are going to play fantastic defense tonight. David Adelman is going to do what I believe he's capable of doing, and that's leading this team with genuine authenticity and truth in how he coaches this basketball team to get to the place where he is your Denver Nuggets head coach in the 25-26 season.
Over, under 28.5 points for Nikola Jokic.
I'm going to take over.
You don't like that.
29.
You don't like that. Okay, that's enough. You just don't want a 3 in front of it.
29 with
You'll kick a
14 assists and
30-point
9
game out of
rebounds.
bed, but if it's 29, you're perfectly fine with it.
I want the, what do they call it? The Sombor triple-double or the Belgrade triple-double?
The Sombor double. Something
want
out
that.
there in the Eastern Bloc.
I want
That
one of
version
those,
of the
one
triple
of those
double.
Eastern Bloc doubles. I want those because they usually end up leading to awesome Nuggets victories.
All right, guys, I've been holding on to this for a time where the Avs need it desperately.
Come on, baby.
I'm going to take my black magic powers and bring them out of the bag right now. Tonight, the Colorado Avalanche have a phenomenal game. Cale Makar steps up with 1 goal and 2 assists. Nathan McKinnon has a 2-goal game, but it gets tied late by Matt Duchene to go into overtime. And lo and behold, Rupe Hintz goes down on a breakaway 7 minutes in, and the Avs season ends. That's what happens tonight. The Raj Jinx is on, baby!
I love what you did there. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Make sure you guys get on out to number 38 in Rhino to hang out with Coach Sanford. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. A double Dipparoo. I kept that for you guys. All right, that just know that. I did that for you.
I have exorcised the demons. This house is clear.
was trying to figure out like what you'd compare tonight to. It's not exactly like last year because last year both teams got eliminated in the second round. But it feels kind of close, like this doesn't happen all that often where you get a situation like this.
You predicting double eliminations or something?
No.
Fortunately, we can't have them both get double eliminated tonight.
Yeah, that's why it's a bit different. So what is tonight? Like what is tonight like a measure of? But it is significant. I mean, you don't get
that is a shot from Scott Hastings right there.
Well,
that is a beautiful, beautiful shot.
That'd be his rear end. And sweatpants. There's that to start the show. If you're on Twitch,
appreciate that, Scotty.
If you're on YouTube, you got that going for you. Yeah. That being said,
I'm sorry. I'm just a little distracted.
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
You okay? By the way.
No, I'm good.
You are drenched today.
No, I just my ride coming in. But I was thinking,
it was really hot.
No. No. It's just up a hill, down a hill. Got a little sweat going. Made it a little bit more last minute. There's Scott. Hey, we got a nice view of your rear end there, Scott.
That was beautiful
on the camera.
Yeah, you know what I did? I had to get a plug.
Put on sweatpants, thank God. What?
I had to plug in one of my devices, and so I unplugged this lamp above me. And of course, I didn't unplug the lamp above me. I unplugged my box that was on and ready to go. So I had
who's calling you right now? Who is
that's
calling?
My alarm. That's my alarm for that goes off whenever DMac says something dumb.
Really?
And so it just tends to go off once in a while. Yeah.
That's your alarm. So you have an alarm for like 12:03. I really got to get to work at this point.
No, that was the snooze I had on the alarm.
The snooze.
The snooze.
All
At 5 till, I need to be sitting in my chair. And as I said, when I unplugged my thingy at noon, I was like, okay, great. So then I had to replug.
I'm looking on the text line right here. Yeah, let's have DMac be negative again today. It worked out super well for us 2 nights ago. Wow. Golden Garrett's. I'm not trying to be negative.
You started out with some negative energy.
I'm just saying, what is tonight all about? Tonight could be incredibly positive. Is that how you guys feel it's going to be tonight? I mean, it could be.
I am optimistically hopeful that a very, very positive night leads into a very beautiful Friday morning.
How about this? Tonight is a measure of whether or not Bedsy is behind the bench next season.
You
want to take that one on?
I mean, I think it's an okay question. I mean, whether you think that it's reality or not. Hey, I literally just asked that question, Deep Thoughts from the Urinal, with our guy Brandon. I'm sitting there
in the urinal.
Yep.
Okay. Well, there you go.
It peeked over, by the way, and just said, any chance like first round exit? Are we looking at a conversation here?
Well.
He's never been out of the first round, but one time in the year that he got out of the first round, they won it.
Wait.
Huh? They got eliminated by the Kraken in the first round a couple years ago.
He's only been out of the first round one time.
You want to rephrase that one?
The one.
Oh boy, really? Maybe that alarm should go off.
No, because they got to the second round. They got the second round last year, didn't they?
They did, but they got eliminated by the Kraken in the first round 2 years ago.
How's that? Maybe that's what it is. They've never been. The only time that the Avs under the current leadership has been out of the second round, I guess it is.
Well, you could say he's only not made it out of the first round one time. But I'd have to go back and look at all the other playoffs. I don't recall, but I'll take your word on that one.
What was the Dallas loss last year? Was that first or second round?
Second round overtime.
So they got the second round last year.
Yeah.
It's everything that goes into this one, though, right? It's the midseason moves. You got 2 good goaltenders, and you felt like you're all in, right? And when you go all in, and I hate to even have this conversation right now because let's have it tomorrow if we got to have it tomorrow. But yeah, I do think that those conversations are had.
I'm just trying to figure what's on the line tonight.
It's an unfair conversation because I think he's done a pretty good job, But you just said it, Tyler. When you make the all-in moves and it feels like they made the all-in moves in, it's like it's go. But listen, DeVore has knocked him out of the playoffs last year. Could he do it this year? Wasn't he with the Kings one year and he knocked him out? I mean, Bedsy's teams and their offensive philosophy struggles a little bit with how DeVore likes to play, how their scheme fits. It's maybe what it is. It's not bad coaching. It's just bad schematics every time these two teams match up.
Well, I mean, it's not like the Stars were a juggernaut going into the playoffs. They were not. Now, they did acquire Rantanen, which was a late moment move for them, but they were without Heiskanen and without Robertson, two of their better players, period. No. This was, even though they had home ice, this was supposed to be the Avalanche beating the Stars this time around. That was supposed to happen.
And it still could happen. It still could happen. I think they win tonight.
Okay, Tyler?
It's too good. It's too good. There's too many good players. I'm with Scott. I'd be shocked if they went down without a fight, and I'd be shocked if they went down tonight.
We could have tomorrow
We
could have tomorrow conversations tomorrow if we want to. If it's a little bit too awkward and uncomfortable to ask those questions.
It feels a little bit silly to have it right now.
No problem.
Is it right now like a rally the troops moment?
It's more of sure, I guess. And if people want to call in because they're fired up, but I'm going to guess there's anxiety more than anything.
Yeah.
And judging by my wife, Cat Cave, and how she is on pins and needles already from the moment she woke up today to the moment I, said, see you later and good luck tonight. I actually asked her, do you want to go to the game? Like, there's always ways.
So you're just informing us and all the listeners that Cat Cave empties your class half full. But makes it half empty every day you come in.
Well, she is the world. I do not know an Avalanche fan better than my wife. And she's become a deeper fan as time goes on, as do probably the fantasies of Bednar. But that being said, and she's grown accustomed to the hair. She did not like the hair at first. And I think she'd go with a, high fade on Bedsy more so than the Birkenstock wearing, protester. I don't know what's happening on that with that head of lettuce, but she's anxious. She's anxious. And I wonder if Avs fans are pretty anxious. I understand you want to be fired up.
You'd have to be pretty immune to feelings to not have anxiety right now.
And that's tonight.
Hey, listen, if Cat Cave's number one in your fan list, Andy Lindahl's got to be way up there at number two. Like I tried to do a podcast with him, and he screams as soon as the subject goes to half. It's nothing but hollering. It's like this. Did you ever see what was that animated movie and all the emotions, right? Had all this stuff. Remember that little dude that was red, that was anger, and the volcano would come out. That's Andy Lindahl.
Heat miser.
Whenever the Avs topic comes up, Andy Lindahl turns into that. What was the name of that movie? Anyway,
I know Inside Out. They actually use that.
Inside Out. Yeah.
They use that in classrooms now. They use that for kids to point to of how you're feeling.
What's the nature of his anxiety?
Same thing as Cat Cave. Can they get it done? Oh, my God, look at all the moves. I mean, this is a great team. This should have been a Stanley Cup. So then you just bring it up, and all of a sudden, I mean, his octave, he goes from about listen, he lives at a 6 or 7, doesn't he? I mean, let's be honest. I mean, as far as loud, and dude, it goes 9, 10, and it just gets volatile.
Okay.
Yeah, I think anxiety for the deep-rooted, deep-hearted. I will say this. We talk about after winning Super Bowls and championships and how that next day and should be a day off and everybody's just, I'm not sure that Avalanche fans come playoff time ought not have to work on game day.
You know what?
I don't any of them are getting anything done today.
For all those reasons that you just brought up from a fan perspective, that's what gives me optimism and hope that I think the Avalanche are going to be okay tonight, because that team's got pride, man. That team's got they've got emotion. They're wrapped up in this moment, and they know how big of a disappointment this would be. So I am expecting this team to come out firing.
All right. Hey, listen, I'll take it.
Hey, let me give you one thing right here. I'm ready to go this, and I'm going to say something that I didn't think I would ever say at this time, or I'll bet you guys, and I bet you guys kind of agree with this, and I bet you'll also agree that we didn't think we'd ever say this.
All right.
Landeskog needs to be on the first line, period. Boom.
Okay, there's
Let's
your
go.
hot take. Hot hockey take by Scott Hastings right there.
Come on now.
Okay.
Hey, Dan, am I wrong?
So your line is Landeskog, McKinnon, and who?
Who's on there right now?
Natchez has been on there.
You got to take Natchez off there. That Natchez,
right.
you need to take Natchez off.
You going to put Lehkonen or are you going to put Nichushkin on that line then?
I'll take Lehkonen because I think Nichushkin and Natchez had a good chemistry and a role together for a while.
So you're going to put Nelson, Nichushkin, and Natchez together?
Yes.
Put Gabe, McKinnon, and Lehkonen.
There you go.
I'm not hating it.
I like that.
Okay.
And don't, whatever you do, I don't care what you do. The third line, fourth line's balling right now.
Fourth line you don't touch. Kelly, Drury, and O'Connor. And then your third line is, you'd be Drouin, Coyle, and Kiviranta. That's right. Yeah. You putting Eric Johnson back on the ice for Malinsky, or you benching him tonight?
I might play Eric Johnson tonight.
Did you hear what Connor said happened at skate this morning with EJ?
It was pretty funny.
Apparently, they had some race to be first guy on the ice or something. Forgot to take the skate guards off and face planted as soon as he got on the ice.
I heard he looked up to the media, the assembled muggles, and said, "Did anybody get video of that?" And stunningly, people with absolutely no time, doing nothing.
Nobody had the camera out.
Nobody had the camera out to capture that particular moment. But yes, EJ ran out on the ice. He ran out on the ice with his ice guards on and immediately took a spill all over the ice. Yard sale.
That means you got faux muggles.
I've been part of that game day skate muggle gaggle. They like it. They like their gaggles. It's so funny too where certain muggles gaggle with other muggles too.
You ever been gaggled?
I've been gaggled many times. Yeah, I'm comfortable in a gaggle.
Okay.
It's good. It's a good gaggle.
You just follow them around, go. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. It's the same thing. In Broncos preseason when right there in training camp. Man, you got there's like 5 or 6 gaggle groups.
Yeah.
And then you got the floaters. Then you got the egg stealers like DMac that just floats and steals eggs and whatever gaggle he can get into.
That's where you get your information, buddy.
That's
tell
right.
You what.
Egg stealing.
Don't be shy.
Egg stealing, baby.
Don't be a loner during training camp. There's all sorts of information jumping around there.
I try to not get gaggled.
Really?
Yeah.
You like to be the center?
Yeah.
Just gaggle around me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, nobody caught that, and we'll have hockey.
Feels better.
Playoff Grizz. Playoff Grizz is out there, so he can tell us about it, theoretically. And what is the tone? How are they feeling about it? I'll tell you this, at number 38 tonight, Birdo, now talk about gaggling. So Birdo's the sun. Birdo's what everything's centered around. And the rest of us will be joining Birdo for a pregame leading into the Avs and the Nuggets. How about that? Mike Sanford's hosting that double Dipparoo viewing party for both the Nuggets and the Avs. We have incredible giveaways. Autographed pictures of a Jamal Murray autographed jersey. Thanks to Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. Watch both games, Nuggets and Avs, at number 38 in Rhino. We will see you there. We need to pay tribute to LeBron James because it's been a nice career. And that bad boy is over. Details next.
All right, guys and gals, the weekend's almost here, and I know a lot of you guys, you go shopping for vehicles over the weekend. And sometimes it feels like you got to spend your whole weekend bouncing around from dealership to dealership. Just go to one dealership, my friends at Phil Long Ford. They're the best dealership in Colorado. They've got the best prices. They've got the best inventory. I've been going there since my rookie year in the NFL because I built a long-term relationship, and relationships matter in life. With over 1,000 vehicles on their lot, they've got cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles. You're guaranteed to find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, it's going to be on the lot right this minute at Phil Long Ford. Check out those electric vehicles, the Ford Mach-E Mustang, the F-150 Lightning. Those are very fun vehicles to drive. With an award-winning service department, Phil Long Ford is going to keep your car in tip-top shape, so make sure you keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
pay tribute to LeBron James here in just a second. It's been a hell of a career. Boy, they know how to lose, those Lakers. Boy, they figured that out in the playoffs. They are spectacular. But we mentioned it earlier, the incredible podcast, Hot Mike with Lindahl and Hastings, which is on a variety of times on a variety of days, but was on last night, Scott, and you said that Andy Lindahl was losing his cool when it came to the Avs. Yep. He's on the phone with us now, so Andy, we just want to check in and make sure you're okay. According to Scott, you were apoplectic last night on.
No, it's every time we get into Avs, he gets going, bro.
Yeah, Andy, you all right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm live at Rock Canyon High School, so everybody from here says hello. They're going to be competing against Tyler this fall.
Wait, time out. Is this your GED you're finally finishing, or are you there for some other reason?
It's sophomore year. I had to repeat, frankly. There,
sorry,
DMac. It was soft. I mean, I got a long way to go to GED status.
You guys ever had a dream you didn't finish high school? I have those dreams. But I still got to go back.
Okay. Well, Andy's living those nightmares.
They've got a great journalism department here, and I try to help them out. So it's pretty.
Are you teaching? Are you doing some teaching there?
I'm helping. I'm just helping. I wouldn't officially call it teaching. I'm just helping.
Okay. Well, good for Andy Lindahl, everybody. How about that? It's very nice.
Listen, we'll see how they turn out before we label it even helping. How about that?
All right. Well, what advice would you give these young journalism future muggles to be in terms of a reasonable analysis of the Avalanche? What would you advise them?
Well, I mean, we'll see. Where did he think? I mean, yeah, look, if you lose tonight, we're going to have some uncomfortable discussions tomorrow, right?
That's right. We just said that.
Yeah. So let's wait and see. I had told Sanford on the old draft podcast we did that, you know what I think is interesting about this series, and see if you guys like this analogy. This series, instead of being like a bunch of Star Wars movies where everything fits together and makes sense and there's trends, I feel like this series has been like the Twilight Zone show where every game is like a new episode that tells a new story. It's nothing is like, the Avs win, 4-1, 4-0, and they go get blasted. And every game, I don't even know what to expect anymore. So we'll see what happens tonight. If you want to show up and you want to play playoff hockey and you want to shoot the puck at the net and you want to go then crash the net and you want to take the bumps and bruises that comes with playing that kind of hockey, then you're probably going to win, because that's what they did in game 4. But you're going to skate around, you're going to try to find every little gap that you can find and try to always hit that backside pass and insist on being east to west like John Michael Lyles. We're talking John Michael Lyles broken down great on our show. Pete DeBoer teams don't let you do that. And how they haven't figured this out by now, losing all the Pete DeBoer teams over the last few years, drives me crazy. So you either play playoff hockey tonight or you can try to get, the Sports Center top 10 goal that you'll maybe get one of. And if you drop the game, then you know what? We unleash hell tomorrow. But if not, then here we go. So
is it time Landeskog's on that first line?
Yeah, move him. Dude, you know me. Guys, I've been saying, I don't understand. And DMac, you've been at the games. I don't understand why did they move Natchez back with McKinnon? McKinnon screamed at him. He hadn't shot since. You put him down with Brock Nelson. He was actually doing all right with Brock Nelson towards the end of the year. I don't know why he went back to the top line. So I'd put McKinnon and Landeskog back together. Do whatever you want to do on the other side with that. I guess it's Lecky or move Lecky down to help bring Val up. I don't care. But, put Natchez and Nelson back together. Let I guess you keep Val down there if you want to. Those are two pretty big guys. Maybe put Lecky down there. Whatever you got to do. But we need some grit. We need guys going to the net. I think Nate is tired of everyone passing the puck back to him 2 seconds after he's given it to him. And then you need Cale Makar to actually, when he shoots, not hit 5 skates or sail the net or whatever. Because as much as I love our guy Cale, and he's the best guy in the world, he's been a minus or a 0 every game in the series. He's yet to be a plus. And he's a Norris Trophy winner. And if you don't, when you're paying guys like we're paying them, the best guys don't show up, you're not going to win. It's just how it is.
I think the key to Andy is you just say nothing. You say nothing, and it just happens naturally.
Eventually, he'll piss himself off.
Organically.
But they're great. They're great points, and I would challenge any Avs fan who really watches hockey to disagree with what Andy just said.
You play Malinsky or EJ tonight, Andy?
I would play EJ. I just feel like this has been too big for Malinsky. I know he's younger. I know he's faster. I know he's skilled. And I get it. Game 2 against Dallas, EJ looked tired. He looked slow, trying to chase a puck to the corner. I understand that, but you need his experience right now. You've got to get past this damn team. You've got to get past the Stars. Bednar needs to get past DeBoer. Because, again, he's lost to DeBoer in San Jose in that famous Game 7 with the offside. He's lost to DeBoer with the Vegas Golden Knights a couple years ago, which is another year that you probably should have had a cup, and you lost to him last year. You can't keep losing to this guy. And you need to play gritty, ugly, tough hockey. You need to put Jamie Benn on his backside. And, look, you really want to get my bloodlust up. This game gets out of hand. There's a few people on the list that need a little speaking to. There's a few people that you can go look up and handle things. You want to flop? You want to cross-check? You want to have your little wrestling exit after you have a fight? We got people that can handle that, but that's probably for the regular season and not for now. But look, dude, I'm telling you, Scotty and I – here's what sucks, DMac. Scotty and I have had this same discussion every playoff. It feels like every year that they have not won the cup because they constantly get caught trying to be pretty and not just playing ugly hockey in front of the net.
Mm-hmm.
So
and let's be honest, Andy.
I don't know yet. I'll tell you at 10 o'clock.
Andy, and let's be honest, Andy. Since they won the cup, don't you think they should have had at least one more?
I think they should have had one the year they lost to Vegas. I think Grubauer was good enough to get you there. I think this group, you've had
Before.
Kale McCarr and Nathan McKinnon.
Before they won the cup, yes.
You probably should have had 2 cups, man. You should have.
Okay. Is it time for you to stuff a nerd in a locker, or what happens now at Rock Canyon?
I'm going to go, well, you'll love, hey, you want the ultimate laugh? I'm going to go back in and speak to their ethics class as we continue to talk about ethics and journalism, and we'll go from there.
Well, at least someone's teaching them.
Okay.
That's good for you.
Andy, good job, and thanks for giving back to the community because those kids in Highlands Ranch, they could use a break.
Yeah, what?
Okay.
Am I just supposed to walk in and say, hey, who wants to use me today? I go where I'm invited.
Okay.
DMac.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Where are you
See you,
living,
buddy.
by the way? Where are you living?
Laundry, yeah.
What community have you decided to hunker on down in?
Hey, the more that I can help
the
the Douglas,
yuppiest version of Highlands Ranch.
the more I can help the Douglas County economy, the better for all.
Yeah.
Thanks,
yeah.
Andy.
All right. Well, we'll see you at Park Meadows in 5 minutes.
Okay. And that's the hard scrabble world of Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Let's grow up quick, man.
Yeah.
What I was saying.
Yeah.
Take Andy now. Take that same comment.
Multiply it by.
Put Andy in a basement instead of the hallway of Rock Canyon High School
with a glass of whiskey in his hand.
Do you know where he goes right there?
I tell you.
Oh, that's a gem.
Well,
Hey,
everybody on the text line's got his back. Almost everybody's saying he's just he's spitting facts.
All right, well, Hot Mike with Lindahl and Hastings. You can see it right now on YouTube if anybody needs a moment of it. No doubt.
Someone does say Andy's like my ex-wife. Don't say anything, and he'll just spit it.
We didn't even ask him a question. We were just kind of like, Andy? And then, hey, I got to keep my voice down.
Yeah, he tried to keep it, but then you see he couldn't raise his voice, but he did to get a little louder.
It just got faster.
Well,
did you see how fast it got? It got fast.
Based on his criticisms, and if things don't go well tonight, maybe there is an interesting conversation to be had.
Oh, we're having the conversation. Yeah.
So let's hope for the best.
Absolutely.
Scott is in Los Angeles, and boy, never a dull night in LA, and it's time to pay tribute to one of our favorite sons.
I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. Something I sit down with my family, my wife, and my support group, and kind of just talk through it and see what happens, and then just have a conversation with myself on how long I want to continue to play. I don't know the answer to that right now, to be honest. So we'll see. I walk into the practice facility and walk into this arena with high energy all the time, and I just try to spill that to my teammates. I try to spill the belief into my teammates, play as hard as I can, do whatever I can out on the floor while I have the opportunity to do it. But, I think the only thing is it's up to me if I want to, continue to play or how long I want to continue to play. It's ultimately up to me, so it has nothing to do about anybody else.
From Skip Bayless.
You're going to talk to your family and your advisors. But it's up to you.
It was a beautiful statement.
From Skip Bayless. All sorts of fun Lakers stats to roll out, but I'll take this one from Skip, who's a huge LeBron fan. In the 5 fourth quarters against Minnesota, LeBron shot 9 of 27 from the floor. That's 33.3%. 4 of 13 from 3, 30.8. He didn't score for a 25-minute fourth quarter stretch of games 3, 4, 5. He was a minus 40 in the 5 fourth quarters. He disappeared. He looked old. He looked slow. Luka looked fat. And J.J. Redick looked like an immature hothead on the way he was handling things down the stretch. After the game was over, Anthony Edwards walked around the building outside just talking shizzle to whoever wanted to hear it.
That was a very Marshawn Lynch type of move, by the way. Could you just picture Marshawn doing that?
Sure.
Yeah.
It was one of the more in-your-face sort of I own this city moments from Anthony Edwards. And with that, I'll turn over the eulogy to Scott Hastings on LeBron James.
Well, if it promised to get back to the future face of the league, walking around Staples and doing that, class.
Giannis would be proud.
Huh?
Giannis would be proud.
I think he should retire. But we talked about this 2 days ago. Both Tyler and myself wish we would have tried to stick it out 1 or 2 more years. So, and we were never on the level athletically or stature wise as LeBron James. Listen, his last few years and the memes that have rolled across social media of all the flopping. In fact, he did one this series, right, where he's holding his face and you see him peek up under his eye to make sure he got the call. And
that was funny, by the way. That was a cute little peekaboo.
It's gotten ridiculous, and he's a little bit like Chris Berman at the end of when he was hosting Sports Center.
Oof.
And I know they brought him back because the number was down. But Chris Berman became a caricature of himself, and I feel like LeBron James is becoming a caricature of himself, and that's not how a guy who wants to be in the argument of best to ever play doesn't need to do that. I think he should be done.
He's not retiring, boys. No way is he retiring. He's just maybe dumb enough, arrogant enough, whatever you want to call it, to think that he's still good enough to go win a championship on his own.
He's got 50 million reasons to not retire next year.
Yeah, he's already got a Billy, though.
Oh, so he's got enough money.
Well, he's got a Billy.
Is that enough? Because we've had these conversations, and every time I bring it up, you guys say there's never enough money.
I think a Billy's enough. I'm going to throw it out
So he
there.
has enough money.
If you get to the B, yeah, that's enough.
Okay. Just checking, because every other argument is like, go for more money.
Unlike a lot of players, when they retire and they give that money up, that's all they got. He will still be, it was after Jordan retired, all of a sudden some of the numbers started coming out because remember he was doing Hanes and he's doing Gatorade. He still owned a percentage. Well, I mean, he owns the Air Jordan brand. That he was making more money from endorsements than he was his last year in the league at $26 million a year. So he's still going to have that premise. And then you throw the production company on top of that and all the other stuff.
Hey, for the record, I'm with you guys. He's got enough money.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be about the money.
But
he's
not going to retire. He's got too much pride. He likes the spotlight. He's like Aaron Rodgers to a degree.
Guess what, guys? I don't want him to retire. I want LeBron James to keep playing, and here's why. He ain't a playoff performer anymore. He was incredible. Regular season, he's good enough to get them to the playoffs, sure. But with LeBron James and Luka Doncic, it is not the right combo for the playoffs. And as far as I'm concerned, go. Because I can't think of an easier team to beat in the playoffs than the Lakers with LeBron James.
Well, I loved when he acted like he was nervous about his words after the game when he was asked about not having a center, and he's like, well, AD spoke his mind. We saw what happened to him, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut on that one. Oh, okay, LeBron. We worried about you getting shipped off?
We could all say getting Luka was a good thing. Was not getting Mark Williams, Scott, the downfall of the Lakers?
I don't know. And I said this yesterday, and I'm not so sure that after the Dallas fires their GM, that sometimes history is harsher on you, and sometimes history is kinder. I think they're going to be kinder in Dallas because I'm not so sure that was a great trade for the Lakers. I think there is something wrong with Luka. And I don't know if you guys watched any of the postgame show. You say you don't like to watch those, but Luka got eviscerated by Charles Barkley. I mean, eviscerated.
Didn't see it. What did Barkley say?
Oh, fat, out of shape. Couldn't
Okay.
Can't guard a chair.
Okay. Can't guard a chair.
He said he can't guard a chair. I mean, he was eviscerated by him. I listen. LeBron has played the right. The NBA has allowed him to play the right to do and make his own decision. That's great. I don't think he's a skilled basketball player anymore. I think he is a specimen of an athlete.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's super skilled. I don't think he has great handles. I don't think he's a pure knockdown jump shooter. He can get hot and get in moments. He doesn't have any fear to be a scorer, but I don't think he's as skilled as it felt like he was at one time. I think he's more robotic. I think he's bigger and stronger than he ever been, and that's probably right, Tyler. So you can play longer, you got to get a little stronger and everything else. But he doesn't seem as quick as he was obviously when he was younger. I think for me, he should retire. But then here comes the bad thing, and here's the tie-in. And I said this a while ago, Anthony Edwards, to me, that's showing your ass doing what he did last night after the game, and I just heard that. And that's supposed to be the new face of the league. That's what Madison Square or Madison Avenue, where the league offices are, that's what they want for their next superstar face of EA Sports.
I don't know, man, but the guy's a baller, even though he had a pretty mediocre game last night, but it didn't even matter. The Lakers couldn't do anything. And Edwards,
Rudy, I mean, look what Rudy did.
Yeah, Rudy was great, and they have no big man there with the Lakers, not really, and they didn't even play Jackson Hayes. They didn't play him.
Who's not I was told not the most intelligent guy in the world, but he's a 7'1" presence that can jump out of the gym. That now that goes back on to coaching.
That's right. And then you mentioned.
Don't ask JJ about that.
Well, he had his little meltdown, didn't he? He had his little hissy fit.
He was asked a stupid question that I understood why he walked off. Did you see that one?
Yeah, I saw it.
That was a question that was like. He was asked, "Are you going to lean on your assistants for substitutions in the fourth quarter?"
Well, because remember, one of those games he played the starters the entire second half.
Right.
And you give those numbers of wearing out a 40. How do you wear a 41-year-old? Right.
Hey, listen, that was a pregame presser an hour and 45 minutes before tip. It's a moment that you can just chill a little bit. You're stomping off on a gaggle an hour and 45 minutes before the game.
Yeah, but that dude knew what he was doing. He was trying to make him look like an idiot.
And he succeeded. And why did Reddick buy into it? Again, he did because he's not as experienced.
Pride.
Yeah, I
think
mean,
a little Duke pride.
It's all of it. A little arrogance, a little immaturity, a little inexperience. And that's who they are. That's who he is.
They've always been an elitist kind of organization. And to be honest with you, they've got a history to back it up, right? They got 16 championships or whatever it is, 15. But they've always been a little we're above everybody else. They're the only organization. Now the Knicks do it, but it's for different reasons. Wouldn't allow league passes, like you get a league media thing, aren't acceptable in L.A. You have to get your own. And you had to get one of theirs. It was the dumbest thing in the world. New York does it now because all the freeloaders in the NBA league office are going to free games and not paying anything and taking advantage of having a league pass.
The only thing that disappoints me is that the Nuggets didn't have a chance to put the Lakers out of the playoffs again.
Well, think about this. In the last 3 years, when knocked out of the playoffs, the Lakers' record is 2-12.
How about that? How about that? We should be grateful. I'd say this. LeBron, come on back. We need another year. Come on back. I think you guys got it going in the right direction. Just a smooth 50-win season and a gentleman sweep in the playoffs. That's what I'm talking about, Lakers.
That was a 2, and no one talks about that. That was a 2-7.
That was a 2-7.
Now Minnesota underperformed.
Well, no,
3-6,
3-6.
Was it 3? Okay, 3-6.
Yeah, 2-7.
Oh, that's right. Golden State is 2-7. That may happen too.
Correct. Houston hung on. They hung on, but that's likely going Golden State's way as well. Right. Right. Either way, you realize that the Nuggets, hey, pick your poison. If they do win, when they do win, they'll be playing Oklahoma City. Well, even if you were to reseed, they'd be playing Minnesota. I mean, what would you rather have, Oklahoma City or Minnesota? You don't have a choice in this. But I'm just pointing out, I heard a lot about, hey, you should reseed this, that, the other thing. I don't know, man. Once you get to the second round, it's pretty damn tough no matter what. So, whatever. It's just a shame that the Lakers aren't there for the Nuggets to beat them as well. But there you go, LeBron. He'll be back.
Of course he's going to be back. He's not going anywhere. He needs the limelight.
And it won't be for the money. It'll be just for that. He won't be able to help himself. Oh, by the way, how was that great story with him playing with his kid? Everybody loved that this year too, huh? That worked out well. It's PHC on 92.5.
I feel pretty good about it. Like, I think the guys are as relaxed as can be, giving the magnitude of the game. You know, it's business-like in there this morning, but I've talked to a lot of the guys and pretty relaxed and focused on what we need to do tonight. And there's a level of confidence that we can go get it done. So I feel pretty good about where we're at. And again, the message is, like, you're getting a series like this, everyone understands the importance of every game, and so the message doesn't change a lot. Obviously, you know, when you go through the video, you have certain things that you want to make sure you're making points on, but I'm confident we'll be ready to go tonight.
Grizworld!
Grizworld!
There he is.
It's playoff time! Excellent!
Excellent!
Grizworld! Covering the Avs! Excellent!
Woo! Josh Grismer, the star of Jeremy, Katie, and Josh. I think that's why they put his name last. That's what I tell myself. He is here after the morning skate. God, we got a lot of little things going on at the skate today, huh? Fill us in.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on. One thing in particular that I heard about from the other, as you call them, muggles going through. Yes. Eric Johnson was the first on the ice today, which was funny because even the, 15, 16-year veteran forgets to take off his skate guards every once in a while.
That is remarkable.
Hopped up on the ice and ate it. I mean, just completely ate it, and that's what I heard. I missed that part, but
also hopped up on Mountain Dews.
He was, yes, absolutely hopped up on.
You're saying he was excited.
Yes,
he was too excited. Yeah,
you were there for Val though, being frustrated.
I was there for Val, and actually, Bednar was asked about that during his presser. Do you like seeing that because it means
what
the
happened?
players?
Why don't you describe what happened?
Well, he's just missing shots. He's not liking what he's seeing in his own play, missing passes, missing shots. It's not crisp.
But he's getting frustrated in practice.
He's getting frustrated in practice where he's breaking sticks.
So what did he was just missing shots in practice? And
it was sloppy. He looked sloppy today in practice. And that's what you see. And then you see him bang his stick against the boards and snap it. And that's, I don't love seeing that. And actually Bednar said the same thing. He goes, well, a happy player with his play is not doing that. And so he doesn't love to see that because it means that you're not where you want to be right now.
Yeah.
But does he love the fire? Sure. But he's like, I'd rather see a player happy with his play.
Yeah, you're not doing that.
You get happy with your play when you play good. He's mad at himself and frustrated now. It's how you come out of that frustration that comes next.
Well, we saw a frustrated or a snippy Jamal Murray with Vic Lombardi play awful well.
That's different.
How so?
I don't even know that you call that frustrated. That, to me, that's a dude that's in the zone. That's a dude that's how he handles it. When he gets in the zone, he gets a little snippy with people. A guy expressing frustration, breaking a stick because he can't hit a net is radically different.
I heard it was multiple sticks too. It was more than one. He splintered one, he took another.
Yep.
Got frustrated and blew that one apart too. Is that right?
Right over the bench. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Did you catch a splinter?
I didn't. I was on the other side of the ice. I almost caught a puck to the head today, courtesy of Marty Netchis today.
Shoot.
Yeah. He
barely missed the net.
Yep. Well, they were shooting the pucks against the boards to start, and he flipped it right over, and it landed 4 seats from me. So I got a little souvenir from him today.
They do not have the nets.
Did you keep it? Did you run and grab it and keep it?
No, I didn't keep it. I grabbed it because it was right next to me, and then you throw it back on the ice. I didn't keep it. I have a bunch of pucks I don't need anymore.
Oh, show off. There's Josh Grismer. Meanwhile, here is Grizz with Landy earlier today.
How excited are you to be kind of back in this position again after 3 years?
I'm really excited. I mean, listen, it's another day in paradise to me, really. So, great opportunity. Backs are against the wall, and the must-win here at home doesn't get much better. And these are the moments, these competitive moments, where you really miss when you don't have this, and we've been out. So, excited for sure.
Another day in paradise. That's his code for that was a stupid question.
I don't know. Maybe the Val thing. Maybe this is his version. I guess I dismissed it with trying to compare it to Jamal.
Well, that was a little snippy. That was a little snarky right there. It's another day in paradise.
See, I think it is. I didn't take it that way. I think it's a guy that's been gone for 3 years, and he's like, I actually have a chance to be able to have
me,
these
that's a guy who's just sick of answering these questions about coming back and the whole thing, and like, I'm a hockey player. Let's go. I'm done with that.
I'm sure there's that
side
too.
of things.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, here's Benzie about
I think
that.
he's
Yeah,
tired
no
of it.
question. And he shared that with
Oh,
our
sorry
room
about that.
yesterday. Yeah, no question. And he shared that with our room yesterday. I don't think anyone's in our room like taking, our position here for granted. We got a lot of character guys in there, hardworking guys, but certainly a different perspective when you think about what Gabe's been through over the last 3 years and how happy he is to be back. And he seems pretty relaxed and focused and ready to go, just looking forward to going out and out competing the opposition tonight, and that's the mindset that all of our guys should have to a certain extent. And he's relayed that with our group, and I think it was a great share by him.
Well, right now, the end of the documentary is Gabe scoring that goal, roll credits. And I think that's a lot. I don't think that's where the Avs wanted the documentary to end with Gabe. Scott, sorry, I interrupted you.
I don't think where Gabe wants this thing to end either.
I don't think so, no.
Yeah. No, listen, I don't mind Testy the day before the game. I didn't mind Jamal Murray, especially when Jamal came out the way he did when he was testy with Vic. Be testy, but then don't just, you're either being testy and you're going to go out and shock the world, or you're going to be testy and all you did was show your ass.
And that's
so we will see tonight with Val.
That was the interesting.
Which version of you was that at the beginning of the show? Scotty.
No, I wasn't testy.
Oh, you were just showing your ass.
Yeah, it was just the.
Well, I was, I was showing my buttocks.
The rear view. Yes, Chris, what were you gonna say?
Well, that was it was a weird feeling in the locker room today. There was no energy to me. There was no. I'm not saying that there wasn't a sense of urgency or anything, but just being in the locker room today, and the answers that you got from a seemingly very annoyed McKinnon earlier, and then also Gabe, it seemed like they were just more annoyed that they're in the position that they're in right now.
As they should be.
And
as they should be.
But and maybe that's a good thing. Maybe I just knew there was like a lack of energy, and it seemed like everybody was annoyed.
Okay. I think that's a huge difference from Cancun on 3. I think being annoyed in your situation is a lot different than it's over.
Do you think that's positive? Like, can you use that as a positive?
I think you can.
Yeah, you can. I mean, I don't know how to answer the question. Like, specifically with Val, I don't know if that's a dude that's broken or if that's a dude that's dialed frickin' in and furious about it, right? So without knowing exactly what's going on, to answer your question indirectly, hell yes, you can use all that stuff as motivation. And hell yes, it can mean the complete opposite of a team that's ready to fold. And I do think this is a team with a lot of pride. I think this is a team that feels the same frustration that Andy Lindahl is screaming about when we have him on earlier in the show.
Well, yeah, go ahead, Scott.
No, I wanted to say one more thing. I think it is interesting that you say that, because Gabe did say that. He's like, I am specifically talking about himself. I am not ready for this to end. Obviously, he is what 3-4 games in now to his season. And that's the thing. He's like, and that's why I think he's more annoyed. He's like, we can't have this end.
Right. Of course not.
Yeah. And that was the big thing.
This is way too soon for him. He's good to go.
Yeah.
A couple games with the Eagles, couple playoff games.
Fresh legs.
Yeah, games. He doesn't want to stop.
Could you tell if they had any other decisions in changing the front line? We think Gabe needs to be moved on to the first line.
As far as I saw, there's no changes so far. He's still on PP1, but I think he's still going to be mixed in second line.
Do you think he should be moved up?
Griswold!
Go ahead. Interrupting here before the song.
No, I think it's good to spread the wealth. I think it's good to have that energy burst, and I think he does play well alongside Nichushkin. But then again, you can always see what happens in the, first couple minutes of a game. And if it's not working, absolutely mix it up. But to start, I'm cool with it.
Now we got to get rid of you.
Griswold!
Hey, great shot.
Griswold!
Thank you.
And let's all
It's
vote.
playoff time! Excellent! Griswold!
There's more Griswold.
Griswold!
Yeah.
Covering the Avs! Excellent!
Meanwhile, we have the Nuggets coronation over the Clippers. We'll get to that next. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. We'll get to the Nuggets here in a second. All right, when dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, it's almost a given that better medical practice leads to better outcome for patients. That's where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will service you the best. They are the leader in treating men's sexual health in Colorado. They've been doing it close to a decade with thousands of men. And if you remember that first time you failed to perform in the bedroom, it's humbling, to say the least. Perhaps you just laughed it off, but it's time for you to have a better life. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Serving the Front Range is what they do. Schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Now Hastings wants a piece.
Let's get into it. Nuggets Clippers. Scotty, what should we look forward to tonight as we hope? And I think people are probably pretty optimistic that the Nuggets will take care of business tonight.
Well, again, put Mike down. I think it's going to be just like all the series. I think it's going to be hard fought. I expect the Clippers to come out and try to say that this series we believe we can win a game there. And I think you got to hold the fort. I think you can't panic. I think you just got to play. And then if you're within touch, I think once you get to the third quarter, midway third, I think they're going to realize, man, we got to do this one more time and get on a plane and fly. And I think you can take advantage of it.
You got to remind him.
I think this is a great chance to win a game on the road.
Yeah, you got to remind him. I mean, it was not too long ago that you're down 2-1 and Denver's won back-to-back games, right? And when that happens, if you can give the Clippers affirmation early on, that you cross your fingers and hope that they get the affirmation that they think that, hey, this ain't going to go the way that we want. So get your ball going again has got to be a key, right? Because I think the Clippers got to be looking at that like, what were we supposed to do? Kind of like we felt about Kawhi. If you can get Jamal going early, to me, that's even better than getting Nikola going early.
On Twitter, the question is simply this: who are you more confident to win tonight, the Avalanche or the Nuggets? We just put it up there, so we'll see a level of confidence or perhaps anxiety. We'll keep tabs of that. Go to Altitude Sports Radio on Twitter, and you can vote on that, doodad. We'd appreciate it. What is unique about Game 6s, Scott, in general? And what is unique about Game 6s when you have the lead compared to when you're down 3-2? You've seen it both ways.
Game 6, when you've got home court and got the lead, there's a tendency to relax, and I think that's the biggest mistake you want. If you go back and look at that Phoenix series, whenever you won it, you went on vacation for 2, lost 2 down there, came back, took care of business in Game 5, and then it was all business for Game 6. But then you can remember Game 6 last year to Minnesota, same round, right? Second round of the playoffs, and you basically completely took that game for granted, took it off after fighting your way back from down 2-0 to taking a 3-2 lead. You just gave that game up, and then, even though you had the big lead, again, you rested because you got a 20-point lead and thought it was over, and you got surprised and caught. I think you take a lesson from the Phoenix series. A lot of the key pieces were in that building during that one, and you come out and try to blow them away. Who knows? Maybe Clippers fold earlier than the second half.
What if you're losing 3 like the Clippers? Where's their head at? I guess my question is it easier to get a team to quit that's down 3-2? I'm not saying they're quitting going into the game, but as the game goes on, is it easier to just get them down to the point where they just naturally don't have the same sense of urgency?
Here's how you get a team to quit. You get a team to quit when they do and throw out their best at you, and you stand there in front of them and take it.
Okay.
Minnesota threw your best in Game 6 last year, and you just wilted. And put up no resistance and took it for granted Game 7 at home. So the quit, for a lack of a better word, because they may not. You may have to go and take this game, and it may be hard fought for 48 minutes, and you may have to have someone hit a shot like you did in Game 4. That may come down to that as well. But you got to be in front of them. They won't quit if you ain't in front of them. If you ain't in front of them, they ain't going to quit.
So this is all about heart for the Clippers more than anything.
I think it's about heart for the Nuggets as well. I think it's about, okay, what have you determined what you want, and do you really believe that you got a chance? And listen, I think that, a lot of people have already written off whoever wins this series against Oklahoma City. They've kind of just, given the entire series to Oklahoma City. I think Oklahoma City, whether it's Denver or the Clippers, is going to have a heck of a battle on their hand.
Well, Oklahoma City, if the Nuggets, in theory, were able to finish out this series the way that they played the last 2 games, specifically the last one, that was the best game. It's Scott, we were talking about this. I'd be curious your thoughts. Last time the Nuggets had such a complete game as they did in that last one. But Oklahoma City, they're looking at that team. If the Nuggets finish that off, that's got to feel like we originally thought Dallas felt about facing the Avs. Like, really? We got to face the Nuggets when they're getting hot?
Well, yeah, maybe so. I think people get paused. It's like that bully gets up in a schoolyard fight, and all of a sudden punch a guy. Kid stands back up and swings back at you and lands one on the nose. The bully all of a sudden goes, Oh, wait a minute. Someone's actually calling me on this. Listen, you got to expect the Clippers to come out and want a home hold court and extend the series. And you just got to expect that. So to me, it's all about the Nuggets. You're going to come out and say, no, we're in this. I saw a schedule depending on what it is. Game 7, you're either playing Monday or Tuesday, like we said, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if something else happens, and I think there's another, if there's no Game 7 or there is a Game 7, that series doesn't start till the 6th, which is Tuesday. Well, for a team that's fought injuries all year long, if you can end this thing today on a Thursday and you may have the possibility of not playing until Tuesday, come on now.
Come on now.
So now you got a chance to go in that Oklahoma City series a lot more rested. Now, if you play Saturday and have a Game 7, and now it's whether it's Monday or Tuesday, you're basically get on a plane and go again. So get this thing tonight, have the mindset, let's finish this sucker, and let's take off all day Friday and all day Saturday before we got to really get back to work and start concentrating on Oklahoma City. Man, you got to do that, man. You got to take advantage. When I won a championship in Pistons, they were so focused on that. When we played, and I think we beat Boston in the semis, and I think the Knicks in the first round. Knicks or Indiana, one of the two. I think Knicks. Dude, it was in this series. Hey, let's don't screw around. Let's get this thing off, and let's get some rest. And hopefully they're veteran enough to kind of realize that, don't you?
Yeah. I think so. And you know what? I think the Nuggets are playing with house money here to a certain degree. After firing Booth and Malone, nobody was giving the Nuggets any kind of shot in these playoffs. Seriously. Nobody was really talking about them, despite how great Nikola is. It wasn't happening. Nobody was like, oh, my God, look out for the Nuggets. Everybody just expected them to sort of fizzle.
Yep.
And you could make the argument, so did Nuggets management, which is why they made the change. Like David Adelman, it's so funny because Scott was asking him about the X-Files. Boy, we're getting a breakdown, Scott, of how the X-Files are going these days, right?
How about that, huh?
It was pretty funny. Just some history. So I asked Adelman, before the start of the series, how'd you sleep last night? He goes, great. Watching the X-Files with the kids. And he's like, what are their names? Sculder and... Mulder?
Mulder and Scully.
Mulder and Scully. They're really into things. So Scott comes back a couple of games later and is like, what's happening with the X-Files? And what did Adelman say, Scott?
A lot of seasons.
Well,
he said, oh, man, a lot of seasons. They're in that real deep part right now. But I think that says more about David. He even though it's his first time doing this, it just feels like he's taking the right attitude,
right?
Don't you guys think?
Totally. And I think it's a really positive place to come from. We
really have never seen him look JJ Redick type of nervous, No,
I was just going to say whatever pressure is on the Nuggets, it's squarely on the shoulders of the players more than the coaching staff. The coaching staff is sort of resigned to the fact that kind of no matter what, everything's going to be looked at in the offseason, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's really on the players, Scott, to see what they're all about. And you know what? We saw the competitive spirit with Jamal Murray and Russell Westbrook, which means playing loose, having fun, rocking the baby, having some personality out there. It's so funny because as calm as Jokic is, the rest of this Nuggets team is filled with emotion. AG and Christian Brown with the flexing, Russell Westbrook, Jamal Murray. This team is loaded, Scott, with characters and emotion aside from Jokic.
Right. Yeah. I don't disagree with that. And I still think you see it from Joker in different ways. You know what I'm saying?
Sure,
you don't
of
see
course.
the raw thing. You see it in different ways. But, yeah, no, listen. I think I've heard this said before, and I don't know, maybe we said it yesterday. I don't know. But that team that showed up in Game 5 can go a long way in these playoffs.
For what it's worth, too, there was only one player on the Nuggets on the injury report. One, Deron Holmes. That's it. Who's out for the year, but still on the roster. There's nobody else on the injury report.
That seems relative. to what pain is, I guess.
Just telling you the way it
A
is.
little bit surprising. You don't have Michael Porter Jr. on there. A little bit surprising. Sure, you can have all those guys on there at any given second.
Yeah, we're talking about some players on the Avalanche seemingly wilting a little bit. Where was James Harden in Game 5? Where was that dude? Where's his heart?
I would go back to Game 4, and after just a take foul that you had to do because you had one to give, and he blows a gasket like he did. Mm-hmm. That may have been that's where he is right there.
Yeah.
And did I send you guys a clip? I don't even know if I can still find it right now. The minutes that, other than Game 1, the minutes that Christian Brown has gone head up with James Harden has struggled. And I think you where has he been? Look at the frustration, and maybe you want to look at what Christian Brown's been doing defensively.
We always tend to look as our team at the other team, but from the other team's perspective, how would you like to have a 3-year pro like Christian Brown in the prime of his physical peak on your bucket every single day, every single second, every single moment out there on the court? How'd you like to have Christian Brown up in your business, up and down the court for 48 minutes or whatever?
Yeah, James Harden says hello.
And let's be honest, and you got 15 years in the league, right?
That's right. It adds up, doesn't it?
It ain't like you're a spring chicken right now either.
It's funny because Ty Lue, before Game 5, he was asked about hey, it's a slow pace of play, and his response was, "Oh yeah, we got to pick it up. We got to." I'm looking at him like, right? Really? That's your strategy? To pick up the pace against the Nuggets? Really?
Who want to play with a little bit more pace, right?
Of course. I think playing with pace factors into the Nuggets' success. You could play with pace against the Nuggets, but you better shoot well. Because if you don't, the Nuggets are gonna run you out of the gym. And I understand that there are times the Nuggets have looked like an old, beaten down team. But the essence of the Nuggets game is to run and to be quick and to not shoot threes. So, I don't know, man. I think that plays into the Nuggets' hands. I do have one concern, Scott, real quick. Points in the paint that they allowed to the Clippers. And I know you sort of forget about any bad thing because you did get the win. But I was a little concerned with that. It looked like the Clippers were getting way too many easy buckets.
Well, and what was it? Was it the second quarter or early third where they all of a sudden decided, hey, listen, we're not making the jump shots. I think second. And they said, we got to get the paint. And that's where the number of their paint points really went. And I agree with that. But you are going to give up something. And I think what they've decided that Dunn and Zubac can have big games, but no one else is going to beat you.
The question is, how are the fans? How are you feeling about all of this? We'll get to your reaction coming up next. All right, I think it's time for us to gauge the pulse of you, 303-504-0925. So I think it's time to get some calls on, some from the people, guys.
I'll tell you something interesting. You know, we put out the poll, and I would say the results are fascinating to me early on. We did put out a poll that said, who are you more confident in to get a win tonight? I certainly would have thought it would have been Nuggets more or less in a landslide. It's 54% Avalanche right now and 46% Nuggets. So early results, more confidence in the Avs.
I think the Avalanche fan base.
First road, though, right?
What's that?
That's home versus road, though, isn't it?
Well, sure.
I don't know that I don't feel like that should matter right now, but I guess.
Well, we'll find out. 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. It's a good time to just sort of let it rip here. What are we thinking? How are you feeling about it? Where are you at? Hey, if you're less anxious about the maybe that's a different way to put it. Who you're more anxious about? I guess you could be more anxious and be more confident your team's going to win, and just a nervous Nelly, I suppose.
Although I will say, I do feel like the Avalanche have got confidence in themselves. So if you ask this question, I'm not worried about the Avalanche feeling the same anxiety that I'm feeling. I think they do have confidence.
Scott, what do you think?
Yeah, I go back to home road. I absolutely 100% expect the Avalanche to win tonight. I believe the Nuggets have the ability to win tonight, and I think that's different.
The promo that we were running is pretty funny. It's like, you have to wait all night until this goes. By the way, they're not dropping the puck until about 7:50 tonight. So the 7:30 thing is, okay. 7:50 is when it's going to go. 8 o'clock? Is it 8 o'clock for the Nuggets, Clippers, Scott? I think it is, right?
7. Is it 7 or 7:30? I think it's 7 here. I think it's 7 here, which means probably
8 o'clock.
8:10.
Wow,
yeah.
So both games are basically going to be happening top to bottom at the same exact time.
Yeah.
Golly, man.
Thank you, leagues.
Do you know there's 4?
Well, you don't like one, turn on the other.
There's 4 hockey games tonight that are all 3-2. 4 of them. And they got, out of the 4 games, they got us going at the same exact time, which, whatever. Toronto is leading their series against Ottawa 3-2. They go tonight at 5 o'clock. At 5:30, it's Vegas at Minnesota. That'd have been nice if we were at 5:30 for hockey. That'd have been great. That series is 3-2. Then the Kings in Edmonton, that's in Edmonton. Same time zone as us, and they're at 8 o'clock. Meanwhile, they've got Dallas and Colorado at 7:30, but we know that's really 7:50. So it's kind of I don't know what the NHL is thinking. They only have 1 game tomorrow. I really do not know what they're doing. I don't know why the Avs didn't play last night.
Well, clearly they didn't think about it at all.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Let's go out to Derek, and we're here for the fans to vent, to be anxious, to let us know how you're feeling. Derek, you're on 92.5. What's up, Derek?
Hey, so I'll give my predictions here. So starting with the Nuggets, for sure. I think it's, with Jamal having such a good game last game, I think that the others are really going to have to step up. They're gonna sell out on Jamal, I feel like, on this game. So Jamal will get his, but I'm looking at MPJ and Christian Brown for sure. We're going to need double-digit points for sure, 15, 17 points from each one. I think we sew it up, and I think it doesn't even come back to ball.
Well, that's confidence. Listen, I'm not expecting Jamal Scott to go for 43, but is it a fair expectation to have the starters in double digits like last time? To have, 15 to 18 from Westbrook off the bench?
Listen, you just won by 20 points, basically, by the time they took the starters out.
Yeah.
And Joker had 13. And it was 4 of 13 shooting. 1 of 4 from the three-point line. And you won by 20 points. Now, Jamal went nuts, but we haven't talked enough about it. Aaron Gordon was fantastic. Christian Brown was fantastic on both ends. And listen, I don't think Michael Porter was great, but he wasn't bad. And so, and I said this yesterday, he averaged 18.6, he had 14. But it felt like a good, solid game from Michael. They need good, solid games from Michael. And then you throw Russell Westbrook in, who I think outscored their entire bench by himself. Now, I don't think we expect Russell to hit 2 or 3 threes like he did in that game. If he does, Denver wins this thing, by the way. But you do expect him to bring that energy and that defensive force that makes him, dangerous.
Scotty, was Michael Porter Jr. as good as his plus-minus in that game?
He wasn't bad. And I think DMac said it yesterday. It means he wasn't a negative defensively. And I think there's times when he does nothing offensively or has one of those tough nights that now he becomes a negative defensively. And that's just what he can't do, in my opinion. He can't be a negative defensively.
All right, we go back.
I think he was solid. He was absolutely solid.
We go up to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Thank you. We go out to our pal Greg.
Hey. How you doing?
Greg, what do you think?
Well, I'm doing good, DMac and Scotty and the guys. The thing is that when we look at the Nuggets and stuff, now I'm gonna throw something out here for you guys to look at. I was very critical a lot about the Nuggets and a lot of the players, especially Michael Porter Jr., okay? And I'm still not a great fan of his, but seeing the guy out there with one hand running around playing ball, right, and doing what he could do for the team, I see this team building character and character and character. That's my point on it. And I think they're going to play hard tonight. I got a lot of confidence in that they can pull this off tonight. It just take one game at a time, like what we say. And for Joker to distribute that ball the way he did and not worry about scoring, that's just marvelous. I mean, this team is growing more than we think because we're so critical about the team. Let me know your thoughts.
All right. Thank you, Greg. How you doing? 303-504-0925. What about it, Scott?
I don't disagree. And I told you guys yesterday when I walked out at halftime and saw Jamal and Joker in a heavy conversation going out to the floor, already talking, and the way they're moving their hands, you're like, hey, if he comes over here, we're going to come back. And I'm like, oh, dude, okay. and listen, for people who've been fans of Jamal and Joker for the 9 and 10 years they've been in the league, that was exciting for me because it felt like there was a little disconnect early in the year. And now all of a sudden at the right time, maybe these guys are getting back on the same page. And if they're back on the same page and leading this team where this team needs to be led, I feel pretty good.
Tyler?
I'm very, very optimistic. And it's a weird feeling because I haven't felt this with the Nuggets in a minute now. I've just been enjoying the ride. The Jamal Murray factor for me, that's the deal that if you're the Clippers, I think you just look at it like, hey, we're screwed. If Jamal gets hot like that, we're screwed. I don't know how you answer it. You got Nikola. You got so many problems. And even if Jamal doesn't go for, he doesn't have to go for 40 plus. Give me 25. Give me 27 points. And the Clippers are going to be in big, big trouble.
303-504-0925. How you doing? Tonight at number 38 in Rhino, Berto's having an extended pregame show. Sanford is out hosting the whole double Dipparoo with the Nuggets and the Avs. We have a Jamal Murray autographed jersey to give away, thanks to Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. So you can watch both games. We'll be out at number 38 in Rhino. Yeah, so give us a holler, 303-504-0925 on the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. DMac, I feel good about both teams, but I feel better with the Nuggets winning than the Avs. Well, that doesn't surprise me at this point. I'm sure there's a high amount of anxiety with the Avalanche, and I am curious what changes Bedsy's going to make tonight. We'll see.
Do we expect changes,
they got to get pucks on net. That's one big change, and I think that's an easy change to make.
I think you got to do something here. You got to get your big guns going, and it's, Val, come on. Natchez, what we doing? Cale Makar,
Is moving Gabe away from Val a good idea? I'm not sure if that's a good idea.
I don't think Gabe and Val have much of a relationship on the ice. They just haven't played all that much together, period, frankly. I would put Gabe up on the first line if I were to make a change. I would get him with somebody he's comfortable with. I mean, McKinnon, McKinnon's been like yelling at Natchez and Coyle recently. Like, things have not been great, obviously. No, frustrations.
Hunky-dory.
Yeah, frustration's part of the game, so I don't want to make too much out of that. But, it hasn't been great. Let's go out to our guy Vito. Our guy Vito.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing, Vito?
How you doing, Vito?
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a longtime listener, big fan, guys. Love the show. And, I was at the Game 5 with my buddy. It was amazing. I just wanted to say that I think Anybody who was at Ball Arena that night will tell you it was one of the most electric, exciting atmospheres I've ever seen there. It was so much fun. Jamal was crazy. The whole team just was so incredibly cohesive and so much fun to watch. It was a blast. If this team has to come back to Ball Arena for a Game 7, they got it. They're going to win that because this whole fan base, this incredible, crazy fan base is way behind them. And on Game 5, we had to prove to LA that we don't need to pump in sound. We get loud here, and it was so much fun. So I'm so excited for tonight, guys. You guys are awesome. Let's go Nuggets.
All right. Thank you, Vito. Yeah, it shouldn't be lost. The Avs played one of their best games in the shutout, 4-0. I mean, the Nuggets arguably had one of their best playoff games in memory just in the last game. So it's not like we haven't seen great things out of both teams. I think the one stinker here is we just did not see what happened in Dallas happening to the Avalanche. So my guess is people should feel incredibly optimistic, Scott, about the Nuggets. I don't know why you'd have much doubts about the Nuggets right now.
The only reason you got doubts, but see, there's a difference. There's doubts on the Nuggets, and there's doubts winning 2 games in a row on the road, which is not done a lot in the NBA and in the postseason and in the NHL even. So I will be shocked and surprised if they don't come out and play with the same intensity that we saw in Game 5. If they don't, then I'll be highly disappointed and leery about Game 7. How's that?
All right, let's go back.
Hey, how you doing?
Thomas, you're on 92.5. What up, Thomas?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Hope you guys are
how
having
you
a good
doing?
day here in Colorado. I got to be honest. I do feel more confident about the Nuggets tonight than the Avs, which stinks because I really do want to hope that the Avs will do a repeat of Game 4 here. Not to get off topic and not to bring it back to the Broncos, but if anyone knows if Bo Nix is going to be in attendance tonight, fact check me on this. I want to say Colorado teams are undefeated when he's in attendance.
Is that
right? Wow.
Well, then someone in the Nuggets need to fly his ass out here.
Yeah, that's funny. Cortland Sutton was the guest.
He wins a lot of games too. Yeah.
He was the guest free throw shooter, and he drained.
He did
his shot like it
college
was
basketball player.
It was, and most people miss that shot. And if you don't miss it, it kind of clanks off the rim or the backboard. Luckily, somehow, Court just got up there and just was like nothing, swish, no problem.
Wasn't a swish.
It wasn't a swish?
Yeah, it was.
It was?
I got video of it. I can show it to you if you want.
Oh, okay, I thought it bounced.
Well, yeah, I can check my math.
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay, but I mean, it was a nice moment, and it was good to get that done. I'm telling you what. Well, now you got my curiosity piqued, my friends.
His guns were looking good, though. I'll give him that. He had the Suns out, guns out going on.
He did. He was in the there you go. It's not the real basketball, is it, Scott? It's something that's like an autograph ball.
It looks like it's a rubber kind of.
It's a circus ball.
Or are they using the white one? I thought it was.
No,
like
it's like
purple,
pink.
A pink rubber type ball.
It hit kind of I guess
it wasn't a swish.
It hit the back of the rim and dropped in. It was like
shut your face, Dan.
He swished it.
Shut your face.
He swished it.
What are you talking about? Do you know what a swish is?
Yeah, we get into some semantics of what a swish is.
Nothing but net.
It did. It was.
Hey, it was a beautiful shot.
It was a beautiful shot. Wow, can you believe we could actually check that? That is kind of ridiculous. Talk about the minutia of things. It was.
You guys made me doubt myself there. That's my life lesson. Don't doubt myself.
Okay. All right. Let's go to. Dan's screening this one, but 303-504-0925. Also, we'll have no dumb questions coming up here in 10 minutes. A reminder: join us out at number 38 in Rhino tonight. It'll be one hell of a night to watch both the Avs and the Nuggets.
What's Peyton Manning's record, for the record?
He goes to everything.
I know.
This dude.
I think he's got a season ticket or something because he's been at every home playoff game.
In the same exact seat. Now, here's what's interesting. Boy, talk about minutia.
He used to sit in a different spot than he is now.
It would be stunning to me if these aren't his season tickets. But it's clear he's got 4 of them. Okay? He sits. You want to talk about, a creature of habit. He sits. It's clear he has 4 of them. He sits in the same exact seat, even though he's brought a different group of 3 people with him for the 3 Nuggets games, which is kind of fun.
Head of the table seat?
No. It's kind of funny. There's 2 seats, Peyton Manning, and then another seat. So he kind of sits in the second seat or the third seat, however you want to judge it. But he sits in the exact same seat. I don't know why, because he could pick any of these seats to sit in. Who knows?
Because he knows you don't mess around with the karma.
Yeah, really. This is stalker sort of mentality going on.
That was next level.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
Kyle, how you doing?
I'm doing good, baby. How you doing?
How you
doing?
Hey, I'm good. Hey, I wanted to call in and chime in on these Avs, how I'm feeling about them.
Okay.
So my brain feels great about the Avs. I've talked myself into all these good situations. But then my heart has got my brown eye just puckered all day. I am so worried deep inside, even though I shouldn't be.
That was a great call.
I think you could say that on the radio.
No. That was excellent. That was really, really well done. I understood it all. It made sense to me.
I know what's going to be featured in Let's Football Go. Good job, Kyle. Nice call. How you doing? Hey.
My heart is my brown eye puckered. Is that what he said? Oh.
Make that a T-shirt.
That's a good one.
My heart's got my brown-eyed puckered.
I'm not sure I've ever heard it said that way.
I have not either. We should put it on a T-shirt. I cannot tell you what graphics to go along with it.
You do a brown trout.
I'm sorry, huh?
Okay,
enough. We get it. We get it. We have time for one more. Of course, no dumb questions coming up here in a second. Big story of the day at 2:00. And yeah, how are you feeling? How's the poll going right now? Wow, people are feeling more confident about the Avs and the Nuggets. Really?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
It's interesting, isn't it?
And yet all the calls are opposite, right?
That's an interesting one to me. Okay. Avalanche fans, man. I love it. I love the confidence. I don't feel like that at all.
I feel real
my brown eyes puckered.
Yeah. All right, one more here.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, Matty B, how you doing?
I'm chuckling like you guys. Stuck in a late 90s, early aughts time warp. Oh, hey, by the way, Scotty, the Royals are going to sweep another one, bro. On fire.
Come on now.
Oh, dude, they're whooping Tampa Bay. But anyway, I hate this matchup going all the way back. You know, I'm scarred by the fake blonde with the bolt-ons and the real smile going way back. You know, with the stars, and I just remember those scenes. I remember Madonna, Hitchcock, Belfour, you name it, man.
Wow, you're having flashbacks. You're having some serious PTSD.
Dude, I mean, but I was back when I was with Miller Brewing Company. I was right behind the Stars bench. It's like I knew those dudes. My crotch was on national television for like months. But
what is happening here? Seriously, what is happening here? I mean, Matty, you got 5 seconds. Go.
I have tons of faith in a playoff McKinnon. I know.
All right, there you go. Don't mean to cut you off, but I don't know.
He wanted to talk about the bolt-ons in his crotch, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
well, but does not everybody remember last year that blonde that
I know exactly who he's talking about.
No, we get it. We understand what he was saying. It's
now we've got the fake Bednar.
Yeah, well, and his companion.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the fake Bednar. It was a package deal of bizarreness. All right, how we doing? Are we feeling good? Are we feeling better now? Did we get that?
Does that help everything?
Does that
Not
help?
really.
Yeah, I don't think so. No dumb questions is next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
We're having a watch party at number 38 for both, but let me start with this on YouTube, actually. I have two TVs. I'm setting up two TVs to watch the games. What's the best way to watch the Avs and Nuggets at the same exact time?
Multicast on same TV.
Multicast, not go out to a bar.
No, I hate going to the bar.
Okay.
How can you I've legitimately always wondered this. I get it if you're doing it as a social experience. That's cool. You want to go out with your buddies, have some drinks. That's fine.
All right, I should rephrase the question.
If you actually want to watch the games, does anybody go to a bar because they really want to watch the game?
Well, they are at number 38 in Rhino tonight. I'm sure they are. But, to
that's
go there.
different.
Okay, sure.
That is so different at 38. It is a beautiful setup to watch the game.
Aside from doing that, if you were watching at home, what's the right way to watch the games? How would you go about it?
Oh, that's a great question. I think don't you got to make sure you have it recorded.
Okay, all right.
You know, and then I think you've got to kind of in between. It's easier with the hockey because you got all the periods. In between periods, go back to your recording the other one and go back and see if you missed anything.
I'm probably the wrong guy to ask this question to because when I watch sports, I want to feel the game. I really want to feel the game. So I've never enjoyed the multicast deal. That's never been for me. It's a little bit different. Today's is pretty cool because you can flip the audio back and forth with just a button, right? So you can actually hear what's going on. But I tend to get overly invested in one game at the cost of another, and then I catch up exactly like Scotty's saying during the breaks.
Would you have the discipline if you could record, just assuming you can record? And I understand it would be a late night too, but we do get in here at the crack of noon. To watch one game live, period, not check up on the other, and that one's over, now I'm going to watch the other one. Would you have the discipline? Would anybody have the discipline to do that?
I think it's impossible for me because when I'm really enjoying a big matchup like this, like a playoff game, I want to go on Twitter and have fun with people, and I want to talk about it. So you might go on there with the intention of just talking about the Nuggets, but inevitably you're going to see updates with Avs.
I'll say it's impossible. I don't think anybody who's an Avs and Nuggets fan could actually do that. I don't think they could. I don't think anybody would have the discipline, Scott, to do that.
Well, then pick one. I mean, let's go. Just pick one, and then go back after you said put the kids to bed after the one's over, and then go back and watch the other.
I should ask you, Scott. You'll be calling the game, the Nuggets game. How will you be consuming the Avs game?
Well, I have the games recorded, so what I'll do probably is go our game, unless I find out that if they win, I'll go back and watch it for sure. If they lose, I'll probably go.
Can I call out somebody on the text line really quick that's trying to make me feel pity for them?
Okay.
Tyler, some of us have to go to the bar to watch the games because we don't have cable or other ways to watch those games.
Okay.
Do you expect me to feel pity for you for going to the bar and spending twice as much money in one night as you would on the monthly subscription for the cable package?
Yeah.
Are you trying to tell me that it's a cheaper alternative for you to go to the bar, down 6 beers, couple apps along the way?
You think that's what's happening?
Pay a tip.
Uh-huh.
And that's cheaper than paying your monthly cable subscription.
Well, how do you know he's not stealing a 40, sneaking in his coat, ordering water, and then scramming before the tip and the bill comes?
I don't know that.
Okay, just saying. There's other ways to.
Sympathy
Yeah, that guy I feel for.
You're assuming he's at Buffalo Wild Wings. He may be at Toledo Sports Pen. Who knows?
I mean, is that not an idiotic thought process?
Well,
I've got to go to the bar because I can't afford the cable subscription.
It's not the first time I've heard it, but you're just assuming it's a nice bar. You never know.
What
Maybe
bar are
he's
you?
planning on coming to 38, and DMac is going to take care of his bar tab.
Well, there you go.
Well, I'd be happy too, but I hear Mike Sanford will pay for everybody tonight. But that's a rumor. I can't account. I'll be at the Avs
Rolling
game.
in that Valor money.
Well, he ain't coaching at Smoky Hill. Dan,
Hey, the good thing about going there for you, are you going to go there? Are you going to show up there?
I will not. I will be at the Avs, and I will have the Nuggets on the old Phonorino. I actually have my laptop. I'll probably have it on the laptop.
Well, if you go to 38, chance to run into a few people you don't get to see every day.
Who's that?
Well, look to your left.
Okay. What? I don't even know where he's going. Dan, what do you got there?
So my neighbors will have the game on. So what I do is I just stand outside of their window and stare into their house and watch it that way, and then I'll have the other game on my phone.
Okay. Wait. What? All right, Dan's being a wise guy, too. A lot of wise guys out there.
Altitude Plus, not that expensive.
Yeah, you get it for free. There's a 3-day free thing. You can, just get Altitude Plus. These games are all on Altitude
That's
Plus.
how I'm watching it on my phone.
Yeah. Dan.
And then the other one through the neighbor's window.
What's creepy?
I just don't think it was as funny as you thought it was going to be.
What's creepy about that is what else Dan probably looks at through his neighbor's window about.
Well, what's creepy about that, Tyler, is that it's really not a joke.
See, now that was funny.
All right, well, I'm up for other no dumb questions, but that's an interesting one, man, how you're going to consume everything. I prefer, it sucks to have to divide your attention one way or the other, but that is just the way it goes. But hey, listen, at number 38, if you don't have cable, you go to the bar, they got no cover charge. You can just walk in and you just sit there and order water and watch. I mean, you can be cheap. Or you can have yourself a nice Milagro tequila.
This is pretty good advice somebody's got. Pro move, Avs have 20-minute intermission, starts earlier. Watch the Nuggets during intermission, watch Avs live, switch at intermissions.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You can kind of see everything, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll find out tonight.
That's actually not a bad idea, really.
You can, I'll tell you this. It's not ideal for sure, because I'd just rather get into the game. But there is a way to fast forward watch games. If you watch them on 2-3 times speed or whatever that sort of thing is. You can sort of fill in the blanks as good as you can. But it's just not as exciting, It's not, it's being on the edge of your seat, up and down with every single play, every single moment. What game's better to watch live, hockey or basketball on TV? Ooh, wow! Struck a nerve right there, huh?
Yeah, that's a good question. I find myself getting more when we're traveling and everything on out of market hockey games than I do out of market basketball games.
For me, it's
Although
always basketball.
I did watch the Lakers in Minnesota last night.
In-person hockey experience, especially in the playoffs, is something different.
I'm going to give you the sicko of all sickos, by the way, tonight. There's another game.
Yeah, Rockies at 7:45.
The Rockies going against the Giants.
Who cares?
The Rockies are literally playing at the same time. I want to see the person who's watching all three at the same time. The complete Colorado experience.
I want to see the person that's just watching the Rockies game, period.
All right, I'll send you. But if I got the right, technologies, which I do, I'm not going to the bar, but I could be at the Avs.
You're setting up an extra TV tonight, you said.
Well, I could do it on a laptop. Well, first of all, I'm there live, so that helps, right? So that's one big screen TV, the Jumbotron inside Ball Arena and the game. Then you get the laptop. You can have, the Rockies or the Nuggets. I'll put the Nuggets over there. That's the biggest screen I possibly could have. But I can throw the Rocks on my phone right there. I can have all three going at the same time. Well,
which one of the Muggles from the station going down there with you?
God, I don't know who's there. I think Raj and Spring, they're doing their postgame stuff live from everything's going live down there. Berto's at number 38.
Well, Raj ought to send a video of you watching all three.
I can get that done. Well, I can get that done. No problem. For hockey, I'm in the last row. I'm high-fiving, I'm in the last row. Yeah. I don't mind mind being in the last row for hockey. It's okay. Last row for hockey is fine. Sometimes you can see a lot better in the last row for hockey than front row. I don't even know front row for basketball if you can really see everything, Scott. Sometimes I think that gets lost in the wash a little bit too. Sitting front row.
Yeah, but you know what you do? You see just the size, the energy, and the physicality of it, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. But either way, it's a huge night. It brings up the big question of the day. What team do you have a little bit more faith in? We'll get there next. Well, the question on Twitter is simple. Who do you have more confidence in tonight, the Avalanche or the Nuggets? We'll break both games down. We'll have football at 4 coming up as well. We'll be out at number 38 in Rhino with the watch-along, thanks to Milagro Tequila for both games. Berto with a super extended, supersized pregame show where everybody's going to be chiming in. So plenty of action. But who are you feeling more confidence in right now, 2 o'clock today? Tyler?
Nuggets, for sure. But I'm really not as, what's the right word with Avalanche? I'm not pessimistic. I'm not down and out about the Avalanche. I'm just nervous.
Cautiously optimistic?
Yeah, optimistic strong, right? I'm not down and out. Look, the reality is you got one game that's do or die, and you got another that, okay, you mess it up, you get to live and fight another day. So all the pain and anxiety is living with the Avs.
Scott?
I think the Avs win. So I'm super confident that they
Okay.
win this game and force a Game 7. And I think that the Nuggets have a great chance to win. But I don't see the Avs losing tonight at all.
All right, how about we stay very positive? The Avs win, little fill in the blank here. The Avs win if blank has a great game.
Cale Makar finally does something.
Oh, wow. That's a backhanded sort of compliment right there for Cale.
You asked.
Okay. Scott?
Wow. Well, I think McCarr is a big key. I think Nietzsche needs to have a good game.
Marty Nachos.
Yeah, Marty Nachos. I think if Val has a big game.
I was gonna say. Now we're hearing reports of Val turning sticks into kindling during morning skate today. Good thing or bad thing? Or nothing?
I don't know. Probably not ideal because of the circumstances, right? Like it's one thing to be like, oh, I'm so into this thing. Hell yeah, let's go. And then there's another thing to be like, why the hell can't I hit the freaking net? And I wasn't there, but from the reports, that's what it sounds like.
I've seen him do that before in practice. I've seen Val just get really frustrated during morning skates, which seems irrational to me because a morning skate is just that, dude. It's not a high pressure situation. It's pretty chill. That's a guy who's grinding a little bit to me. I don't think it's necessarily a great sign. Like, if you're losing your composure when there's literally zero pressure on because of X, Y, and Z, who knows? But I've seen him, and he's not the only one, by the way. I've seen other guys do it too.
But it's a whole lot better than going out there and skating and not caring.
That's true. I mean, hey man, it's practice. But if you fire 3 or 4 shots in a row and you can't even hit the net in practice, I'm guessing, Scott, that's pretty frustrating. If you're out there and you just need to jack up a few threes and you can't hit one to save your life in practice, I can see where that's a little frustrating, right?
I guess it might be like breaking a driver at the driving range,
yeah,
right?
I guess, right?
Who hasn't done that? I mean, who hasn't done that?
Yeah, there's probably moments of all of us at the range, like, for whatever reason, we can't even hit the golf ball. You know, it's out of nowhere. Get a little pissed off.
Well, the reason is we suck at golf.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't mean I'm about to have a great round. Probably means I'm about to go out there and suck on the course.
No, it means you need a reason to get a new driver, and he probably had a reason to get him a new stick. That one wasn't working for him.
Hey, yeah. One thing I've learned in golf, it's never user error. It's always the equipment.
Cale Makar's breaking in new skates. Okay. I guess. Maybe it's time.
Well, the stupid left skate sucked.
Yeah, something's wrong. It's an equipment issue.
I hate the left skate.
It's a stupid skate. It's a stupid stick. I don't know if these are great signs, frankly. What adjustment do you hope Bednar makes tonight? Then we'll get to the Nuggets. But what adjustment do you hope Bednar makes?
Landeskog to the first line for me.
Landeskog to top line. Okay.
I'm not really expecting any significant change.
Nothing.
So I think you go out there, you got your guys. You were happy with the way the game played. I understand what Scott's saying, and I think that would be really intriguing to see. But what's my expectation? We'll probably see what we've been seeing.
I think you got to have a little bit more focus than lose the face-off and allow a goal in 9 seconds from an impossible angle. Yeah, I get it. It was a lucky goal, and there was another lucky goal there too. But how about win the face-off and let's see where things go? Yeah, I think there was a little
early, score early and play with the lead, maybe.
Sure, I think there was enough of a lack of focus to allow bad luck to happen for the Avalanche for whatever reason. Yeah, you got to have it dialed in. But I will tell you, man, Game 4 was incredible. You won 4-0. You looked incredible. You scored a shorthanded goal by Logan O'Connor, power play goal by McKinnon. Gabe scored. I mean, you really don't get much better than what happened in Game 4.
But, and Scott always harps on this, but that's why you don't ride the waves, because after Game 4, it couldn't have felt a whole lot better. Optimism couldn't bid any higher, and now we're sitting here on the other polar extreme of it, dealing with it, and at some point you got to say, do you trust the guys or not? Do you think these guys got the right mindset? Do you think you've got the right squad? Do you think you did the right things throughout the offseason, and are all those things going to pay off or not?
And the Nuggets now are going to go following that after having a great performance in Game 5. Are you gonna live off that performance and bask in that, or are you going to go out and take care of business?
Well, I'll tell you what, if you do lose tonight at home, the Avalanche that is, with all the changes you made in the offseason, if that does happen, if you do lose, we will have some uncomfortable conversations starting on Friday. Ain't no doubt about it. If you lose in Game 7 in Dallas, hey, man, there's a reason they finished a little bit ahead of you in the regular season. You didn't have home ice. Hey, they're a good team too. But you lose tonight, there'll be some uncomfortable conversations, and rightfully so.
You made that trade for Bork, and you did not win it that year. But you came back to next year.
Well, you didn't lose. You didn't lose in the first round either, though, Scott.
True, that's true.
That's
true.
You did.
But you did not win it.
Well, you did, yeah. And you, God, did they lose to Dallas? Is that where they went out that year, the first year with Bork? I think they did.
Feels like it.
I think they lost to Dallas in the conference finals. Dan, a little double check on that one. First year of Ray Bork, 2000, right? It would be the spring of 2000. I think they did, because I have a memory of me taking my little baby boy, who was born in March, and we did not have those big fancy headphones they have for babies now. We just took them. It was
terrible parent.
Oh my God, it was such bad parenting, and I was broke at the time, and I'm relatively new to Denver, and we were new parents. We didn't know, and they did not have those big headphones for babies. I don't know who invented big headphones for babies for sporting events, but that was a genius idea. Whoever did that has got to be a Shark Tank billionaire at this point. We just went in there. We were idiot parents. And my wife, God bless her, because I was going to watch the game, sat up there in like the club level section, because we spent some coin. We spent some money for those. I remember how much I spent. You guess how much I spent for two, I am 10 rows behind
2000?
The goalie. What year, 2000?
2000, spring of 2000.
200 a pop.
It was like 200 a pop. No, it was. It was maybe 250 a pop. Yeah, that's all I spent.
I think my conference final tickets when I was a season ticket holder in the first year of the season, I think those games were $275, and I was at the top of the lower bowl.
Yeah, they were incredible seats, and I felt like I was breaking the bank. A couple of years ago, for nosebleeds, I bought for my wife and my son on Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals for over $1,000 a ticket. I felt like it was worth it, though. No regrets on that.
You got rich.
Oh, you never regret experiences.
Nah, but
unless you literally can't afford it.
Well, right. Well, I couldn't afford it either time. You just do it and you kind of live with it. Just sort of say, okay, what are you going to do?
Experiences over things.
Scott, what do you got there, Dan?
Yeah, it was in 2000. The Avs lost in the conference finals to the Stars in 7 games.
Yeah.
And then they lost to New Jersey.
Yeah,
in the Cup final.
They didn't lose in the first round with Ray Bork. And they won it the next year with Ray Bork. That's
How many times Dallas has knocked you out? I think you've knocked them out of the playoffs once, but all the times they've knocked you out of the playoffs. Why do we hate Minnesota more than Dallas?
I don't know what we do.
Ask DMac that question. DMac loves Dallas.
I do like Matt Duchene, and I like Nico Rantanen.
Let's not.
What is wrong with you?
I've got respect for Pete DeBoer.
Let's not do this again.
I do have a poster of Jamie Benn flopping all over the place. It's beautiful.
See, now you're trying to be facetious, and you're trying to overcompensate.
Jamie Benn's flopping all over the place.
But the people remember.
Do you know that feather from Forrest Gump? It knocks him on his ass. It's awesome.
Bigger flopper, no dumb question. Jamie Benn or LeBron James?
Jamie Benn.
Can I say something sacrilegious?
Yeah.
Can we just throw Nicola in that group?
Wow.
The dude's a flopper.
Wow.
Let's just keep it real. He's a flopper.
Wow. I don't know if you can be in the club now.
I'm sorry.
Look at you.
Hey, the dude is a flopper.
Wow.
He's my guy.
You want to put him beside LeBron James and Jamie Benn?
I don't know how far off he is.
Woo. Nuggets. Let me reverse this a little bit. If fill in the blank plays great, they'll win tonight.
For the Nuggets?
Yep.
Jamal Murray.
Yep.
Is it that simple?
Yep.
Is the whole season just boiled down to this? Have we been right about this literally the entire freaking year?
Yeah, I think if Jamal Murray and Michael Porter both have great games, I don't think Clippers can beat you.
Michael Porter Jr. could just have a pretty good game if Jamal Murray has a great game.
I agree. If Jamal goes for 27, they win. If he goes for 27, if he makes 5 threes, goes for 27. Actually, if it's 5, he probably has more than 30 points. But like something like that along those lines. If Jamal Murray
Let me ask you this. If Nichushkin scores tonight, do the Avs win?
Yes. That's a great comparison.
I don't know that it's that simple in hockey.
I do. Well, I'm going to say yes to that tonight because he has been in a rough spot. He hasn't been producing. There may be a line change. You never know. If he can get on track, it seems hard to stop that train from rolling down the tracks unless it's some garbage goal when they're down like 4-0 or something like that. How about that? If Val Nichushkin can score one of the first 2 goals of the game, how about that?
Well, it's certainly setting a tone.
Right? Even if they're down and he scores, it probably sets the right tone. If they're down 2-0 and he scores, you're probably doing something the right way. Something's going good. Val being a big part of the game would mean success. How about this for a little bit of a hot take? Val playing a good game means more than Cale Makar playing a good game. How about that one?
Well,
I mean, I'd take either one of those guys turning it on for sure.
Jamal, Yoke, he'll go for whatever he goes for, but it'll be some form of triple-double. Here's what we can't have from Jamal to win tonight. We cannot have 3 of 14 and then be desperate that he's going to just turn it on. How about a little bit more consistency from Jamal?
You would like to think a hot streak lasts a little bit longer than a game.
Do you realize Jamal's like the anti-Luka? Like Luka just got in worse shape as the season went on, and Jamal's in the best shape of his entire season right now. Who was out of shape at the beginning of the year? Jamal's in great shape right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wild. And Luka's just fat. Like, what happened, man?
He did look bad in that game last night, didn't he?
He looked terrible. Slow, plodding, unathletic.
Yeah, you want to talk about a dude that looks like he can't play defense. Like, my Lord.
Like, I don't know what is going to happen to the Lakers, but Luka's got to get his act together, man, and have a little pride out there. And sir, I get it. He's just got ridiculous amounts of talent. I mean, I do understand that. But have a little pride, bro. I know Jokic got that pride going, and it made all the difference in the world. It really did. It wasn't just about talent, was it, Scott? He took Shizzle serious.
How old's Luka now?
Young, 25. He's a kid. He's nothing.
Maybe still figuring it out a bit.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like
yeah,
it.
but they've heaped as the league, as the NBA likes to do, heaps a whole lot of praise and accolades on you quick.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, unless he hits that corner like you just said about having some pride and get in shape and be the best athlete out there. Until that happens, I'm telling you that trade of Dallas is going to go down in history not as bad as everybody made it initially.
Jeff Legwold will join us in about a half hour. Dan does have some breaking football news. Let's Football Go coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. You don't want just an okay experience. You want a fantastic one. You want to win Game 7 in love. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They can get you there. They're clutch performers, and their treatments work where pills or herbals fail. Success rates over 90%. That's a good percentage. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've treated tens of thousands of men. So join the crew. You schedule a consult, $99, ain't much. You get that consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, the test dose. And listen, if the test dose doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Another T-shirt. Just seriously. When are we going to start selling our merch? Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Jeff Legwold joins us at 2:45. Let's football go. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner.
All right, fellas, we'll get to the 2026 mock draft, Scott's favorite part of my segment, coming up here shortly. But let's hear from Adam Schefter. He was on with the boys in the morning. We've had a week. It's been 1 week since the first round of the NFL draft. I want to get your guys' thoughts 1 week in. How you feeling about the Broncos?
Wait a second. Are you asking us
the same question you asked
How
yesterday?
you doing?
How you doing?
But let's hear Adam Schefter talking with the morning show on his thoughts on the Broncos draft strategy, specifically in rounds 1 and 2.
Part of the reason that they picked Jahdae Barron in round 1 is because they loved R.J. Harvey that much in round 2. And so they knew that they were going to be trying to get R.J. Harvey. In fact, when I saw them starting to manipulate draft picks in the second and third rounds, as soon as I saw that, I knew right what that was.
Yeah.
I knew right what that was. That was R.J. Harvey all along being in position. And would they take him? Pick 60?
Yeah, 60.
They traded twice.
Right. I think that they initially went into the draft. I know the way they operate. Like, they thought they could get him somewhere in the third round.
Okay, so thoughts on the Broncos' decision to take a defensive back in round 1 and then R.J. Harvey in round 2.
I'll say this. The success of the Denver Broncos 2025 season comes down to R.J. Harvey in that draft pick as much as anything else. As much as anything else. You put yourself out there on the line. You identified a guy that you were okay with moving back, knowing that you were going to get him because nobody else was going to draft him that high. So you're like, okay, we can bounce back. We've still got a guy that we like. It was the biggest glaring hole in the football team, running back, and that's your dude. So you hand-selected R.J. Harvey. It's the only position on the football team that you had to address. You had to. You didn't have a choice. Like you had a choice with tight end. You did not have a choice with running back. And the only way to improve your running game this year was via a better running back because you weren't replacing any of your starting 5 offensive linemen. This season comes down to R.J. Harvey as much as anything else.
Yeah, and now since the draft's over, we have found out they could have easily dropped back a few spots to take Trevion Henderson. They could have done that, but they couldn't have had Barron. So it's a pretty cocky draft by them. They're telling you, we think we're good enough to do moves like we did. So cool, man. Hey, good for you. You're feeling good about your team. You're telling the fan base we expect to win big time this year. We can afford to do this. So we'll see. But, yeah, I think that's well said. You could have easily dropped back to 25, 26, something like that, taken Henderson, moved up a little bit, taken Arroyo. That would have been more the common sense way to do the draft. What they're telling you is, nope. We got our guy because we have more faith in R.J. Harvey than the average bear here. We know better. So we can afford to take Barron here because we know we're going to get this other guy, Scott.
They're on a journey, and their wife, you, and all the other muggles are the wife in the passenger seat. Say, take a left here, take a right here, take a left here, take a right here. Well, right now they're confident they know the way and the direction to get to where they want to go.
That's right.
And so they're going to go that way, and they're telling you to shut your face.
Shut your face.
And going right down their path. And listen, hey, who am I to argue? If the guy bombs out, he bombs out, and then we can question it, and you just wasted a second-round pick. But all of a sudden, if this guy is a little special and shows us something during the season, you're going to go, all right then. I see why they liked him.
I got you, but in week 4, if it's 6 carries for – 27 yards, we'll all be like, okay, what was that all about?
Well, doesn't that become eventually we got to say, dude, what's up with your running game?
Well, that's pretty simple, right? It's not
right?
It's not complicated, that's for sure.
If you got your guy and A, he's not getting tons of carries, and B, it's not successful, then when do we finally say, dude, that's 4 or 5 guys you keep putting in there. What's up with your running game? What's the schematics on your running game?
I'll question how they evaluated running backs. But you know what? They get the benefit of the doubt. They made the playoffs with a rookie quarterback. This is you get this grace. And everybody loves Barron. Literally everybody out there thinks this guy's an incredible player, and the praise for the pick is overwhelming. So, okay, cool. But just know you could have had Henderson and Arroyo. You could have. But you would not have had Harvey or Barron. Just keep it in mind. The rest of the draft,
Henderson and Arroyo sounds a whole lot better. And that's why I'm not backing off my opinion of the first pick.
Okay.
And I know it's not the player. I got it. Great player, cool. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it for a luxury pick for a team that is not in luxury mode.
But they think they are. We'll find out, but we won't forget it either. It's what they're going to be judged by fairly. Next story, Dan.
All right, who are the top quarterbacks coming up in the 2026 NFL draft? It doesn't feature a clear quarterback one, but some of the top quarterbacks are Clemson's Cade Klubnik, Garrett Nussmeier from LSU, Drew Allar from Penn State, Sawyer Robertson from Baylor, and Lenoris Sellers from South Carolina. Now, ESPN's latest mock draft for 2026 does have the Browns trading up to number 1 to take Cade Klubnik, the quarterback out of Clemson, even though they drafted 2 quarterbacks this year.
If these quarterbacks are also amazing next year, how come I've only heard of like 2 of them?
Yeah, that's a good. Well, you've heard of Allar, right? You've heard of him, probably.
Yes.
Well, it doesn't have Arch Manning in here.
Well, they think Arch is going back to school they don't think he's coming out early.
Right.
That their speculation is he's only started 2 games. He's going to want more time in Texas.
Or maybe it's not about want versus need. You know, the guy's only thrown like 57 passes in his career.
Fair enough. But the speculation, for whatever the reason, is that he does not come out, Scott, that Arch Manning stays in school for 2 years.
Well, listen, he had brothers that stayed a while. Didn't Peyton Manning also have an option at one time to
that's a good question.
Early?
Yeah, he went back.
Did he?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, why not little bro? And I think they liked it. I think the Manning family, for whatever they are, the godfathers of the NFL and college football and whatever. I think they still live in the realm of we respect the growth, the atmosphere, the experience of college football, and I'm not sure that's where everybody else lives.
Listen, I don't want to discount the value of money. It's important, of course, and most decisions are made because of it. But Arch Manning doesn't have to make his decisions just based off of money. He doesn't. And frankly, if he's not a slam dunk number 1 overall pick, which he may not be at the end of the year, who knows? Herbert was a top 10 guy, but not a number 1 guy. He went back. Leinart was kind of the same thing. He went back. It wouldn't be the first time that a guy just prefers to be in college, and he'll get to the NFL when he gets there.
Yeah, top 10 versus number 1 is different.
Okay.
It is, and it might not feel that different, but at least you got something to improve on. When you were consensus number 1, there's literally nothing to be improved.
There was an example of a guy, Jake Locker, who may have been a top 3 pick, who did go back for his senior year.
And it hurt him big time.
It did. It fell apart because of it. Yes. Go ahead, Scott.
What was our guy you mentioned with San Diego or with the Chargers now? Didn't
Herbert.
his stock drop? Didn't it go down a little bit from his junior to senior year?
You know, he got drafted 6th overall. I think he was kind of in that ballpark coming out his junior year. One of his stories is that his brother was going to be a freshman tight end up at Oregon, and he wanted a chance for his family to have his brother by his side to play as well. So I think Herbert more or less stayed where he was going to be. He might have dropped a spot or 2, but nothing overly dramatic. And he certainly stayed in the top 10. Locker was kind of a whole different story. Then he fell off the face of the earth. It did not help him whatsoever. All right, Dan, what else you got there?
Just one other two quick notes from this mock draft. It has the Broncos projected, guys, to pick at 19, so 1 spot ahead of actually where they finished this year. Carnell Tate, wide receiver out of Ohio State, is who they have mocked to the Broncos. Also, in the first round, they have DJ McKinney, the cornerback out of Colorado, going to the Packers in the first round. So what do you think will be the biggest need for the Broncos heading into next year's draft?
It'll be tight end, but that doesn't mean you necessarily take one. Well, unless running back falls apart, I guess. I don't know. On the surface, on paper, it'll be tight end. Or left tackle, maybe, bro. To keep it real.
No, tackle's going to be really high priority.
You're right. Could be that, too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mike McGlinchey, I believe, hits the out in his contract year next year.
Yeah.
Which is why a lot of people said this year the Broncos should have drafted a tackle.
Oh, I wouldn't have been against it.
It wasn't like end of the world, but it certainly would have made sense for planning.
Listen, man, we had a good secondary already. To think that Barron was not anything but a luxury pick is kind of crazy. But listen, I'm all for having good players and having a great secondary. Sure. I mean, why not? But that was not your most pressing need. There's no doubt about it. And in terms of explosive receivers, again, it's like, okay, we'll see. We'll see if Troy Franklin can be that guy. We'll see if Marvin Mims can be explosive. I mean, we'll see. We'll see about all of it. We'll see if we can throw the ball to a guy who's 5'8".
Yeah, you're discounting the need for wide receiver also. The need for wide receiver is going to be really, really high.
We'll see. I mean, how would you feel if it was Golden and Arroyo instead of Barron and RJ? I bet most people would like that.
It would have made more sense.
It'd been exciting. I mean, you would have had the offensive weapons on a first-year contract for Bo Nix that they could be teammates for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot going on. We'll see. We'll see.
It simply comes down to how good is this dude? How good is Barron? If he's as good as everybody makes him out to be, at the end of the day, nobody's going to have any beef in 3 or 4 years.
Sure.
You draft Pat Surtain, ain't nobody mad about it, except for DMac. Nobody is mad about drafting Pat Surtain. If Barron turns out to be like that, cool. But if he turns out to just be like a Riley Moss, which is a good football player, not necessarily an elite football player, it doesn't make sense.
All right, can I give you guys a no-dumb question? And this might sound strange coming from me because I'm Mr. Hype Train. But you're showing a video of Justin Fields throwing a pass to Garrett Wilson, and everybody's going gaga. And I'm obviously a big Justin Fields fan.
Still?
But I am. But you got to be kidding me that you're making a big deal about one pass from Justin Fields to Garrett Wilson. And I'll give you another one. You're showing me a video of Shadur Sanders running up a hill. Like, check out his work ethic. Come on, guys. What are we doing here, man? Talk about feeding the beast.
What are these videos? What are you talking about?
Well, the Justin Fields video is all over ESPN. I don't know about the Shadur one, although there's Shadur on TV. Oh, this is when Cam Ward's telling him, I'm a football player, you're a Hollywood guy. That's that video. No, there was a video all over social media of Shadur running up a hill, Tyler. Back me up on this one.
Yeah, no, I saw it for sure. So he got to Cleveland, he got a workout in the weight room, and then he went to some hill and they did hill workouts. And after that, he went and spoke at a school.
Okay, great. That sounds like a good day. But I don't need to see lunges going up a hill as like proof that he works hard.
Well, when you've got a camera crew.
Right. It's all that.
So was this video put out by Cleveland or by himself?
I actually don't know. It was,
I believe it was himself. Yeah. it wasn't like a Browns organized event.
No. He found a hill. He ran up a hill.
Yeah. They mowed it, though. I was wondering who mowed it.
He had a lane.
Yeah, somebody mowed that for him.
Right? Oh, do you think they just mowed it for him? That's really cynical. That is uber cynical if you think they just mowed it for him.
I didn't say that. I just said somebody mowed the hill.
Maybe it's just the hill. It's the hill that
I like mowing hills.
People work out on.
You don't like mowing hills?
You run up one swath. You mow a hill and it's just one place of the hill.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I do that all the time. Who doesn't? Scott, what are you most nervous about? We'll have Jeff Legwold here in less than 10 minutes. But what are you most nervous about with this Nuggets game tonight? What has you a little bit on edge?
Nothing really.
Nothing. Really, seriously, nothing. We're that good.
No, I'm not saying they were that good, but what's there to be nervous about? You got a game. Listen, when I get in this time of year, this is the only time of year really that I have flashbacks and wish I was, 24 instead of 50 or 64, because, this is what you play for. I'm sure Tyler will tell you right now, I don't necessarily want to go through a 16, 17 game grind, but boy, I sure like to be suiting up for a first round of a playoff game.
Any nerves at all about LA lifestyle last night, or distractions because you're in LA at this stage, or not?
God, I hope not.
I would hope not too.
Listen, if you're worried about that now at this stage, then again, I say you got the wrong guys. Why are we extending this thing? Because you got the wrong guys.
Okay.
If you had guys rolling out last night all over the place and they come and play like it tonight, then you ain't got the right guys to win this thing anyway. So what are we doing?
Just asking. If you're not nervous, you're not nervous. I'm not nervous about it either. I don't think that's a big deal. How do you think Russell Westbrook's going to respond?
But
yes.
we're spending the night tonight.
Oh, are you guys really? Seriously?
Yeah.
You're not coming home?
So if you want to do it right, win the game tonight and go have fun in L.A.
Interesting. What's behind that decision?
I have no idea.
Okay. All right.
You don't. It sounds like you don't like the idea.
Well.
Well, no. I mean, here's what sucks when you come from L.A. and go back to Denver with the time change and everything. You're walking in the bedroom at 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that just blows your whole day, to be honest with you. But if you're staying over and you're not getting home till 2:30 or 3, that kind of blows your whole day too, doesn't it?
Well, there's definitely a set of circumstances that could lead to both the Avs and Nuggets playing Game 7 on Saturday. I mean, that's a very real possibility too. That could happen. And then you would have the ultimate double Dipparoo. I don't know if we've ever had that. Have we ever had?
God, that's so brutal. Oh,
I don't know if we've ever had in the history of the two teams a Game 7 on the same day.
No, that would have to be a rarity,
right? And it's lined up. It could happen. Meanwhile, in terms of how the Broncos did in an NFL checkup, we'll have Jeff Legwold coming on with us next. Jeff Legwold is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, when it comes to the Broncos draft, what is one thing they were thrilled about that they didn't think was going to happen? And what's something that they're probably a little bummed out about that it didn't happen?
Well, DMac, not just the Broncos, but almost everybody I spoke to in sort of the debrief mode earlier this week around the league, nobody thought Barron would make it out of the past Miami. So the fact Barron was on the board for them at 20 was a pretty big shock to people who think they know how the first round's going to go most years. A lot of people who were confident they had a good handle on it were very, very surprised at that. And I spoke to multiple GMs who all said that's the pick to make if you're the Broncos, no matter what. So, take it for what it's worth. I think they're probably, inside linebacker and tight end. I think those two things didn't fall the way they had hoped. And the people they hope to have a shot at, in the middle rounds, especially, the strength of the board was 2 through 5. And I think they ended up having to pivot a couple times. And when they made all those deals to move down, I think that was an indication some of the people they were eyeballing were getting picked off. So I think those two positions probably, they probably would have wanted to have at least one of those positions have a draft pick in there.
Jeff, it feels to me like, when we look back on this draft in 2 or 3 years, a whole lot of it's going to come down to RJ Harvey. How good is this dude? They identified him. They moved down. They were okay with it because they felt like nobody was going to draft him as high as they were. So you got your guy. Tell us everything you know, and how do you see him being utilized? Should we expect 12 to 15 carries a game?
Well, Tyler, I keep saying we all spent, myself included. I was on the parade of talking about running backs and how it fits in the offense and how much they needed one. And it's up to them to give the guys the ball at some point. So I can't confidently say they're going to give him that many carries, because when have we seen him give that many carries consistently to anybody? But in whatever rotation they have, he will contribute immediately as a runner, especially. I have various
right? I mean, like our starting running back that gets the majority of the reps, if not the carries, right?
Well, the part I guess I was a little surprised at is when I was trying to project running backs to them, I was looking for the third down long yardage guy who could also contribute on first and second down. That was the parameters I looked at it, because I thought they were, and that's not Harvey's projection. He projects as an immediate early down runner, and they hope he can develop into the third down longer yardage guy as they go. So they must be very confident Jaleel McLaughlin can hold that role down until Harvey is ready. But on all the attributes I grade backs on, I thought he had some of the highest sort of vision quotient. He's very good. He's quick to decide. He's very decisive, and he's very aware of when the called hole is not there and he has to adjust. I think that's his best attribute, is saving a bad play because of his vision.
Talk to me about their third and fourth round picks, the wide receiver and the edge rusher.
Well, I like the rusher's potential. But he might already be their best special teams player, and I know that's not the glamorous, hey, look what we got, type of player. But in this day and age, that's a pretty big deal. And I thought that was his main value. Richardson's main value was I thought he was the best special teams player in the draft. And he really showed flashes, really good flashes at edge rusher his last year at Alabama. He didn't start any games till his last year at Alabama, which if you're looking at most schools, you kind of raise an eyebrow, but when you start listing the guys he was behind, it's not all that shocking. He didn't start that many games. So I thought that was a nice pick there because he's a core special teamer, but they got to figure out a way to get him in on defense for him to be on the field on game day, I think. And then, the wide receiver, I went to Illinois. I see a lot of their games. I've evaluated him, big time. I thought, that was a reach on my ratings, but, they may not care about that. His best attribute, Scotty, is he was one of the better receivers at the immediate release at the line of scrimmage. He creates separation right out of the gate. I think the problem will be, and I saw it a little bit at the Senior Bowl, is they're going to have to scheme him up a little bit because he created separation on all the best corners at the Senior Bowl immediately. Didn't matter who they were. He beat them off the line of scrimmage. He got the release, but then they would run him down as the route progressed. And I think that will be the issue of how successful he is as a pro.
I know J.K. Dobbins just had his UFA tender, so maybe the answer to this is no. But are there any running backs or tight ends still out there on the market that you think the Broncos could add?
Yeah, Tyler, they went into the draft in-house thinking the answer was no. So I don't think they've changed their mind. They always can, but they did go into the draft thinking there wasn't anyone they were all that intrigued by.
All right, Jeff. Nuggets Avs, you concerned tonight?
Well, I hope they both handle business.
Yes.
As I am an interested bystander, but yeah, no, I really like what the Nuggets did in the last game there. That's if they can get that kind of effort from Russell and Murray, I think they're good.
All right, good stuff.
All right, let me ask you about his hometown team, the Bucks, and how that season ended without Antetokounmpo. How did you feel that ended?
I'm not even going to acknowledge your regional bias of. I'm going to get you an atlas. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the bookstore and I'm going to get you an old school atlas.
Atlas, that's good. That'd be good for Scott. Yeah.
In the nostalgia section. Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Do you know every road trip with my dad was whipping out the biggest atlas in the world to the degree that I really thought my dad was Magellan? Like how he got from one place to another with that atlas, and it was all worn, torn, and dog-eared, and it was highlighted. It's crazy.
I did a stint as a cops reporter in Chicago, and I still have this massive map book we had to find all the side streets to get to where all the mayhem was. So, you date yourself for sure.
Jeff will let you go. Jeff Legwold is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with the job and end with the career. We're about to have Nate and Andy come on in here. Who do you think they're going to be more anxious about? Our poll, by the way, hey, man, that surprised me. They just flat out surprised me. Who are you more confident in to get a win? Yeah. And by our polling, it's the Avs, actually, 56% to 44%.
Avs fans not losing faith. Or not getting hung up in the moment, one of the two.
Yeah. So
or realizing they're at home, and if you don't win this game, then you weren't the team we thought you were anyway.
But definitely not delusional.
I'm not calling him delusional.
Okay.
Are you calling him delusional?
I am not. I think what we saw in Game 4 is more than capable of repeating itself tonight. What we saw in Game 1 in Dallas is more than repeatable. It was 2 overtime losses to Dallas, one of them being at home that are on a 4-minute power play that the Avs could not take advantage of in overtime. No, I mean, it's a bummer, but it's hardly, unconquerable. And I still will go down swinging saying the Avs have more talent than the Stars. I do believe that. By the way, let me just throw in something. I get it with the flopping and the high sticking thing and all that, okay? I mean, I get it with Jamie Benn. I get it. I get all of it. But to think that some sort of meaningless penalty that did not result in a goal when you were down by 3 in the third period was some make or break issue, to me is the lament of losers. And we got to be careful about that. You know, it's easy when things aren't going your way to get caught up on things that don't really matter because you're right about it. You're right. That was a flop. It should not have been a penalty. But it hardly made a difference in the result of the game. So I've just heard a few.
Yeah, it doesn't make it any less frustrating.
I get it, and that's where it feels
Doesn't
like.
make you like him. Doesn't make you like him anymore.
I understand, but as fans, if that's what we're really focused on, as if that made a difference, then I think it's easier to do that than look at ourselves. What's going on with Kale? What's going on with Nichushkin? What's going on with Natchez? And I don't want to have uncomfortable conversations tomorrow, Andy Lindahl. I don't want to have them. But they'll be popping and jawing about it if we're forced to. And that's what tonight's going to come down to. I don't want to have them, nor am I predicting them. But you can't go out like this. You cannot end this series like this and not expect uncomfortable conversations the next day.
Well, the fans will be as angry as they've been in years if this doesn't go well tonight. So, again, you've had two. This is the pressure that, and I think I want to say more than anything, because coach is going to be the top topic.
Yep,
that's of course.
And I think he's a tremendous. I think Jared Bednar is a fantastic coach. He really is. But there's already 8 openings in the NHL. Mike Sullivan, who led the Penguins to back-to-back cups, had to go. And the problem is, it's both a blessing when you have Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon, which most teams would just take one. You've got both. This is the pressure that comes.
All right, let me ask a tough question then. I'll ask an uncomfortable question. Is there more or less pressure on Bednar if he loses tonight or loses in Game 7?
It's a great question. I don't know the answer. Let's see how tonight looks first. I'm not trying to
I guess
dodge
I'm asking, is he coaching for his job tonight? Meaning you can lose Game 7 in Dallas, and it's like, what are you going to do? They're good that you lost on home ice. Can you really lose Game 6 here in Denver?
I don't know that it matters either game because here's the optics of it. Now, is it fair? It isn't, because we've all complained, and I got John Michael Lyles talk about it too. Your seeding sucks in the NHL. Your seeding is stupid. This should not be a first-round matchup. This should be something that is featured at the end of May when all the other you're down to just a couple NBA series and a couple NHL series, and people actually watch it. Because it's been good hockey. It's been a fascinating series how each team has had their give and take. But nonetheless, at the end of the day, you could lose in the first round. So whether it's 6 or 7, losing in the first round again, you've not been past the second round since you won the cup.
But to be fair, every single matchup in the Western Conference playoffs is 3-2.
Yeah, but
every single one is 3-2.
But I don't know that the Avs against the Kings or the Oilers would be 3-2 right now. I don't know about the Avs against the Wild or the Blues, which if they were 2 or 3, that's one of the teams they'd probably be playing.
Winnipeg is 3-2. Winnipeg is 3-2.
Yeah, but Winnipeg's notorious a playoff choker.
Well, and I think it hurts even more knowing that it feels like there's a coach that you can't out-coach. Like how much does that just factor into this thing? Like when enough is enough, you've seen enough proof. Where does that weigh in your big picture decision making?
Tyler, by the time, and here's the thing. You know what he does. He doesn't change his system. DeBoer does the same thing everywhere. It's DeBoring, but it gets it done. And the other problem then becomes that the Avs have known. For 3 months, the Avs have known. They had to play the Stars.
Yep.
You made all these trades to get bigger, to get more physical, to beat the Stars. And if you don't get it done, I don't know whether it's tonight. If you don't get it done, period, I think there's a problem. But if you don't get it done tonight, then I don't know that we'll enjoy the airwaves tomorrow.
We did a little poll, who are you more confident to win tonight? It actually went the Avalanche direction, not the Nuggets direction. Does that surprise you?
No, because they are home. And I think the Avs I think the Avs have demonstrated plenty of times that they are the better team. But again, this is about DeBoer. This is the dang coach that he just said you can't get past.
Well, what's he doing that's so special?
John Michael Lyles talked about it. He sucks in, he takes away all the tiny space, and he's able to not let you have those east-west passes. Nate and I talked to John Mitchell. We talked to John Michael Lyles. You guys have too. Ultimately, they don't let you have the side-to-side stuff that you so much desire. That this team will, that pass across ice on the power play that Rantanen used to bomb home, that they've been trying to figure out who the new guy to finish that off is. They've tried Drouin. They've tried all these other people. And Dallas just doesn't give you. Sometimes you can see it visibly. There feels like there's 3 guys trying to play goalie for them sometimes. There's no space to shoot in front of it.
Scott?
No, I agree. That's what Andy and I talked about last night. It's how many deflections, either shots or passes, has happened from the wing over to the other wing, or from the wing to the center, or even shots from up on the front to the middle. It seems like that's how they coach it, that we're going to muck up the middle of the ice and leave the edges, and no one's shooting there anyway.
Well, it's frustrating to watch.
You sound like resigned.
How come Nets just doesn't shoot the puck more, Andy?
Because I think look, DMac talked about it after I got off the radio with you guys. Because he got yelled at by Nate one time, and he just was kind of different. But see, that's why when he went down,
Coyle got yelled at by Nate.
But you saw Coyle go back to him. I said to Scotty last night, it's almost the difference between Russ getting yelled at by Peyton and Bo getting yelled at by Peyton. Only Charlie Coyle was Bo Nix and went right back. You saw him. Coyle was like, "Hey, man, I hear what you're saying. Now, why don't you listen to this?" So, but look, I would put Nate just with Nelson because I just feel like first off, John Butchergross said this the first game after the trade was done. The first tweet he sent out after the Rantanen and Natchez trade, he said, McKinnon and Natchez are looking to do the same thing. They're both creators to get other shooters open. They're a little redundant together at times. Now, they had a stretch where Natchez was trying to snipe the puck, but look, man, most of these Avs are used to the big moments of the playoffs. Every shot that gets saved that costs you a possession, guys, think about. Nate just looks to me like a guy that's maybe gripping it a little because of the playoffs.
Does everybody want Landeskog on the top line?
I'm down. Nate?
I'm in favor, very much so, and I could see that being an adjustment. When it's win or die, which is what the Avalanche have tonight, what do you give it? You give it a period? What do you give it, half of a period? And then you just you tinker if you need to. Unless you see something where you're just like the dam is about to break and we're finally going to have some success. This is throw everything at the wall night tonight for Betsy, right?
How about we're at the point where after not seeing Landeskog for 3 years and 84 games of this season, we're all kind of in unison going, dude, I think he needs to be on the first line.
Because he rules.
That's kind of an amazing statement, isn't it?
I'll tell you this,
and
Scotty.
And a tribute to him.
You know, I go to lunch with Leggy every week, and I ask Leggy what he thought about it, because obviously there's a guy that's seen, I'm looking at Tyler, who played in the league, where knee injuries like Landeskog, how many times have you and I did 1,000 shows talking about Jake Butt and how good he could be, and Jake Butt would show up for a game or two, take a hit, and then the knee'd be wonky, and he'd be out, and we'd never see him again. That's what I thought the story with Landeskog is going to be. I legit thought that's what it would be. He would come back, play a couple games, it wouldn't feel right, and who knows. Right. It is utterly amazing what we are watching.
And Scott's brought this up multiple times, and he's exactly right. The thing that blows your mind is when you see him getting tough in front of the net, when you see him getting physical there, because that's when the stress is being put on that thing nonstop in different angles. I wonder, and the severity of this, I'm probably wrong. The severity of the injury probably makes me wrong on this, but I do wonder, this was like a freak one-time thing, It's not like he didn't have knee injuries his entire career like some of these other guys that we're dealing with. Is there any chance that makes it a little bit easier?
I mean, the lone problem is that, like, once he came back from the initial, then it was like, then his patella went to hell. Then he kept getting weird pains from different angles of the knee. What you hope is that he's, like, so far beyond that because of the amount of time that he has had.
Yeah, right.
But also because it's so unprecedented, you have no track record to go with. Can I ask? I want both of you guys to weigh in on this before you walk out of here, by the way. So the Hart Trophy finalists were announced today. Nathan McKinnon is apparently not one of them.
Not apparently, he is not.
Leon Draisaitl, Nikita Kucherov, and Jets goaltender Connor Hellebuck.
Wow.
Okay, here's my problem with this, all right? Connor Hellebuck, who is probably going to win the thing if you've been looking at the betting odds.
This is Ryder voted, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Connor Hellebuck's probably going to win the thing. Goalies have a thing called the Vezina Trophy. Just like pitchers have a thing called the Cy Young Award.
Yeah.
I don't think pitchers or goaltenders should win MVP of their respective leagues because they already have their own prizes that, oh, by the way, the other guys aren't allowed to win.
Right.
Weigh in.
You're not having a second baseman win the Cy Young.
That's exactly right. That would be, unless that guy was really, really good in mop-up duty as an emergency relief pitcher. Yes, I firmly feel like that. Like, I think the last pure pitcher was Verlander to win a Cy Young. I remember Dennis Eckersley winning one in like 92 as a relief pitcher. That's puke. That's gross. Goalies shouldn't win MVPs. Pitchers shouldn't win MVPs.
I don't disagree with that. 100. I agree with 100%. And they don't have separate awards for it, but I don't think just because you're a leading scorer in the NBA makes you an MVP.
I don't think it does either. It means you get to win a scoring crown. That's a cool thing to win a scoring title. But it doesn't automatically mean you're the best player in the league, although Shea's going to win it this year. Scotty, how you feeling tonight, bud? You good, man?
I'm real good. I said this a while ago. If they're who we think they are, they come out like they did in Game 6 against Phoenix a couple years ago. And if they aren't who we think they are, they come out like they came in Game 6 against Minnesota.
Against Minnesota, right.
And that's absolutely both ends of the spectrum. So where are they? And I think if they come out and stand up to it, and I think I'm giving Clippers a lot of respect that they're going to come out with a barrage early. I don't know about Harden, but I know Kawhi will for sure. If you can stand up to the barrage, I think you can win the game unless you've decided we'll just take care of Game 7, and we all remember last year.
Scotty, one thing that I think, and guys, we've witnessed this throughout this series, is that role players are better on their home floor. Like that's just one of those weird truisms of the NBA. Whether it's true 100% of the time or not, who knows? But the Clippers role players were better, especially in Game 3. At the wall, and Bogdanovich was special in Game 4, although Aaron Gordon got the victory for Denver in that game. Game 5, Nuggets come back home, and Russell Westbrook, who I'll call a Nuggets role player, was absolutely spectacular, okay? So I firmly expect, like Bogdanovich will be good tonight, and I think they'll get their positive contributions out of the Ben Simmons and Derek Jones of the world. I think that's what the Clippers can do tonight. I was saying this to Andy on the way in. Russell Westbrook, okay? I think Russ has a big opportunity tonight in a closeout situation in the building against his former team to not necessarily completely change, but at least amend what has been much of the narrative around the latter part of his NBA career. I think Russell Westbrook has a bigger opportunity tonight than almost anybody else on this Nuggets team.
I don't disagree with that, and especially it wasn't a glorious ending to either stints in L.A., right? Nope. Lakers or the Clippers. In fact, talking with Clipper people, they're not. They weren't. He's not fondly missed. How about that by the organization? So I do too. And remember, he only played 5 minutes in that Game 3, and then came out with the foot, but it followed an air ball. From 24 that went 21.
Yeah.
So
and he was quite loud in Game 5. I mean, he was getting after that Clipper bench.
Oh yeah. Well, now, here's the funny thing. I think the organization, the media hate him there, and I think all the guys he played with love him. And
that usually how it goes with him?
I think so. I think it's the same thing with the Lakers, but and it may be the same thing when he ends here. They were like, boy, that was sure. Whew, that was a whole lot of headache we had to deal with. He might be the key. Well, I said it a while ago, Jamal Murray comes out, and I don't expect 43, but Jamal Murray comes out with that downhill mentality that he played in Game 5 with. That's going to go a long way to setting the tone.
When he makes those contested long twos, that's when he's a completely different player. When he makes the tough twos, that is because I expect him to be able to penetrate, and I think he's going to hit threes. But are you hitting those shots where they've defended you well and they've forced you into the shot that you don't necessarily want to take, but you're still taking it and killing him with it?
Those Kawhi Leonard fadeaways at 6 inches smaller.
Yeah.
You know how I know today's a big day? There ain't no hats on except for Nate. Everyone's dialed in. Spring, no hat. Scotty, no hat. Me,
Spring in
no
that
hat.
light looks like he dyed his hair.
I know. We're typically we're a hat-driven culture around
we
here.
are. This is a hat crew.
We
now,
are.
You stayed true to the. Now you've got the playoff beard going, so I know you're
do.
still locked in.
Mm-hmm.
But Spring without the hat, I mean, Spring. Now the problem with Spring that he's going to deal with is we all wonder what job he's applying for since he doesn't have a hat, because that's how it goes at a radio station.
Well, it's business day. Today's business.
You're right. It's business.
It is.
It's time to handle business, Spring.
Also, I want to admit something. We're all friends here, right? We're in the trust
Sure.
tree with the nest.
As far as we know.
Right here. Okay. I need to admit something to everybody, and I only realized it, I think, like 2 days ago. I've worn the same pants to work for going on 2.5 weeks, basically since the playoffs started. Now, I will
Uncleaned?
Uncleaned.
And now I'm bothered.
I will admit it started out of pure laziness.
Okay.
It was just, and clearly, Andy,
Now
you
it's
don't,
out of determination.
right. You don't subscribe to this notion. Whatever pair of pants my belt is already in, I have a hard time just removing the belt and putting it into new pants. That just feels like too much effort for me.
Listen.
So
out of the washing machine and dryer, a good pair of jeans don't start feeling good till about day 4 or day 5 of wear.
got to break them in a little bit. Absolutely.
You have to break them in after every wash.
Yeah. But now it's like when I realized it earlier in the week of just like, I haven't washed those pants in a while. It also dawned on me of like, well, wait a minute. Like, it's the playoffs. What do
you
I
don't
wanna,
wash until you're out.
Do I want to mess
But which team?
with anything?
Which team?
It's both of them. It
Okay.
all applies. Like, everybody is still – nobody's dead yet.
Hey.
Okay?
You want to know how deep we're going tonight? Scotty will love this. My guys that usually only come watch a game on the weekend, everybody that was present Saturday is
coming over.
Is back in my basement tonight.
Good.
Now, is it ideal? No. People going to be tired tomorrow? Yes. But we're not taking a chance.
Is it because they're superstitious and they have to do that, or does Andy have a fine collection of free bourbon?
No, well, nobody likes me without a free bourbon, let's be honest about it. But everybody's superstitious. I told you in Super Bowl 98, and the second Super Bowl against Atlanta, Buddy went up to take a deuce, and we took a little TV up there because that's when Rod Smith caught the touchdown. He, like a good soldier, stayed in our can, and it was a bachelor's pad, so it wasn't the cleanest can you wanted to be in. And he watched the Super Bowl on a 13-inch TV till we felt the separation between the Broncos and the Falcons was enough that he could come out. He didn't show up till the fourth quarter.
That's a winner.
He spent a half.
That's a winning
literally
play.
sitting on the throne,
well,
watching the Super Bowl.
Where's legs asleep?
I'll tell you. I was about to make fun of superstitions, and I'll give you one on the way out.
Go ahead. That's fine.
Game 3 was just a debacle. Here in L.A., and I got my clothes and and I try to get shoes that matched and everything. Game 4, I was sitting there getting dressed for it, and I said, screw it. So my foot hurt, so I'm going to wear my comfortable knock-around shoes that I wear 90% of the time with anklets, the little socky things on there, because I usually wear fancy socks. I said, screw it. I'm going to wear that. Won the game. Guess what I'm wearing?
Still wearing them. Don't you dare
wear
change
those beat-up blue shoes.
Yep.
And anklets, and didn't even bring in another pair of dress shoes I could wear.
By the way, we got to let you go. Your grandma wants her house back. What is going on in that room that you're in?
It's the places. I'm not going to tell you the name of it yet.
Please don't. We don't need anybody to know. No, don't.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Okay. Well, it's a seaside place. Like, I can look out my window right here. Let me see if I can move this around. I can look out my window right here, and the sun has finally showed up. And if you can, here I can open up my look, I have a little sliding door.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh,
and
yeah.
look,
Luxury.
Ooh.
There's the ocean right there.
I see the ocean.
We can hear it a little bit.
Yeah. Here in Lone Tree, we have a beautiful view of IKEA.
This place is designed like a little oceanside bungalow.
Yeah.
That's.
Do you not get Grandma House vibes from that thing, though, with his little
It's
chair?
the floral upholstery on the chair.
Listen, you're not a sailor. Don't convince yourself of that. Just because you got that raggedy old goatee thing, you're not a sailor.
Look,
you're not going crab boat fishing.
Hold on. So I just showed you we're on the ocean. I'm showing you. You've got sea boats.
Nautical art.
Yeah, you've got
on the bedside table.
Mm-hmm.
Here, hold on a second.
This is a YouTube and Twitch special.
Okay,
Get
so
there if you're not there.
Scott Hastings has given us a tour of his
the room tour.
Seaside Bungalow hotel room. He's now
can't hear us. Now he's just going.
Okay, hold on. Now I had to do this.
Now you're disconnected.
I'm trying to. No,
Never mind.
hold
It's
on.
off. We see
No,
nothing.
I'm on.
Everybody just jump back on. The
Hold
Twitch
on,
numbers
I'm
are going up, and you just hung up the phone call. Hey, Gilligan,
There you
get
go,
back
there you
on
go.
the island.
There he is.
So I showed you. I got my little beach thing. I got the right there. I got the and on the bedside table they provided in my room. You ready for this?
Old man,
Little Hemingway
in the sea.
The
There
little
you
Ernest
go.
Hemingway.
Little Hemingway.
And I'm like, boy, they have bought in all the way with this little seaside, bungalow place.
Hey, it's you know what though? The theme is working, my friend.
You know why it's good? Nuggets about to send the Clippers fishing.
There it is, everybody.
Hey, there you go.
Scott Hastings.
And Nate, go ahead and explain to Andy during the break who Ernest Hemingway is.
Is that guy popular?
He also
Good old Ernie Hemingway.
He really enjoyed your free bourbon too.
Ern.
Thanks, Scotty. That
See you
is
guys.
Scott Hastings from his seaside bungalow. We got a tour of the boudoir right there. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll go to another room in that hotel. Kaz is going to stop by.
Now he's got to show us his.
Exactly. Now we got to get
That
Kaz's
came out
view
wrong.
when we come.
Whoa.
No.
Also this hour, Illinois wide receivers coach Justin Stepp is going to step into the program today. Justin Stepp coached Pat Bryant. You may not know, and I'm sure you don't, he also coached Cortland Sutton at SMU and has a very tight bond with the Broncos' well-compensated wideouts. We'll get to all of that coming up today on the show. It's a Game 6 extraordinary something. I don't know. I ran out of gas. It's Altitude Sports Radio.
Catch and go for Kobe Brown. Brown back over to Bogdanovich. Down low to Miller. Layup reverse side won't go. Rebound down to Jamal Murray. Now the Nuggets can get it down to 159 and still get Murray 3. Why not? Jamal Murray's got 43 in game number 5. And the Denver Nuggets lead this thing by 20.
All right, Jason Kosmiski joins us right now from his seaside bungalow in Los Angeles as the Nuggets get ready to take on the Clippers in Game 6 tonight at the Intuit Dome. Kos, you've called a few of those. Jamal goes nuclear in the playoffs. Jamal does something insane in the playoffs kinds of games. Do you have a tell that you see early on in the game where you're just like, this might be one of those?
First of all, hello.
Hola.
Lombardi. Yeah, when he's pissed off, that guy plays good, dude. I mean, and you know, and the way you look at it, though, Nate, is that when they come out in the first 45 seconds, like all these, you know, people like the first 6 minutes, the first half, you know, whatever. Like in the first 30 seconds, when those guys are flying around and they are into it and they are engaged, you know, as a Nugget fan, you're in pretty for a good night. So, yeah, and that's the way he was. He was like, you know, he had the hairs. I mean, he was going, and I'm like, okay, this is going to be something good. And you know that right off the jump. You can just tell by their body language or the pace of play that they play at. And that was the last game, and you knew that you were going to be in for a pretty good night right there.
I will admit to you, Kaz, and then I'm going to set Nate up for a question he asked me yesterday because I thought it was fantastic. But we played your call of one of the Westbrook threes, and I'm going to tell you, I was sitting with a buddy watching the game, and every time he shot a three, we screamed no. And then usually he made it, okay? Usually he made it, and we heard a little of your hesitation in the voice as you called the three.
Westbrook 3.
What? How did you put that to me?
But it's so true. Like I 100% agree with you, and I'm not denying that fact. But you guys got to remember, I'm an extension. I'm the voice of an extension of a fan.
That's right.
And if you're not a Nugget fan and you don't think that, then you're lying to yourself.
No,
man.
you were perfect. I listen. I love Dave Logan's call at the last play of the Super Bowl because that's how we all felt. I love Connor losing his mind and you losing your mind and Scotty nearly crying when championships are won. And I love it when we know a guy that shoots a three that likes his three more than the rest of us shoots one, that your tone of voice lets us know, let's all just hold our breath and see what happens. But what was how did you phrase it yesterday? Ask Kaz about that.
It's just as he goes into the shooting motion and you're just doing the like no, and then yes, and he makes it. And Spring, do we have the audio? This is, Kaz, I want to play some of you for you, okay, here on the show.
Hey, let's listen to some tape like we're PDs, Kaz.
This should be epic, yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Air check session with Jason Kosmiski. But I believe this was the one. This was late third quarter. This was when Russ and CB went 2 for 1 with the 2 threes that, blew the game open, essentially. But this is how you called Russ's last 3.
Westbrook 3.
God!
See, there's just it's not negative, but it's not positive. You know what I mean? It's like you ordered a bourbon I'm not familiar with, so I'll try it, but it might be too rye for me.
Hey, listen, man, this isn't my first rodeo. One time, we had a game winner opportunity. This is back in the 2009 Nuggets days, and we needed a 3 to win the basketball game. And Kenyon Martin was wide open for 3, and of course he clanked it at the horn.
Naturally.
And then later on we're talking, and I decided, my dumbass, I decided to tell him, there's a reason why you're open.
Yeah, the most even-tempered guy on the team. You decided to tell that to.
That was a quick flick to the forehead from one Kenyon Martin.
Okay, so Kaz, here's a question: Is Westbrook being effectively aggressive, or is he aggressive effectively? That was Nate's terming.
Aggressively effective or effectively aggressive?
Which is it?
You know what? I'll take Westbrook last game every single game of the series. If he can do exactly that every single time, dude, we have no bench scoring. We all know that. So he's basically your bench. If he can play the way he played last game, let's do that for the rest of the playoffs, baby.
Okay, so Kaz, and Andy and I were talking about this before the show. Last night, Rudy Gobert goes for 27 and 24 in a closeout game for Minnesota, all right? And Rudy Gobert has one of those polarizing basketball reputations, right? He's despised by many, and yet on a night like that, there's Rudy Gobert putting up career highs in two huge statistical categories and basically owning the game. His team shot like complete crap. It didn't matter. They win the game because Rudy was so damn good. And I think today people wake up and they're just like, all right, maybe we'll talk about Rudy Gobert a little bit differently today. I said this to Hastings earlier in the hour. I think Russell Westbrook has that same opportunity tonight. He was brilliant in Game 5. Now he goes back into a building, against a team that said they didn't want him, where clearly he's got a chip on his shoulder and it's personal for him. And Westbrook has an opportunity to kind of do what Rudy did last night.
Yeah, and by the way, that game last night,
awesome.
That's a weird game for Nugget fan, right? Because who you rooting for?
Sure.
So I automatically downshift into hate mode, and I always like to be the guy in the room that's anti the room, right? So I'm the biggest Minnesota Timberwolves fan last night that there was, because we're in LA. But you're right. I get what you're saying is that you have an opportunity to be a factor in a contest where nobody thinks that you're a factor.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the beauty of sports. And that's what Rudy Gobert did. And that's what Russell Westbrook can do. Now, I mean, is that the game plan going in? Probably not. That's kind of one of those subsidiary deals where oh, by the way, this just happened.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what Westbrook is.
All right. What's the key tonight? Can you repeat the performance? Gosh, it seems like asking a lot. So many guys played well, but what's the key tonight for this thing closing out?
There's a couple of things. I mean, these are hard to predict, and to be honest with you, I have never had one feeling, one vibe whatsoever, which is crazy for me after all of these years. Normally you can kind of get a sense on what's going to happen, and I've just never had that one time in the series. But here's what I do know is that at some point, I know he's playing hurt, and he was a plus 34, and nobody's given Porter enough credit. At some point, this guy's going to make a three-pointer a quarter, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and then, what's going to be the personality of tonight's game? I mean, I'm assuming the Clippers are going to come out like gangbusters. And then here's my goal as I'm getting ready for the game tonight is, be down by 8 points or less heading into halftime, and then feel your way for the first 6 minutes of the third quarter, and then put the hammer down. And once you get up by 12 – from the 6 minute mark from the third quarter on into the fourth quarter, if you get a double digit lead, I think the Clippers will go away.
Yeah. Yeah, I could very much see that. And one of the things that I'm like, and I'm probably overthinking this, but that's what I tend to do when we get late in a series like this. Okay, Kaz, I think the Clippers they've exhausted the entire playbook on Jokic, right? I think they've tried it all. And, it's they used Harden on him in the fourth quarter. They used the zone late in Game 4, and it was super effective. They put Harden on him in the second half of Game 5, and it actually was weirdly effective. It's not original. It's basically the Rui adjustment. They just did it with James Harden, and he's a lot smaller than Nikola Jokic. So does Ty Lue tonight, does he go right back to it? Does he simply just say, okay, well, I assume now that Adelman and his staff has been working on that for the last 48 hours, so I'll just put Zubats on him right away, and then maybe I can turn back to it later. If you're the LA coaching staff, knowing you've shown every card in your deck, how do you play this tonight against Jokic?
Well, I mean, I think we're looking at crystal balls right here, but I think the most effective they've been, and it took Adelman and the coaching staff a minute to figure out is they double-teamed Jokic, like this was early in the series, right? So they double-teamed him off of the dribble, and they sent two littles, whether that be Kawhi, Chris Dunn, or James Harden, and they got into Jokic's breadbasket to where he couldn't cradle the basketball and make the right pass. They made it difficult for him to pass, which is the craziest double team or triple team I've ever heard of. And that's why I thought they were the most effective. But the problem for the LA Clippers is Denver now knows that's coming. And if it's not coming, they know it's a possibility of coming. I mean, this is the beauty of the NBA playoffs. I mean, It's like you move your knight here, I'll move my bishop here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and Ty Lue he junks up defenses as good as anybody as I've ever seen. Are we going to see anything different than what we have in the previous games? I mean, knowing Ty Lue, who, by the way, graduated from one of the most prestigious universities in the United States of America. But besides that, that's Nebraska, Andy. Don't worry about it. He'll
and it's for knowledge, guys.
he'll junk it up enough to where are we going to see anything different? I don't know how many more things you can throw at Joker in this series because I think he's seen it all, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and Andy was talking about yesterday, like high entry passes to Jokic allowed him to pass out of those doubles even faster. Like, yeah, Chris Dunn has got gigantic Elvis Dumerville arms, so sometimes he can get over and, go gadget that thing away and swipe at it, and that's effective sometimes. But Jokic had 12 assists in Game 5, and honestly, if the fourth quarter wasn't a lot of garbage time, I think he would have had even more than that. So I think the Nuggets have even kind of solved that. This tonight, and we're sitting here talking about schematics, ultimately, guys, I don't think this is an X and O's game because I don't think either team has anything left to surprise each other with. I think this game is just purely about is Jamal Murray going to – I don't think he scores 43, but is he going to hit tough shots tonight? And are the Nuggets going to come out and play hard enough against a Clippers team that I think is going to blitz them early on in the game? If the Nuggets just simply come in thinking aggressive in championship faster than they did last year in Game 6 against Minnesota, I think they can win this game.
No, Nate, and that's 100% true. There's no more secret sauce, right?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody runs the same stuff. They just call it different lingo. And you had a couple of really good points. Like I just said moments ago, be down 8 or less at halftime, right? That's my personal goal heading into this thing. Mm-hmm. Now, God forbid, the Nuggets come out and just punch them in the mouth, and they're up by 15 in the first half, and all of a sudden they're up by 8. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this is the beauty of this series, and this is the beauty of 4 against 5. You have no idea in the world what's going to happen. You have none. Me and you, we could sit around here and debate this, and this guy should do that, and maybe these guys should do this, and then if they do that, then we'll, you'll drive yourself crazy doing that. But I just think, and what you said too, Nate, is that like the energy thing is going to be huge. It's like in those first couple of minutes, like what kind of jump you going to get, what kind of spring you going to get, how engaged are dudes. And then once you find that out, then you're like, okay, this is going to be a good one here. Because the Clippers, obviously, it's win or go home for them. And the Nuggets really would like a few days off and really don't want a Game 7. So, man, this is the beauty. This is why we do summer league games in Vegas. This is why we do preseason games in Abu Dhabi. This is why you do Tuesday night games in Salt Lake City. This is it, man. This is the playoffs, baby. And this is what's fun. And you just want to keep that fun going.
Here's the only important question I have. Do you also have a floor-level room with a rowboat that looks like it's not seafaring as a picture in your room?
Oh, my God. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to
tweet us a picture. Do you even have Twitter? You probably don't have Twitter.
I'm going to send you a picture of my view, okay? And then you guys got to hang on. Let me open these wooden shutter doors here.
It's teak, bro.
Okay, I'm old, so I'm not very good with technology. But all right, so I'm sending this. I don't have my glasses on, so Nate.
Oh, it'll be great.
This will be good. This is photography by Kaz right here.
Okay, hang on. I got to find my glasses. I seriously
All right, I'll tell you what. We got it. We got a coach coming on from Illinois. Send us the picture.
Right,
I need my readers.
Right here. Here's the view from my hotel room. Looks
Okay.
like I'm back.
And we're going to tweet it out.
All right, Nate, I just sent it to you.
All right, Seaside. Okay, we got it.
That's your new nickname, Kaz. You're Seaside.
Exactly. Kaz, go get him, pal. We appreciate it. It's a beautiful view, by the way, Kaz.
Yeah, it's awesome, right?
What is that, a Honda Element? Anyway.
I don't know. I think it's the local.
Are there no
Julie,
license plates in the car? Do we see the license plates?
I don't see the license
Good.
plate. I think we're clean.
You got to tweet this out.
Kaz, good stuff, buddy. We appreciate it.
All right, boys, let's go get him.
All right, the great Jason Kosmiski is with us right there. Pregame with Birdo at 7:30. Tip-off just after 8 o'clock. We'll take a break. When we come back, Pat Bryant, Broncos third-round pick, his receivers coach from, and I respectfully disagree, Kos, the greatest institution in the United States, the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. We will talk to Justin Stepp coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk low testosterone, something I'm sure you've heard a lot about. It's kind of a buzz thing around, especially if you listen to a lot of sports talk radio. Are you dealing with low testosterone in your life, or even sure what that would feel like? Now, a lot of the obvious ones are maybe unproductive workouts or sexual problems or whatever. But do you know that brain fog, decreased energy, bad sleep, and even as far as depression can also be signs of low T? If you think you may be dealing with this and you want to take a quiz, because I know there's some quiz takers out there. Nate loves a good quiz. You can go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take their low T quiz. It's really easy to do. It takes you just a couple of minutes, 10 yes and no answer questions, and that's all you got to do. See if maybe this is something you want to go get further information about. Head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your first visit takes about 30 minutes as they draw your blood. They'll have your results in that 30 minutes, and you talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll review the results with you, and you can make the decision whether you want to start on testosterone. The cost of the appointment with the T and the PSA test and the consultation is $99, but if you start your testosterone treatment the day of the visit, that is free. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men, so they know what they're doing. They've got 5 locations throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Rutgers showing blitz. Double A gap blitz. They bring the house. Here's the throw. Hit as he throws. It's caught by Bryant. First down. 15, 10. House call. Touchdown. Pat Bryant from Luke Altmaier on 4th down.
Yeah, game winner, 38-31, the Fighting Illini over Rutgers last fall. Joining us right now to discuss the man that made that game-winning play, that 40-yard catch from Luke Altmaier, that being Broncos third-round pick Pat Bryant. We're very pleased to be joined right now by Illinois wide receivers coach Justin Stepp. Coach, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, man. I appreciate you guys having me.
Thank you so much for doing this. First off, Coach, I just want to let you know I am an Illinois alum, specifically regarding that Rutgers game. Were you guys trying to kill all of us that day?
Listen, I'm telling you, I think we killed all the coaches' families and everybody that had anything to do with Illinois that game. I can promise you that. So I saw you were a 2002 graduate, so we appreciate you, and we're trying to make you guys happy.
Yeah, I was, I was there in the Ron Turner, Kurt Kittner days. My biggest contribution to the football program was, drinking enough to kill a small elephant, even though I weighed 150 pounds, and then going to the game. But Coach, let's talk about Pat Bryant specifically. Number 74 overall pick. By the Broncos. He was clutch in so many games last year at Illinois. We see the skill set that was on display, but he was so big in so many fourth quarters. Nebraska, Purdue, Rutgers. Talk about that part of Bryant's game, because you can have all the skill set in the world, but what I loved about the kid is he always stepped up in the biggest moments.
Yeah, he, just like you said, whenever we needed that play, he just showed up, and I think that comes from his preparation. I've been in this thing for 18 years, and obviously I had Cortland and I had Leggett last year at South Carolina and Burks at Arkansas. I've had 2 first-rounders, and obviously Cortland's played well, man. But this kid, Pat, prepares. I mean, he was the first one. It's hard to beat Brett Bielema in the building, but he beat him in the building some mornings. Not every morning, but he beat him in the building most mornings because he was already in there getting his stuff ready for meetings and getting his body ready for practice. And then, he was the last one to leave the facility at night. Like, he just prepared, and it was just a confidence he has about him that he knew he was going to be ready to make the play and when we needed it. And he just always showed up for us. And I just can't say enough about the way he prepared, the way he got himself ready for those games. And there's no secret. I tell my guys all the time, there's no secret to why he had the success he had and why he made the plays he did, is because he was ready.
Coach, I'm sure you read all the evaluations of your guys. What do you think was the biggest misconception written about with your guy?
I think a lot of people didn't know how well I was several NFL scouts during the draft process. Like, when he ran his 4.6, like, man, I wish he could get in the 4.5. Like, well, just cut the film on, fellas. I was like, it may not look like he's running that fast, but he's not. He doesn't get called very often, and he's a really physical kid. So I don't think you have to run 4.4 and 4.3 to be able to play receiver. If you can get to the top of your route and you can create separation and you can win in a one-on-one matchup, that's what this game is all about. And Pat Bryant just has an unbelievable, unique ability. I think of the Kansas game. I think of the Nebraska game. Just about every game he had a chance for a one-on-one ball down the sideline, and even if the guy was stacked on his hip, he found a way to make a play. So, I'm just so excited for him, and it's just the confidence he had. After the combine, I went up to him and said, "Hey, we'll get you in the 4.5s." At pro day, he goes, "Coach, I ain't running again." He goes, "I'm good." Like, that's just the confidence that kid has, and it shows up on Saturdays.
And, Sean Payton is the kind of coach he's going to throw on the film, and he's going to evaluate a player based on that. And, Coach, and again, we're talking to Justin Stepp, wide receivers coach at the University of Illinois. I'm sure you heard Sean Payton's comparison of comping Pat Bryant to Michael Thomas. Now, that's a 3-time All-Pro that we're talking about right there. Like, that's a very big compliment to pay him, but do you see some of that similarity as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I did see that, and I obviously had watched. I don't get to watch a ton of NFL football, but I pulled up some of his stuff off of PFF, and that's actually a really, really good comparison. And obviously, Coach Payton knows what he's talking about. He's been doing it for a long time and coached some really good players. But I think the physicality that Pat plays with, I think one of the things he took to the next level this year was his blocking ability and just his physicality after the catch. And he's a bigger bodied kid and doesn't mind getting in there and mixing it up. I actually think he likes that part of it. I think he feels like he has a physical edge on guys, whether it be getting off the press or blocking in the run game. I think that's something that he really enjoys.
What does he have to work on at the next level? Every rookie has something. What does he got to get ready for, in your opinion?
I think just the top part of the routes. Cortland, the same thing with Cortland. Cortland was so big, but these, in the NFL, these guys can just change directions and they can get in and out of their cuts and all that stuff so much better than guys in college. So I think that's going to be a little bit of an adjustment for him. I told him, I was like, man, the good thing is you probably these guys can't touch you in the NFL at the line of scrimmage like guys in college can. So it might make that a little bit easier on you. But I think just the top part of the route and being elite at getting in and out of his breaks is something that's going to be big for him to continue to work on. I know that was a big transition for a lot of the guys that I've had.
We're talking to Justin Stepp. He was Pat Bryant's wide receivers coach at the University of Illinois. Coach, you keep bringing up Cortland Sutton. You, of course, were Cortland's position coach at SMU. You worked as the wide receivers coach there from 2015 to 2017. Tell us the story of how you met an 18-year-old, 6'4" safety named Cortland Sutton and told him your days playing defense are done.
I remember I showed up the first day and walking out with the defense. I said, hold on a second, man. There's no way in hell that kid plays safety. Well, that guy's got to come over here. Just a country kid from Brenham, Texas. And, I think one of the things that he and I hit it off was we're both relationship guys. And he comes from, his Miss Felicia's mom did an unbelievable job of raising him. And we just hit it off. I think when your best players are your hardest workers, it makes you that much better of a coach. And he just, he set the tone for the room every day. He worked really, really hard and, sat in there and sat in my office on Sundays when I was grading tape and we'd have NFL games on and he'd sit there and talk about, Coach, I can't wait to do this at this level. And I said, man, you just keep working. It's going to happen. And, and he's doing it. It's the crazy. We got to watch him. His first year, his rookie year, they played in Kansas City, and it was just a God thing that it worked out because our off Sunday was that day, and I got to sit there and watch him play in the NFL. Like, he gets out there, and I'm over there crying, and my wife's like, "Why are you crying?" I said, "Well, you know how many times he sat in my office on Sundays, and we talked about this moment, and I'm literally watching it happen right here in front of me." So that's the same kind of kid, guys. He works relentlessly hard. There were days I'd have to go grab Cortland and be like, hey, you got to get off the practice field. And Pat Bryant's the same way. He's gonna be the first one there and the last one to leave.
Cortland's career has, it has not necessarily just been linear. He had a great start, then he suffered the huge injury, really had to battle his way back from that, but I think you started to see it 2 years ago with Russell Wilson, some of the unbelievable touchdown catches that he had, and then last year he was back playing at a Pro Bowl level. What is it about Cortland that he has been able to overcome those kind of challenges in his career?
I just think, he's really very confident in who he is as a player. More importantly, as a man, I think he's incredibly mature for his age. He's 29 now. Gosh, I FaceTimed him the other day. I was like, God, this is the first time I've actually looked at you, and you do look older than what you were at SMU. But his confidence in his preparation the same way. That kid works really, really hard. He's not a kid, but Cortland works really, really hard. He puts the work in, and so it's easy to trust yourself to get out there and make those plays and have confidence in yourself that you will make those plays with the way that you work. That's something he's done since he was a redshirt freshman when I had him at SMU. He shows up every day, works, and he's just an unbelievable attitude. And I don't think he takes a single thing for granted. We talked about it all the time when I had him, man. It's just don't take anything for granted. Go out there and get 1% better each day, and he's continued to do that throughout his career.
Coach, I'm just curious. We only got a couple of minutes here, but how are you surviving this new college football? How are you surviving the NIL era? Because everyone's got a little story to tell. How's it going for you?
The good thing for me is that I working at Illinois, I really don't have to deal with it too much, as Coach B handles that. So, but it is different, But at the core, I think one of the things that helps me is that I've had a little bit of success with some receivers, and so that kind of helps. I think kids know at the end of the day, kids do want to get developed and they want to get better, and I think guys know that they can do that when they come play at Illinois, and not just with me, but with Coach B in our system. And it's a different time for sure, but at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of kids that aren't about relationships, but at the end of the day, relationships still matter. And when a kid knows you care about them more than what they do on the football field, I think that's when you can do some special stuff. And that's how me and Cortland were. That's how me and Pat are. And that's why we still do what we do.
So, Coach, last thing I want to ask you about is, every Saturday on game days, my group text, anytime the Illini do anything good, we got a bunch of pics of Bielema that we sent back and forth to each other. I happen to know somebody personally that worked for him back at Arkansas and just said he is an awesome dude. I know he's your boss, so you have to say nice things about him on the radio, but also, seriously, how awesome is Brett Bielema?
I can't say enough good things about it. I've learned so much just about the game and how he teaches the game, not just to his players. Like he does, I tell everybody, he develops the players. Obviously, I think he's had 56 guys drafted now, but he develops his staff too. He cares about us as people, cares about our families, and I think the interesting thing is I came to Arkansas after Coach B, and one of the things I think we kind of took for granted was we didn't think about how much those kids love Coach B. And after following him to Arkansas and then being with him at Illinois, it's pretty awesome to see how close he gets with his players. Relationships mean a lot. I mean, heck, I look over there. I was actually holding it together, and he was crying during Pat's thing. That's just who he is. He cares about these kids. He cares about his players, and he cares about his staff. And I couldn't be more blessed to be part of his program.
Make sure you stop by the Nate Kreckman Broadcasting School before you leave.
I will.
Coach, hey, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Go have a great season. Go make a playoff. I'd appreciate it, okay?
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys. Y'all give Cortland a hug when you see him.
All right. We'll be sure to do that.
He won't let us, Coach. We'll try to high-five him.
That's okay. Justin Stepp, he is the wide receivers coach at Illinois. Andy, true story. This is from the bottom of his bio on the University of Illinois website. Stepp and his wife, Brooke, have a son, Cortland Spencer, and a daughter, Allison Blair. He named his son after Cortland Sutton.
So you know it's legit.
Yeah.
It's a good relationship there.
Yeah.
You know what I loved? I didn't even have to – I was curious because, I don't want to necessarily lead the witness.
Sure.
But speed was what I was curious about.
Right.
So I love the fact that he knew right away because, you read some of the bios, he gets reeled in quickly. He seems to object to that. So that's good to hear.
Yes. Also, that dude was as football coachy as they get, wasn't he?
Everybody, Twitch is wondering what accent we were getting. He's been to so many parts of the country. Now, hold on, though. Are you going to grab the point? I had to laugh. I wondered if it drove not only our English major, but our esteemed Illinois resident nuts when he said Illinois.
That's okay.
We got a little less in there at the end.
Hey, just go win games.
Come
on.
Come on. You quietly cringed a little bit. Don't tell me you didn't.
He also dropped a get 1% better every day. That's how you know we got a football coach on the show.
You know what? He's on that Dan Campbell latte thing he's got going on. Doesn't it feel like? What is it? It's like 5 o'clock out there.
He was juiced, man.
Sounds like he just woke up.
That was some good energy right there. Justin Stepp, Illinois wide receivers coach. He coached Pat Bryant, Broncos number 74 overall pick. He was also Cortland Sutton's wide receivers coach at SMU. That was an awful lot of fun. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we kind of got some big games tonight, I would say. Some large game sixes. Andy, I've got a trend for the Avalanche, and I have a trend for the Nuggets that you need to know before you watch these games tonight. I'll tell you what that is next. Yeah, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, the place to be tonight. The place to be is number 38 in Rhino. Mark Bertinoli going to be hosting an extended pregame show and the Nuggets broadcast, plus the Sandman, Mike Sanford, going to be hosting the double Dipparoo viewing party for both the Nuggets and the Avalanche. We'll have awesome giveaways, including Nuggets and Avalanche autograph pictures and a Jamal Murray autographed jersey, all thanks to Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. Watch both games with fellow Nuggets and Avs fans tonight at number 38 in Rhino. We will see you there.
We going sports bar tonight at your house?
I'm gonna be Nuggets on the TV, Avalanche on the laptop. Is the plan for me this evening? It's gonna be a stressful night.
Yeah, it ain't gonna be a good time.
I'm trying to like go. I have a good feeling about the Avalanche.
See, I got a good feeling about the Nuggets.
Okay, good.
Or maybe I just have too much. I do believe the Avs are the better team. Okay, I do.
Yeah.
DeBoer right now is the dragon that must be slayed. That's my problem. And I want to make it clear, because PhD's hit me up about twice about this, because everybody on this station seems to love how much angst I get over this Avs team.
It is funny.
I love
for the
Jared
rest of
Bednar.
us.
I love Jared Bednar. Please win this game so we don't have to have any stupid conversations tomorrow. That's all I'm asking.
What stupid conversations would you be referring to?
You know exactly well what the topic's going to be if this doesn't go down well tonight.
Yeah.
And I don't want to talk about it, quite honestly. I've already talked about it because we have to acknowledge what is out there. But all I want, I want them to get past the series, but at minimum, you've got to get past. You cannot go down at home tonight. You can't do it.
So with the Nuggets, here's where my trepidation comes in. And I swear to God, I'm not saying this to pat my own back. I've been right about this entire series. It has gone exactly the way I thought it was going to go. And the problem is that I had Nuggets in 7. And so it's like, do I contradict myself now? Do I just go back on the feeling I've had about the flow of this series? I'd like to. I think the vibes are good right now for the Nuggets, but I also know tough place to play. Clippers are going to play desperate tonight. Can you match that energy? You did not a year ago. Can this group actually do that this time around? And again, that truism, it exists for a reason. Like, role players, reserves are just better at home. That's a very real thing, and that Clips bench did not show up in Game 5, and I think they play much better tonight. This is going to be a tough one for the Nuggets. Do you want your Avalanche trend or your Nuggets trend first?
I need some positivity.
Okay.
They're running the promo where I told you don't stress till 7:30.
Okay.
I've not taken my own advice.
All right, here's a number to know for the Avalanche, all right? It has been 3 straight games that Cale Makar has not scored a point, as you are aware. The only other time that has happened during his NHL career, last year against Dallas, he scored 2 goals in the next game.
Love it.
Love it, right?
Do it.
That's a good trend. That's okay, if we looked at Game 5 of Nuggets Clips and said Jamal Murray is due to be playoff Jamal, well, then Cale Makar is due to be playoff Cale tonight. You heard that promo with Raj talking about the importance of the power play. Agreed, you do have to score on the power play. I would say that that's essential, but when the power play is cooking, who's the most essential element to it? It's Cale Makar.
Yep.
So how about a 3-point night tonight out of Cale Makar? How would you feel about that?
I'd love it.
You
not
take
gonna,
it?
Yeah, not gonna cry.
How about a goal and 2 helpers? You like that?
I'll take a 2 helpers and a goal.
Yes.
Either way,
Yes.
give me the 3 however you got to.
Okay.
Because that means they've scored 3 if that's what he's got.
That's very true. Mm-hmm. So there you go. Cale Makar breakout tonight. If he does, I think the Avalanche are going to be in a good place. Nathan McKinnon spoke ahead of this game and was asked about how do you make sure that you're not pressing in a game like this. Here was McKinnon.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think we play better when we press. We have a great game plan, and when we execute that, goals seem to find, or pucks seem to find the back of the net naturally. So I think that's the key. Obviously, it's do or die, but for us to play our best, we have to stay in the moment and execute our game plan.
You know what's funny about hockey, Andy, is this sounds bizarre because the games themselves are so different, but I believe there's a lot of commonalities between hockey and baseball, and I just mean it in this way. I don't think just trying harder makes you a better hockey player. That's not to say like effort isn't critical, but like expending extra effort for effort's sake doesn't necessarily aid in execution, and it's such an execution game. And that's really what McKinnon is saying right there of like, we know what we have to do. If we do that well, the goals will come. And if you start squeezing the stick and pressing like a hitter on a slump, that doesn't automatically help you do anything better. It's continue to do the things that you do right and do well and that are in the game plan, and eventually the dam is going to break because that's just how that game works.
Well, you're right. And this isn't – I've never once questioned anybody's effort out there. I think all four lines are just playing as hard as they can. I think all the D pairings, all three D pairings are playing as hard as they can. I think Mackenzie Blackwood, for the most part, has been really good. A couple of stupid goals the other night and whatever, but – they know what they need to do. It sucks playing the Stars, but I think it also hurts to play the Stars. They are a physical team. Let's be honest. They don't mind testing the limits of the rules, as we saw with cross checks to the back of the head of McKinnon and multiple times. When you go inside any hockey team, when you get near their goal by the crease, they're going to beat you up. You're going to get knocked down. You're going to get cross-checked, all sorts of nasty stuff. It's like being at the bottom of a football pile when there's a fumble.
Yeah.
But this is what you have to do to beat the Stars. The Stars do not allow pretty hockey. That's why I call him Pete DeBoring. But you know what? It gets them wins, and it gets them farther than a lot of teams in the playoffs. And you just have to know you got to be like Gabe Landeskog when he went in there the other day and wrestled half of their defense to make sure the goalie couldn't see the puck. And we talk about it. Nate, it's the same conversations every year between these two teams. You and I have had these 3 or 4. And you know what? When it wasn't us talking about the Avs Stars, it was us talking about Avs Vegas. Okay? Or Avs San Jose, because we go back that far. So this is what's required. The problem where I get my frustration, and this is where, like, again, we know the coaching topic's going to come up if they lose tomorrow. And here's where I feel for Bednar. I've heard Bednar say in the postgame pressers, I need my guys to carry the puck into the zone. I need my guys not to pass so much. I need my guys to be more selfish and shoot. So it's not like, from what he's saying, he's not just saying it to the media, not saying it to his team. These guys have got to decide they're going to do it. And you brought in a Brock Nelson. I wish you would have brought in Brock Lesnar, because that's what I almost said, because you could use him in front of the net.
You're going to say Brock Purdy.
But no, you brought in a Brock Nelson. You brought in Charlie Coyle. You brought in Ryan Lindgren. You brought in these guys to be physical contributors, and they have been. But you got to go one step further, and you got to do it for 2 straight games. Like, again, I feel good they'll win tonight. But what sucks is then now you're staring back at going to Dallas. And
nothing easy
about it. That's not a
it.
pleasant thought.
That's the spot that you're in right now. You want your Nuggets trend?
Hit me.
In games that the Nuggets have won in this series, they are +5 in the turnover category. In the 2 games that they lost in this series, they are -14 in the turnover category. Again, some of this is intuitive, right? Or intuitive dome. Take care of the basketball, win the game. But that's also just a huge part of what the Nuggets have to do tonight. I thought we saw a lot of it in Game 5, okay? Both the solving in real time and the adjustments to what the Clippers were doing. Talked about this with Kaz last hour. I don't know what card Ty Lue still has to play, because he went with like a 1-1-3 zone. He's gone with the Rui adjustment, but using Harden to be able to do it with Zubats as a roamer. By the way, the Nuggets had a great adjustment on that. They started to run a bunch of pick and rolls between Murray and Aaron Gordon with Zubats on Gordon. That's good. That frustrates the hell out of them because it takes Zubats away from the bucket. So You know defensively what they're doing to you. You know the kind of physicality you're going to be up against, and also you go into this game as clear-eyed as you can be with what the officials are going to allow, and you just know that they're going to allow this to be a physical game, especially in the Clippers arena. So knowing all of that, take care of the damn basketball. Be intentional with everything that you do. Limit the turnovers. I think Jokic goes in and has a great game tonight. And if he does, then boom, he can prove me wrong, and I would love it, and they will win this thing in 6 games tonight. But that's going to be the biggest thing is don't give away the damn ball.
Yeah, we saw it play out. What was it? Game 2 loss.
Game 2 was hideous.
20-something turnovers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Can't do that again, obviously. You know what? Here's one of my keys. If Russ is the big villain tonight, all will go well.
I like it.
Because he loves playing the villain.
Good.
And he loves being the focus of the crowd and the angst of the other team.
Mm-hmm. I'm a big fan of that idea. Gabriel Landeskog talked about this game tonight, and maybe some of Landy's perspective is what we could all use. You will hear from Gabriel Landeskog ahead of Avalanche Stars Game 6. That's next.
Late forecheck there from the Avalanche. It misses. Josh Manson. Icing is waved off. Why in the world did that happen? Brock Nelson trying to make it not matter. Nelson. The need for speed. Landeskog! Yeah! Oh, Captain! My Captain! Welcome back, Cap! Gabe Landeskog!
My favorite thing about that call is it's pretty rad, actually, that they waved off icing if you think about it. Why did they do that? Don't worry. Everything worked out great. Gabe Landeskog, the first goal in over 1,000 days. Hell yeah, Gabe. All right, so Gabriel Landeskog talking to the media. How excited is he for tonight's opportunity? Maybe a little cockeyed optimism could be used for everybody right now. Here's Landeskog.
I'm really excited. I mean, listen, it's another day in paradise to me, really. So, great opportunity. Backs are against the wall in the must-win here at home. Doesn't get much better. And these are the moments, these competitive moments, that we really miss when we don't have this, and we've been out. So, excited for sure.
You know what's awesome about that is, if it was to anybody else, you'd be like, Captain speak, right? Buoying the room. Except with him, that's really how he feels about this. Like an opportunity to play a hockey game with a back against the wall, a winner-go-home kind of game, that kind of pressure. Dude had many days where he thought he would never get this opportunity to do it again. It's a gift, and when he says that to his teammates, to the room, to the rest of the bench, yep, there's no BS right there. That's good stuff.
Yeah. I'm glad he feels that way.
How do you feel about it, Andy?
I'm glad he feels that way because ultimately they just need to go out. It sounds stupid, but let's go back to let's take the Nuggets example from the other night.
Mm-hmm.
They were playing loose. They were playing free. They looked like they were actually having fun. Everybody was hitting shots. People were, Jamal's mean mugging on the baseline after he dunks the basketball. He didn't look like he thought one time about shooting a three. Even Christian Brown looked like he was pretty mentally carefree on that three-pointer at the end of the third quarter. That's how you win games. You just talked about it last segment. Not being uptight, not gripping the stick, not trying to be someone you're not on the ice. We always laugh about Josh McDaniels and his over-exuberant do your job to the sideline. Well, but that's what it's about.
Yeah.
Be who you're supposed to be on the team. If you're Charlie Coyle, if you're Drew N, you don't need to be Nate McKinnon. You don't need to be a replication of whomever your top player is. You just need to be the dude you've been in all the wins and let it happen.
Yep.
And I do think what I love about that is I keep saying it, and I love Nathan McKinnon. He's a joy to watch. But you and I have had the conversations. He reminds us both a little of Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning was not always a joy to be a teammate of.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Gabe's presence, I hope it returns to the room and balances some of it out, because Nate is a great player for all his intensity, but not everybody can burn that hot. And it feels like Landy's not a burn that hot all the time guy.
Could you imagine a day when Nathan McKinnon will just sit and take in a game and just shovel handfuls of popcorn into his face?
Yeah, is he on TV unknowingly? Maybe. I love that Peyton Manning loves all other sports.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
He's a good sports fan.
I think if there's like a curling championship in town, they
check
might find him there somewhere.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what's going on.
Getting in there, breaking it all down.
Now, again, his wife does own the Memphis Grizzlies, or part of it. Does she? Did she sell that? But anyway, he's involved in the NBA.
Did it one time.
The family was.
Yeah.
He probably is a big fan of basketball, but I just like that he's just a dude. Likes a basketball game and a big handful of popcorn. You think he puts extra movie butter on that thing? Is he a movie butter? Do we have movie butter at Ball Arena?
The way that he was going pure handful like that,
that's probably not a greasy butter.
That's a lot of napkins right there. If you go extra butter, you got to kind of pick.
You do.
Then
you're absolutely right, because
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna have a lot left over.
Talking popcorn technique.
You could get fingerprinted.
Yes.
If you but I like it that way.
How much salt do you go with? Do you go
I'm
heavy?
not a big salt guy, but I need enough butter to clog an artery.
Perhaps two. Bedsy, Jared Bednar, how does he feel about the energy around the team heading into an elimination game?
I feel pretty good about it. Like, I think the guys are as relaxed as can be, giving the magnitude of the game. You know, it's business-like in there this morning, but I've talked to a lot of the guys and pretty relaxed and focused on what we need to do tonight. And there's a level of confidence that we can go get it done. So I feel pretty good about where we're at. And again, the message is, like, you're getting a series like this, everyone understands the importance of every game, and so the message doesn't change a lot. Obviously, you know, when you go through the video, you have certain things that you want to make sure you're making points on, but I'm confident we'll be ready to go tonight.
Good energy. Okay, it's the calm energy. That's what he's giving the team right now. I think Landeskog is giving the grateful to be here energy to everybody, which if you're looking for how do you stay within yourself and play your game the way that you need to, that's a good place to be. Now, interestingly enough, this morning at Skate Around, morning skate, if you will. It's not skate around, it's morning skate.
Yeah, you skate around.
You do skate around.
It is a shoot around and a morning skate.
It's not
right.
Sorry about that.
It's not a morning shoot.
No.
Oh, man.
You're not on TV.
I excel at hockey talk. Bednar talked about Val Nichushkin getting frustrated and breaking another stick at practice. Here we go.
I don't love seeing it because it means that he's, you know, not happy with the way he's playing, right? When you're playing real well, you're not breaking sticks and stuff. I do know that he holds himself to a very high standard of play. You know, like we talked about with Kale the other day, he's no different. He expects to do well, works extremely hard to do well. And he's had a couple games in this series that haven't been great, you know. I just go back again to, say, Game 4. He was one of the best players on the ice, and I know that he can repeat that, so I relay that to him. It's just like put the work first, and the rest of your game will follow.
Yeah, I mean, he had a bad game 2. He had a bad game 5 where he was a -3. He had a errant, lousy shot that led to the breakout that resulted in the Rantanen goal in game number 5. He's struggling a little bit. I don't know, Andy. Like, is Val Nichushkin one of those hockey players that thrives off of negative emotion? Who knows? I hope he is.
Well, it's kind of funny, though, that we talk about this because Scotty just the other day was really psyched when Jamal was getting snippy with Vic because it meant he was locked in and ready to go and in a bad mood and going to take it out on somebody. And yet again, I agree with what I think a lot of Coach Bednar is talking about there. Don't force things. Don't let it come to you. You got to let this game come to you a little bit, right? So you don't want to see a guy break. But I get it. Yeah, Val's had a rough go, but Val's so important. Man, when Val's going, this team is going. Really. I don't know, man. And I'm not saying it's not like you don't see him trying. You see him trying, just is not clicking. Lecky's that way too. I would say Arturi Lehkonen is playing so hard and living in front of the net and doing the dirty work, yet every time the puck ends up on his stick, it feels like he shoots it and it goes 5 miles wide or 5 miles above the net.
Well,
it's crazy.
I guess think about it this way, and I know nobody wants to hear about this guy, but Mikko Rantanen was kind of in that same place for the Stars.
You're right.
And
dude, you could see it on his face when he scored.
Yeah. The relief that he felt. I think he had the stat at that time before he scored was most shots on goal of anybody in the playoffs without a goal. Okay, he's aware of that. That doesn't feel good, right?
I'm sure Dallas talked about it in their city.
You could tell that dude was absolutely pressing and struggling. He broke through, and again, he broke through by basically just playing his game, right? Just by being in the right spot and being available to be able to get that pass and to be able to finish on that breakout. So. That's absolutely what has to continue for some of these Avs that are struggling, most notably Val Nichushkin and then Cale Makar. We're looking for a big breakout out of him tonight. Andy, did you realize we are on the precipice of history tonight?
For who?
For one, Kyle, don't call me Kevin Freeland.
Kevin Freeland?
I got to tell you, I wasn't aware, but you educated me earlier with a tweet.
Who stuck up the joint for the Rockies?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Kyle Freeland, who is scheduled to start tonight against the Giants in San Francisco. There is a Rockies game tonight.
Yeah.
For the 11 people that'll be watching.
Thank God it's 8 o'clock too.
Kyle Freeland will make his 207th career start as a member of the Colorado Rockies, setting a new franchise record, breaking the record previously held by Aaron Cook. Kyle Freeland will become the franchise's all-time leader in games started in a Rockies uniform.
I don't know how that hits me. I like Kyle a lot. I like the draft choice when he was taken.
Yep.
I'm very happy for him. Weird time to celebrate any milestone.
It is. And it's a very weird time to have the 30th anniversary of Coors Field, which is going to be celebrated on Saturday. I believe the first game, April 26th, 1995. So the 30th anniversary, the celebration will take place this weekend and kind of continues throughout the course of the year. But it's the 30th anniversary of Coors Field. And you're right about that, Andy. It is weird to be talking about anything good going on with that club as they are 5-25 and have the worst record in baseball by quite a bit, we might add.
Well,
so it's awkward.
And you're a big baseball guy. And I don't know. I'm like, gosh, am I just too cynical because of what goes on over there?
But how do you not be?
All-time starts is really, I guess it's really cool, but it's also like I'd like to see an all-time wins, all-time strikeouts, all-time, you know what I'm saying?
All-time wins, he is currently
De La Rosa, isn't it?
26 shy of JDLR, yes.
Okay.
Aaron Cook second with 72 career wins, Marquez third, Jeff Francis fourth, and then Kyle Freeland is fifth on that list. I mean, I think we actually had the debate ahead of opening day. Is Kyle Freeland the greatest Rockies pitcher of all time? I can make an argument for De La Rosa. I'd make an argument for Aaron Cook. I can make an argument for Ubaldo. I think I could even make an argument for Marquez because peak Marquez was special. But Kyle Freeland now, the game started record, that's not a small thing for a franchise that destroys pitchers. And I'm not saying that it's always been awesome with Kyle Freeland, but his 2018 campaign, I'll put it up next to 2010 Ubaldo as the two greatest individual pitching performances in Rockies history. He's been doing it a really long time. I think Kyle Freeland's got an argument to make as the greatest Rockies pitcher of all time.
Okay.
Not a very good argument, but it's an argument.
It's tough. You're right. Yes.
This is the lamest debate of all time, by the way.
Again, what are we going to do with De La? De La wasn't a part of the 2007 run. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. He's won a lot of games, and I admire him because I've had a lot of his former teammates and guys that were on the broadcast crew around him. They talked about his toughness. They talked about he's the ultimate guy, and we've been talking about that ESPN article about the 30 years at Coors Field that premiered on Monday. And a great read. If you haven't read it, go to ESPN.com, read the article. Lots of great stories, lots of guys weighing in.
And it really, Andy, it explains the mental grind of pitching at that ballpark.
Yeah, and the challenge the Rockies are up against. Yeah. But that said, De La Rosa, a lot of people said if you come to pitch here, you've got to just not care about your ERA.
Right.
It's easy to say that, but look, baseball is a stats game, a bigger stats game than maybe any of the rest of them.
I mean, your lifetime is conditioned on did I get out of the inning, without getting touched up? Well, guess what? At Coors Field, you're going to.
And I have bonuses built in to not having a high ERA and all this other stuff.
Sure.
De La was everyone told me De La Rosa truly did not care about what his numbers were at the end of the night. All he cared about was, did I notch a W?
Yeah, you have to adjust it, and you have to know that hopefully your offense is going to come along. That's one of the things that sucks so hard for this pitching staff right now is the old truism at Coors Field is it's if you can battle your way through 5. Or if you can even get to 6 and put up a quality start, the old 6 innings and 3 earned runs or fewer, if you can do that job offensively, your guys are going to get it done for you. Well, the problem is right now they're not getting it done.
Do they need to?
This is arguably the worst offense in baseball.
I'm going to this won't help. Do they need to close Coors Field, or maybe it could be done over a winter? Do they need to remake that ballpark? Because when you read the articles, and you and I have talked to baseball people like Dan O'Dowd, like Jason Hirsch, Roger Bailey back in the day, you take your hitters, Ryan Spielborgs, I think, has talked about it defensively playing as an outfielder. Yeah. The outfield is so immense, and all we worry about are home runs, and home runs aren't the real problem. It's those 2 gaps, in center would that lead to stupid, and so many guys talked about it in the article, stupid little hits that run to the wall, and then extra bases are taken, and traffic is on, and it stresses a pitcher.
Every bloop that falls in, and it's even though you executed your pitches, you get there, you're standing there, and it's runners on first and second, and nobody out, and you're like, what the hell?
Don't you just need to do full green monster, and you got to play it off the wall?
I mean, that's what the Bridage barrier was. That's what it was supposed to do, in the very least, but it's...
But then you take away some premium seating, so that'll never happen.
Yeah, there's been this... I have heard that the costs of changing the outfield dimensions would be absolutely massive.
You should just build a new park at that point, which I don't want to see Coors Field go away.
Coors Field's
one of the
awesome.
things that article was great about, it truly is a revered park. Now, it's
Beautiful.
also...
Beautiful.
It's also, what's the opposite of famous? Notorious, I guess.
Yeah, infamous.
Infamous for pitchers.
Yeah.
But
it's a temple to losing.
Oh, I hate that. I can't argue, but my God.
It sucks. But it's true.
Man, that hurts.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful ballpark. It really is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, holy cow.
Yeah.
Boy, you stung me. I felt like we were just having an argument. You dropped divorce papers or something. Holy cow. How do we get here? All I said was I want to stay up and watch TV longer.
Dick Monfort loves those. He loves those no humidity nights with the sun sets and whole lot of people moving concessions.
How about Dan O'Dowd saying he thought the humidor was a mistake? What'd you make of that?
I don't agree with that. I think the humidor was the right thing to do. Again, my ultimate. This is what I come back to. Okay, do you have to do things differently at Coors Field? Of course you do. Okay, do you have to think about managing a bullpen better? Yes. Do you want to try and extend starters longer during a ball game to try and not destroy your bullpen? Of course. Do you have to acknowledge the mental grind of always having runners on base and always having to work out of the stretch and how tough that place is, knowing that some of your pitches just aren't going to execute the way that you need them to on a given night? All those things are absolutely true and should be studied, and there should be strategies in place, and I think the Rockies have come up with some of them over the years. However, my biggest problem with all of that is people think that there is like some magical pill that's going to fix the franchise that isn't just scouting better and getting better players and developing better players and investing wisely to bring in better players.
Big athletic outfielders.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Weirdly, I think the Rockies would win more games if they had good players. And that's the ultimate failure of the franchise. But anyway, congratulations, Kyle Freeland. Career start, number 207 tonight here on the show. And I didn't intentionally call him Kevin that entire segment, or unintentionally.
Kevin Freeland?
I know.
Did you say it?
The drop is in my head is the problem.
Well, it's so bad if you said it, I wouldn't have picked up on it.
I know,
because
right?
we're so brain numb to that drop.
Yeah, that and Jeff Driscoll.
Yeah.
Jake Driscoll?
But he's not in our lives so much, whereas Kyle Freeland pitches every 5
right.
if we're lucky.
We still have to discuss him. Aaron Gordon, Mr. Nugget, can he pick this team up and put them on their back tonight? We'll talk about that next. Hey, big viewing party tonight. The place to be, number 38 in Rhino. Mark Bertinoli is going to host an extended pregame show and the Nuggets broadcast. Mike Sanford hosting the double Dipparoo viewing party for both the Nuggets and the Avalanche. I almost said Nuggalanche right there. That's kind of what tonight is. We'll have awesome giveaways, including Nuggets and Avs autographed pictures and a Jamal Murray autographed jersey. That's pretty sick. All thanks to Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. Watch both games with fellow Nuggets and Avs fans tonight at number 38 in Rhino. We will see you out there. Andy, Aaron Gordon. It's pretty good, right?
The man.
That's right. Our
really
dude.
good last game.
AG. This series so far, he's gone for 25, 14, 15, 14, and 23. He is shooting over 50% from the field in games that they win. In games that they lose, sub 40%. So we used turnovers as a key marker before. What about good shooting night, good offensive night, efficient offensive night out of AG as yet another marker for this is when the Nuggets look like they're playing at whatever the peak version of the 24-25 Nuggets really are.
Yeah, and you know what, I'll take it again. He was another one that looked like he was playing a little bit carefree. Now, I did tell you there were a couple times where it looked like maybe the calf was kind of bugging him because he didn't go back up hard after a rebound like I thought he would, but that could also just be Zubats lurking around. We all know if the Nuggets are going to get this done tonight, I think the core four, Brown probably, should we just go back to the core five, the starting five, or whatever we want to say? If they're going, Nuggets have a great shot of winning. And what was Aaron from three the other night? The whole team seemed to shoot well from three. You get the three ball going.
He's made a three in every game in this series. He only took two the other night, but he made a big one, and it was fourth quarter late.
I think it was a corner one, wasn't it?
It was a corner three. It was a pick and roll action with Jamal, and it was a drive and kick from Murray out to AG, and he hit that three in which really what the Nuggets did is they put Zubats in motion on that play. Talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, but I want to reiterate this, okay? The Clippers, Ty Lue did a good job of having a good fourth quarter adjustment to throw at Denver, and that was a big part of the 16-4 run. I also think the Nuggets just had some fatigue issues, and the natural, taking the foot off the gas once you're up 22, led to a 16-4 run by the Clippers. It wasn't as egregious as Game 4, but still, the Clippers got back into it. They played with the desperation, but the biggest adjustment was they took Zubats off of Jokic. They put Harden on Jokic, which, is one of those things of people saying, can James Harden guard Nikola Jokic? And you would listen to that and you'd go, no, that's idiotic. Well, Harden is strong, okay? He's not a great defender. The other thing about James Harden, people got to remember, is and I'll say this about my favorite basketball player and athlete on the planet, Nikola Jokic, too. All right? In the regular season, there are just some players that their paycheck is earned on the offensive end of the court. And at some points, defensive exertion is taking you away from what your paycheck says you're supposed to be doing. James Harden is probably the most egregious example of it, but there's plenty of nights where Nikola Jokic's defense is absolutely non-existent.
Well, the other problem that Jokic has is, he's so crafty, we like to say, on the offensive end. And he runs, but he's not, I'm going to run past you, or he gets those quicker players underneath him. It can lead to bad fouls. It's best he gives an effort at times to block a shot.
Yes.
But you don't want that missed block becoming a defensive foul. We're good, big fella. We need you, like you said, running the offense.
The supercuts of James Harden's defense, which I've watched those on YouTube, they're very funny, okay? But also, he doesn't play like that in the postseason, okay? This is just what basketball players do, and Harden is playing hard defensively right now, and actually, he did give Jokic some problems because he is strong as hell, all right? It was a good adjustment and allowed Zubats to roam, and it worked against the Nuggets for, roughly 6 minutes of that fourth quarter, which is a long time. the Nuggets started to run some pick and roll action with Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon with Zubats on AG, and that was more effective. They don't want to switch in that moment. They don't want Zubats to try and defend the ball against Jamal Murray. They got a pick and roll, which led to an Aaron Gordon dunk, and then a pick and pop, which led to an Aaron Gordon 3. That was good action to do. That was a good adjustment. The Nuggets need to know that they have that in their bag, and so if you get that adjustment tonight, certainly put AG into those actions. And he's so damn good that he's able to do it. I hope the Nuggets are effective in doing that tonight. But Aaron Gordon is another guy that I kind of highlight. I know we've been talking so much about Jamal for the last couple of days because he went for 43 and it was awesome. I don't think he scores 43 tonight. What I'm looking for out of Jamal is like, I can live with 28, 30, 32, but make sure you're hitting tough twos. Because that's the key. You can bail this team out of some bad offensive possessions purely with your shooting, and use Aaron Gordon as a playmaker, and I can think that'd be effective. I think by now, at this point in the show, Andy, I've circled Westbrook, Jokic, AG, and Murray as I need them all to have big games tonight.
We would love a repeat of what we saw the other night.
At least I'm casting a wide net.
Because it's not like the Clippers played poorly.
Yeah.
They scored pretty good for themselves as well.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the Nuggets beat them in points in the paint, didn't they?
Yeah.
So you need to try to make that a goal again. Here's the thing. The Nuggets had the comfortable lead. I really think if you look down at it, because they actually shot the 3 ball the best of the series, right?
Yeah. Made 17.
If you could find a way to do that again, we probably all breathe easier.
Yes. Tougher to do.
But we can't count on that.
Yeah, tougher to do on the road, tougher to do against the wall and all that kind of stuff.
What is hard about the wall? Is it just the aesthetics of the background? Did it actually work what they were trying to do?
You know what it is? And this is where I give Ballmer a lot of credit. It's different. It's hard. Toilets! Like, and it's got fantastic toilets.
And
we
you
know
hear
that.
them flushing with the tiling.
Like, baseball stadiums, ballparks, you can do like cool things with them and make them different and unique, you know? Most basketball hockey arenas are all kind of the same.
3 tiers.
Right.
Little club section in the middle.
Exactly. At least the wall is different.
It's just a bunch of whack people.
Right. And it's, you know, and it's sort
got
of been
that high college feel.
Right. It's been built with a certain spirit. And if you're a Clipper fan, you know, you're an underdog kind of guy and you like to go to the game and wear a horse head or whatever and scream
Wave
and yell.
a chicken nugget or
it's
something.
kind of fun, right? I at least like that part of it.
Gives you the Cameron Crazies vibe.
Yeah.
What do you guys call yourselves? Illinois Idiots?
We
What
were
do we
the
got?
Orange Crush.
The Illini.
The Orange Crush.
Oh,
with a K.
really?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, never mind.
Crush with
now
a K.
it's original. How long that's been going on? I've never heard that referred to. I don't watch a lot of Big Ten basketball, but
yeah. It's, I don't know.
Did you ever go be part of the Orange Crush?
I did. I never actually had basketball season tickets. I had football season tickets every year, but I didn't have basketball season tickets. But I had a lot of friends that did, and inevitably, like, somebody would have a test to study for or whatever. So, like, I could always score a ticket when I needed to. I usually go, 10, 12 basketball games a year. They were awesome. Super, super fun. And, yeah, sometimes I sat in the student section. Other times I'd sit wherever. We had one year where a group of my friends, one of my buddies, his sister worked in the ticket office, and she pulled a little shenanigans and got his name in the lottery a couple of extra times. 4 courtside seats.
Well.
Yes. And I only ever got to sit in them once, but it was an Illinois-Indiana game. And so I got to sit there in courtside right across from Bob Knight and just scream obscenities at that guy all night long. It's one of the most fun times I've ever had at a sporting event.
Did you notice the Ball Arena courtside seats in between the benches now? They broke the table up a bit.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Would that be the seat?
It's pretty
You're
good.
in between both benches. You're
pretty
probably
good.
hearing some stuff you're not hearing on the fancy side where Peyton Manning's shoving popcorn in his mouth.
It's pretty good, yeah. Those Marlowe and Hastings seats are pretty good down there. Yeah.
Did Marlowe? No, they didn't get moved. I forgot.
Yeah. I got to sit in it once because when I did that Nuggets-Blazers game, that was on TNT, so there was no altitude broadcast.
You were on TV a lot?
Yeah, so I was right behind Malone the whole time.
Were you ever worried he would hear you? I don't know if I ever asked you that. Were you ever worried Malone might hear your commentary? Now, granted, you're not doing a sports talk show, but you got to call the game.
Yeah. Also, well, number one, they won that night,
so that was good.
Yeah, that was good,
and it was probably loud because of it, right?
It was loud because of it, but also like I'm in the clear. I'm the play-by-play. Well, remember, I had Hastings with me.
That's true.
So I didn't have to. I didn't have to editorialize. So if there was anything poor happening, that was his job to say, and he's a lot bigger than Michael
Well, but
Malone,
see, that's
so
what I
he was
think
cool.
is funny, because I think about sometimes what Gary Barnett weighs in on, and I'm
Yeah.
like, man, because when I look at the courtside seats and I see the coach right by the table,
Right.
I'm like, I don't know that everybody'd want Barnett in your
You
shot.
just got to be a little careful every now and then, sort of in that
I
situation.
wonder if anyone's ever like got a coach to react.
Hastings,
kind of like the GM did. Remember when? Did you see Brandon Beane went on a talk show and freaked out about the receiver question
he was
on him?
big mad about that. Mm-hmm.
Like, do you ever think that'll happen during a game? As you just try to call a game?
How about Reddick last night, storming out of his pregame availability?
Well, was that Ohm?
That
asked the question?
I think it was, yes.
Because the voice sounded real familiar.
Yeah, our buddy, the notorious OHM. Om Youngmasuk of ESPN, friend of the program.
Well, I mean, bro, you don't like to play bigs when you don't have. I knew the Timberwolves' size would be a problem. You didn't even try to match their size. You're like, you know what? We'll get smaller.
I swear to God, I forgot Maxi Kleber was on the Lakers.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that name in forever.
I completely forgot. I was like, oh, yeah, he was a part of the trade. Okay.
There
all
he is.
I feel like Maxi Kleber always plays well against the Nuggets. Anyway, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the Stanley Cup and NBA playoffs. That's next. It is a wild night that we have ahead of us. In the NHL, 4 Game 6s. Toronto, Ottawa just about to get underway. Vegas and Minnesota, with the Knights trying to finish off the Wild tonight in St. Paul. That one coming up at 5:30. Avs Stars, Avs trying to stay alive. And then Kings Oilers with Edmonton trying to win that series tonight. That one will start up at 8 o'clock. 2 Game 6s tonight in the NBA. Knicks Pistons as that series moves back to Detroit. The Palace at Auburn Hills. And Nuggets Clippers. Denver can finish off LA tonight on the road. So let's do it. We've got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NBA and the NHL. And by the way, big NHL news. The New York Rangers have hired deposed Pittsburgh Penguins head coach Mike Sullivan. So Sullivan gets snapped up by the Rangers, Andy.
Yep, that's interesting, man. It didn't take long.
Yep. He was not out of work terribly long.
No.
Hottest name on the market, and I'm sure the Rangers dropped a bag on him. Let's do it, Spring. 5 biggest stories of the day. Nuggets and Avalanche style. Let's go.
Let's do this high five brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. We are, of course, starting with the Nuggets because you hear the Tesh. Let's hear from Nuggets head coach David Adelman. This is after the Game 5 win against the Clippers, and he was asked if he gets the sense that this Nuggets team is a team that's starting to come together.
Yeah, I felt like that at the end of the year, too. I thought if we didn't come together, we'd be at home right now. We'd be in the play-in. So I already thought that. Not every season is supposed to be this pretty, Disney movie or something, man. Like, this is the NBA. We had ups and downs. We had injuries. We had guys in and out. Things got negative for a while when things aren't going your way. And especially when you lose games late in the season that you know are important. So for us to bounce back, find a way to get the 4 seed, like I've been saying, I feel like this story is really trying to be written in a negative way. So keep trying. Like, I get it. It's part of the deal. And I don't know what's going to happen the rest of this series, but I've seen guys be very impactful mentally with each other. Tonight was another great example. They'd cut it to 10. They cut it to 8, 6. It seems like we always had a response.
All right. I get what he's saying. The coach and the GM got fired with 3 games to go in the regular season, okay? There's inherent negativity involved in that. Now, you won your last 3 games of the regular season. You're up 3 games to 2 in this series right now. It's so funny, Andy, because this series is crazy. And here's what's bizarre about it. And I say it, I'm just like, I'm looking at this series. It's 3-2 Denver right now. After Game 3, when the Clippers blew out the Nuggets, all right, I said it then. I said the Clippers have fewer weaknesses. They're the more complete team. It's very clear, and it's right in front of us. And then the Nuggets go out, and they have the very good Game 4, and then just the absolute disaster that was the fourth quarter. They get badly outplayed by the Clippers, but Aaron Gordon gets that dunk in, with .0000001 second left or whatever, and then the Nuggets go out and just dominate Game 5 the way that they do. For most of this series, the Clippers have been the better team, and yet they're down 3-2 right now, and I think the Nuggets have kind of all the mojo on their side. This is a really weird series, and maybe it's just because the Nuggets have the championship pedigree of Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, and they've got Aaron Gordon on their side, and that's why they can finish it off tonight.
Yeah, but back to your original point about what he would say and them coming together at the end of the year, and I'm glad you feel that way. I hope that they have come together, but at the same time, this just feels like the team we've watched all year. Because at points, I think I called you after Game 2, man, the roster flaws of this thing's going to cost us.
Yep.
The roster flaws look so bad, I thought this thing might just go 5.
They still have all those flaws.
Exactly.
Nothing's changed.
This has just been, it's just Nikola Jokic, again, when they were all feeling themselves like the other night, this is a dang hard team to beat.
Yep.
And they might, if they can feel good that thing, they may feel good it all the way to another title.
Yep.
The problem is the balance of this year has shown us what's great one game is not always shows up the next, and you never know what to expect. And this series has been a little of that too.
They have 6.5 useful players. That hasn't changed.
Yeah, you don't trust most of your roster.
That part hasn't changed in the slightest bit, and yet I firmly see a path to winning this game tonight. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, so last year, and David Adelman referenced this the other day, the Nuggets won the swing game in a 2-2 series against the Timberwolves, took a 3-2 series lead, then lost.
And then what?
The next two games, including blowing a 20-point lead at the half of
By the way, I
game
couldn't help but
7.
notice management didn't schedule a big watch party for Game 6 tonight.
We all learn lessons.
We did that last year. We catered it. We had food. We had booze. It was a good time. Everyone
was
gathered.
awesome for a full quarter.
Yeah, and then the Nuggets were
And then
down
by half, we were like
30 at the half, and it was just like, we're all going to go home now.
It was a good idea.
It was a good idea.
Until the half.
Yeah, we learned from it, though.
And then we all were sad.
Go ahead, Spring.
So after Nuggets-Clippers Game 5 the other night, Nikola Jokic was asked about just that.
You were in this position last year. What did you learn from last year that you can take into this year?
I don't know. I'm just playing. I don't think about maybe experience, but we were in this situation. How about that?
He does remember, and he is going to use it tonight, and he will die before he says anything about it to the media.
Will we see as fiery a Jokic as we saw against Phoenix in the championship?
I think so.
Remember that? Where
Yeah.
he was just all over him to close this thing out.
Yep.
Now.
I think he means business because, number one, I think the biggest thing for him is it's just like looking around the room and being like, dudes, I'm broken right now. I'm exhausted. I need time before I have to go and battle with Chet and Jalen and Hartenstein and all the monsters that the Thunder are going to throw at me. So let's get this thing done tonight. I think you see a very motivated Jokic. Yeah, he wasn't going to give our buddy Pat Graham anything right there, but he feels it. Trust me. Trust me.
High five.
Oh,
yeah,
Taki!
That was nice.
All right, now to the Avs. They have a Game 6 tonight as
Sure do.
well. Theirs is at home at Ball Arena against the Dallas Stars. Let's hear from Bedsy, Jared Bednar. He talked to the media today, and he was asked how he feels about his team's energy heading into this elimination game and what his message is to his group.
I feel pretty good about it. I think the guys are as relaxed as can be, giving the magnitude of the game. You know, it's business-like in there this morning, but I've talked to a lot of the guys and pretty relaxed and focused on what we need to do tonight. And there's a level of confidence that we can go get it done. So I feel pretty good about where we're at. And again, the message is you're getting a series like this. Everyone understands the importance of every game, and so the message doesn't change a lot. Obviously, you know, when you go through the video, you have certain things that you want to make sure you're making points on, but. I'm confident we'll be ready to go tonight.
Quiet Canadian confidence out of Jared Bednar, Andy.
Well, I understand why the message doesn't change because he's been giving them the message. They just have to heed the message like they have in the games that they've won, which is shoot the puck, crash the net.
Mm-hmm.
Don't skate 30 seconds, 40 seconds off the power play trying to find the perfect backside shot. Get pucks on the net, jam them home. Let's go back to Dallas.
Yep. That's what the Avalanche got to go and get done this evening. Mackenzie Blackwood. We all know how to spell your name now. Go have yourself a night. Here's the good news is he at least got to take the third period off the other night. And in general, I think he's been spectacular in this series. Even with the weird 2 goals to start off Game 5 down in Dallas, especially that second one that trickled over his shoulder was so damn bizarre. I think in general, he's been fantastic in this series. I think he'll be up to the job. It's just, can the Avalanche score enough? How many goals is it going to take to get it done tonight? They got to score at least 3, right?
2-1.
Minimum 3.
God, I'm becoming boring coach guy. Just get the extra damn goal. I don't care what it is.
Okay.
1-0's fine with me.
Okay.
No, I seriously, Nate, what was the middle game? What was the overtime game? The overtime game 2 in Dallas. What about the one they won here in Game 3? Wasn't that a 2-1? Or was that a 3-2?
Game 3 was 2-1.
Yeah.
That was the home game.
Fine.
Game 3.
2-1 then. 2-1 them back. I don't care.
Okay.
What did they? I think the Avs went 2-1 against the Devils in Game 6 in the Stanley Cup to get it back home for Game 7. Might have been 1-0. Just give me the damn goal that gets you back to Game 7. Dude, I hate Dallas so much. I hate Dallas. I hate all this. I'm getting angry. I try so hard not to go to this place.
It's inevitable. It's let's see. Puck doesn't drop for another couple of hours, Andy. Take a deep breath, buddy.
High five. All right, let's hear from the captain, Gabriel Landeskog.
Yes!
Talking to the media outside of his locker in the Avalanche dressing room after practice today. It's house money for Gabe, really, when you think about it. He was asked, how excited is he to be playing in an elimination playoff game? Down 3-2, but a high, intense, big pressure situation.
I'm really excited. I mean, listen, it's another day in paradise to me, really. So, great opportunity. Backs are against the wall in the must-win here at home. Doesn't get much better. And these are the moments, these competitive moments that we really miss when we don't have this, and we've been out. So, excited for sure.
Hey, game 4, you came out, you played desperate in your own building. Do it again tonight.
Yeah.
Just to feed off the energy and do it again tonight. Play with a desperation this evening. You know the building is going to be absolutely pumping and rocking. It's going to be a good time. Feed off of it tonight, but play a desperate brand of hockey. Play a good, clean brand of hockey the way that you need to. Get the puck moving the way that you need to. But desperation is going to help as well.
High five. And finally, let's hear from Nathan MacKinnon, who was not nominated as a Hart Trophy finalist today. Those went to
That's wild, by the way.
Yeah. How did that? Wasn't he the favorite at one point? Just 2 weeks ago?
He was the betting favorite for a while, and then Hellebuck took it over. Didn't Kucher end up getting the points lead?
Yeah, but
The Art
Nate
Ross.
finished
Yeah,
right.
the Art.
And Nate, they held Nate out for the final 3 games of the season.
Yeah.
And Leon Draisaitl, who was injured down the stretch, he was the other finalist. But Nathan MacKinnon was asked today if there's anything to not pressing tonight, putting too much pressure on themselves, and just playing their game.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think we play better when we press. We have a great game plan, and when we execute that, goals seem to find, or pucks seem to find the back of the net naturally. So I think that's the key. Obviously, it's do or die, but for us to play our best, we have to stay in the moment and execute a game plan.
Execute game plan. Take care of the puck in the neutral zone. Don't allow Dallas to body you off of pucks and make life tough on you and force changes before you actually get in there and spend some time in the offensive zone. I think that's one of the biggest things tonight, Andy, is like we talked about the importance with the Nuggets of don't turn the ball over. For the Avalanche, it's don't have a sloppy game against Pete DeBoer clogging up the neutral zone.
Yeah,
on you.
well, and you talked about it. Don't let them have their breakouts.
Yeah.
They score. They've had like every game they've won, they've had a breakout.
Yep.
Don't let that happen.
Yep.
Make them play. Make them play good, settled offense.
Avalanche tonight, Nuggets tonight. A couple of game 6s. Nuggets trying to finish the Clippers. Avalanche looking to force a game 7 and survive against the Dallas Stars. Confidence meter. Who do you feel better about? 303-504-0925 is the Champ Mazda text line. Feel free to go ahead and text in your response. Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. We'll tell you who we are more confident in, respectively, coming up next. Pretty large night here on the Altitude Sports Radio family of radio stations. We got the Blitz with Birdo coming up at 6. Avs Stars pregame, 7 o'clock on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. Alex Ryan-Emmy will be there. And then Birdo has got your Nuggets Clippers pregame at 7:30 here on 92.5. Spring will be between the pipes tonight after Game 6. Let's hope that it's the fun show and not the blow everything up show. But I'd like to believe that there's a good chance that that could happen tonight for the Colorado Avalanche, which then gets to this question, Andy. With 2 Game 6s tonight, obviously varying sorts of stakes for the two teams, who are you more confident in on this very night, May 1st, 2025, the Avalanche or the Nuggets?
Well, there's recency bias, so the Nuggets.
Really?
Yeah, they just won.
Okay.
The Avs did not win.
So you feel good about the last thing you saw the Nuggets do.
Basically, it's the last impression that you gave me. I liked how you played. Now, I think you asked us Monday before all this went down, and I felt better about the Avs going into Game 5 than about the Nuggets.
Right.
Because of the last thing that I had seen.
Sure.
But ultimately, leaving recency bias out of it, you've known this, I don't ever like the Avs against the Stars. They don't have a good playoff history against the Stars. So I believe the Avs are the better team.
Yeah.
Keep saying it. They just don't always play like the better team. So
what's unbelievable, we were in this exact same spot a year ago, but a round later.
Yep.
The Nuggets had a 3-2 lead going to Minnesota. They lost by 1,000. The Avalanche were down 3-2. It was a little bit of a different series. It was 3-1, and then they had that win in Game 5, and then they went down to Dallas. Or no, it was at home. They lost in overtime.
Duchesne.
Yeah, they
at
lost
home. But you point at home. Game
at
6
home
was here again
when you were down 3-2 and lost. So yeah, exact same situations a year ago, and neither of them went our way. I'm weirdly more confident in the Avalanche tonight.
Everybody seems to be. When you and I got in here and did our crosstalk, the poll that PhD put up, everybody voted Avalanche.
Yeah.
Probably because they're the home team.
I'm weirdly more confident in the Avs. And it isn't simply that whatever. We still feel burned about what happened with the Nuggets last year in Minnesota. Okay? There is some of that, the way they just got destroyed in that game. And I do think the Nuggets learned from that. But also, I think a desperate Clipper team that has more depth, which could come in handy late in a series. I think this is a really tough game tonight for the Nuggets. For the Avalanche, I agree with you, Andy. I think when they're playing their best hockey, they're better than the Dallas Stars. And I think that shows up and they win this game tonight. Now, look, I'm not going to be shocked if the Nuggets win tonight. I'm picking the Clippers to win this game tonight. My initial pick before the series was Nuggets in 7. I'm going to stay with it. It's going to be miserable all the way. I hope it doesn't have to come to be. But I think the Clips get it done tonight. I just think their role guys play better. I don't know how here's the thing. I want Westbrook to have a huge game tonight. I really want him to. And what Rudy Gobert did last night to the Lakers was really impressive. The Timberwolves shot like crap. They were 7 for 47 from 3. They missed 43s in that game last night, and they still won. Anthony Edwards, and he had a good game. Like, if you look up the end of the night, he had a good game. He was 0 for 11 from 3 last night. He couldn't buy it. But Rudy had 27 points and 24 rebounds. Rudy Gobert is a polarizing individual, and he has been throughout his career, okay? He's widely disliked by many different people in the NBA. Interestingly enough, I think he's had teammates over the years in Minnesota that didn't like him. I think the current group actually kind of does. But really, I thought Rudy broke narrative last night, and he was the best player on the floor in a closeout game. Another guy that I thought broke narrative in that series who really impressed me was Julius Randle, who I thought was great that entire series for Minnesota. You know this, Andy. We talked about it off air. I thought the Lakers were going to win that series. I will admit I was dead wrong. And I know everybody wants to talk about roster construction. Luka and LeBron weren't good enough in that series.
Well, I want to pick up on your point there. If I'm the West, and the Nuggets are in the West,
Yeah.
I'd be a little worried about this chemistry that's going on between Ant and Julius Randle, as you talked about.
It looks pretty good.
They're
right?
they're figuring each other out.
They go 17-4 down the stretch in the regular season. We saw how good they were in Jokic's 61-point night. We don't need to belabor that point or anything like that. But Minnesota is right now, they are playing to their size and their considerable athleticism. And we know how good OKC is. For Denver, you get past this series.
It doesn't get any easier for any of these teams.
This next one's a behemoth.
Yeah,
Okay,
let's say the Avs go on to get this thing done in 7. You're probably staring at Winnipeg.
Yeah,
and that isn't going to be easy either. You barely could score against them this year, but you've got new guys. Look, I'll go back to the Avs. Okay,
mm-hmm.
and here's where I think it's funny. I think our takes differ for this reason. You and I dig in on each league differently, right? I'm not saying you don't know much about hockey. You know plenty. But
thank you.
But I don't pay attention. Like, to me, I will admit I probably don't give enough credence to the depth of the Clipper bench.
Yeah.
Which you have harped on all talk show series long.
It's a factor.
It is.
Yeah.
And you're right. And so probably just because I feel good at how our starters played last game, I'm hoping we ride that through tonight and we get this done, and the desire of Jokic to end this series is a big deal, but their bench may be too much.
Yeah.
I'll tell you now, my hockey deal, I'm worried that the Avs ticked off the hockey gods by not completing what should have been a win in game 2. You should have come back to Colorado up 2-0, and you didn't do it. And I'm worried that's the game you're going to rue more than any of the other ones. Because even if you get by tonight, it's going to be a very daunting task to go and get game 7. Now, you got to get through tonight.
Yeah.
And yes, a year ago, they weren't playing all that well. The difference, I think, from a year ago to now, A, Dallas is down 2 of their best players. B, you are playing well. But again, the DeBoer system frustrates your best players quite often. And I don't underestimate the possibility of that happening tonight and Cale Makar continuing what is a drought against this team in this playoffs.
You lose this series and they didn't have Heiskanen and Robertson suit
it's
up
brutal.
once. That's a
That's
bad
why tomorrow
miss.
could be very ugly if that goes down as far as what's on talk show airwaves.
Yeah, that's a really bad miss for the
And I
Avalanche.
don't want to deal with that on a Ska Friday. Or even a happy Monday.
That's we'd like it if the Avalanche just continued to play hockey.
Don't ruin Cinco de Mayo.
No, don't. Westbrook, pull a Rudy from last night. Go have a great game. Jokic is going to score more than 13 points tonight. He's not going to go 4 for 13 again. I also do think that the motivation for Nikola, and really how banged up this entire group is. AG with the calf, Porter with the friggin' shoulder, Jamal with his various maladies that he always seems to be dealing with. The motivation is really high to go and get it done. Here's one thing I'm banking on tonight on the Nuggets. I think the James Harden late series fade is very real. I think it's very real. And the more that Ty Lue wants to use him to guard Nikola Jokic, I think that's the less effective that he can be on the offensive end. So use that, and hopefully he won't be able to get going tonight. I think Zubats is going to do his thing. Zubats was fantastic the other night, by the way. He scored 27. He was 11 to 15 from the floor. That guy is a really freaking good player. I give that guy all the credit in the world, okay? He's been a nice NBA player most of his career. He's like all NBA level. He's really freaking good. I think he will get his tonight. You just have to live with it. You got to make life tough on Kawhi, and you've got to hope that their role guys don't kill you, that Bogdanovich doesn't hit 4 threes tonight, that Batum doesn't hit 3 threes in this game tonight. If you can do those things, you can win it. And if Jokic, I think it's a big Jokic game. I thought it was going to be a big Jokic game in Game 5. I think he gets it tonight. I think if Jamal hits tough shots, Nuggets can win this thing. I'll stay in the place where I've been, where I think this is going to be a 7-game series. I'm more confident in the Avalanche tonight to come home, play their game, get a big performance out of Mackenzie Blackwood, and get the victory tonight.
Yeah, I'm hoping Mackenzie Blackwood is the difference in this game, and you could point to that and say, Georgie couldn't have given that to him. Although Georgie, again, got to remind people, Georgie was not terrible in their series last year.
No.
They could not score, and that was the issue. And hopefully Val gets it going. I will say this for the Nuggets. I do want to see, I want to make sure, and Scotty brought it up beginning of the show, show us you learned from a year ago, going back to the Pat Graham question. Show us that you don't want to play like the team that knows they've got the second shot. Because we all remember you doing that against Minnesota and what that led to.
Yeah.
Don't do that. If you lose by a couple of points or 5, whatever, you live with it, you come back, you handle them on your home floor. But don't get smoked.
Here's the biggest question with them was Game 5 the result of the Nuggets figuring out everything the Clippers do? Or was Game 5 just a result of Jamal and Russ both got super hot?
It's tough to say, Nate.
You
because again, they both did.
Now,
the best bench chip in they've had all series by Russ.
Yeah, by
and
Westbrook.
a Jamal we haven't seen since the championship run.
Now, I think that Jamal got to his spots, and that was a big part of what led to him playing as well as he did. Again, I don't think he could who knows? He could shut me up and he can go for 50 tonight, because he is fully capable of being able to do that. Honestly, Andy, there's few basketball players in the world that I can remember from my lifetime that are more fun when they just start feeling it like that than Jamal Murray. He is just an absolute joy to watch play the game when he gets into this place. Like Reggie Miller used to do this, right? And people always think of Reggie as the great three-point shooter that he was. Reggie was a tough shot maker, man. He was one of those dudes that could get just stupid hot like that. Jamal is one of those kinds of players that just has a different brand of offensive game. When he does it, there's nothing more fun. He could do it again tonight. I could be dead wrong. I've said over and over again, I just need like 28-30 out of Jamal tonight. But he is fully capable of just dropping 50.
Yeah, but again, what do you go for?
43.
43. All right, so 56 between Murray and Jokic, however it divides up, is what you need again. But then you need the healthy contribution from Gordon and the healthy contribution from Murray.
Yeah.
Or not from Murray, from MPJ. And you need some kind of bench contribution.
Okay.
And whether that's – and look, I'll even break up the bench contribution.
Yeah.
If you get half of what you get from Russ or 3/4 of what you got from Russ – and then it's made up by Peyton Watson with 8 to 10, fine. Fine.
Do the Clippers, taking a page out of Houston's book from last night, going at Steph, do they take an extra shot or two at Porter's shoulder?
I would hope not, but look, it's not all about sportsmanship, and
Nope. It's
how many football players try to get the quarterback out of the game? How about Dallas? I mean, again, why was Dallas with half their dudes, Rupe Hintz, king among them, right, taking cross checks to the back of McKinnon's head?
Yep.
Because they know that's the dude they can't stop.
Yeah,
Sports gets ugly when it comes down to this time.
When dudes are desperate, absolutely. And I could easily see the Clippers. Number one thing, honestly, I don't think the Clippers have done enough of is try and hunt MPJ in switches. And when they have, he's done an admirable job considering he's playing with one hand or one arm essentially. But I could see them trying to run more stuff, get Harden one-on-one against Porter, and then go into the body. It's something that Harden's really good at.
Well, or just run him into some picks.
Yeah. As much as they can.
A little bit.
I mean, he's
body rocket.
You're seeing him wincing through stuff. He's been unbelievable in this series, man. Michael Porter has been absolutely incredible in this series. I can't believe how well he's been shooting the ball, essentially playing with one arm. I want to go back to the Nathan McKinnon Hart Trophy thing. Number one, I hope he's pissed off about that tonight.
That'd be good.
I hope
you're mad about it the rest of the playoff.
A little bit of a motivating factor. Connor Hellebuck is one of the finalists for the Hart Trophy. I don't deny that Hellebuck has had a wonderful season. Goalies get their own award. They have the Vezina, okay? Forwards can't win the Vezina. Only goalies can win the Vezina. Why is he winning a Hart Trophy? I don't like that. I don't like when pitchers win MVP awards. They have the Cy Young, and I don't like when goalies win the Hart Trophy. I'll die on this hill. That's bad. Nathan McKinnon does more for his team than Connor Hellebuck does for his.
I'll give you a supporting argument this way.
Okay.
The goalies get the entire game to show their value. They never leave the ice.
Absolutely.
All the positional players, switch on and off with their lines.
Oh, and by the way,
and so it'd be another reason as to why you say they have their award for their reason and everybody else has the others.
Doesn't Nathan McKinnon have to play both ends of the
Both
ice?
ends of the ice,
when he
yeah.
goes out there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Interesting like that. I don't like when pitchers win MVPs.
And oftentimes, how often do you see shots? Like, who stopped the most shots? Now, probably it was Hellebuck this year. Who saw the most shots? I mean, look, the Avalanche got by. I mean, can you make an argument because they were the best team when Darcy Kemper was out there? Now, Darcy Kemper's been really good for the Kings.
Yeah.
But that team was so dominant and so puck dominant. How often was he even seeing shots?
Justice for Nate. He should be a Hart Trophy
But look,
finalist.
honestly, I don't care if Hellebuck even wins it, but for Nate not to be
Bothers
one of the
me.
final three seems really
dumb,
off,
stupid.
How did
Weird.
2 weeks time? When did you say he was last the favorite 2-3 weeks ago?
It was
the betting favorite. Just
he was
within a month.
The last time I checked, it was like a week or so to go, and he at the time had the points lead. He was tied with Kucherov for the points lead to win the Art Ross. I think Kucherov had him in points per game played because Kucherov had missed a couple of more games. But then McKinnon sat the last three because he didn't have to play because they were locked into a playoff spot. And
and he went to Sport Gabe with the Eagles.
Yeah, trying to get healthy and everything, so he didn't have to play. So he ends up not having the points lead, and then somehow he ends up not being a finalist.
Yeah, that's stupid to me.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't get that.
Clayton Kershaw, 2014 NL MVP. Verlander, 2011 AL MVP.
He's going against your guy Freeland tonight for the Giants.
He is, by the way. The most egregious was 92 when Eckersley won the MVP. You can't give an MVP to a relief pitcher, okay?
Could you give a Cy Young to a relief pitcher?
I don't even like that.
I know. That's why I asked the question. I want everybody to know your opinion. Now you're making a face like you had bad salmon.
Relief pitchers are failed starters. The fact that Mariano Rivera was a first ballot unanimous Hall of Famer is the dumbest thing that's ever happened. He's a failed. If he was that good, he would have been a starter. Great. He's got one great pitch. They use him for one inning 4 times a week. That guy, first ballot unanimous Hall of Famer, stupid. Stupid.
There's a little angry Andy in everyone, folks.
This is one of those that gets me.
I know.
Drives
I like
me insane.
Yeah. You'd call me Meatball Andy if it was hockey now.
I'm not saying relievers aren't valuable. They are, but if they were that good, they'd be starters.
Do you feel the anger, people?
Jeter's overrated, too. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. All right, let's go to Ball Arena right now. Connor McGay, he is there, prepared to call the the Avalanche and the Stars. There's too many games tonight, Connor. I'm struggling. The Avalanche and the Stars coming up here this evening with pregame coverage at 7 o'clock. By the way, do we know what time we got the puck drop, Connor? I'll start there.
Puck drop officially is at 7:50. 5-0.
Oh, you're getting minutes of your life back slowly there, Connor.
Earliest puck drop of the series. Let's go, fellas.
We started at 54. We went to 52.
We'll 6 o'clock.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Connor, how are the vibes tonight? How are you doing, most importantly, but also how are the Avalanche doing?
Well, don't ask how I'm doing. I'm a bag of cats. But more importantly, the Avalanche are fine. The phrase and it sort of came to mind this morning at morning skate and even tonight watching them walk in, it was quiet confidence, which I think is good. I mean, I've always been jealous of Bednar in that regard, that he's not that he's 10-2 on the wheel, and Andy Lindahl and I are we're riding everything at Magic Mountain. You know what I'm saying? So that's good for them. That's it's not good for us. But they're the ones who are on the ice tonight, and the last two instances of the Avalanche, at least the first instance that they faced elimination, they won those games. If you go back to Seattle and then last year versus the Dallas Stars, so this is a tough game for Dallas to win for the reason that it's a caged animal, right? We see that in sports all the time, NBA, NHL, you name it. That's a tough opponent to beat. So Bednar said it the best. He said, we don't need to win 2 games yet. We need to win 1 game. And so that's the focus I felt here so far tonight.
How big is it to have Landeskog back in the room, a major contributor, and truly playing the captain role again for this situation?
Yeah, I think it's the biggest X factor that you could ask for. Andy, I really do. I mean, remember last year, and Betsy even said it in our pregame interview today, it's like there were news that made everybody maybe focus somewhere else. And even with that lack of focus, the game still went to double overtime with Dallas, where Matt Duchene scored. So I just think that, we just talked about Bednar's steadying hand. I think Landeskog's steadying hand and his story. Like, it's too good of a story to be over, right? And I think that has now translated to the rest of the guys in that room, which is, I mean, we keep putting cans of kerosene on this fire tonight, and it better fuel them to a Game 6 win, force Game 7 Saturday.
As the series goes along, Connor, the teams they gain such a familiarity with each other. What do you think is maybe the biggest area that Dallas has sort of solved the Avalanche and have figured out how to make life tough on them?
I think it would be pressure on defensemen.
Mm-hmm.
For the 5th straight year, the Avalanche blue line led the NHL in scoring, right? And nobody's done that since the Flames back in the 90s. And so I think it's a big piece of Colorado's offense. And obviously the talking point around Cale Makar, him not being able to score. Look, he's gotten the most shot attempts out of anybody in the Stanley Cup playoffs without having scoring, along with Joel Eriksson and the Minnesota Wild, who's a forward. But I just think that sort of attitude, both 5-on-5 on the defenseman on the blue line and on the power play for the Avalanche, has been stifling. As good as they are, they need a little bit more room to work. And that's where Dallas has shined, and Pete DeBoring hockey is exactly that, but it is effective, especially against teams like Colorado.
All right, I've stolen that line a couple times today, but Connor, it's just so funny. I'm glad we're not calling this game together tonight, because I think we're both just hacked and tired of talking about it and just want to watch the damn thing get played so we can see what's going to go on tomorrow. But give me a key. I'll give you the easy one. Give me the key. What do they got to do to get this done tonight? What do they got to do that they've done twice already to make sure that they go to Dallas for Saturday?
Yeah, I mean, I can give you 2. And one would be special teams battle, which they won in games 1 and 4. Not a coincidence that they won both of those games. 4 is the most recent example. 1 power play opportunity, that was it. They have not been getting the whistle in the series. We could do an entire afternoon on that subject, but we won't. One power play, one shot, one goal in Game 4. That was Nathan McKinnon, and they were perfect on the penalty kill. I think if you're plus in special teams, you win the hockey game, and a big piece of that would be key number 2, and that's Cale Makar. He's nominated for both the Norris and for the Ted Lindsay, and players put more stock in the Ted Lindsay than the Hart Trophy because it's voted on by the players and not a bunch of writers who are trying to prove how smart they are. So he's a special player. We all know that, and this is a special circumstance. Nobody puts more pressure on Cale Makar than he does, and he knows that he's needed tonight. And so with the bat signal up in the air, I think we'll see Cale Makar swoop down to save Gotham from disaster.
The last time that he was held scoreless for 3 consecutive games, he went for 2 goals. That was last year in the series against the Dallas Stars. So I would agree our dude is due right there. Connor, how is your stress manifesting itself right now? Are you stress eating? How are you dealing with all this?
Brother, you can hear it in his voice.
A lot of pacing. What are you doing to get through it?
Our joyful Connor there's an edge to his voice.
I would say so.
Wow, that's not a good start for me, fellas. I'm trying to keep it, fun and loose. It's not working. Well, Kiefer and I are just up here pacing the press box together.
Okay.
He's waiting for the pregame show to start, and I'm on with you guys. So we're just sort of, we're just putting deer trails into the carpet here at Ball Arena. That's, I'm trying not to eat because, Andy, I can't afford to stress eat anymore. You know what I'm saying?
No, I feel you.
The jackets are already not buttoning. I can't, can't afford to go any further.
Well, look, and I heard you talk to Coach and Raj earlier. It's because it's the Stars, right? Right, Connor? If it weren't DeBoer and the Stars, and probably more DeBoer than anybody, I would not have this anxiousness. But because I think they're the better team, Connor. I think the Avs are the better team. But this damn Pete DeBoer has been a witch, and I'm sick of it, and I want him cast out.
Yeah, well, you know what? He doesn't have something that Jared Bednar does, and we're going to hang that over his head. He's been to 3 Stanley Cup finals and lost, 4 conference finals and lost. So, I
thought you were going to say hair, but yeah.
Oh, that too. That also accurate. Also accurate.
Is that technically catching strays? I'm not sure. The hairline's catching strays.
Well, he's got a few stray hairs. Yeah.
Fact. You could use a couple stray hairs. But honestly, you're right. It's because it's Dallas, and there's a bunch of unsavory characters on there. I was telling our affiliate in Greeley today, I have gotten the amount of hate tweets unsolicited from Stars fans has really been unbelievable. I don't understand it, so I'm really sick of that as well. So I just think it's because it's a group that you don't like very much that makes it that much worse.
Well, Connor, remember, they don't boo nobodies, so keep up the good work, my friend.
I'll do my best, fellas. And here's to talking about a Game 7 win with you guys on Monday.
That's what we'll be doing. That's Connor McGahey with us right there from Ball Arena ahead of Game 6, Avalanche and Stars. Avs game will be over on AM 950. Nuggets tonight will be on 92.5. Pregame for Avs at 7 o'clock, as Connor just said. Puck drop at 7:50. All right, Andy, let's do Avalanche predictions. First, final score, pick to click.
2-1. Cale Makar.
There you go.
Nah, I don't feel like I did that to him last game.
Oh.
I'm a little scared about that.
Okay.
Change it to, hey, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Change it to Druin. I can't hex him.
Put that good mojo out.
Yeah. See if I can do a reverse.
Avalanche win 3-1. Cale Makar 2 goals tonight.
Love it.
There you
Nuggets.
go.
You've already called it. Come on now. You sticking with it? Last chance.
Clippers 105, Nuggets 103.
Woo!
I know. Boomy.
Hey.
Boomy. I deserve it. Yeah.
Nuggets ended tonight. We do the old double dip party tomorrow.
I like it. Let's get 2 dubs on the double Dipparoo. I certainly would enjoy that. But I'll stay with my prediction of Nuggets in 7 and my prediction of Avalanche in 7, so I will stay in those places. I'd like to be wrong about the Nuggets big time tonight. Thanks to Connor for stopping by the program. Thanks to Jason Kosmiski, who was with us way back at 320. Thanks to Justin Stepp, Illinois wide receivers coach, for joining us to talk about Pat Bryant and Cortland Sutton. That was a very fun conversation. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Ska Friday. Let's have a good time on Ska Friday,
Please.
fellas. That's all that we ask. Massive edition, earth-moving edition of Birdo's Blitz coming up next right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hear from the cast of thousands ahead of tonight's games. That's next. Good night.